the spoiled Long Chun, whose family has fallen from grace, accidentally enters the immortal realm. After cultivating for 10,000 years, he finally ascends to the throne. When a treasured item emerges, he faces betrayal and is besieged by the 8 great immortal emperors. Even though he is the strongest immortal emperor in the immortal realm, he ultimately has no choice but to disband his essence. Chapter 1. What the hell is this? Suli opened his eyes and found himself lying in a dark and cramped space, feeling somewhat puzzled. Just a second ago, he had been struck by a stroke of fortune, and the next second, he had crossed over. As soon as his complaints faded, a wave of intense pain surged through him like a tsunami. Hiss! Damn it! My leg hurts, my waist hurts, my butt hurts, my kidneys hurt. Everything hurts, damn it! The original owner's memories flooded in along with the pain. Childhood sweetheart betrayed, spiritual bone was dug out, brother stabbed in the back, driftwood perished? What the hell? After enduring the excruciating pain while browsing through these memories, Suli felt even more pain. He had crossed into a high martial world, Blue Star, and this unfortunate person who shared his name was practically destined to engrave the 4 characters Turtle Life on his forehead. Chapter 2. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Suli felt like a headless fly, darting around in the chaotic, unknown space. He had no idea where this was, only knowing that his soul was supposed to reincarnate in the heavens. But for some reason, it was directly rejected by this world. A little girl dressed in white claimed to be the heavenly Tao and smacked him away as soon as she saw he was not a soul of this world. Where did this traveler come from? Scram! Damn heavenly Tao, actually blocking household registration. What's wrong with travelers? Suli was truly exasperated. Which protagonist dies at lightning speed and still gets slapped by the heavenly Tao? He took a deep breath and adjusted his thoughts. Now, there was a good news and a bad news in front of him. The good news was that since just now, he had vaguely seen a palace from the depths of chaos, and he had successfully arrived at the entrance of this palace. The bad news was that it looked extremely imposing and not like a place for humans to live. The palace was situated in the chaos, vast beyond sight, with more than half of its form hidden in the chaos. The surrounding pillars were covered with tentacles of unknown origin. On the walls, columns, and floor, many colorful eyes were growing. Chapter 3. The Yang family had been thriving in Baishur City for over 100 years, producing a 6th-tier martial artist in its early years, who later went missing in a battle against the Beast Tide. Despite receiving some unintentional care from the city lord, the family's power gradually fell to the bottom tier of Baishur City. The head of the Yang family, Yang Tan, had a son, Yang Wei, whose cultivation talent was rather ordinary. Although Yang Wei worked hard at cultivation since childhood, by the time he reached high school, his blood energy was barely at the 5th level. After entering high school, he caught the attention of Bai Yin, who, after noticing his family background, began to intentionally and unintentionally reveal her charm in front of him. It was seduction. Having never had a girl pursue him before, Yang Wei couldn't resist. In his growing impulsiveness, he decisively took Bai Yin home to meet his parents. This also coincided perfectly with Bai Yin's plan to get closer to the Yang family. The only thing that made Yang Wei indignant was that Bai Yin's affections had long been taken by Suli. Bai Yin was well aware of Yang Wei's lingering feelings about this matter. To please him, she not only worked hard but also gave him the pills Suli had given her for cultivation. On one occasion, Yang Wei learned that Bai Yin's devoted admirer, Suli, actually possessed a rare spiritual bone that appeared once in decades, and he immediately began to entertain ulterior motives. Chapter 4. Yang Tianghua felt the full contempt and mockery in Su Li's words and actions, his face turning extremely ugly. He stepped into the center of the courtyard and stared directly at the young man before him. Are you really seeking mutual destruction? Su Li smirked and vanished from sight. In the next moment, the young man's figure appeared right in front of Yang Tianghua, his fist carrying the might of a 5th-tier martial artist, smashing hard toward Yang Tianghua's head. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the 5th-tier fist, Yang Tianghua's expression darkened immensely. The young man's cultivation was indeed at the 5th tier. His own peak 4th-tier cultivation couldn't withstand this punch at all. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. As a family head, how could he not have his own trump card? A mirror radiating crimson light appeared in Yang Tianghua's hand. The mirror burst forth with a brilliant red glow, instantly forming a protective barrier. The young man's fist eerily halted in front of the mirror, unable to advance another inch. Elder Lei, who stood nearby, was equally shocked upon seeing the mirror. If he wasn't mistaken, this object was the treasure of the Beast General from the Beast Tide in Baishur City years ago. This mirror could restrain a martial artist's movements, and when fully activated, it could even confuse their mind. Even martial masters had to bow down before it back then. Chapter 5. Spiral Pill. Amaterasu, son, come quick. Are these two from your school? Amaterasu, son, don't shout. Let your father take a look. ISNT that the first-year beauty, Byrolian, and the key class is Yongwei. Have you taken care of your stomach today? Yongwei. Erectile dysfunction? This homophonic name is hilarious. Haha. Immortal Master Online. Have you taken care of your stomach today? So are you suffering from erectile dysfunction today? Have you taken care of your stomach today? Wang Chongling. The live stream was in chaos, and soon, the number of onlookers increased rapidly, with the Law Enforcement Bureau also entering the stream. Suli glanced over and naturally noticed the presence of the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, he didn't care. After all, he was the one who started the trouble. Revenge for grievances, blood for blood, was the consistent rule of this high martial world. Tens of thousands in a live stream listened to Byrolian and Yang Wei passionately hurling insults at each other while watching them grapple. And soon someone asked, 10 consecutive double yellow true monarch. Who is Su Li that they mentioned? Spiral Pill. Seems like he is Byrolian's childhood friend. Rumored to be a sycophant, but watching their insults now, I don't think Su Li is a sycophant. Chapter 6. Song Zhong. As the third son of the dominant Song family in Baisher City, had shown exceptional cultivation talent since childhood, second only to the eldest brother, Song Qian. He possessed a top-tier water affinity physique, allowing him to practice water-related techniques several times faster than ordinary people. Song Qian had gone to the Qingshan sword sect to learn swordsmanship since he was young, returning home only once every few years, during which the family's cultivation resources were almost entirely allocated to Song Zhong. The envy of peers and the praise of elders were the things Song Zhong heard the most in his 18 years of life. He considered himself the family's pride, and during his third year, when he advanced to a 6th-tier martial master, he even built a 1,000-foot-high water spirit platform, gaining a great reputation in Baisher City. It even attracted the vice master of the water spirit immortal sect to come and recruit him, but he hadn't yet cooked rice with his beloved. So how could he bear to leave Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Influenced by various factors, Song Zhong slowly forgot the principle that there are always greater talents and skies beyond the skies. When he saw Su Li unleash the power of a 5th-tier martial artist, he was momentarily shocked but then filled with intense jealousy, even wanting to sneak attack and kill Su Li on the spot. How could such an extraordinary genius emerge from a small Baisher city? But soon he reassured himself, thinking that Su Li must have used some secret method to forcibly elevate his realm. Chapter 7. Before reaching the Mingyu Hall of the Song family, Song Qingfeng and Bai Qian could already hear intermittent cries from inside. As soon as they entered the Mingyu Hall, they saw Song's mother, Song Qing, weeping uncontrollably while holding the shattered Mingyu of Song Zhong. The attendants beside Song Qing were also crying, although not a single tear fell. One couldn't deny that they were crying loudly, and, as attendants, they were indeed very dedicated. Upon seeing Song Qingfeng arrive, Song Qing clutched the pieces of Mingyu and cried out in anguish. My poor Zhonger, how could I send a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one? Head of the family, you must avenge Zhong. If the murderer isn't torn to pieces, I won't rest in peace. Bai Qian, seeing the shattered Mingyu, was secretly alarmed. The extent of the Mingyu's damage was linked to the owner's physical condition. TSK, TSK, TSK. This shattered Mingyu was almost putting the words death without a complete corpse on the screen. One could imagine how miserable the victim was. At the same time, Bai Qian was puzzled. As a city lord, how could he not know when such a ruthless person appeared in the city? This was equivalent to forming a deadly feud with the Song family, especially since the Water Spirit Immortal sect had previously come to recruit Song Zhong as an inner disciple. Chapter 8. In Song Qingfeng's memory, he had never tasted defeat with a 5-tiger mixed element fist in his hands. He had practiced this technique his whole life, training day and night in a monster beast forest since childhood. Gradually, the 5-tiger phantoms formed from his chi and blood could intimidate monsters within dozens of miles with just their momentum. In his youth, Song Qingfeng, with his perfected 5-tiger mixed element fist, even claimed the top spot in the Jiangnan martial arts competition. He was extremely confident throughout his life, proud of this mysterious grade technique, and after unexpectedly winning the championship in the Jiangnan martial arts competition, he earned the nickname Little Wu Song in the martial world. While Song Qingfeng's fame skyrocketed, It also caused many heroes to avoid him and brought him a lot of romantic entanglements. The 5-tiger mixed element fist was linked to the purity of a user's chi and blood and emotions. In a state of extreme anger, Song Qingfeng could guarantee that he would unleash at least twice the power he usually did, reaching a level comparable to perfection. However, even this powerful 5-tiger mixed element fist, with the peak 6-tier martial master cultivation and various emotional boosts, should have dominated the situation. Yet in front of an unknown 5th-tier junior, it was Chapter 9. The wailing of the ghostly gods gradually ceased, replaced by the overwhelming pressure of countless ghostly emperors clad in black and gold battle armor, standing high in the air. The heavens were overcast with dark clouds, and bursts of thunder echoed in the high clouds. This was the wrath of the heavenly Tao, threatening Su Li that if he did not withdraw these terrifying evil spirits, countless divine lightning bolts would descend to obliterate him in the thunder. Su Li calmly looked up at the sky, where the figure of a little girl in white could be vaguely seen among the 9 heavens. The little girl had her hands on her hips, standing on clouds flickering with heavenly lightning, glaring fiercely at him with her beautiful eyes. She had no idea how Su Li was alive or where his power came from. This power even gave her a sense of restraint. Su Li withdrew his gaze, knowing that this was a warning from the heavenly Tao. But it could only be a warning. He could clearly hear a faint plea amidst the urgent thunder. It was evident that, whether it was this terrifying phenomenon or the overwhelming ghostly emperor blocking the sky, the chaotic aura they emitted made the heavenly Tao feel inexplicably fearful, as if encountering a natural weakness. Su Li squeezed his hand, feeling a rare sense of lightness. Chapter 10. Crossing through the bustling downtown area, Su Li gradually arrived at the outskirts of Baishur City. Following the memories of his original self, he successfully went to a convenience store nearby to buy some daily necessities and food. Speaking of food, it was just 2 bags of instant noodles and some synthetic meat. There was no choice. Su Li just wanted to hurry home, fill his stomach casually, and then go to the old divine palace to choose techniques and weapons. However, the security here was really not great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been followed by 2 sneaky shadows right after leaving the convenience store. Seeing the young man stop and turn around to look at where they were hiding, the 2 decided not to pretend anymore and jumped out from behind streetlight. Looking at the 2 swaying blondes under the streetlight, a corresponding memory surfaced in Su Li's mind. The 2 belonged to a local gang in this suburban area, and all members had a distinct feature. They sported yellow hair. And not just any yellow hair, but a bizarre, shimmering version of yellow hair. The gang's name was quite straightforward as well, the Shining Yellow Hair Gang. Chapter 11. The moonlight was like water, and the evening breeze was gentle. Above the Yang family courtyard, which had long been flattened, several figures stood tall. These figures were at least masters in cultivation, and there was even a genuine 8th-tier demigod. Meanwhile, vehicles from the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau were already parked outside the courtyard, and at this moment the law enforcement personnel below were bustling about, taking out various instruments to test the data of the area. Brother Bai, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. The speaker was a middle-aged man. Despite the signs of weariness on his face, his thick eyebrows and bright eyes exuded a powerful presence that ordinary thieves wouldn't dare to look at directly. Deputy Director Li, you flatter me. It should be my failure to host properly. As the city lord, I failed to be diligent, and I was completely unaware of this incident, which even required your esteemed self to come and check. That is my fault. Li Changlong smiled slightly at the words and did not respond. At his position, it was clear what words could be trusted and which could not. As for Bai Qian's so-called ignorance, he certainly didn't believe it at all. However, pleasantries were still necessary. Although he was the deputy director of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, the person across from him was still a city lord, and basic courtesy had to be maintained. Chapter 12. Every year at the end of summer, the center of Baishur City would set up small stalls that were usually unseen, selling so-called techniques, magical treasures, and even various flashy toys. Although most techniques and treasures were defective, ordinary people still wanted to take a gamble. Besides customers looking to improve, there were also many with special physiological needs. During this time, the foot traffic in the city center would increase several times compared to usual, and the usually strict city management officers would no longer come out at night to check if your stall was compliant. They mostly waved their hands dismissively, pretending not to see. However, this year, Baishur City was permeated with a strange atmosphere. The bustling city center had not a single person in sight, let alone stalls. This was solely because a few hours ago, nearly all the residents of Baishur City had their mobile apps flooded with several trending topics dominating the homepage and rankings. The Yang family was targeted by a mysterious figure. Reduced to rubble in a day, the Song family went to help the Yang family. Their clans seemingly suffered a heavy blow, and Song Qingfeng is missing deputy director of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Changlong, personally led an investigation team to Baishur City Chapter 13. It's hard to imagine someone would use dried radish to impersonate ginseng. And equally hard to believe that someone would actually buy dried radish at a high price, thinking it was ginseng. Su Li helplessly rubbed his forehead. He truly had no idea how many absurd things his original self had done. He took a big bite of the dried radish that revealed its true nature. It melted in his mouth, tangy and sweet with a hint of salt. Well, it was too late now. He might as well give it a try. You know what? It's actually quite tasty. The melt-in-your-mouth dried radish must be of high quality, ranking among the best in the history of dried radish. However, thinking about how his premium ginseng had turned into premium dried radish, an unnamed anger ignited in Su Li's heart. Not only did it delay his advancement, but it also tricked him out of 2,000 silver dollars, which, according to the World S prices, was equivalent to 4,000 packets of spicy strips, 666 bottles of cola, and 202 fried chicken burgers. Damn it, the young man tightened his fists, the unnamed anger swelling even more. That old man, with 2 missing front teeth, better not let me catch you. Just as Su Li was angrily munching on the premium dried radish. 2 kilometers away on the street from Su Li's rented apartment, a stumbling shadow was darting through the winding downtown area at high speed, with a group of people closely pursuing behind. Chapter 14. 20 years ago, the area around Baishur City was hit by a beast tide. The beast tide, which should have first breached the Jiangnan provincial defense line before advancing inward, suddenly appeared inside Baishur City for some unknown reason. An 8th-tier peak beast demigod appeared among the crowd, and no one expected it or had any sense of caution. Seeing this tall man, with a dragon's wings and a serpent's tail, people thought it was some kind of cosplay. Some rushed to take pictures, while others pointed fingers at him, accusing the man of his so-called cosplay, filled with the flavor of beasts, claiming it was immoral. It wasn't until the man spread his dragon wings, his claws glowing, and tore apart the first resident beside him with his sharp fangs that people realized their horror too late, when the scalding blood of those around splattered onto their faces. How could they still talk about morality? At that time, all the major powers above the 8th tier rushed to various border fronts, and the highest cultivation level in Baishur City was only 4 masters stationed there. Not to mention, the gap in martial arts realms between a demigod and masters was like a chasm. The physical strength of beasts was far superior to that of humans. Moreover, the 4 masters had to deal with a beast that was half a step into the 9th tier martial god. Chapter 15. Poison Resistance Charging Station. Every 15 chapters, there's a poison resistance charging station. You little gluttons remember to come and fill up on poison resistance. Don't get poisoned to death, as by Wuning swallowed the beast pearl. A surge of life force erupted within him. The previously stagnant realm began to rise rapidly, and Bai Wuning soon leaped from a 3rd-tier warrior to a 5th-tier warrior. After jumping 2 major realms, Bai Wuning's appearance also changed significantly. His body sprouted thick gray-red fur, and the twin horns that had been removed in his childhood surprisingly grew back, with claws extending from his fingers, giving a Wolverine-like impression. At this moment, his confidence soared, feeling the abundant power within him that was different from before. Bai Wuning completely forgot about the matter of tearing apart the master's avatar. On the other hand, feeling the momentum from Bai Wuning no longer rising, the young man understood that this guy was probably stuck at the 5th-tier level, shaking his head in disappointment. Not to mention that Wolf Uncle is much more handsome than this guy. Just the fact that after all this time, he only reached the 5th level. I waited for you for so long, thinking you were holding back something big, but in the end, you just gave me a thin spread. You ask Su Li why he waits, of course. It's to gain more evil points to allocate. Chapter 16. Do you dare let me regain my strength? The beastman looked at the boy in front of him, his heart racing with tension, his eyes filled with fear, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Detected that you instilled fear in the Beastmaster at the peak of the 7th level. Weakened. Evil points 800. Detected that you dismantled the thigh of the Beastmaster at the peak of the 7th level. Weakened. Evil points 1200. The boy was still holding someone's leg in his hand, but his eyes showed some dissatisfaction. Why is it only this little? After all, he is a master, and he doesn't believe the claim that he was indeed seriously injured by himself. The points are low because there's water in it. Sigh. It's just that 2 source avatars were destroyed in a short time, and then he took advantage of his weakness to land a punch. What is the big deal? Su Li threw the thigh back. The flying thigh emitted a faint aura of chaos, hitting the beastman's face and making his eyes go stars. Since just now, this was the 9th time the man experienced the feeling of being hit on the forehead by his own thigh. Su Li's emotionless voice came through. Hurry up, trash. I don't have time to play with you for too long. Chapter 17. The north of Baishar City is towards the capital, where various martial arts universities are established. In the east and west are a number of spiritual mountains, home to various sects and towns. As for the south, it is a vast ocean, where a misty spiritual mountain stands over the vast South Sea. At this moment, an emergency meeting was taking place in the Wuji sect on the spiritual mountain. Just now, that aura, based on your eyesight, how powerful should this person be? Inside the Wuji sect, a dignified old man with white hair sat in the main seat of the conference hall, lightly swaying the fine wine in his hand, his sharp gaze casually sweeping over the elders present. The usually responsive sect master was met with a long silence from everyone for the first time. Looking at the silent crowd, Dugu Jiuyu showed some impatience, and the jade cup in his hand began to show tiny cracks. He didn't like this feeling. Usually, he never saw you all silent on such issues. Now it's so difficult to even estimate someone has strength. An elder in a sword robe shook his sword box beside him, breaking the silence first. Reporting to the sect master, I believe the key is not how strong this person is, but why this aura induces a fear that comes from our bones. Chapter 18. When the terrifying shockwave comparable to an 8th-level demigod erupted, Li Chonglong reacted immediately, using all his skills to control the spread of this aura. Li Chonglong successfully suppressed the spread of this aura, but he couldn't suppress the residual energy from this attack, which forcefully extended nearly 3,000 miles. Damn! Looking at the flattened 3,000 miles of forest and the black-robed boy standing in the giant pit, Li, who had seen many geniuses, was filled with shock. What kind of 5th level is this? Beside him, Jiangxia was not much better. Her eyes widened, a storm of shock surging in her heart. Her little mouth seeming to be able to fit an egg in it due to extreme surprise. She felt completely at a loss for words, as if she had lost her ability to speak in an instant. How about this? This great Sun Divine Arrow is my meeting gift for you. And if you're willing to join the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, not only will there be more magical treasures and techniques, but also countless rare medicinal materials, plus an allowance of $80,000 every month. After a few simple self-introductions and some inquiries about the Yang and Song clans regarding the boy, they quickly got to the main topic. Chapter 19. Jiang Xie comes from the Jiang family in the capital with a natural affinity for ice-type techniques, and her cultivation speed has been remarkably rapid since childhood. While her peers were still in the Blood Chi realm, Jiang Xie had already successfully advanced to the 2nd-level warrior, showing a significant gap in martial arts levels. During her qualification test before the martial arts exam, a phenomenon in heaven and earth was triggered. A huge snowstorm fell in the capital for a full quarter of an hour, and the 19-year-old 4th-level warrior Jiang Xie's understanding of ice-type techniques left many seasoned masters astonished. With her superb frost silver needle technique, she could easily win against 5th-level warriors. After taking the top spot in that year's martial arts exam, Jiang Xie entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University and continued to excel, achieving the rank of martial arts master in her senior year, becoming the youngest martial arts genius in Long Country. Such a martial arts genius, upon seeing Su Li, felt that her once proud talent seemed less impressive, as if it had lost its luster. The boy's ability to manipulate profound ice left her utterly shocked. If she had to compare herself to Su Li in terms of genius, she would probably decisively choose to concede. Chapter 20. Qing Shansword Sect, Cold Moon Cliff. Song Qian, dressed in white, fluttered in the wind, his face adorned with sharp eyebrows and a few strands of white hair, with eyes as black as ink. Deep and cold, the sound of a sword being unsheathed broke the night sky, his well-defined right hand grasping the thin, 3-foot azure blade. His gaze became sharp, and his figure began to float like a ghost as he executed his movement technique. The sword edge cut through the night sky with Song Qian's swift movements. each move causing the sword to emit a faint humming sound. Waves of silver-white sword light were woven into a large net under the moonlight, impenetrable. The seventh level of the ruthless sword path, the state of no self. Song Qian's movements gradually accelerated, and his attacks became sharper. The aura of a martial arts master bursting forth. At this moment, his heartbeat slowed, and he seemed like a precise killing machine, every movement honed to perfection. Whoosh! A sword cleaved through the air, and a massive stone 3 zhang away cracked with a smooth surface like a mirror. Waves of residual sword intent rippled outward, causing the trees to tremble. Indeed, the sword technique has improved. An old voice came from behind, and an elderly man with white hair appeared from nowhere. Song Qian did not reply, merely nodding slightly. Master. Chapter 21. As the starlight faded and dawn broke, the eastern sky turned pale. The outline of the Song family residence appeared in Song Qian's eyes, and he quickened his pace, feeling lighthearted. However, before he could get closer, he saw his home surrounded by circles of isolation tape. What's going on? A sense of unease inexplicably surged in Song Qian's heart. The once bustling Song family courtyard was now silent, and as Song Qian pushed open the half-closed door, the scene before him caused the 24-year-old martial arts master to freeze in place. In the center of the yard stood a huge spirit table, on which was a pile of offerings and a personal portrait in a black and white frame, all representing relatives who shared a bloodline and whom he had been longing for. What on earth is going on? Song Qian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his hands trembling slightly as he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Stop. This area has been taken over by the Enforcement Bureau. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A law enforcement officer saw someone intruding and raised his hand to block the way. A cold light flashed in Song Qian's eyes, and the aura of a 7th-tier master erupted. The law enforcement officer, merely at the 3rd-tier realm, was no match for the might of a master. He turned pale, as if struck by lightning, and was forced to retreat repeatedly under this pressure. Chapter 22. Finally, the moment had arrived. Suli sat cross-legged on a cliff outside Baishur City, slowly opening his eyes. He had not returned to his rented room, but had chosen to come outside the city. After clearing the surrounding monsters on his way, he took the opportunity to recognize the Han Yin sword, the blood dragon fire armor, and the great sun divine arrow in the palace. Suli had a premonition that this breakthrough would be extremely grand. If he were to break through in his small room, he would at least uproot the entire street of rental houses. Although he already had 2 small goals, Suli did not plan to change houses in the short term. After all, he had lived there for over a decade and could afford to stay a little longer. With a thought, Suli summoned a system panel visible only to himself. Host, Suli, martial arts level. Peak 5th-tier martial artist, 99. Evil value, 130. 000. Physique, chaotic evil god body, rapid healing. Mastery of all martial arts, spatial jump. Talent, chaotic spirit root. Quality, weapons, Han Yin, heaven tier supreme, recognized owner. Blood dragon fire armor, heaven tier supreme, recognized owner. Great sun divine arrow, heaven tier low grade, recognized owner. Cultivation techniques, chaotic ghost emperor seal, heaven tier supreme, advanced. Chaotic profound ice true dragon technique, heaven tier supreme, advanced. Chapter 23. Su Li's vital energy had not yet settled, and the pressure of a 6th-tier martial master was still shaking the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to tremble and clouds to tear apart, as if space itself was slightly distorted under his breakthrough. However, at this moment of peak power, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The surrounding air became viscous, and the light twisted strangely, as if some indescribable existence was seeping through the cracks of reality. The sound of the void tearing apart echoed, revealing the chaos of the beginning. A black liquid, thick as asphalt, silently flowed out, sticky and writhing like the blood of some living creature. Countless human faces appeared on the surface of the dark liquid, twisting, wailing, laughing maniacally, only to quickly dissolve, as if being consumed by a force from a higher dimension. Ultimately, that mass of chaos coalesced into a tall figure draped in tattered yellow robes, slowly emerging from the darkness. The tattered yellow robes obscured the stars and moon, and within its 12 eyes burned the worlds. Its figure was tall, almost inhuman, the yellow robe tattered like a millennium-old shroud, yet it flowed strangely, as if alive. Beneath the hood was not a human face, but 12 compound eyes, each as deep as an abyss, reflecting the destruction of a planet. Lava spewing, continents collapsing. Civilizations annihilated in screams. Chapter 24. You currently have 50,000 evil value points remaining. After the avatar of Nyarlathotep disappeared, the young man did not leave the cliff immediately, but continued to sit cross-legged, stabilizing and enhancing his cultivation. You have successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of the 6th tier martial artist. You have successfully advanced to the 5th layer of the 6th tier martial artist. The sky was like blood, tearing through the clouds, and all was silent, waiting for madness to erupt, until the blood-red dawn finally broke on the horizon. The young man slowly opened his eyes, halting his path of enhancement. Your cultivation speed has surpassed over 90 of the geniuses in the 9 realms, and you are far ahead in this world. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the 6th tier martial master. Current evil value remaining, 4,000. The 13,000 evil value points had dwindled to 4,000 in the blink of an eye, which was indeed a bit painful. But the returns were beyond imagination, a huge profit. Suli smiled with satisfaction, slowly standing up. The dawn's light seemed to deliberately avoid him, never willing to fall upon him, which looked extremely absurd. Suli stepped into the morning light, spreading his arms towards the rising sun, and the shadow behind him suddenly expanded, transforming into millions of tentacles with suckers reaching towards the sky, devouring the morning light piece by piece. Chapter 25. Hu Feng entered the innermost part of the Black Palace and opened the door, and a strong smell of blood rushed at him. Behind a row of iron bars was the staircase leading to the dungeon. Hu Feng inhaled deeply, intoxicated, and crossed the iron bars to head deeper into the dungeon. In the dark, damp depths of the dungeon, the stench of decay and blood was so thick it was almost tangible. The walls were lined with rusted iron hooks, some still hanging with half-severed limbs, and dried bloodstains crawled over the stone walls like spiderwebs. Here were imprisoned human cultivators abducted from various villages, as well as some so-called outer disciples sent secretly by sections. They were stripped of their clothes, chained like livestock, curled up in small stone pits. Each person had the mark of the beast god cult branded on their ankles, a fierce beast head symbolizing their identity as blood food. Their realms varied. Some were at the chi and blood realm, while others could be 5th-tier martial artists. Every morning, a monster would come in with a rusty knife, selecting cultivators like choosing pigs and sheep, casually dragging one to the slaughter platform outside. In the depths of the dungeon at this moment, the daily scene was unfolding. Let's eat this one today. A wild boar monster grinned, its tusks still stained with yesterday's flesh. Chapter 26. In the early morning, Suli strolled leisurely along the gravel path in the campus of Baishur No. 1 High School, memories of this place flashing through his mind. Today was Monday, just in time to return to campus. A quarter of an hour ago, if he hadn't seen the alarm clock set during his school days, Suli would have forgotten that he was still a first-year student and had to come back to school. Suli quickly skimmed through the fragmented memories in his mind, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. These memories were not particularly pleasant. Over 80 were scenes of him being bullied and insulted. He had to enhance his points significantly. After all, the means of acquiring evil value were not only related to one's realm, but also to the emotional fluctuations of the oppressed. Scenes like this, where he had been bullied from middle school to high school, had lasted for 3 or 4 years at least. Your realm may not be sufficient, but the prolonged time of your suffering just happened to make up for that. When Suli pushed open the classroom door, the previously noisy class fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a flurry of whispers. "Oh, isn't this our class's sickly child? Taking leave again to nurse your pathetic chi and blood?" Wang, who in the front row grinned, deliberately raising his voice. Chapter 27. Baishur No. 1 High School. Class 12 of the first year, feeling the constant vibration of the phone in his pocket, Suli glanced at the people on the ground, who were in a pitiful state, and chuckled softly, retracting the Han Yen sword. Suli pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, where the incoming call from Zhao Tianxiang was flashing wildly. He didn't answer right away, deliberately waiting for over 10 seconds before picking up. The moment he did, a furious roar erupted from the receiver. "Suli, are you tired of living? How dare you delay the protection fee until now?" The boy chose not to waste words. This was not Zhao Tianxiang's voice. "Get lost, mad dog. Don't bite Su Dai here. Let your master come up and talk." The roar on the other end was cut off and replaced by Zhao Tianxiang's slightly restrained voice, which concealed hidden fury beneath a calm facade. Suli, it's been a while, and you've grown bolder. Who gave you the confidence to speak to me like this? You have to pay the protection fee after school, and about 10 times to me. If you do, I'll let it go, understand? Suli dug in his ears. Unimpressed? I know your old tricks. No wonder you're the master of Mad Dog. You talk crazily too. Bow to you? Has your brain been short-circuited by a stick from market? Chapter 28, 6th level. Teacher Chen suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair with a loud crash. Not only Teacher Chen, but everyone present widened their eyes in shock. For a moment, the room was dead silent. Detected that your 6th level cultivation shocked everyone present. Your immense pressure left former classmates in disbelief. Evil value, 6,000. Zhao Tianxiang's face turned ashen. His legs began to tremble. He finally realized that Suli could easily squash him like an ant now. Suli, I don't want the protection fee anymore. You treat me like an older brother. I'll admit defeat. Zhao Tianxiang opened his mouth to concede, but Suli clearly wouldn't give him that chance. A whip kick swept out, heavily striking his left knee. Accompanied by a bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, Zhao Tianxiang knelt on the ground, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Gulme, kneel before your father and lick your father's shoes. Zhao Tianxiang shook his head in terror, his face smeared with snot and tears. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare you? Suli scoffed coldly. Aren't you the one who wanted to beat me to a pulp? Before he finished speaking, Suli kicked into Zhao Tianxiang's mouth, sending shards of teeth flying, while his right hand clawed directly at Zhao Tianxiang's dantian. Chapter 29. Lin Qingwei stood there like a cold statue, holding her silver spear at an angle, her uniform crisp, her black hair meticulously tied up. Her gaze was indifferent, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple within her. During her 3 years as the head of the school discipline organization, she had enforced rules to an absurd extent. Violate school rules, receive punishment. Insufficient evidence, not accepted. Rules are rules. Her movements were precise and rigid. She never hesitated when enforcing discipline and never considered personal feelings. Some called her cold-blooded. Others mocked her as a machine of the discipline group, but she never even frowned. It wasn't that she lacked emotions. She had long accustomed herself to suppressing all fluctuations deep within her heart. The rules were her shield, and indifference was her armor. Unless one day, someone shattered her exterior in the most direct way. At this moment, the air in the gym seemed to freeze. All eyes focused on the 2 tall figures in the center. Suli glanced at the group of Zhao Tianxiang, who looked like dead dogs. Just moments ago, they had been barking arrogantly, but now they probably couldn't even muster their chi. Suli withdrew his gaze, showing no mercy. Chapter 30. Lin Qingwei knelt on the ground, her silver spear drooping uselessly. The pain in her knee hadn't subsided, and the disciplined group members beside her were helping her heal. She looked at Su Li's departing back. The applause and cheers gradually rising in the gym echoed in her ears, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of confusion. Students around her walked past, treating her like air. No one cared about her. As the head of the discipline organization, everyone looked at her with a hint of disdain that had never been there before. Did she really do something wrong? What should we do, leader? A member of the discipline group asked softly. Lin Qingwei snapped back to reality, her pale face still showing traces of pain. She glanced at the pile of Zhao Tianxiang and others on the ground, bit her lip, and forced herself to stand up. First, send them to the infirmary. Detected that you severely taught a self-important head of the discipline organization and a shooting genius from Baisha No. 1 High School. Lin Qingwei. A lesson. Evil value. 8,500. Detected that you delivered a sharp verbal assault that severely defeated Lin Qingwei, causing her considerable psychological impact. Evil value 4,000. Chapter 31. In just 2 days, the small Baisha city experienced 3 terrifying phenomena. The first phenomenon came without warning. At first, only a few strands of gray-black mist seeped out from the abandoned martial arts arena in the north of the city, climbing into the sky like living tentacles. Within minutes, the mist gathered into a monstrous, ghostly aura, shrouding half the city. Amidst the howling winds, faint cries of countless ghosts could be heard, sending chills down spines. Pedestrians on the street fled in panic, the cries of children, the screams of women, and the curses of men mingling together. At midnight, the second phenomenon followed. A wave of extreme cold erupted from the outskirts of the city, causing icicles to instantly form on rooftops within a 10-mile radius. The temperature plummeted to -40 degrees, even steel groaning under the unbearable strain. Even more shocking, a dragon-shaped cold light shot up into the sky, spiraling in the night. Though it lasted only 2 seconds, a few people witnessed it firsthand. Just before dawn, when people thought the phenomena had ended, the third and most shocking phenomenon arrived. A black and gold light pierced through the clouds, 100,000-foot ethereal silhouette rising from the ground, reaching for the heavens. The surface of the ethereal platform shimmered with mysterious runes, each step seemingly forged from stars. The vast fluctuations of spiritual power even distorted space, tearing the clouds within a few thousand miles into spirals. Chapter 32. Listening to Song Qian's words, Su Li couldn't help but laugh in anger. All right, another classic line. As Song Qian opened the pouch in his arms, a beam of green light burst forth, instantly merging into the top of Song Qian's head. His aura began to rise sharply, bronze sword patterns appearing on the surface of his skin. The 3-foot green blade automatically returned to his hand, and Song Qian's entire demeanor changed, the sword's body covered in an eerie green flame, emanating the aura of a top-tier heavenly treasure. Su Li raised an eyebrow, quietly observing Song Qian's transformation, knowing he had the ability to forcibly interrupt Song Qian's metamorphosis. But as the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Feeling the young man's aura gradually approaching demigod level, Su Li excitedly licked his lips. You better give me a good explosion, my dear sword genius. At this moment, green light was emanating from all 7 of Song Qian's orifices, and his voice became unrecognizable. To die under the Qingming sword is an honor for a villain like you. He raised his sword to the sky, and the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was drawn into a vacuum, a blue sword shadow spanning the heavens slowly taking shape. The sword had not yet fallen, but the earth had already begun to collapse. Song Qian laughed maniacally. Did you see? This is the foundation of the aristocratic families. You mere mortals will never understand. Chapter 33. At the moment when two forces collided, the entire valley was engulfed in dazzling light. When the light dissipated, the trees within 100 miles were uprooted, revealing a terrifyingly large chasm on the cracked ground. In the air, the phantom of Jian Wujia was covered in cracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you? The boy's black hair danced wildly in the wind, his icy sword aura illuminating the sky. Old dog, wash your neck clean and wait for Su Dai to come and collect your heart's blood. As the mocking voice fell, the boy raised his hand and unleashed another sword aura. With a cry from the heavens, the phantom of Jian Wujia finally could no longer hold on and shattered with a thunderous crash. At this moment, thousands of miles away in the Qing Shan sword sect, Jian Wujia's true body, meditating in the dojo, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. Detected that you have broken the phantom of Jian Wujia at the peak of demigod level, evil value 40,000. Detected that Jian Wujia at the peak of demigod level is currently experiencing multiple negative emotions. Dao heart violently shaken. Evil value 20,000. Current evil value 140,000. Chapter 34. Beast God Hall Division Camp not enough. Tiger Peak stared at the blood pool, greed and impatience flickering in its scarlet beast eyes. It suddenly raised its hand, and a wave of demonic power surged out, causing shrill screams to echo from deep within the dungeon. Dozens of chained cultivators were dragged out by an invisible force, thrown into the blood pool like livestock. They struggled in terror, but before they could land, they were crushed by an invisible force, their flesh and blood raining down into the pool. Boom! The blood pool bubbled violently. Rich blood energy surged into the sky, condensing in mid-air into twisted human faces, silently wailing. Tiger Peak ignored the vengeful gazes on those faces, grinning savagely before stepping into the blood pool. Zzz. As its fur touched the blood water, it emitted black smoke as if being burned by raging fire, its flesh dissolving at a visible speed, revealing eerie white bones. Yet at that moment, it seemed to feel no pain, instead letting out a low growl of pleasure. Not enough, still not enough. It opened its massive blood-red mouth, and a terrifying suction force erupted, causing the essence blood from the pool to surge wildly into its body. Those remaining limbs and bones that had yet to dissolve were all devoured. Chapter 35. In the principal's office of Baisher No. 1 Middle School, the old ceiling fan creaked as it turned. Principal Zheng Baichuan was sipping tea from a thermos when suddenly the phone rang. "Hello, old Chun, what's the matter?" He answered the phone leisurely, but the next second he spat out a mouthful of tea. "What? Su Li, a first-year student, 6th-tier martial artist?" The thermos crashed onto the table, splashing hot water everywhere. "Say that again." The usually silent Su Li from first year? He crippled Zhao Tianxiang. His eyes widened. His voice changing pitch, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the phone, his knuckles turning white. On the other end, Teacher Chun was still excitedly describing the scene at that time. Zheng Baichuan's expression gradually shifted from shock to ecstasy, his smile growing wider until he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Good, good. I really didn't expect that this little broken school could produce such a character." He slammed the table, causing the documents on it to scatter. "I'm only a 6th-tier too, and this kid is just as impressive as me, hiding it so deep." "What? You said Lin Qingwei was also beaten up?" Upon hearing the series of big news from the other end of the line, this middle-aged man, who had been the principal of Baisherno, one middle school for over 10 years, had a complex expression. Chapter 36. Haha. Li Changlong. Did you really think this deity would be unprepared? Tiger Peak grinned as it rose, its shoulder wound visibly healing. The three-headed serpent lord sneered, the middle head suddenly spitting out a mouthful of venom, aimed directly at Li Changlong's back. "Master, be careful," Jiang Xie exclaimed. Li Changlong quickly turned, lightning protecting his body, but still got grazed by the venom on his arm. He let out a muffled groan, instantly forcing out the toxin, but the excruciating pain and dizziness still rendered him sluggish. "Master!" Zhou Jitong and Shun, shouting, hurriedly fell back to defend, but were knocked back by the black-armored Bear King's punch. "Ants, no one gets to leave today." The Bear King laughed maniacally, his voice like thunder. In just over 10 minutes, the Law Enforcement Bureau team was pushed back step by step, suffering injuries. And the situation rapidly turned dire. Cold sweat dripped from Li Changlong's forehead. Although the toxin was suppressed, his combat power was affected. It was clear that this was a toxin designed specifically to target him. "I was careless, truly getting old." Li Changlong sighed helplessly in his heart, his expression grave, quickly contemplating countermeasures. The Beast God sect only had 6 demigods in total. Even counting the recently broken through Tiger Peak, there were only 7. Who would have thought that a small division camp would have 3 demigods? Chapter 37. Feeling the terrifying presence densely packed in the sky, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. Li Changlong quickly recognized this aura. The intense, ghostly energy was precisely the celestial anomaly that erupted from the Yang family ruins that day. He thought his imagination was already good, but when he faced the center of this anomaly up close, Li Changlong realized he had still underestimated it. He had served as the deputy director of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau for many years, fighting alongside the director across the north and south, and had read numerous books, possessing a broad knowledge base. Although he had some exposure to the ghostly path, the presence before him was not weak at all compared to his evil ghost royal soldiers, and he had no prior impression of them. This aura, this intensity, led the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau to conclude that these entities were definitely not creations that should exist in this world. He looked with a complex expression at the boy in midair. Su Li's secrets were far more than he had imagined. "Wow, that's so cool." At this moment, Chen Xiaoding and Zhou Jiadong looked at the crowd of black and gold figures, their eyes filled with stars. Chen Xiaoding thought the battle armor was very cool, while Zhou Jiatong felt that these evil ghost royal soldiers resembled Gundams. Having a sky full of Gundams come to aid was simply too cool, right? Chapter 38. Everyone stopped in their tracks and opened the defensive formation, feeling the terrifying power coming from deep within the bamboo forest. Li Changlong's face was half shocked and half horrified. He had never seen a martial artist able to unleash combat power comparable to a martial god. This Su Li was truly not acting at all. Many had already been injured in the previous battle, and now, with over 20 weakened hostages, there was no way to escape this bamboo forest in a short time. So, he immediately ordered everyone to stop, and, using himself as the center, activated the defensive formation on the spot. "Rise!" With a loud collective shout, a light blue barrier rose from the ground, a semicircular shield with flowing talismans covering everyone. In just 3 breaths after the shield was raised, a blood-red blade light roared in with terrifying power, uprooting dozens of bamboo trees over 10 meters high along the way. Boom! With a loud crash, The blade light slammed violently against the protective shield, and the members of the Law Enforcement Bureau gritted their teeth. With Li Changlong giving it his all, the light blue shield shook violently a few times before calming down again, and the blood-red blade light only lingered for about 2 breaths. Li Changlong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, with a scorched light blue talisman in his palm. Fortunately, it was a momentary burst of damage. If it had been continuous damage, it would be hard to say whether the shield could hold up. Chapter 39, Wujizong. The peak of the sect leader. Dugu Jiyo held the shattered life token of the wolf-like man in his hand, looking grim. According to the message returned by the wolf-like man at the last moment, the beast god cult branch in Jiangnan and Lingnan had been eradicated. To be precise, the message returned by the wolf-like man wasn't complete, but Dugu Jiyo already knew what had happened. Zhao Mingming had greeted him and informed him in advance about the evil tiger on the other side of the branch, as well as the news that Li Changlong was leading a group to attack. Although the evil tiger had a few screws loose, he was still quite normal when it mattered. Later, Dugu Jiyo also received news that the 3-headed serpent lord and the black armored bear demon had gone to assist, and that the serpent demon had specifically brought toxins targeting Li Changlong. 3 3-headed demonic beasts at the semi-divine level, plus countermeasures. And an insider like Zhao Ming who could turn traitor at any time. He really couldn't understand how this branch had been wiped out. Even if the demon-slaying Thundernet was deployed, it wouldn't be possible to kill all 3 semi-divine beasts at once. At most, one might be left behind. But they hadn't even fought back, nor had they escaped. Could it be that Li Changlong was really that incredible? Chapter 40. Yeah, that guy Su Li is too much. Leaving aside the facts, does he have no fault at all? Just wait, I'll expose him on Little Red Pepper. Baisher number 1 middle school, infirmary. Lin Xinghua lay on the hospital bed, her knee, shattered by Su Li's 6-tier pressure, finally returning to normal thanks to dozens of rare medicinal herbs. Beside her sat a girl with a high forehead and a pointed chin, Su Man, one of Lin Xinghua's few friends at Baisher number 1 middle school. At this moment, Su Man squinted her not-so-bright cross-eyed gaze, opened Little Red Pepper, and logged into her account, I don't eat coriander, martial exam version. Family, who understands? Today my good sister was beaten by a national boy, and anyone who passes by has to take a few punches. Lin Xinghua helplessly looked at her good friend, her mind flashing back to Su Li's reckless and ruthless methods that day, making her shiver involuntarily. Man, don't complain about Su Li to your girlfriends. You saw how Zhao Tianxiang was beaten to a pulp by him, and if he finds out you're trash-talking him online, you'll definitely be taught a lesson too. Su Man recalled how Zhao Tianxiang had been carried out of the infirmary like a dead dog just 15 minutes ago, being transferred to the first hospital. And her seasoned fists, which had been boxing for over 10 years, couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 41. There's no need for the benefactor to panic. After all, ambushing such a level of martial arts prodigy is a plan that involves licking blood from the tip of a knife. As long as the plan succeeds, both you and I can gain tremendous rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, right? The blood-robed master stroked the infant tooth beads around his neck, slightly opening his empty eyes. Your eyes, Dugu Huaigu, saw the empty eye sockets of the demonic monk, a memory flashing through his mind, and the next second, his sword box erupted with a buzzing sound. Clang! A snow-white longsword fell into Dugu Huaigu's hand, the blade carrying countless sharp sword energies. Pointing directly at the blood-robed master, sitting opposite Dugu Jiyo, Dugu Jiyo felt as if he was facing a great enemy, an ancient bronze bell appearing in his hand. As he stared intently at the demon monk clad in a blood-red robe, unleashing all his peak master-level vitality without reservation. With the bizarre staff inscribed with Sanskrit and the sacrificial ritual for the eyes, he suddenly understood whose opportunity the blood-robe master had obtained. Benefactor, please remain calm. It's just that he has obtained the opportunity of that ancient demon monk. The poor Taoist has no intention of making a move against the two of you. The blood-robe master's expression remained unchanged, and as his words fell, he emanated an aura that was very familiar to Dugu Jiyo. Chapter 42. System. Do you have a way to bring these people back to life? Returning to the host, of course I do. I have selected the immortal grade treasure, the Yin-Yang life and death brush for you. Due to the host's currently low realm, and this realm not being able to withstand the power of the immortal grade treasure, the system has greatly reduced the authority of this treasure for you. Immortal grade treasure, Yin-Yang life and death brush, greatly damaged, can perform the simplest healing of injuries and reverse the life and death of ordinary beings. Note, if in complete condition and combined with the immortal grade treasure, the Yin Yang Life and Death Book, it could probably overturn the heavenly Tao of life and death and the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao of life and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Such matters were still too distant for him. Taking one step at a time was Su Li's style of doing things. As Su Li raised his hands, a strange brush emitting a faint black and white halo appeared in his hand. Immortal grade treasure, Yin Yang Life and Death Brush. Damaged state. Li Changlong and his group looked at the brush radiating black and white light in shock. This item was definitely more than a heavenly grade top-tier item. Even in its greatly damaged state, when Su Li began to inject chaotic energy into it, it still triggered a certain degree of natural phenomena. Chapter 43. You ask if Su Li knows the consequences of forcibly disrupting the cycle of reincarnation? He can very clearly tell you that he knows it all too well. Under the influence of the eye of causality, he found that he had gained thousands of causal threads that originally did not belong to him. These causal threads extended into the future timeline, inevitably bringing him many calamities. But so what? If someone comes to cause trouble, it means there are endless evil points. He actually hopes someone will come to cause trouble. Without an external aid, it would be called a calamity. With an external aid, it would be called windfall. Even those top sects, Su Li felt no fear whatsoever. With his external aid, his growth speed was like finishing 200 jungle runs in 1 second. Could he really be beaten by a player who barely counts as a microspender? The crowd in the hospital had just begun to search for the godlike young figure when they found that Su Li had already disappeared from the spot without them noticing. Li Changlong scanned the area, but couldn't find Su Li, feeling a bit worried. Such an earth-shattering act was likely to incur significant backlash. He took out his phone, opened Su Li's message chat, and was about to inquire when he saw that Su Li's message had already come in first. Chapter 44. Detected that you publicly slapped the instigator of the dirty water, Su Man. After being slapped by you, Su Man is filled with anger and various negative emotions. Evil value 2,500. Su Li, are you crazy? Martial artists cannot act against ordinary people. This is the regulation of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Su Man sat slumped on the ground, covering her face, as milk tea dripped from her hair, ruining her carefully done makeup. She widened her eyes, seemingly unable to believe that Su Li really dared to act publicly. The onlooking students gasped, some exclaiming in surprise, while more raised their phones to capture the moment frantically. Lin Qinyue was also stunned. She had anticipated that Su Li would make a move, but she didn't expect him to do it so decisively. Su Li shook his hand with a playful smile on his face. What? Didn't you ask me to hit you? I'm the type who dislikes refusing others' requests. Besides, the complete regulation states that martial artists cannot use true energy to attack ordinary people, and I didn't use true energy. If I had used true energy, you would have died long ago. Su Li's aura suddenly changed. The pressure of a 6th-tier martial master surged forth like a tide, causing Su Man, who had just stood up, to collapse in fear. Chapter 45. Detected Principal Zheng Baichuan's fury. Cleaning up the mess for you. Evil value 3,000. This is acceptable? Su Li raised an eyebrow. He thought the principal was coming to mediate, but instead, he directly learned to persuade people with courtesy like himself. Su Man and the group of raucous students were blown apart by this pressure, falling to the ground like leaves scattered by a gale. They looked up in terror, only to see Zheng Baichuan's face dark and his eyes blazing with rage. You bunch of fools. His voice boomed like thunder, lacking even the most basic judgment. Feeling pleased to be used as a pawn? Zheng Baichuan's robes moved without wind, the pressure of a 6th-tier martial master enveloping the entire area. He scanned the surroundings, and wherever his gaze fell, the originally boisterous students all lowered their heads as if they were ducks with their necks grabbed. You say Su Li bullied ordinary people and slandered Su Man, but let me tell you, not only did he go to the Beast God sect yesterday to slay 3 demigod-level beasts, but he also saved a large number of related personnel. A warrior who has achieved such remarkable feats. Tell me, what reason does he have to engage in such despicable acts of bullying and slander against others? Chapter 46. You won't die with me. Be careful. No one expected Su Man to suddenly lash out. Nor did they anticipate that an ordinary person would possess a mysterious grade, magical treasure. The blood-red tip of the dagger pierced the air, swiftly stabbing towards Su Li. Lin Qingwei, closest to Su Li, changed her expression and shouted, immediately summoning her silver-white spear to try to block Su Manman's attack. But the boy's speed was clearly faster. Facing the rapidly approaching mysterious gray dagger, Su Li did not dodge. His 5 fingers formed a fist, and he directly met it head-on. The dark fist surged with a fierce wind, carrying enough power to easily crush everyone present, and it collided forcefully with the blood-red dagger tip. Boom! At the moment of collision between the fist and the dagger, a blinding light erupted, and a violent shockwave swept the surroundings, knocking over all the onlookers. Onlookers, my goodness! 3 times. I've been knocked down 3 times just for watching. Lin Qingwei was pushed back several steps, her silver-white spear dragging a deep mark on the ground as she barely stabilized herself. Su Manman's complexion changed drastically. She felt an unstoppable force coming from the dagger. Her tiger's mouth instantly splitting open, blood dripping down the dagger. Crack! Chapter 47 Qingshan Sword Sect, Sword Tomb at the Back Mountain. At the entrance of the Sword Tomb, Chen Xingjian, as usual, stayed here for half a day to ensure that Jian Wujia would not go astray in his sword cultivation due to an unstable mind. Ever since Jian Wujia lost his beloved disciple that day, and his original avatar was annihilated, he had plunged into the Sword Tomb and remained in seclusion. Once settled in the Sword Tomb, the flow of time inside slows down more than tenfold compared to the outside world. And 3 days in reality represent that Jian Wujia has actually been in seclusion for a full month. He looked at the Taibu mirror in his hand and sighed deeply, his expression becoming somewhat numb. The image in the mirror remained dark and unclear. Even after 4 cycles of gradual exploration, he still couldn't find any background or information about the boy. A 16-year-old martial artist with 100,000 zhong spirit platform. His fingers involuntarily tightened, and the shock in his eyes had not diminished one bit compared to 3 days ago when he first heard the news. There was no way. Such talent was completely astonishing, and placed in the ancient era's great sects, it would surely lead to becoming an immortal and a martial arts powerhouse. Even saying so would be an understatement of the boy's gifts. The boy also possessed the heaven-defying combat power to crush opponents beyond his level. Chapter 48 Wujia. Chen Xingjian's voice trembled, and the purple light of the Taibu mirror flickered. He clearly saw a blood-colored swastika seal slowly rotating in the center of Jian Wujia's forehead. A strange aura slowly emanated from Jian Wujia, and as the rotation of that bizarre seal accelerated, a sound of something cracking faintly echoed in the air. Boom! Jian Wujia raised his hand to summon the phantom of the Qingming sword, and a blood-red light suddenly erupted from his body. All the ancient swords in the sword tomb began to hum slightly, and beams of sword cries soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. Thus, Jian Wujia of the Qingshan sword sect stepped over the threshold of a martial god and officially became the second martial god of the Qingshan sword sect. The sword master, in pursuit of a breakthrough, voluntarily practiced the ancient demon monk friend's legacy, the blood zen sword path of the demon Buddha, sword immortal. Master Shuejia clasped his hands together, emitting a series of eerie laughs. Combined with the sword master's merciless sword path, he had now fused with the will of the demon Buddha, sword immortal, reaching a moment of great enlightenment. Nonsense! Chen Xingjian shouted in fury, and 7 chains of starlight suddenly shot out from the Taibu mirror. My sect master looks down on these heretical paths, and that demon Buddha sword immortal is regarded as a disgrace to the sword path by him. How could he choose to accept the legacy and fuse his will with it? Chapter 49. These 2 chapters are purely abstract and humorous. This book adheres to the principle of no female protagonist. Readers who mind can skip these 2 chapters. After all, most girls are attracted to strength, and it's normal for the protagonist to be favored. Hong, when is just a normal reaction of a 16-year-old's bodily functions. The protagonist's mind is stable. Unbeatable alone. Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, Deputy Director's Office. Double cultivation. Jiangxia looked at her master in shock, her face as red as a ripe persimmon. Her master actually wanted her to double cultivate with Su Li, although she lacked emotional intelligence and was as wooden as a log when it came to feelings. She still understood the concept of double cultivation. Jiang Xie's mind flashed with some embarrassing images. No, she still didn't understand very well. Master, double cultivation? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Changlong looked at the pretending to be innocent Jiang Xie, having anticipated this, and smiled slightly. conjuring up more than a dozen brightly colored little booklets that he had rummaged from under the girl's bed. The 12 things that Tao companions must do about how I saved the cultivation world with dual cultivation. I was rejected from marriage, but became the strongest in all realms through dual cultivation guide from beginner to burial chapter 50. This matter is off the table. The rejected girl seemed struck by lightning, her figure swaying violently, and after the shock on her face came a deep sense of frustration. Why? Why won't you dual cultivate with me? Suli's face was flushed, but he still pretended to be calm. He was really puzzled. Why could this seemingly aloof girl say such a shameful term as dual cultivation with a straight face? His mind was racing. Are you out of your mind? Because I have a martial arts exam in a couple of days, and I'm still a minor. Jiang Xie, are you trying to affect my exam results or harm the mental and physical health of a minor? Do you want to receive the Iron Bar's Tears Grand gift package? Su Li's tense expression relaxed as if he had found a lifeline, and without saying a word, he threw out several hats. I didn't tee, it's not me. Jiang Xie flailed her hands in panic, her face turning red as she stammered an explanation. I'm in after the martial arts exam, and I've checked the information. Boys can start at 16. Su Li was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this was bad. The visitor had actually done research. Chapter 51, Shui Ling Xian Sect. Although it called itself a sect, its strength was still inferior compared to the Qingshan Sword sect. Only the sect leader, Shui Ji Ling, was an 8th-level demigod, while the other elders were barely masters. Such a sect would always be at the bottom of the power rankings. If it weren't for the peaceful coexistence treaty issued by the Law Enforcement Bureau, this sect would have likely been swallowed by other powers long ago. Their weakened strength was evident when they didn't even spare the Song Zhong, whose spirit platform was barely over 3,000 zhong. As for seeking revenge on Su Li, sect leader Shui Ji Ling believed she didn't have the capability. Her purpose was to keep everyone in the sect safe and develop. If there were geniuses, she would try to recruit them, and if not, then so be it. The focus was on anti-poison and survival outside the circle. She also planned to try to recruit Su Li after the martial arts exam ended. However, it was proven that in the high martial world, strength was paramount. As long as one has strength didn't keep up, no matter how much one tried to survive, they couldn't escape the fate of being treated like lamb skewers. In less than 2 hours, the entire sect of over 1,000 people was annihilated, with everyone's Dantian destroyed and cultivation devoured. The protective formation of the Shui Ling Xian sect shattered under Jian Wujing's sword, with countless runes exploding and spiritual energy dissipating. The entire sect was enveloped in a blood-red haze, with wails echoing. Chapter 52, Stubborn. The warm smile on the face of the blood Jew master gradually disappeared, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. The snake-shaped bracelet in his hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a 100-foot giant python that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the water barrier. Boom! The giant python crashed into the barrier, causing the water curtain to tremble violently, but it surprisingly held firm against the blow. Jian Wujing frowned slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Burning essence blood to forcefully enhance strength shows some backbone. The blood Jew master sneered, and the infant tooth Buddha beads in his hand suddenly scattered, transforming into 108 blood-colored skulls that hovered in the air. Unfortunately, backbone 1T save your lives. Go! 18 skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, spewing out a foul-smelling blood mist that instantly corroded the water curtain barrier. Zizi the water curtain melted at a visible speed, and Shui Ji Ling's face grew paler. But at that moment, she erupted with astonishing willpower, still holding on tightly. Sect leader, we will assist you. Several elders were finally inspired by her determination, gritting their teeth and burning their essence blood to infuse spiritual power into the barrier. Boom! The barrier stabilized again, temporarily blocking the corrosion of the blood mist. Chapter 53. A golden figure fell like a meteor onto the ruins of the Shui Ling Xian sect, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Changlong slowly straightened up, the black uniform of the Law Enforcement Bureau flapping in the wind, and the golden badge representing the deputy director on his chest shimmered with a faint light. Li, deputy director? Shui Ji Ling struggled to lift her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, but quickly dimmed. No, run. These are two real martial gods. Li Changlong did not look back, only gently raised his right hand, and an ice-blue spiritual power barrier instantly unfolded, protecting the remaining disciples of the Shui Ling Xian sect. Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau Li Changlong, I have met you both. His voice was eerily calm, but fine ice crystals began to appear around him, openly violating the peace treaty and slaughtering a sect. Do you know your crimes? The blood Jew master squinted, the infant tooth Buddha beads around his neck, emitting an eerie red light. TSK, TSK, TSK. ISNT, this the Ice Thunder Duel Supreme for back in the day? How about it? A mere half-step martial god dares to come and seek death? Jian Wujing said nothing, but the long sword in his hand had already begun to glow with a blood-red light. Li Changlong took a deep breath, and the spiritual power within him began to surge wildly. He could feel that his dark injuries had completely healed. This was the first time in 30 years he could fight with all his strength. Chapter 54. Looking at the confident group, Su Li's gaze was calm, his expression unchanged. A broken formation made you so confident? Did you forget to take your medicine before going out? The Blood Fiend ceiling formation was as red as blood, with countless fine runes moving within the formation, twisting around him like living creatures. Su Li could feel the scarlet formation continuously devouring his true energy. But can you absorb it faster than my Dantian's miniature perpetual motion machine? The boy's mocking voice entered everyone's ears, and several faces darkened. Dugu Xingyang's entire body surged with gun intent, and a silver-white cold light shone as he produced a Shinjiti gun. Arrogant, daring to be stubborn even when death is at hand. Dugu Shuang sneered, her eyes filled with coldness as frost began to gather at her fingertips. After I drain your true energy, let us see how arrogant you could still be. Dugu Huaigu and Dugu Juyo also had displeased expressions. After becoming demigods, when had they ever been insulted like this? The 2's 8th level half-god aura erupted without concealment, and the thick blood energy caused the surrounding trees to crack. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Even if you have monstrous talent and exceptional qualifications, you are still just a martial artist. Below the master level, everything is just fodder. Chapter 55. Zhenyang. Dugu Shuang's eyes widened in rage, screaming sharply. Little beast, you're seeking death. Dugu Huaigu roared in fury, and the dark sword box behind him suddenly exploded. Two dazzling cold lights shooting up into the sky. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens, and two inferior heavenly swords were unsheathed simultaneously. At the first sound of the sword, white frost instantly covered the vegetation within 100 jom. The second sound of the sword followed closely, and the moisture in the air was vaporized into mist, the scorching air waves distorting the light. Two heavenly swords stood in the air, their sword bodies flowing with Tao rhythms that caused a violent disturbance in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The sword on the left was entirely ice blue. Wherever its blade pointed, even space condensed into fine ice crystals. The sword on the right was crimson like blood, with a blazing sun gem embedded in its hilt that was exhaling fierce flames. Han Ming, Qi Xiao. Dugu Huaigu clasped his hands in a seal. With each word he uttered, the ground beneath him sank 3 points. The two swords combined their Tao. Boom! The two swords suddenly intertwined and rotated. The ice and fire powers were not simply stacked, but evolved into a Taiji diagram in midair. Extreme cold and extreme heat toward each other, actually ripping open black cracks in the void. At the same time, Dugu Gigu's thin fingers had already formed 72 seals. Chapter 56. Boom! At the moment the ice-fire Taiji diagram collided with the blood-colored blade light, the entire world suddenly fell silent. The ultimate energy clash created visible shockwaves, causing the space within 1,000 miles to shatter like a mirror. Su Li, who had scared off the demon beasts when he killed the Spider King, had not even felt the joy of survival before he was hit hard by the shockwave. Those with low cultivation were directly treated as a slowdown zone, and even those with high cultivation were also treated as a slowdown zone. The two terrifying energies nearly destroyed everything in sight, creating a massive ravine that stretched for 1,000 miles. How could this be? How could this be? Dugu Huaigu spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was horrified to find that the two heavenly swords were violently trembling. The ice crystal Tao patterns of the Hanming sword had spiderweb-like cracks, and the blazing sun gem of the Qishao sword was actually dimming. This is impossible. He frantically manipulated the sword technique, and his usually calm face was filled with panic. The combination of the two swords is... Before he could finish his sentence, the blood-colored blade light suddenly split into 9 paths, each blade light revealing a fierce ghost emperor phantom. These phantoms opened their massive mouths and began to tear and devour the yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram. Chapter 57. Why is it you? Li Changlong looked at the figure in black robes coming from the horizon, looking completely bewildered. Didn't he call for that old man Fong Wujing? Why is Su Li here? But there was no time to think too much now. This was simply nonsense. Li Changlong quickly reacted, raising his hand to send out a gust of energy, intending to push Su Li away. The boy's cultivation was still at the 6th level. Even with the terrifying combat power of fighting beyond his level, he was still up against 2 martial gods. The gap between a martial god and a martial master is not just a small difference. Are you kidding me? A martial god who can utilize the laws of heaven and earth against a martial master who has just begun to sense those laws. Even saying just begun is beautifying it. Tell me, how are you going to fight? Did you think that after killing 3 demigod demon beasts that day, you could challenge a martial god? You're getting ahead of yourself, truly getting ahead of yourself. Li Changlong shouted with the loudest voice he could muster. Su Li, run away. This is a battle of martial gods. You cannot resist. However, that black-robed figure seemed not to hear, digging in his ears, and continued to walk towards the center of the battlefield. A 6th-level martial master? Feeling the low martial realm of the newcomer, the blood-robe master was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Chapter 58. At the center of the Pacific Ocean, the headquarters of the Beast God sect, an inconspicuous artificial island quietly stood in the ocean, its surface cleverly disguised as a naturally formed coral reef. Even the most advanced satellite detection technology could hardly discern its true form. The complex and ever-changing ocean currents surrounding it formed a natural barrier. Only those familiar with specific navigation routes could approach this forbidden place. On the artificial island, the light of the teleportation array shone through the hidden thickets, and a blood-soaked figure stumbled out from within. The terror in the figure's eyes had not yet faded, and his body trembled like a sieve. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! The living forces that could support the Wuji sect's facade were almost entirely annihilated by the boy, leaving the entire sect in name only. He could never have imagined the boy's combat power could reach such an outrageous level. The snake-shaped bracelet on Dugu Jiuyo's wrist had long since shattered, and the treasures on him had been completely destroyed under the boy's terrifying offensive. The despair brought by the 6th-level combat power was comparable to that of a 9th-level martial god. It was truly outrageous. At this moment, his aura was extremely weak. If it weren't for the astonishing survival while he erupted in the last moment, along with the instant movement mark left for him by the Beast God Lord. Chapter 59. After Dugu Jiuyo left, the phantom of the man in the green robe did not return to the throne. He casually raised his hand, and the throne, glowing with ancient Sanskrit, transformed, slowly taking the shape of a massive obelisk. Beneath the obelisk was connected to a blood pool, and at the bottom of the blood pool was a massive and complex formation that nearly outlined the sea area of nearly 100 miles. Surrounding the formation were 9 small obelisks. Each small obelisk was engraved with a terrifying skull. These skulls belonged to the elders of the Beast God sect, each with a cultivation level of at least 8th-level demigods. Soon the man in the green robe stood with his hands behind his back, his wide sleeves moving without wind. He gazed at the massive obelisk formed from the throne, a playful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. After 1,000 years of planning, dawn finally breaks. His voice was soft, but it caused the air in the entire temple to freeze. The ancient Sanskrit on the obelisk flickered slightly with his words, as if responding to its master's call. The blood pool at the base of the obelisk rippled, and thick blood plasma occasionally floated up, revealing a few corpses that had not completely dissolved. The man in the green robe carelessly tapped the surface of the pool with his toes, instantly stirring up a circle of strange ripples. Chapter 60. The blood robe master's Buddhist staff thudded heavily, causing the ground within 100 miles to crack like a spider web. His eyes glowed with blood, and the blood-colored robe moved without wind. The golden Sanskrit embroidered on it began to ooze bright red blood beads. Little beast, being able to force me to use the true inheritance of the ancient demon monk, you can die with pride. As the power within him surged, the blood robe master regained some confidence in his voice. This move was originally reserved for dealing with those old immortals, but today I will use you as a sacrifice for my staff. His voice was no longer hoarse, but carried an eerie authority, as if some ancient existence was speaking through him. The relic on the top of the staff exploded with a loud bang, and bloodlight shot into the sky, staining the entire sky red. The clouds rolled, and countless blood-colored Sanskrit characters peeled away from the staff, intertwining in the air to form a towering blood-colored Buddha. The Buddha had a fierce appearance, and in the center of its forehead was a bizarre vertical pupil identical to that of the Blood-Robe Master. A primal, savage aura from ancient times spread out, causing one's heart to tremble. If any practitioners were to see this, they would recognize that the phantom bore the likeness of that ancient demon monk. Demon law, floating stupa, death, sacrifice. The phantom of the Buddha opened its eyes wide in anger, and with a palm pressed down, the blood-colored robe transformed again into a sea of blood. Chapter 61. The ancient demon monk and the phantom of the demon Buddha, sword immortal, are not merely projections of power, but rather the remnants of ancient powers. Initially, they sensed Su Li's chaotic aura and trembled slightly. A sixth-tier martial artist possesses such depth? The ancient demon monks thought waves carried a hint of surprise. Interesting. This child has extraordinary talent. The phantom of the demon Buddha, sword immortal, also cast a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly evaluating. However, when they realized Su Li intended to confront the inheritances of the two saints with his sixth-tier body, the two phantoms almost simultaneously erupted in anger. Arrogant. The ancient demon monk's thoughts roared like thunder. No matter how high the talent, without self-awareness, one is ultimately a fool. What we admire are the intelligent prodigies, not reckless fools. The demon Buddha, sword immortal, sneered. A mere sixth-tier dares to challenge the martial god? Seeking death. However, when the young man donned the yellow robe, their expressions changed dramatically in an instant. A gaze from a higher realm was bypassing their phantoms, locking onto their true bodies. The two exchanged glances and almost immediately made a decision. Run. Quickly flee. They connected at light speed to their true bodies in the upper realm, swiftly cutting off all ties to this phantom. Chapter 62. Su Li was indifferent to this atmosphere, or more accurately, he felt nothing about the flattery and cheers. After all, he was only after the evil value, and whether these people lived or died was of no concern to him. Reviving so many souls last time was merely a whim. Su Li did not consider himself a benevolent person. Once they became his enemies, they had to be prepared to be violently torn apart. Of course, he would occasionally take care of his own people. Rubbing his temples, Su Li felt a bit of a headache. He had already left the water spirit immortal sect for thousands of miles, yet the old man beside him showed no sign of leaving, chattering incessantly. If it weren't for his massive background of evil value points and the dozen or so precious medicinal herbs, each at least 500 years old, that the old man had just brought him, he would have started to chase him away long ago. Rubbing his temples, Su Li looked helplessly at the old man beside him. To be honest, this old man was quite amusing. He completely did not match the imposing, mysterious, and powerful image of the head of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau that Su Li had imagined. If it weren't for Feng Wuji's thick aura of demonic beast blood and the faint Tao rhythm unique to martial gods, he would suspect this was some old man pretending to be Feng Wuji, trying to get close to him. Chapter 63. You want to participate in the martial exam? You are 16 this year? Feng Wuji directly screamed in shock. The martial god's outburst carried a hint of sonic weaponry, creating a small whirlwind. This gust of wind spread from Su Li's rented room, sweeping up countless pairs of underwear hanging outside, carefreely blowing them away. Watching his underwear vanish into the sky, the surrounding buildings echoed with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Su Li rubbed his ears, which were buzzing from shock. With a face of disdain, "What are you shouting about? Is it strange that I'm 16? Feng Wuji forcibly closed his mouth, which had dropped in surprise. Feeling a bit annoyed, as a director, he had lost composure in front of a junior. It was all Li Changlong's fault for not bolding the age column. His mind raced with Su Li's impressive achievements, reviving thousands of souls, killing 3 demonic beast demigods, and making 2 martial gods beg for mercy. Is this something a 16-year-old can do? Wait. Feng Wuji suddenly grasped the key point. You want to participate in the martial exam? With your cultivation. You want to participate in the martial exam? Su Li calmly took a sip of cola. Yes, is there a problem? Chapter 64. Breakthrough to Grandmaster? Feng Wuji's voice suddenly rose by 8 tones, his normally stern face contorted like a crumpled piece of paper. Su Xiaoyu, you can kill 2 martial gods across tiers. And you still need me to protect you? You just finished fighting and are already looking to break through. Don't you need to recover? Feng Wuji's temples throbbed. Not to mention the unbelievable act of wanting to break through right after a fight. He really wanted to ask if it was necessary for him to protect him. Su Li lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, and a light blue system panel unfolded, looking at the 4 million evil values bouncing on it. The young man felt a strong itch in his heart. He couldn't hold back any longer with so many evil values. He had to inject them into his little level immediately. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. This won't do. Let's go outside the city first. 10 minutes later, at the boundary of the demonic beast mountain range, Feng Wuji watched Su Li stuff 1,000-year blood ginseng into his mouth like a sunflower seed, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. That precious spiritual herb, which could make a grandmaster fight for it, was currently being bitten into juice, with ginseng roots dangling from the young man's mouth. What a waste, seeing the precious medicinal materials he had given to the youth being consumed like this. Feng Wuji felt heartbroken and stomped his feet. Chapter 65. As dusk fell and the lights came on, Zhao Tianxiang stood on the pear-wood floor of the Yu family's reception hall, unconsciously rubbing the cuff of his school uniform. The ticking of the gilded clock was particularly clear in the quiet space, and the blue smoke rising from the sandalwood incense burner traced a winding path under the light. So you mean to say, Yu Chuan's long fingers lightly tapped the Wang Wali coffee table, the ice-type true energy crystallizing into tiny frost flowers at his fingertips. The young master of the Yu family was dressed in a moon-white tang suit today, with the collar embroidered with exquisite cold plum patterns, looking like a refined and noble young gentleman, if one ignored the lingering gloom in his eyes. Yu Chuan stood not far from Zhao Tianxiang, speaking coldly. You mean to say that Baisher No. 1 High School produced a 6th-tier martial artist capable of sweeping this year's martial exam? And he's just a first-year student? You tell me someone can reach 6th-tier martial artist at 16? As a martial arts prodigy who reached the 4th-tier early stage at 18. His reputation was almost on par with Lin Qinghua from Baisher No. 1 High School. To say they were on par was more accurate to say he had always lived in Lin Qinghua's shadow. The head of the Yu family is Father Yulong. Chapter 66. The summer nights in Jiangnan province are hot and humid, with the sounds of cicadas rising and falling. In the conference room of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, 5 figures sat around a redwood round table, the ceiling fan creaking as it turned, unable to dispel the gunpowder-like tension in the air. Principal Zhao Taizhan of Qingyun High School slammed down his teacup heavily, tea splashing onto the sandalwood table, immediately evaporating into wisps of white steam due to the heat. This middle-aged man with a mustache had a gleam in his eyes. In my opinion, this year's champion must be our Yu Chuan, a 4th-tier martial artist. The family SI's dragon blade technique has reached great perfection, and last month he single-handedly killed a peak 3rd-tier iron-armored rhinoceros. Principal Zhao was perhaps a bit too confident. Li Fenglan from Xiang Girls High School gently brushed her silver hair, the jade bracelet on her wrist jingling with her movements. Although the Liu siblings are only at the 3rd rank, the power of the double star strike technique caused a 4th-rank teacher from your school to suffer a hidden loss last year. The air conditioner in the corner of the conference room suddenly made a clattering sound, interrupting the conversation as it switched to cooling mode. Wang Zhenhai from Linjiang High School seized the opportunity to sneer, his thick arms veins resembling gnarled old tree roots. The martial arts exam is about real hunting points, not a performance match. Chapter 67. Between the master and the 8th-rank demigod, there seems to be only a layer of paper, but in reality, is the difference between heaven and earth. If cultivation is compared to climbing a mountain, then the 7th-rank master is like a person standing beneath the clouds. The 8th-rank demigod has already penetrated the sea of clouds and seen the scenery at a higher level. This layer of clouds difference has caused countless exceptionally gifted masters to spend their entire lives only gazing in admiration. The true essence of a 7th-rank master is like the sea, vast and magnificent. With a wave of their hand, they can break mountains and open rivers with a lifespan of up to 500 years. Already a godlike existence in the eyes of mortals. But ultimately, they still rely on mortal strength. It's like using brute force to swing a sledgehammer. Although the power is astonishing, it never truly follows the method. The 8th-rank demigod, however, is entirely different. The true essence within them has transformed into a higher level of divine power, a force that carries its own spirituality and can resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. It's like a blacksmith suddenly realizing the true essence of forging. With the same strike, they no longer rely on brute force, but instead utilize the properties of the metal itself. The key to breaking through lies in condensing essence into crystals. The true essence of ordinary masters is like mist, large in quantity but loose. The pinnacle of the seventh rank can condense mist into droplets, which is the realm of true essence transforming into the sea. Chapter 68. Brother, have you heard? In the bright training ground, Lu Yao, having just finished training, lay lazily on the ground, the overhead lights glaringly bright. Looking at her cousin with a puzzled expression, she casually remarked, I heard that a first-year student from Baisha No. 1 High School has skipped a grade to register for the martial arts exam. Seems to be called Su. Right, Su Li? Lu Feng's training dumbbells paused slightly in his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Skipping a grade to participate in the martial arts exam? That's quite rare. But Yao Yao, is this little matter worth your attention? He squatted down beside Lu Yao, naturally brushing aside the hair sticking to her sweaty forehead, his fingertips barely grazing her hot earlobe. Spreading some negative news to disturb the mindset before the exam has been quite common in recent years. Oh, brother. Lu Yao pouted and swatted his hand away, her face full of indignation. That's news from our school's principal, and that Su Li is a third-rank warrior. A 16-year-old third-rank warrior, brother. Lu Yao suddenly sat up, her eyes flashing with jealous fire. I practiced hard for so many years just to reach the peak of the third rank. How can he? Chapter 69. The morning light was faint, and the eastern sky glowed with a hint of fish belly white. Su Li opened his eyes from the bed in the rental apartment, jumped up brisk and spirited. After breaking through, he had not slept a wink for a full 6 hours. The exhilaration from breaking through 2 major realms was akin to consuming a whole box of stimulants. He felt incredibly energetic. After calming the blood and energy within him that was still faintly roaring, Su Li took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and dozens of unread messages popped up. Over 80% of the messages came from that old man Fong Wuji. The deluge of message notifications gave Su Li a slight headache, so he simply put his phone on silent. At the top of the message list was Fong Wuji's avatar, followed by a conspicuous red number 47. The director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau sent a message every 10 minutes. The latest one appeared 5 minutes ago. Kid, are you still alive? Su Li could imagine Fong Wuji pacing back and forth in his office, his grizzled brows knitted together, occasionally picking up his phone to check for replies. He couldn't help but smile, his fingertips lightly tapping the screen. Still alive and kicking. Thanks for your concern. Chapter 70. The young man's black robe fluttered without wind, the hem slightly lifted as if supported by an invisible airflow. He walked steadily, the soles of his boots landing on the bluestone ground without making a sound. The noise in the square gradually quieted down, and countless gazes were involuntarily drawn to him. Is that Su Li? Someone whispered in surprise. The news of Su Li skipping a grade to take the exam had not been deliberately suppressed. A considerable number of candidates were already aware of this dark horse. The advanced student from Baisha No. 1 High School? Isn't he only a third-rank warrior? How come? The speaking candidate swallowed hard, not daring to continue. What do you feel? Someone next to him asked. Feels scarier than some fifth-rank warriors from universities. The murmurs spread like ripples, and soon, all the candidates in the square noticed this black-robed youth. Some were shocked, some skeptical, while others showed flashes of jealousy and disdain. Zheng Baichuan and several principals had already approached. Su Li, how did you rest last night? Zheng Baichuan asked with a smile, his tone warm, as if merely expressing ordinary concern from an elder. Su Li nodded slightly, his voice calm. It was all right. Chapter 71. Lu Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. Slowly retracting his hand that was suspended in midair, his knuckles slightly whitening. Classmate Su Li, his voice remained gentle, yet carried a chilling undertone. Some things are better thought through before speaking. Lu Yao trembled with anger. Brother, he called us lunatics. Her delicate face flushed red, and the cuff of her martial artist's outfit, edged with gold threads, suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, leaving a white mark on the ground. I want him to crawl over on his knees and lick my shoes. Surrounding candidates stepped back a few paces, fearing the fallout. Who doesn't know the name of the Lu family in Jiangnan Province? They're a true martial arts family with deep roots. And there is even an 8th-rank demigod in their clan. Moreover, Lu Yao and Lu Feng. One is an unreasonable young lady, and the other is a protective brother. Su Li is bound to encounter big trouble once he enters the examination room. But Su Li didn't even lift his eyelids, lightly brushing off his sleeve as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. Idiot, he said lightly. Lu Feng finally couldn't hold back his hypocritical facade of gentleness. A hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Good, very good. It seems you are determined to oppose my Lu family. Chapter 72. Su Li didn't even spare a glance, throwing out several pre-prepared, cold, ice sword chi. The sword chi exploded in midair, sending a shockwave that sent Li Fenglan flying. Li Fenglan steadied herself in midair, a dazzling red light erupting around her, the pressure of a 6th-rank martial artist causing the entire observation platform to tremble. With an angry shout, Su Li, you are too presumptuous. For the shockwave that just flipped her over, Li Fenglan did not take it to heart. In her eyes, it was normal for a genius like Su Li to have 1 or 2 trump cards. As for a 16-year-old, 6th-tier warrior, is that even possible? Su Li gently snapped his fingers, and a frost-blue sword aura suddenly shot up from the ground, precisely blocking Li Fenglan's path. Principal Li, Su Li finally turned around. His gaze as cold as polar ice. I advise you to think carefully before making a move. Su Li prided himself on being very kind-hearted and still held a proper respect for teachers as a profession. Of course, this was limited to normal teachers with moral integrity. Li Fenglan abruptly halted, her expression fluctuating between dark and light. She fixed her gaze on the token in Su Li's hand, then glanced at the nearly lifeless Lu Feng on the ground, her chest heaving violently. Chapter 73. The light of the teleportation array gradually faded, but Lu Yao's pupils still reflected the final moment. Lu Feng was struck in the chest by a sudden blast of icy energy, his whole body flying back like a kite with its string cut. She clearly saw the trickle of blood at the corner of her brother's mouth, appearing glaringly scarlet under the sunlight. How could this happen? Her heart suddenly tightened, and her fingers instinctively clenched the longbow. But soon, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. It was just a sneak attack, she sneered, her fingertips gently stroking the arrow feathers, her gaze gradually regaining its arrogance. A mere 3rd-tier warrior dares to injure my brother? It was nothing but a despicable tactic taken by surprise. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Lu Feng was a peak 3rd-tier warrior. What was Su Li? Just an unknown pawn, relying on a sneak attack for a momentary advantage. Moreover, there were proctors outside the exam room. If things escalated, Su Li would definitely be taken down on the spot. This realization straightened her back. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting mottled shadows on her face, highlighting the sharpness of her slightly upturned phoenix eyes. A malicious plan was taking shape in her heart. If I find you. Chapter 74. A clear jingling sound came from deep within the forest, and Lu Yao's eyes brightened. That was the unique bell sound of a crystal deer, whose antlers were precious materials for refining 4th-tier pills, worth a full 50 points. Hurry, over there. She lifted her skirt and rushed to the front, completely ignoring the thorns that tore at her limited-edition cherry blossom dress. The 4 of them pushed through the bushes and indeed saw a crystal-clear little deer drinking water by the creek. Zhao excitedly licked his lips. We're rich. This is enough for us, roar. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, and the ground began to tremble violently. The massive tree across the creek crashed down, and a 3-meter-tall thunder rhinoceros burst through the thicket, its copper bell-sized eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The horn on its head crackled, surrounded by blue-purple lightning. 4. The 4th-tier peak Wang Pongzi's talismans scattered all over the ground. The crystal deer instantly vanished without a trace. The thunder rhinoceros pawed the ground, nostrils flaring with sparks. It clearly regarded this group of humans as enemies trying to poach its young. Form a formation, Chun Feng shouted sternly. The 4 hurriedly assumed a battle stance. But Lu Yao suddenly grabbed Zhao, whose ear, useless. If it weren't for your shouting just now. Chapter 75. Su Li flipped his hand, and a completely purple fruit appeared in his palm. The illusion fruit, a spiritual fruit that could mimic the cries of beasts, contained information on 100 types of monsters. The perfect choice for mischief. He gently squeezed it, and the illusion fruit emitted a low, gurgling sound. Soon, a chilling howl echoed from deep within the forest. Roar. It was the cry of the fifth-tier beast, the soul-eating wolf. Wang Pengzi turned pale, his entire body trembling with fat. What? Lu Yao finally panicked. Think of a way to get down. I don't want to die here. What a joke. The exam rules clearly stated that this fifth-tier beast only roamed the central area. How could it suddenly appear at the edge? Chun Feng gritted his teeth and drew out a dagger, trying to cut the net rope, but as soon as the dagger touched the rope, it suddenly snapped in two with a crack. Chun Feng, is your broken knife made of paper? Lu Yao screamed for the third time. Young miss, this knife is forged from fine steel. Chun Feng looked confused. Useless. All of you are useless. Lu Yao was so angry she stomped her feet, and, as a result, the net rope swayed, causing her to dangle upside down, her hair hanging down like a mop. Chapter 76. At the Whitestone City Martial Exam Control Center, in the top observation hall, 4 giant electronic screens floated in mid-air, displaying the real-time scores of the candidates in the exam room. Zhao Taizan, the principal of Qingyun High School, crossed his legs, tapping his fingers on the armrest, a look of unabashed pride on his face. Old Zheng, it seems this year, your Baisher number 1's momentum will be overshadowed by our Linjiang. He glanced at the scoreboard. Yu Chuan, this kid did not disappoint me after all. Zheng Baichuan did not respond, merely sipping his tea in silence. His mind was filled with thoughts of Su Li. This kid, why is he so reckless? Li Fenglan knew very well that her Xiang High School had no chance of being the leader and had likely left early to report to the Lu family. Given Su Li's temperament, Lu Yao's situation would definitely not be any better. The Lu family. Zheng Baichuan sighed softly. The Lu family was known for developing underworld forces in Jiangnan province. If the family head, Lu Jintian, found out that this brother and sister had fallen to such a state, he would surely seek brutal revenge against Su Li. In the chief seat, Zhang Honyuan leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly unaware of the brewing undercurrents. Zhang Wushan. Zheng Baichuan finally couldn't help but speak regarding Su Li. Chapter 77. Detected serious injury to Lu Yao and her group, evil value, 1500. Crack. The ice scissors gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and with a faint wave of Su Li's hand, Lu Yao's already tattered top instantly shattered. The usually high and mighty young lady of the Lu family now lay on the ground like a dead dog, her face smeared with a mixture of mucus, tears, and blood. Stop, you beast! Zhao, who struggled to crawl over, but was kicked away by Su Li. What's the rush? Su Li sneered. Your turn will come soon. Lu Yao's pupils constricted violently. She finally understood what Su Li intended to do. As the young lady of a Lu family, how could she endure such humiliation? What if the exam surveillance footage was transmitted outside? No. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Su Li, I beg you. The past arrogance was nowhere to be seen, leaving only an utterly disheveled appearance. Su Li glanced at the timer in his hand. There were still 75 minutes until the exam ended. How about you kneel down and shout that I'm useless? Let us see how you shout, and then I'll consider whether to let you go. How about that? Chapter 78. You go back on your word. You don't keep your promises. After continuously knocking her head dozens of times, Lu Yao thought she could escape from this demonic boy, but unexpectedly, she was met with his change of expression. Blood mixed with dirt trickled down her cheek from her forehead. She trembled all over, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. She had clearly followed Su Li's instructions, kneeling on the ground and knocking her head dozens of times, shouting countless times that she was worthless, even humiliating herself in hopes of escaping a calamity. But what she received in return was the boy's mocking smile. What do you mean by letting you go? Su Li tilted his head, his eyes playful. I clearly just said I would consider it. He slowly raised the ice-cold scissors in his hand, the blade shimmering with a bone-chilling cold light under the sun. Now I'm not considering it anymore. Is there a problem? He smiled brightly, his tone cheerful, engaging in a bit of self-questioning. No problem. You. Lu Yao's eyes were about to split, and a piercing scream escaped her throat. But her anger was meaningless. With a swish, the scissors sliced through the air, and the remaining fabric on Lu Yao's body instantly turned to fragments and fell. She curled up her body frantically, trying to cover herself. But Su Li merely took a step back with a cold smile, enjoying her pitiful posture. Chapter 79. Detected learnable incomplete new skill. Ice Essence. The inherent talent of the evil god Chaos Body, mastery of all martial arts, has automatically allowed the host to acquire and complete the Earth-level top-tier skill. Ice Essence. As the system's prompt sounded, Suli suddenly pushed his hands forward. A cold air 10 times stronger than what Yuchuan had just unleashed erupted with a bang. The entire forest instantly turned into ice sculptures. Sunlight refracting through the ice crystals, creating a dreamlike halo. Yuchuan was hit again, his body flying back and crashing into a 2-meter-high granite, shattering it into pieces. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze blank, staring dumbly as his ultimate skill displayed unprecedented power in the hands of the opponent. Cracks began to appear in his Dao heart. What? With the boy's teasing voice, Yuchuan's Dao heart began to collapse. 20 years of hard work. The family's high hopes, the pride of a chosen one crumbled to dust in that moment. The most terrifying part was that the opponent not only perfectly replicated his forbidden technique, but also showcased a completely new variation not even recorded in the family's ancient texts. Suli walked slowly in front of him, looking down at this former genius. Do you understand the gap now? Chapter 80. Lin Qingyue sat up on the hospital bed in the infirmary, feeling the residual coldness in her body, and couldn't help but shiver. Suli. The image of the boy freezing countless exam candidates still lingered in her mind. And Lin Qingyue's face was bitter as she took out her phone to check the current score leaderboard. 0 points. As expected, she helplessly lay back down. Suli really had no intention of showing mercy, not even to his own people. Beep beep. The phone's urgent notification sound rang again. Lin Qingyue opened the message to check, and her expression gradually shifted from helplessness to disbelief. Suli had gone to attack other exam sites. She simultaneously opened the scoreboards of 4 exam sites, and at this moment, apart from Suli's rapidly increasing score, more and more third-tier candidates were scoring 0. Was he planning to wipe out the scores of all third-tier candidates? If she remembered correctly, that seemed to be a full 100,000 people, right? Lin Qingyue looked at the boy's constantly jumping score, her heart racing. Even knowing she was no match, this gun talent from Baisherno. One high school still felt a knot in her heart. We're just saying, you could have acted a little. Chapter 81. In the west, the sanctuary. Above the sky, the originally calm clouds were suddenly torn apart by an invisible force, creating a crack that stretched for 100 feet. 2 tangible divine auras erupted from within, dyeing the entire sky a bizarre purple-gold color. The clouds visibly retreated to both sides, revealing a massive 6-pointed star magic array floating behind. At the center of the array, 2 12-winged angels slowly descended, each step causing the ground within a 10-mile radius to sink several feet. 12-winged angel Cecilia. She stood in the center of the altar with absolute pride, her 12 pairs of molten gold wings fully spread, each feather radiating a suffocating holy light. Her armor was forged from some unknown metal, with blood-red runes flowing across its surface. The pride gem at the center of her chest was pulsing at an astonishing frequency, completely in sync with her heartbeat. Her face resembled the most exquisite sculpture, her fair skin almost transparent under the holy light. The blood-red pupils reflected the entire altar. Yet they remained calm, as if seeing through the void. 12-winged angel Lucian. He elegantly arranged his violet long hair, and 12 pairs of obsidian-like wings gently fanned behind him. Chapter 82. Jiangnan Province. Exam Assembly Point. The setting sun cast its last rays on the bluestone slabs of the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam site, reflecting an ice crystal-like sheen. The air still held a biting coldness, as if even time had frozen at this moment. Groups of low-tier candidates walked hurriedly through the exam site entrance, their heads bowed. Their faces were a mix of relief from surviving an indescribable loss. These children, usually at the bottom of their martial arts classes, had now become the remaining survivors of this calamity due to their insufficient cultivation. Hey, why are you shaking? A thin boy with glasses tugged at his companion's sleeve. I'm scared. The companion's voice trembled. I heard that all those above 3rd tier were frozen. The boy with glasses looked down at his own slightly trembling hand and suddenly smiled bitterly. What are we afraid of? We're such losers. We don't even have the qualification to get frozen. In the distance, several refrigerated trucks were slowly leaving the exam site. The sound of ice blocks clinking inside the truck echoed. The onlooking candidates automatically made way, watching as the refrigerated trucks headed towards the nearby medical station. Because they were frozen solid, forcibly thawing them would only harm the candidates. They could only call on some refrigerated trucks to slowly transport them. Chapter 83. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the gauze window, casting mottled light on Old Lady Chen's greasy apron. She was poking at a few wilted cabbage leaves in a bowl with chopsticks, cursing under her breath. This damn cabbage has gone up 2 dimes again. Chen Jiangwo. Did you take the grocery money to gamble again? You don't understand anything. Chen Jiangwo, with a half-crumpled cigarette dangling from his mouth, was fixated on his phone screen. I studied the lottery trends all afternoon. Tonight, I'm sure to win 5 million. 5 million my ass. Chun Meiwan spat, slamming her greasy chopsticks on the table. Last month you said you would win 3 million, but you couldn't even afford soy sauce. Just then, Chun Jiangwo suddenly jumped up with a shout, almost dropping his phone into the cabbage soup. What the hell? What the hell? He was frantically wiping the screen, his murky eyes wide open. Isn't this Su Li? The top scorer of the Jiangnan martial arts examination. A 16-year-old 6th-tier martial artist. Chun Meiwan snatched the phone away, squinting and leaning closer to her reading glasses. Isn't this the poor nephew of ours? Yes, yes, yes. Chun Jiangwo excitedly slapped his thigh, back when I kicked him out. He looked like a lost dog. Now look at him, he's made it. Chapter 84 Qianqian. Why hasn't he replied yet? Chun Meiwan was so anxious she was stomping her feet, getting grease all over her apron. Chun Jiangwo, with half a cigarette in his mouth, took a deep drag. This kid has grown wings. He doesn't even recognize his aunt anymore? Chun Qianqian suddenly slammed her phone on the table. Her delicate makeup twisted with anger. You idiots. You should have listened to me back then. What? A couple chimed in. If I had handled this back then. Chun Qianqian's nail-painted fingertips jabbed at the screen fiercely. I would have taken a few intimate photos to create some gossip. Would that kid still be so arrogant? Chun Meijuan's eyes lit up, right? Why didn't you say it earlier? But Chun Jiangwo frowned. It's too late now. This kid has already become the top scorer. Too late? Chun Qianqian suddenly laughed, her red lips alluring. He is a public figure now. The last thing he fears is a scandal. Tomorrow we'll go to Baisher City and wait. He'll reply. Ding. The phone screen suddenly lit up with a blinding white light, causing the pupils of the 3 to constrict. Chun Qianqian's lips, painted with cheap lipstick, trembled slightly, her finger hovering above the screen, afraid to move. Chapter 85. As the lights began to glow, the night sparkled with colors. A black business car with a license plate A00001 sped away from Baisher City after successfully picking up a passenger. The stable and efficient Qi engine roared to life, and in less than 20 minutes, the vehicle rushed into the bustling urban area of Jiangnan province. Su Li sat in the soft and delicate genuine leather seat, looking at the colorful night outside the window, casually eating the fresh fruits from the self-service station in the car. His gaze was calm, and his fingers rhythmically tapped on the car window, seemingly calculating something. Originally, he had planned to fly over, but since the car had already driven to his doorstep, it was a shame not to experience it now that the Jing A00001 license plate had arrived. Moreover, he glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the black sedan that was getting closer and farther behind. Sensing the faint killing intent in the air, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It had been following him out of the city for over 10 minutes, attempting to ambush the martial arts champion on the night the martial arts exam had just concluded. Quite bold indeed. 3 7th-tier masters and 1 8th-tier demigod, under the effect of the eye of causality. He clearly sensed the strength of the 4 figures in the black sedan behind him. Chapter 86. Quickly dodge, quickly dodge. The middle-aged man in a gentle tang suit looked somewhat sinister under his hysteria, while the bearded driver in the driver's seat was frantically turning the steering wheel. With a series of unsettling popping sounds, the entire black sedan suddenly came to a halt. Damn, the engine died. The metallic screeching sound pierced through the night sky as sparks erupted from the car's hood. The man in the tang suit frantically pounded on the window. Impossible. This car was just serviced. The bearded driver's temples bulged, his hands leaving deep imprints on the steering wheel. All the warning lights on the dashboard flashed wildly, eventually turning into a glaring blood red. Damn! He slammed the steering wheel, but all he got in return was a dull thud. Just then, the fanged headlights of the evil spirit war car suddenly lit up, the ghostly blue light penetrating the night like a solid object. On the floating dashboard, the numbers representing the distance between the 2 cars kept fluctuating. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Jump out of the car. The man in the tang suit suddenly grabbed the bearded driver by the collar, but the car door remained unmoving. The surface of the car body had unknowingly become covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with some kind of metallic corrosive liquid seeping out from the crevices. Chapter 87. Jiangnan Province. Mambwa Houting Hotel. Yuaning was playfully kicking the leather swivel chair with her toes, her calves wrapped in knee-high socks, tracing a lovely arc in the air. She suddenly turned her head to look at Fong Wujing, her big watery eyes blinking like a startled deer. Grandpa Fong, you said a 16-year-old can kill a demigod? You must have drunk too much Maodai, right? Fong Wujing's silver-rimmed glasses glinted ominously in the sunset as he took a sip from his thermos containing aged pu'er tea, making a meaningful sound as he swallowed. Li Changlong was fiddling with the sky-blue stone paperweight on the desk when he suddenly tapped the surface with his knuckles. Wanting, do you know what it means to reach the 6th level of 9 transformations of mysterious skills? It means you 1T grow tall. You Wanting deliberately dragged out the word won't, swaying her height just over 5 meters. The principal badge of the Beijing Martial Arts University on her chest, gently swaying with emotion. Sigh, although I am strong, I am currently struggling to even get a B cup. Yu Anlin suddenly lifted her head from the pile of documents, her long fingers scraping the pen across the paper with a sharp sound. She lowered her gaze to the tea leaves floating in her teacup, her voice as cold as ice. A 16-year-old 6th-tier martial artist is indeed an extraordinary martial arts prodigy, saying he has a once-in-a-millennium talent wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chapter 88. The two female companions trembled all over, seeing the 3rd-tier martial artist, Yun Xiao, being smashed away like a dead dog. How could they escape? Without a word, they both dropped to their knees, banging their heads on the floor, crying and sniffling. We're sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't have slandered you. We shouldn't have looked down on you. Please spare us. Su Li ignored them, his fingertips gently gliding over one trembling companion's neck, as if stroking a fragile porcelain item. His voice remained calm, yet sent chills down their spines. You just said you would recommend me to special places? His hand gradually tightened around that companion's fair neck. I was joking. The companion's voice trembled, her exquisitely made-up face twisted in fear. Joking? Su Li chuckled lightly. But unfortunately, I don't like jokes. Su Li's hand lifted the companion's neck, beginning to apply pressure slowly. A faint cracking sound emerged, her pleas for mercy growing softer, the sensation of suffocation crashing over her like a pitch-black deep sea, her whimpers gradually fading. Chapter 89. The moment the elevator doors closed, the entire lobby fell into silence. Jiangnan's champion? A fat man wearing glasses was the first to react, his hand shaking as he spilled coffee on his suit pants. Wait, ISNT that the 16-year-old, 6th-tier martial artist, the martial arts prodigy who slaughtered through the 4 major examination venues in Jiangnan. A girl in uniform next to him suddenly screamed, gripping her companion's arm tightly. He not only broke through the 4 major examination halls, but also froze 100,000 candidates into popsicles. That monster who scored 999 points in the martial arts exam. The security captain suddenly knelt down, his knees hitting the marble floor heavily. He finally felt relieved. No wonder he had no power to resist. In front of such a monster, it would be abnormal for his inflated 5th-level martial arts rank to have any resistance. Wasn't that Su Li who was specially recruited by the Martial Arts University of the capital? The crowd erupted in excitement. No one cared about the 4 people who had been beaten like dogs earlier. Even the young master of the Yun family from the capital was far less significant than the moment the youth was revealed to be the renowned leader of Jiangnan. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the elevator, lingering at the spot where Su Li had disappeared. Chapter 90. The metal door hinge creaked slightly as the sensor door at the end of the corridor slid open silently. The luxurious wall lamps of the hotel outlined a tall figure as Su Li slowly walked into the private room. He still carried the rich and potent aura from the recent fight, his presence calm and steady as a mirror. Sorry, I had to deal with something on the way. The boy's clear voice instantly silenced the entire conference room. Yu Wanting's toes hovered in midair, her calves wrapped in over-the-knee socks instinctively tensing up. Yu Anlin also paused her paperwork, the 2 women exchanging incredulous glances, confirming it was not a hallucination. Despite their 9th-level martial god cultivation, they could not see through the depths of the 16-year-old boy before them, and they even vaguely sensed danger. Su Li felt the 2 consciousnesses wandering recklessly over him and spoke expressionlessly. I advise you to retract your consciousness. Is this how the president of the Martial Arts University treats guests? Or is the average quality of your school this poor? It was inappropriate to scrutinize him so thoroughly upon their first meeting. If it weren't for the two women's lack of malice and the president's identity, his fist would have already greeted them. Chapter 91. Sixth level builds a 10,000 zhong spiritual platform. Phenomena extend for thousands of miles. Sixth level kills 3.5 divine beasts. Revives countless wronged souls. Slays 2 martial gods. Saves the water spirit immortal sect. One shocking battle report after another flashed before their eyes, leaving the 2 presidents of the martial arts university dumbfounded. This is impossible. Yu Amlin's fingertips trembled slightly, the words on the document seeming to twist and distort. She suddenly looked up at Su Li, her eyes filled with disbelief. You really were already at 6th level? Su Li shrugged and casually replied, secretly feeling pleased. Just lucky. Yu Amlin clutched the edge of the document tightly, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly realized something. A 6th level martial artist at 16 was already a rare monster in a millennium, and she had actually tried to judge him by the norms of martial arts? That was indeed a bit of hubris on her part. However, even so, the strength of the Holy Temple could not be underestimated. After all, the limitations of a 6th level martial artist were still too great. How could a force led by an old-fashioned saint not have a backup plan? Chapter 92. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the old residential buildings of Baishur City were shrouded in a layer of grayish thin veil. The motion sensor lights in the corridor were broken, and dim yellow light seeped through the cracks of the broken windows. A few people quickly found Su Li's rental house based on inquiries and rental notices. Chun Meiwan wrapped herself in an old, faded cotton jacket, tightly hugging a tin box in her arms, which was Su Li's toy box from childhood, its corners already rusted beyond recognition. She occasionally wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Even though the eye drops had long run out, she still maintained a tearful appearance. Chun Jiangwo squatted at the corner of the stairs. The cigarette pinched between his fingers burned down to the filter, but he was oblivious. Ash fell onto his worn-out pants, burning small holes, but he didn't care, just staring intently at the half-open window, as if something precious was hidden behind it. Chun Qianqian stood at the front, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, unconsciously rubbing her phone case. The phone screen displayed the latest news about Su Li, the headline glaringly pulsating. A once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy, Su Li. She gritted her teeth, shoved the phone into her pocket, her delicate makeup slightly paling due to anxiety. Chapter 93. A violent sense of weightlessness and pain engulfed all his senses. Huangwen felt as if his internal organs had been shattered in an instant. He was thrown like a rag doll over 10 meters away, crashing hard into a fire hydrant. He spat out blood mixed with fragments of organs. His golden glasses tracing a parabolic arc in the air, the crisp sound of the lenses shattering drowned out by the deafening noise of metal deformation. This is impossible. Huangwen struggled to get up, but his left leg twisted in an unnatural direction, clearly broken by the force of the wind. He was horrified to find the number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketing at a visible rate, and every new barrage of comments mercilessly exposing his true nature. Accomplice to evil. Hypocritical pretender. Huangwen's face turned pale, his whole body trembling. One insult after another felt like iron fists, striking cracks into the persona he had built over the years. The few reporters who had come earlier had long fled. Meanwhile, Su Li raised an eyebrow. This was no life force, and he could actually hold back from screaming, checking the comments first. Truly deserving of being a charity ambassador, so obsessed with saving face. Chapter 94. Added an image at the end of Chapter 93. The early part is relatively righteous, while the later part becomes a bit sinister. As this is the author's first book, I was afraid to write too much of a villain in the early stages for fear of getting blacklisted. So please be understanding. Everyone, how many years ago was that? I can't remember. Su Li only knew that the memories and emotions of the original body were being returned one-to-one, making him empathize deeply. Su Li still remembered that at that time, he was young and did not understand many human affairs. He only knew that Chun Jiangwo's birthday was coming, and he needed a gift. Holding his savings from a month of hard work and frugality, he joyfully presented the birthday gift to Chun Jiangwo, only to be accused of being a thief. Without any positive emotional feedback, he was beaten without a word. Even more absurd was that this foolish bird, after the young him proved his innocence, not only failed to realize his own issues, but actually thought that Su Li was boasting about his ability to earn money, challenging Chun Jiangwo's authority as the head of the family. Damn, that was truly brainless. Chun Jiangwo watched helplessly as the two people beside him turned into twitching shells. Extreme fear surging in his heart, causing waves of nausea in his stomach. His knees dragged blood across the tiles, and his cracked lips trembled weakly. I am your uncle. Chapter 95. The space at the end of the corridor was larger than imaginable. In the center was a circular magic array with a diameter of 10 meters. Bronze gears slowly turning in the darkness, dark red liquid oozing from the gaps between the gears. Lu Zhentian finally saw clearly that the liquid was flowing along the patterns of the formation, gathering into the ancient characters for Beast God. The walls around were densely covered with photographs, each edge pinned with rusty thumbtacks. As Lu Zhentian approached, he noticed his shadow stretching and deforming, overlapping with those photographs on the wall. In one photo, a girl in a school uniform was smiling, but the bottom right corner of the photo was brutally crossed out with a red pen. "This is my daughter's classmate," Lu Zhentian's voice trembled, "who went missing during the martial arts test last year." The annual disappearances of martial arts prodigies, along with the countless crosses on these photographs, made everything self-evident. Li Fenglan's fingertip brushed against the girl's cheek in the photo, leaving a streak of blood. Each photograph was a gift to the Beast God. She turned and walked toward the center of the formation, her high heels stepping into the pool of blood, splashing tiny ripples. By the time Lu Zhentian noticed the row of crystal skulls at the edge of the formation, Li Fenglan had already pinned Su Li's photo at the highest point. This represented the highest level of martial arts prodigies to be eliminated. Chapter 96. The original IPs of those water armies all pointed to the underground black market in Jiangnan. Zhou Jiatong stared at the screen, lowering his voice, and the mastermind is the Dark Dragon Gang. With the professional assistance of the programmers at headquarters, they quickly deciphered most of this information. Chen Shouting suddenly sprang up from her chair, quickly scanning the data, and then widened her eyes. The Dark Dragon Gang? ISNT that the Liu family's territory? Jiang Xie's frown deepened. The Dark Dragon Gang, the largest underworld force in Jiangnan, had maintained a low profile for years. Although ruthless in action, they rarely confronted the authorities directly. The Liu family, as the controllers behind the Dark Dragon Gang, seldom showed their faces and had often cooperated with the Law Enforcement Bureau to eliminate small peripheral gangs in exchange for their own survival space. "This doesn't seem right," Jiang Xie murmured. "What is wrong?" Zhou Jiatong scratched his head. "It's underworld stuff. ISNT it normal to engage in some public opinion warfare? Normal?" Chen Shouting scoffed. If the Dark Dragon Gang just wanted to engage in public opinion warfare, why choose this moment when the Holy Temple suddenly shows goodwill? Are they trying to stir up trouble between the Dragon Kingdom and the Holy Temple? Chapter 97. The light curtain retracted, and Li Changlong withdrew his gaze. Slightly clenching his fists, thoughts raced through his mind, continuously sifting through one face after another. When exactly did the Law Enforcement Bureau's technical staff also have an insider? To be able to hide under his nose for so long, he didn't believe there wasn't someone on the inside helping cover it up. There was only one explanation. Not just one. His gaze turned cold. No wonder Feng Wuji had just informed him to notify only his 3 disciples. To Feng Wuji, the Law Enforcement Bureau was like his own child. Having been the director for over 20 years, they had long established a subtle relationship. Not to mention, martial artists who had been on the battlefield for years had a perception far superior to that of ordinary martial artists. He was afraid he had already sensed something was off. In contrast, he had been wandering around the bureau almost every day and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Li Changlong shook his head. Having been stuck in the position of deputy director for so many years, he was truly convinced. After taking out his phone, he opened Su Li's chat interface. Although he didn't want the boy to get involved in such matters. The obvious hostility from 2 9th-tier, 12-winged angels had already disrupted most of the arrangements. Chapter 98. After consuming 650,000 points of evil value, your mastery of the martial goddess power has reached a skilled level, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. On this planet, you now possess absolute dominance. You have advanced to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of a 9th-tier martial god. At this moment, every strand of Su Li's hair was spontaneously evolving into the 3,000 great paths, and every pore was exhaling chaotic energy. The air within 100 miles was compressed into liquid spiritual power and crystallized into translucent laws around him. The black and gold vortex spun rapidly, emitting low roars, as if the distant stars in the sky were subtly rallying for the boy's breakthrough. Sixth layer pinnacle. Suli slowly opened his eyes, looking at the remaining 880,000 evil value points, feeling a bit hesitant. Should he pull back on the cultivation or continue to push forward? He glanced up at the terrifying vortex in the sky, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Patience is a virtue of mortals, while cowardice is a gambler's taboo. Forget it, let's go all in. After consuming 850,000 points of evil value, you have completely broken through the shackles of the sixth layer pinnacle of the ninth tier martial god. Your cultivation pours out like a suspended galaxy, stepping into the peak realm in one fell swoop. Your own cultivation method has received an epic enhancement, greatly increasing your perception and significantly boosting your overall strength. Chapter 99. The metallic dome of the abandoned factory emitted a low hum in the night wind, and the moonlight filtered through the broken glass ceiling, casting mottled shadows on the ground. As a group stepped into the center of the factory, their pupils constricted. A massive blood-red formation suddenly appeared before them, with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Complex runes flowed along the ground, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Around the formation lay heaps of photographs, each glued to the ground by some viscous liquid, glimmering with a strange dark red sheen under the moonlight. After confirming there were no anomalies around, Jiang Xie was the first to crouch down, carefully using an ice needle to lift a photograph. The photo showed a young man in a martial arts academy uniform, smiling brightly. Xing, Tianxiang? Jiang Xie murmured, tracing the image with her fingertip. A martial arts prodigy who went missing 3 years ago. Zhou Jiatang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly stepped forward and picked up another photograph from the ground. The photo depicted a short-haired woman standing confidently in the center of a martial arts arena. Yang Fan. Zhou Jiatang's voice trembled, my classmate from high school. A third-tier martial artist who went missing 2 years ago. Chapter 100. In the 3,000 great worlds, the authority over life and death has always been scarce. The acquisition of a life and existence authority is not simple. Strictly speaking, it is not a natural creation. Indeed, this authority belongs to a man-made product, originating from the era of cosmic savagery, created by a powerful being known as the Green Emperor. The Greenwood Realm, Green Emperor. The green-clad man whom outsiders call the Beast God is merely a fragment of the Green Emperor's consciousness. To put it nicely, it's a thought. To put it harshly, it's a single hair. As for whose hair, you can decide. You can refer to the origin of Ultraman Jeed. His father Belial scratched a bit of skin while fighting Taro, and Ultraman Jeed evolved from that bit of skin. Abstract, right? That's exactly it. Although it is a single hair transformed, the Green Emperor, with his vast fortune, can still bestow considerable fortune, even from a hair. The prerequisite is that you cannot take a name. Once a name is taken, the green-clad man will experience an extremely terrifying causal burden, likely leading to his immediate obliteration. But without a name, you can enjoy this overwhelming dog luck. It was precisely because of this overwhelming dog luck that he inherited the authority called prosperity in a certain ruin, although the inheritance was not complete. Chapter 101. Li Changlong. You already have the way to die. As the sticky words fell, the two palms of destruction day suddenly overlapped, and dark red patterns appeared on the surface of the bone blade, colliding together with a crisp sound. The entire sky over the abandoned industrial area was actually dyed a bizarre crimson like blood mist. The cracked ground beneath it suddenly spewed out viscous black blood, which condensed into dozens of chains in the air, wrapping around Li Changlong, who was gathering power like living creatures, bound by the blood of the beast god. Li Changlong felt as if his limbs and bones were pinned in place by an invisible force, the thunder talisman crazily pulsing beneath his skin but unable to explode. His pupils suddenly contracted. The violent blood energy within him was firmly locked, and what was worse, those chains were actually draining his life force. The black blood flowed back along the chains into Destruction Day's body, and the bone spines behind it emitted bursts of eerie dark red particles. As the particles fell on Li Fenglan and Lu Jinqian, the shoulders that had been pierced by Li Changlong's sword were now visibly healing. This is troublesome, Li Changlong thought to himself. Go bring those three back. Destruction Day spoke coldly, and the two slightly nodded, just as they were about to move. The temperature in the area suddenly dropped, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Chapter 102. Boom. The massive body of Destruction Day crashed heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire ruin violently. Dust spread out like a tsunami, enveloping the whole abandoned industrial park in chaos. Fear appeared for the first time in its scarlet eyes, that black golden light reminding it of the nightmare that could never be erased. Suli, Destruction Day roared to the sky, the sound wave exploding like thunder, directly shattering the clouds over the battlefield. The clouds in the night sky were dispersed, revealing a bright, lonely moon. Your father is here. Who the hell are you calling? Under the slanting moonlight, Su Li's gaze was cold, his bones cracking as he began to gather power once more. Do you think I'm still the ant you trampled underfoot? Look at me now, a new life granted by the beast god. Its massive body suddenly transformed into a blood-colored afterimage, rushing towards Su Li at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound. The air along the way was sliced open, as if even space itself trembled before its power. The means of the beast god, what will you use to block it? Su Li stood atop the ruins, his black robe billowing in the raging wind. Chapter 103. As Destruction Day's enormous body was pressed down like a cannonball by the youth, Li Changlong and the others were already dumbfounded. The shock in Jiang Xie and the others' eyes was even more intense, and they felt a deep sense of powerlessness towards that figure in the flying black robe. Witnessing the boss that had forced them into a dead and being beaten by Su Li was truly shocking. The injuries on them had long healed under the mysterious black energy, and they exchanged glances, helplessly smiling. They had fought desperately, even burning their lifespans and essence, using forbidden techniques just to injure Destruction Day slightly, while you came up and pressed it down directly. 666. The four of them initially wanted to settle accounts with the two traitors, Li Fenglan and Lu Jintian, but found that the two had already fled at some point. So they simply sat down on the spot, watching the battle as if it were a football match. Anyway, they were burnt out, and they'd almost been smashed into Orlan's roasted meat pies. So what was wrong with resting for a bit? Li Changlong was the most excited, constantly waving his arms and shouting encouragement. Su Li is awesome, beating it until it doesn't recognize its own grandmother. But when Destruction Day revealed that blood-colored beast orb, Li Changlong's expression instantly changed. Chapter 104. Lu Jintian's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to dodge, but found his body seemingly imprisoned by an invisible force. Su Li's chaotic energy was entangling his limbs and bones like a spider's web. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking exploded in the void. The dog-beating stick wielding the might of opening the heavens, striking Lu Jintian's back with the force of thunder. Boom! Lu Jintian's body exploded like a paperman hit by a meteor, instantly turning into a mist of blood. The splattered blood droplets bizarrely coalesced into the shape of a ferocious beast's head in midair, emitting a shrill howl. The blood droplets sizzled, carrying a strong acidity, all surging towards Su Li, attempting to corrode the youth's body. But when they reached within 3 zhang of Su Li, they were burned into charred remnants by the chaotic energy. The green-clad man finally erupted, 5 beast shadows appearing behind him, each beast head spitting out different attributes of destructive energy. From beginning to end, the youth before him had never regarded him as a threat. And after incapacitating his 2 followers, the flames of jealousy in his heart were burning fiercely. Just a peak martial god, while I am the supreme saint. How dare this insect from the lower realm be so rampant before the great name of my beast god? Chapter 105. On the edge of the abandoned urban area in Jiangnan province, an old man with white hair was rapidly moving between the many abandoned buildings. Zhang Honyuan gripped the communication jade slip in his hand, his expression tense and breathing unstable. He was clearly restless. An hour ago, after witnessing the overwhelming phenomenon of the martial god breaking through at the Guozhu's residence in the capital, he had rushed to this place at full speed. Although that name was on the tip of his tongue, he could not find peace until he personally saw the owner of this exaggerated phenomenon that had lasted for 10,000 years. And after receiving the news from Li Changlong just a few minutes ago, it had directly raised the usually stoic heart of this Guozhu to his throat. What does it mean that Su Li suddenly jumped to the peak of the 9th rank martial god? What does it mean that the beast god's phantom has descended and is being beaten by Su Li? He understood this repeatedly, even beginning to doubt whether he had eaten something strange for lunch, causing him to hallucinate. Is this really Chinese? Huh. Zhang Hongyuan let out a long breath, striving to calm his racing heart. If you remember correctly, that green-clad man referred to as the beast god should already be at the 5th level of the saint realm. Even if it were just a phantom, it would still possess at least half the power of its true form. Chapter 106. The blood-colored light column pierced the night sky like a giant pillar, tearing a wormhole with a diameter of a kilometer in the chaos. The edges of the wormhole's space-time were like cheese gnawed by a giant beast, countless twisted beast shadows howling in the peeling fragments of void. The distorted space-time turbulence surged at the mouth of the wormhole like a living creature, faintly revealing countless ghostly blue soul fires flickering within. The first to rush out was a fish-shaped demon beast clad in bone armor. A ninth-rank demon beast, abyssal demon Kuin. Its rotting eye sockets burned with indigo ghost flames, and each tail swipe could cause the space to rupture with dense cracks. Following closely behind was another ninth-level demon beast, a three-headed, six-armed Rakshasa warrior. Its bronze-colored skin was covered with living talismans, and with every step it took, the clouds beneath it turned into boiling blood plasma. Deep within the wormhole, the sound of grinding bones continued to erupt, sending chills down the spine. Thousands of crimson runes surged into the wormhole and then returned, instantly transforming into one horrifying demon beast after another. Soon, countless demon beast figures formed a massive wall in the sky, blocking out the sun. Some top-tier demon beasts still had lingering karmic flames between their finger bones, and when they roared, the entire night sky was illuminated a bloody red. Chapter 107. The man in green transformed into a golden-red stream of light, breaking through the air, with thousands of demon beasts surging behind him like a tide of blood. However, Su Li stood like an unmovable mountain, the silver light of the world-destroying divine spear in his hand, drawing a cold arc in the night. The pressure concentrated at the spear tip made the air within 100 miles freeze in place. He slowly raised his other hand, and as his fingers spread apart, countless fine black runes slipped out from his sleeve, weaving into an intricate barrier 3 feet in front of him like a spider's web. These runes shimmered with a black-gold glow, their surfaces flowing with ancient, obscure incantations, each stroke containing the power to tear apart the heavens and earth. Noisy. Su Li's voice was colder than the polar glaciers, and the surface of the barrier suddenly erupted with blinding silver light. At the moment the man in green collided with the barrier, golden red lightning and silver light violently clashed, the resulting shockwave fracturing the sky for hundreds of miles around. The enormous reaction force was like a heavy punch, doubling back the strength that had previously crashed against the barrier, brutally smashing into his most vulnerable dragon belly. Cough! The man in green was engulfed by a pungent taste of rust in his mouth, his stomach convulsing, and in the dizzying sensation of turmoil, he suddenly spewed out a large pool of acid. Chapter 108. Cough. How could this happen? The man in green's robe was already torn to shreds, and his internal injuries were severe enough that he could hardly breathe. He coughed up golden blood mixed with internal fragments, his eyes filled with fear and shock. Su Li had brought him too many unexpected surprises, so much so that it was terrifying. Another holy tier weapon, a 16-year-old peak martial god, and this kind of monstrous combat power. He increasingly felt like he had kicked a titanium alloy iron plate. This severely injured shadow, even under the healing effect of the vitality authority, still made him feel as if he was on the brink of complete destruction. The terrifying power contained in that spear had even made his true body, hundreds of light years away, feel a thread of despair. It was simply absurd. He gritted his teeth in anger. This avatar, although close to being completely wasted, was still necessary as a medium for his true body to descend in a short time. The setbacks that occurred today had utterly destroyed the grand plan he had painstakingly laid out for 1,000 years. But now, there was still a glimmer of hope. Beast Realm. As long as he could enter the Beast Realm, he could utilize the origin of that realm to significantly repair the severe injuries of his shadow. Chapter 109. Above the 9 heavens at the boundary between the upper realm and the mortal realm. Hey, what do you mean by this? A little girl in soft white clothing was glaring angrily at the woman before her. The woman appeared tall and slender, dressed in a light blue cheapao, her curvaceous figure easily surpassing all female stars in the entertainment industry. She exuded a multitude of charms, as if possessing a unique allure that made it impossible for anyone to look away after just one glance. If outsiders were unaware, they might think she was a delicate young lady. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that her cobalt blue eyes held no trace of emotion, nor a hint of vitality. In reality, only the little girl in white knew that this was not a young lady at all. but rather an ancient monster whose age was unfathomable. Just like her, as an existence of the heavenly Tao, she merely governed the upper realm's heavenly Tao. Hey, what do you mean by letting this idiot's self-created small world invade lower-ranked planets? The little girl in white pointed at the light screen before her, which displayed the scene of the man in green calling upon the small world known as Beast Realm. Not only Blue Star, but also numerous other planets that had previously been tainted by the Beast God. Chapter 110. Su Xiaoyu, have you reached the peak of the martial god? Zhang Honyuan looked at the approaching Su Li, his calloused hands uncontrollably trembling, managing to squeeze out a sentence after a long pause. Su Li replied casually, showing no signs of emotion in his eyes. He accepted Zhang Hongyuan's sudden formality directly. After all, considering the terrifying tide of demon beasts formed by tens of thousands, and that old fool who called himself the Beast God, it was nearly impossible to triumph even if several people joined forces. It was not an exaggeration to say that his actions today had saved the Dragon Kingdom. Even if several people kneeled down to thank him, Su Li would feel it was well-deserved. Moreover, what was just a mere title of you? He was not like some protagonists in other novels who, despite making a huge contribution, would feel apprehensive over a simple title of you. Su Li held no reverence in his heart for those in high positions unless their contributions were truly significant and their deeds admirable. As you can see, adhering to the principle of equality, he preferred to let facts speak for themselves. In the future martial arts journey, if a proud figure appeared, someone who was obsessed with face and claiming credit, that person would. Chapter 111. Upper Realm, Cloudstone Academy's inner courtyard. The exclusive cave of the man in green. Why? Angry shouts echoed from deep within the cave, as items on the table were swept to the ground. The man in green had blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale, and his aura extremely weak, clearly having sustained significant injuries. More importantly, he was now filled with extreme anger, jealousy, and near-collapse emotions. It was evident that he had suffered considerable psychological trauma. You filthy insects dare to destroy my hard work. His voice suddenly rose, and in his palm lay a crescent-shaped blood gem powder symbolizing the existence of the Beast Realm small world, which had long since shattered. The flames of jealousy in the man's eyes burned more fiercely than ever. The Beast Realm was the culmination of thousands of years of his efforts, and the countless demon beasts within were his solid support. Every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Su Li, do you know that the small world of the Beast Realm was constructed with 3,000 years of my blood and sweat? Why must you go to such lengths to eradicate it? The man in green shouted furiously, the phrase eradicate slipping out, clearly forgetting his earlier arrogant demeanor. Chapter 112. Is the matter taken care of? The woman in the chi-pao paused slightly, standing before a white-clad man whose face was obscured. A shadow of unknown origin. A space created by an unknown person. After leaving the Cloudstone Academy, she was summoned again and pulled back into this place without any means of resistance. In the void, the eyes of the chi-pao-clad woman, usually devoid of emotion, now displayed vivid feelings. It seemed she had finally retrieved something she had lost for a long time, and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Looking at the illusory figure of the man in white before her, a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. Even though it was just a shadow, the aura it emitted still instilled a sense of despair. It's done. She nodded gently, responding to the man in white. After quickly adjusting her state, the chi-pao woman slightly parted her thin lips. He has accepted your offering, and is now in the period of repairing his loss. It is expected that after 2 weeks, he will be able to heal all his injuries and even make further progress in his cultivation. He is expected to break through to the divine realm. The shadow of the man in white suddenly flickered on and off, and his previously bland tone now carried a hint of excitement. Chapter 113. Old Beast, how do you want to die? Looking at Li Fenglan, trembling and weeping in his hands, Su Li mocked. Impossible, this is impossible. The latter had a distinct blood hole in her abdomen from being pierced by a spear. However, the fatal wound that should have been gushing blood was now sealed by a strange black mist. Zhang Honyuan and his group watched the swirling black mist at Su Li's fingertips and quietly retreated to 100 meters away. They did not believe that Su Li had sealed Li Fenglan's fatal injury to save her life. The boy's methods of torment were something their enforcement bureau could only admire. It was better for people like this to be dealt with by Su Li. When the time came, they could just say that the enforcement recording device had run out of battery. Li Fenglan was unlikely to die so easily. On the other side, it seemed she couldn't accept the tragic defeat of her idol, the beast god, and the fact that the secret method of the beast god sect had been easily seen through by the young man. Li Fenglan kept muttering words like impossible, like a stupid parrot. Su Li sneered, raised his hand, and landed a harsh slap on her old face. Slap! A crisp sound echoed throughout the venue, and Li Fenglan's plump body was sent spinning like a top for several hundred meters, rotating 720 degrees in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 114. Detected that you have severely humiliated and seriously injured Li Fenglan, a martial artist of the 8th level 2nd stage, causing her Tao heart to shatter. Evil value, 8,000. Detected that the martial artist Li Fenglan of the 8th level 2nd stage drowned in a sewage pit, her mood extremely panicked and broken before death. Evil value, 12,000. Current evil value, 12025,600. As the system's notification sound fell, Su Li calmly clapped his hands. He turned to look at the hurriedly arriving Zhang Hongyuan and his group and said lightly, "I've dealt with everything, and the aftermath is up to you." Li Changlong covered his nose and glanced at the huge sewage pit, knowing that the principal of Xiang High School had most likely been thrown in by Su Li. The group followed behind Li Changlong, gazing at the massive pit, and goosebumps rose on the back of their necks. Dragged back, pierced by several steel bars, with most of her bones shattered and finally drowned in a pile of excrement. If they had to choose, they would rather be pierced by steel bars than drown in a pile of excrement. The psychological trauma was too great. They really couldn't handle it. Old iron. It must be said that Su Li indeed had a knack for messing with people's minds. Chapter 115. Who on this planet can target me? Don't make me laugh. Li Gu. Jiang Xie's face turned red, but she did not refute. After thinking carefully, it did seem that way. Su Li could beat the shadow of a saint. So why should he fear the small fry in the bureau? Was he going to show off his jade foot in front of Sister Yu in the northeast? It was a bit interesting. Without further hesitation, she directly took out her enforcer's token, and after a series of neat operations, she sent the reward to Su Li's email. Still need to exchange at headquarters? Su Li opened his email and frowned. Besides the 5 billion Dragon Country coins, the rest were basically exchange vouchers that could only be redeemed after facial recognition at the bureau. Damn facial recognition, back in my previous life. The anti-addiction notifications that popped up when I was a minor gaming used to give me a headache. Now, it was still chasing me in the high martial world. Back then, I was playing games under the ID of the neighbor's old lady, and often staged the legendary scenes of an 80-year-old Wang Laonai achieving 5 consecutive victories in the King S Canyon in the middle of the night. But once facial recognition came out, the neighbor's old lady happened to pass away, and the real name couldn't be changed, so my account followed into the electronic grave. Chapter 116. Jiangnan Border Law Enforcement Bureau Garrison. The Law Enforcement Bureau watchtower, built of bluestone, was half submerged in a pool of blood as the faint light of dawn broke over the horizon. The atmosphere at the border was exceptionally heavy. Fang Wujing's military boots stepped over the corpses of ferocious beasts that had died in the beast tide, and the matted fur of the beasts was whipped up by the westerly wind, creating a cloud of sand. He breathed heavily, his anger nearly filling his entire chest. 302 brothers. His fists were clenched tightly, angrily staring at the 2 tall, pure white figures not far away. 3 meters away. The snow-white wings hovering above the scorched earth were now dyed golden by the morning glow. Red liquid dripping from the tips of the wings fell down, corroding the cracked ground and producing wisps of blue smoke. 12-winged Angel Cecilia. 12-winged Angel Lucian. Please explain what this means. You said you want to be on good terms. Yet you unleashed a beast tide to attack our border? Do you really think that our dragon country is unguarded and can be toyed with at will? Fang Wujing's questioning voice was laced with obvious anger. Even his extraordinary calm demeanor as a 9th-level martial god was struggling to maintain rationality at this moment. Within just 2 hours, under the instigation of these 2 beasts, the defense line of the Jiangnan border had suffered 3 waves of large-scale beast tides. Chapter 117. Jiangnan Border Military Camp Building. As the morning light gradually dawned, the star-filled night sky slowly faded away. At this moment, unlike most people in the market who should be immersed in dreams, the military camp building at the Jiangnan border was in a state of frantic chaos. Ward 407 is full of injured personnel. Send them to Ward 506. Ward 506 is also full of injured personnel. Quick, check if there are any vacant wards. As the injured were transported to the wards one after another, Nearly all personnel at their posts joined the team to rescue and care for the patients. Injured personnel continuously flooded the wards, and the pungent smell of disinfectant permeated the corridors. Despite using several bottles of disinfectant, there was still a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Feng Wujie held the report tightly, his fingertips instinctively tightening as he scanned the injury data, causing his joints to turn white from strain. The military building existed to rescue and care for the wounded from the front lines and was also crucial for responding to various emergencies. As a direct facility for various border affairs, the construction of this building required several times more materials than an ordinary military facility. Chapter 118. Holy light flowed through Cecilia's fingertips, illuminating her face with an increasingly sacred appearance. A smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, perfectly concealing the mockery in her eyes. Beneath the golden light, hints of dark shadows surged subtly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man lunged toward the holy light, swinging his fists at the ripples in the air, and blood foam burst from his teeth in a whirlwind. I'd rather be crippled. I won't accept the scraps from you bird people. Lucien's face darkened, his wings flapping as he prepared to act again. Cecilia, standing nearby, sneered and raised her hand to signal him not to act impulsively. She watched the holy light dissipating in the air, her smile still warm. But a trace of coldness flashed at her eyes. This was the first time a living being dared to treat her benevolence this way. If it weren't for the suppression array in this building, her holy light wouldn't be so fragile. Feng Wujie grasped Qinmeng's wrist tightly, the pill box snapping shut. Qinmeng, your injuries are too severe. If you make any large movements, it could get worse. Qinmeng interrupted Feng Wujie's words directly, gritting his teeth and spitting out 2 broken teeth. So what? Chapter 119. In a military building's conference room, the old sandalwood long table emitted a warm dark light, with deep and shallow cracks on the surface telling the story of time's passage. A purple clay teapot sat quietly in the corner, with a layer of fine dust accumulating on its spout, and the glaze on the body had developed a patina from years of handling. A faint musty smell mixed with a hint of sandalwood filled the air, weighing heavily on each breath. As a pot of tea steeped, Feng Wujie let out a sigh of relief, his tense expression relaxing a bit. Finally, he had brought these 2 troublesome guests here. Aside from the earlier incident, there had been no further mishaps on the way. The 2 angelic beings with the combat power of level 12 warriors could be called distinguished guests in polite terms. But in harsher terms, they were unstable explosives. Feng Wujie had been holding back his anger all the way to prevent these 2 explosives from detonating mid-journey. He glanced up at the calligraphy on the wall that read treat others with courtesy and sighed slightly, since they had arrived in a designated diplomatic room. In part to uphold Long Kingdom's good virtue of being inclusive, and in part to prevent the 2 explosives from finding fault, he decided to brew a pot of tea to demonstrate Long Kingdom's etiquette. Chapter 120. Suli slightly raised his finger, picking up a tea leaf from the table and examining it closely. With green and red hues, it was translucent and bright, exuding a faint tea fragrance that was refreshing. It was high-quality Dahongpo. These tea leaves had been air-freighted from the Xinyu Tea House in the Kunlun region, adhering to strict processes from picking to serving. He ignored the tense muscles of the 2 angels, the overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, showing no signs of restraint. After leisurely sipping a mouthful of tea, he commented indifferently, "Good tea." Suli clasped his hands and slowly placed the teacup back on the table. His gaze drifted to the broken teacups scattered on the floor, his expression indifferent. The Longwen white jade cup, the most valuable limited edition cup on the market, was priceless. But unfortunately, Suli scoffed, his black gold eyes glimmering with clarity, gradually fixing on the 2 of them. Beasts cannot understand the elegance of humans. Your Excellency, is there some misunderstanding between us? Cecilia's face turned pale, the warm expression gone, replaced by a stiff smile that seemed forced. Chapter 121. A light rain began to fall from the sky. The clouds piled up, visibly darkening the brightness of the world. The drizzle fell from the horizon to the earth, accompanied by a cool autumn breeze sweeping past the distant city skyscrapers, across the battle-scarred battlefield of demonic beasts below. In the air above the battlefield, a white streak of light was struggling to fly through the rain, flapping its wings, tearing through the downpour. Each flap pulled at her fractured wounds, causing sharp pains that made Cecilia bite her lip tightly. She heard the mournful cry of her 12th vertebra. Damn it, She glanced at the gloomy sky, feeling a bit angry. The holy wings behind her were already drenched by the rain. The already difficult flight became even more strenuous. This damned weather. Why does it have to rain when I'm trying to escape? Especially since her left leg was severely injured. Moreover, because she had put all her energy into fleeing, she had no strength left to maintain her self-healing abilities. Even under unbearable pain, throughout the flight, there were several times when Cecilia almost caused a backflow of energy and blood, worsening her already serious injuries. Chapter 122. Impossible. How could you arrive so quickly? Su Li's figure slowly materialized amidst the lightning, his black robe rustling, each step causing the entire mountain to tremble. You two lost dogs dare to speak of revenge against me? Ignoring Cecilia's terrified question, Su Li let out a cold laugh before vanishing from his spot. The rain seemed to momentarily slow down, and this time, the violent punch struck first against Cecilia's frail body. Without any warning, before the wings behind Cecilia could protect her in time, the black gold light violently erupted at her abdomen. Puff! Golden blood spurted from her mouth, her eyes bulging from the immense impact, and she was sent flying, her body shooting toward the mountainside like a cannonball. Without any power to resist. Boom! Cecilia's body crashed heavily onto the mountainside, her wings twisted cruelly and embedded into the boulder, the powerful impact shattering rocks within a 10-mile radius. Amidst the deafening noise, golden blood splattered in the air, and Cecilia's screams were choked in her throat, her entire being left dazed. Su Li released his fists and slightly crouched, his arms bent, gathering strength at his waist. Chapter 123. The brittle sound of broken wings exploded in the silence, and the screams of Cecilia and Lucien suddenly rose sharply. Blood-red droplets burst from the root of the wings, refracting a strange iridescence under the lightning's illumination. The wings were violently torn apart, and pure white feathers flew in all directions, leaving only the sounds of painful wails between heaven and earth. Thin fingers futilely clawed at the dirt, while the two angels looked on in despair, instinctively trying to use the strength of their spines to support their bodies, only to be pinned down by Su Li's foot on their scapulae the next moment. I heard that you bird people live in the upper realm for years. Proud of your chicken wings for traveling? Without your wings, how will you fly? The young man sneered coldly, the sound of bones cracking crisp like crushing walnuts. One carefully nurtured wing after another, regarded as lifelines by the angelic race, was pulled out in succession, and the back of the two was already a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. In dealing with others, one must understand humility. Since you do not know how to be humble, I will help you pluck your wings and eradicate your arrogant roots. Why haven't you bowed down to thank me yet? The two groaned in despair, their fighting spirit long gone. You want me to thank you for plucking away the wings I've honed for over a decade? Chapter 124, Military Camp Building at the Jiangnan Border, slightly damaged version. Data Analysis Room. A female assistant in a black silk bodycon dress entered the analysis room holding a stack of reports. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground echoed sharply. Fong Wuji took the report from her hand and glanced through it. The report detailed a series of damages caused by a recent fight in the military camp building, along with an analysis of compensation. The cost for the entire building's bulletproof glass, foundation testing, and overall renovation was nearly 20 small targets. 2 billion, not counting other expenses. Just the cost of bulletproof glass was 1,000 yuan per square meter. Calculating the cost of reinstalling bulletproof glass for the entire building alone would take about 10 small targets. He glanced at the large screen displaying various data analyses from the wall of end, raising an eyebrow. The holy grade artifact emitted a faint white glow. Hovering above the black analysis platform, a group of Mediterranean old men surrounded the holy artifact, discussing it endlessly. Fong Wuji's lips curled slightly, not to mention 2 billion. Even adding a zero wouldn't faze him. Looking at the report, with several prominent zeros, the female assistant tightened her fists and spoke with some indignation. Chapter 125. The data report on the holy grade weapon has come out. The Mediterranean team suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the two. Fong Wuji and Xiao he exchanged glances and quickly walked towards the data hall. Director, look! A young researcher with thick glasses excitedly pointed at the holographic projection. After repeated calculations, we found that the defensive power of this shield completely surpasses that of heavenly grade weapons. and even compared to ordinary holy-grade weapons, it stands out. He swiped his finger through the air to bring up a set of three-dimensional data models. A slew of complex calculation formulas appeared on the big screen like a short essay. Various X, Y, and waveform graphs dazzled the eyes. The researcher exclaimed excitedly, "Under specific conditions, according to our ideal estimates, it can withstand a full force strike from a triple-source clone of a Sage realm." At this moment, an older researcher suddenly spoke. "Wait, this isn't even the most astonishing part." He brought up another set of data. "According to our analysis of the shield's material, it turns out to be made of..." "What?" Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask. "It is composed of a metal that has never appeared on Earth." The old researcher pushed up his glasses. "Chapter 126. I was just about to show you." Ahem. Suli coughed twice, and a handful of rice appeared out of nowhere in his hand. "Kulme." He tossed the rice into the void, and two clucking chickens swooped down from the sky. Fong Wuji was shocked, watching the two chickens pecking at the rice on the ground, feeling a bit numb inside. These two chickens were none other than Cecilia and Lucien. At this moment, their wings had been completely plucked, their eyes were vacant, and they were covered in mud. They no longer resembled the noble angels from before. Cecilia and Lucien's behavior was now no different from that of pure chickens. Watching the once proud and divine angels turn into dirty chickens in less than half a day, Fong Wuji felt a bit embarrassed. "You have somewhat of a peculiar taste." The Mediterranean team also widened their eyes, crowding around to watch. "It's really a black chicken." Fong Wuji's mouth twitched. It seemed that this black chicken was not going to get away today. He flicked his finger lightly, giving the person a knock on the forehead from a distance. Ouch! Chapter 127. In the photo, the blood moon-like formation cast shimmering red light on the seabed, while the floating Buddha head appeared as if soaked in the river of the underworld. The features of the Buddha head were fused together by blood scabs, and many areas of its golden lacquer had been corroded and peeled off by the elements of seawater scattered across the seabed. Looking at this photo now, one could only vaguely discern the Buddha head's eyes. After all, only the eyes were starkly different from the other muddled features, with blood tears flowing in the seawater, making it hard to ignore. In his previous life, Suli did not believe in such things. He felt that cause and effect were vague, and that deities and Buddhas turn a blind eye to the sufferings of sentient beings. They were merely greedy for the incense of the mortal world. However, out of politeness, he still respected such matters. After all, Suli was a polite person, not the kind to send anyone to the chicken farm just because of a disagreement. However, when he said respect, it was limited to respect. He did not, like the masses, feel the need to set aside a seat for these non-existent deities. Moreover, he did not share the belief that all Buddhas in the world were benevolent. The Buddha has no form, reflecting only the goodness and evil of the human heart. All sentient beings can be incarnations of the Buddha. Chapter 128. None of them are good things. After hearing Fong Wuji's words, Suli silently placed a death warrant on this ancient Buddhist sect in his heart. The families and sects within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, as it stands now, seem to have few that are normal and clean. It's rotten to the core. However, I did not oppose it. Suli's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. He had a premonition that the things beneath this Buddha head, along with the missing Buddha body and the ancient Buddhist sect that had emerged, would definitely be something that could give him a great boost before ascension. Counting carefully among the families and sects he had eliminated, including that beast god, there were already 3 families with members who had ascended to the Sage realm and established themselves in the upper realm. If he added this ancient Buddhist sect, that would make a total of 4. The forces behind them were certainly not small. Before ascending, he has already attracted so many beings from the upper realm. Just thinking about it makes one feel so happy. Suli can't wait for everyone in the world to come and trouble him, to go against him, so he can rightfully beat them up. He even dreams of seeing his big headshot plastered on a wanted poster flying all over the upper realm as soon as he ascends. Chapter 129. Wait. Suli waved his hand, signaling Fong Wuji to pause. Who is the Yun family in the capital? Fong Wuji stroked his beard, placing the popcorn bucket on the table, the metal bottom clashing with the wooden surface, producing a muffled sound. Do you know why the ancient Buddhist sect has been entrenched in the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years? He suddenly asked. Just then, a crow flew past outside the window, the sound of its wings flapping intertwining with the distant ringing of a bell. Suli stared at the tea in his cup, the blue liquid reflecting the frown lines on his brow. Seeing the boy fall silent, Feng Wuji changed the question. Su Xiaoyu, do you think that from an ordinary person's perspective, the existence of the proud heaven Buddha's son, the power and energy he represents, is not incredibly astonishing? What do you want to say? Su Li replied lightly, already having a vague premonition of the conversation to come. Feng Wuji sighed and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the light rain fell continuously, and the sky was murky and gloomy. Human nature has always been greedy, even without considering the backing of the ancient Buddhist sect. The proud heaven Buddha, son himself, is a genuine old-school martial god. Such an existence ranks at the top of the energy hierarchy within the Dragon Kingdom, wielding considerable power and influence. Chapter 130, however, the Lin family and the Feng family are already engaged in a public and covert struggle, not trusting each other. And every time this matter is mentioned, they just find excuses to postpone it. To put it bluntly, the heads of these two families are equally arrogant. Having held high positions for so long, they undoubtedly believe that a small family like the Yun family, even with the help of the ancient Buddhist sect, won't stir up much trouble in the short term. Over time, coupled with the astonishing growth rate of the Yun family, they have managed to develop significantly. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Lao Deng still uses internet slang, quite trendy. However, since the Yun family has generally been quite low-key, unlike the ancient Buddhist sect, which is known for causing disturbances, there have been no signs of collusion with external forces. Furthermore, after the ancient Buddhist sect handed over the black market's mysterious ice trading chain to the Yun family, the official side has also had to source mysterious ice from the Yun family, presenting a cooperative relationship. To stabilize public sentiment, neither side has made things too ugly. At this point, Feng Wuji's fist tightened. However, this group usually made quite a bit of profit from those mysterious ice sources from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Now, the Yun family stands out as the sole leader. Even if only the family head, Yin Feihu, has notable cultivation strength. The power of the ancient Buddhist sect behind them is something no one can ignore. Chapter 131. If not, then I'll take my leave. Su Li finished the cola in his hand, hesitated for a moment before stepping away, and caught a glimpse of a small researcher in the corner. It's a lowly. At this moment, the lowly researcher was staring blankly at the empty cola bottle in his hand, her face showing a look of despair. She had a name tag that read Su Xinshin. Su Li glanced at the two empty popcorn buckets on the table and then at the cola bottle in his hand, quickly realizing what was going on. In his past life, he also liked to hide snacks in his desk. And that resentful gaze was exactly like his when his snacks were confiscated. It seems that hiding snacks in this kind of military building is much more difficult than in a high school classroom. Not to mention a military building of this border-level status. Hiding a snack in such a place is like climbing to the sky. The current situation is as painful as a middle-aged man's private stash being divided by his wife. Poor little girl. Although Su Xinshin did not approach Su Li to talk, her big, watery eyes remained fixed on him. 3 parts begging, 3 parts heartbreak, 3 parts despair, and 1 part warmth. The military building is usually under strict control. Even during legal holidays, it is hard to find a break, as the beast tide at the border can erupt at any time. Chapter 132. Rurel, activate the formation again. This time with the other 3 angels, using all your power to connect with the 2 ambassadors. Give me maximum output. Kexis had begun pacing back and forth, his tone losing the usual calmness. Sensing the obvious impatience in Kexis's tone, Rurel swallowed the excuse he was about to blurt out. Although the hope of activating the formation again was slim, he felt that if he made excuses, it would likely lead to bad outcomes. Yes, Lord Kexis. Watching the others begin to cast the new summoning formation, Kexis's eyes flickered, his gaze once again directed towards the boundless sea of the Pacific Ocean. His beloved was inexplicably buried in a foreign land, and his current mood could be described as extremely agitated. Kexis's affection for Cecilia had lasted a full 200 years. However, he humbly regarded himself as an understanding and gentle man. Unlike those reckless angels who were infatuated with love, he had kept his feelings hidden deep within his heart. Cecilia was aloof, with a strong sense of caution towards outsiders. If he rashly showed his affection, it would likely lead to failure. Chapter 133. After Rurel's reprimand, the 3 angels wisely closed their mouths and focused on arranging the formation. Under the concentrated efforts of the angels, the massive formation was quickly completed. A formation with a diameter of about 100 meters appeared on the beach. Rurel walked to his designated position in the formation, feeling a bit anxious. This was the upgraded version of the summoning formation, capable of exerting the highest level of effectiveness for summoning. If this time they still couldn't bring back the souls of the two ambassadors, that would basically confirm that their souls were imprisoned by some means. Rorel let out a gentle sigh. Imprisoning the souls of the Holy Temple angels was an entirely different matter. He was more cautious, if possible. He did not wish for the Dragon Kingdom to tear its face with the Holy Temple. When in the upper realm, daily affairs were not so hectic. He spent most of his time in the temple's library, knowing that he would have to go to the lower realm to carry out a mission. He had long swapped the books he read for textbooks related to the lower realm. During that time, in the reports about the Dragon Kingdom, Rorel had come across the strange scroll, known as the Shanhai Jing, more than once. Chapter 134 Night Market Street in Jiangnan Province. Although the date has reached the end of August, and the season has just entered autumn, the temperature has not dropped at all. Initially, it was thought that the light rain in the border area would cover the entire Jiangnan Province, but unexpectedly, it was only a localized rain. The hot areas remain hot. Su Li scanned a shared bicycle and leisurely swayed through the bustling night market. Perhaps due to the commotion from the abandoned district where a fight broke out, there were fewer people in the night market tonight. Along the way, Su Li had already heard many people going to the hospital to register, saying that the earlier pressure from that arrogant beast god made many ordinary citizens injured. Some people were riding bicycles when a sudden weight pressed down on them, causing them to fall to the ground. It was said that several young punks, showing off their skills, were excitedly reopening the green belts by the roadside. Others were squatting, and suddenly a wave of pressure descended upon them, causing everyone, whether squatting or sitting on the toilet, to lose their balance and land on their bottoms. It was said to be quite warm. If Su Li hadn't intervened to disperse the pressure, these people would have had to stay in close contact with their own mess for a while longer. Chapter 135. Just then, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Su Li turned to look and found that the black Rolls-Royce had stopped, and the young man inside began to throw money out. Red bills flew everywhere, instantly making countless eyes sparkle. Those who were previously embarrassed by this luxury car had their resentment clear up a bit. The young man continued to scatter money, prompting those around him to rush to pick it up while he shouted loudly, "Tonight I, Yun, am in high spirits and have had quite a bit to drink. I apologize to everyone for the earlier incident. Please bear with me. This money is my way of making amends, and I hope you all can give me some face." His surface politeness belied a deep disdain in his eyes. The young man's thoughts were laid bare under Su Li's gaze. It seemed this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Under Su Li's watchful eyes, the self-proclaimed Yun stepped out of the car, holding a thick stack of cash, and walked up to a female student. It looked to be around 500,000. The rear door of the car slowly opened, and an old man also got out. The young man elegantly fiddled with his wristwatch, the gems on the dial glistening under the streetlights. Chapter 136. No, you can't leave. Su Yin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to stand up, unsteadily running to the front of the car. Afraid of being directly hit, she jumped onto the hood. "You can't leave. You must give me a reasonable explanation." Looking at the unyielding woman in front of him, Yun Zishi's face showed some anger. The soft warmth in his hand that had just piqued his interest now faded significantly. When did he ever find it hard to get off stage? "Oh, young Master Yun, who is she? She smells so poor that it's suffocating me by the window." Yes, this is a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. It would be bad if she dirted it." Yun Zishi said lightly. "Her mother was just killed by me, and I've compensated her 1 million. The two accompanying women in his arms paused at this remark, but quickly hugged Yun Zishi's arms tighter. Their large, white bodies rubbing against his skin. "I thought it was a big deal. It's just an old lady who got killed. 1 million is enough for this country bumpkin to spend a lifetime. If you ask me, this woman must have set her sights on our Zishi's wealth, wanting to cling to a rich man." Chapter 137. Yun Zishi's words were not small, echoing in the ears of everyone present. The scene plunged into an eerie silence. Some smarter people noticed their phones suddenly displaying garbled text and exchanged glances before discreetly putting them away. Suyin bit her thin lips, looking at the stack of cash on the ground and her deformed mother lying on the ground, feeling a deep sense of desolation. The culprit in front of her looked indifferent, and a profound sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of Su Yin's heart, quickly spreading throughout her body. Tears filled her eyes once again. Yun Zishi scratched his ear. "So had you thought it through?" His voice, mixed with genuine energy, clearly reached everyone's ears. "By the way, if this matter goes south today, I can't guarantee that the red bills you just picked up will still be in your hands, and everyone might be implicated. Little sister, I think you should just let it go. An elderly woman couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to advise her earnestly. That person has powerful connections. You, a young girl, cannot compete with him. Little sister, it seems you're still in college. You have a bright future ahead, and shouldn't spend your life on such matters. Chapter 138. Boom. Zhou Chunhua's half-body was directly shattered by this punch. If Su Lihen deliberately held back, she would have been blown to a mist of blood on the spot. A tentacle exuding rolling black energy descended from the sky, wrapping around her heart. Zhou Chunhua was forcibly kept alive. No matter how severely injured, she could not die. The effect of adrenaline was minuscule in the face of such injuries. A blood-curdling scream erupted from her mouth, echoing through the sky. She was soaked in blood, various organs and tissues exposed to the air, her internal organs severely injured. The intense pain made her twitch uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back. But for some reason, she couldn't faint. Next to her, Xiao Wuqiang's face was stiff, his mind blank. His partner had been standing next to him 1 second, and the next second, how could it be? Looking at the smiling young man in front of him, a tremendous fear rose in his heart. Wait a minute. What are you waiting for? Su Li sneered, his palm directly pressing against his face, suddenly exerting force, and throwing Xiao Guoqiang into the air like a rag doll. Chapter 139. Old Man Yun was furious. After briefly stabilizing Yun Zishi's injuries, his semi-divine peak aura no longer concealed itself, transforming into a gust of strong wind that spread outwards. The nearby stalls were quickly blown over, with barbecue grills and oil pans scattered everywhere under the force of the wind. The crowd that had been lying on the ground vomiting was closest to the scene, and the strong wind directly swept up the vomit they had just expelled, smearing it all over their faces. The intense sour smell rushed into their nostrils. People were in disarray, scrambling in the wind, trying to stabilize themselves while vomiting even more. Excrement flew in the wind, and the city's appearance was directly rated 0. Su Li remained motionless in midair, like an ancient statue, standing firm and unyielding. Everything around him seemed unable to enter his sight. You little brat. Old Man Yun squinted slightly, the anger on his face still lingering, but his eyes showed a hint of surprise and suspicion. What's going on? He discreetly glanced at the crowd around him, which had been scattered by his pressure, feeling even more puzzled. The people nearby were not directly harmed under his pressure. Chapter 140. Old Man Yun's body shot out like a cannonball, and the Wolf Fang Club in Su Li's hand was covered in someone's blood. His figure surged forward again, rapidly closing in on the screaming Old Man Yun in the air. Wait, don't! Ignoring Old Man Yun's panic, Su Li calmly rotated the Wolf Fang Club 3.5 times, finding the right angle to deliver another blow to the previous wound. Crack! Boo! Old Man Yun's stomach churned. The taste of rust in his throat swept through his entire sensory system, and he vomited blood once more. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed as the ribs in his chest were shattered into countless fragments. The skin on his chest and abdomen was brutally torn open by the sharp ends of the Wolf Fang Club, exposing the bloody subcutaneous tissue. You treat me with courtesy, but you aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes, waste. Is the Yun family's head so impressive? Why don't you let him come and save you? Ha ha ha. Looking at the bloodied figure before him, Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instantly teleported above Old Man Yun, stomping down heavily. The black and gold light exploded violently around Old Man Yun, and this kick completely tore through his defenses, crushing his abdomen. Chapter 141. Bang! Yun Zishi's nails dug deep into the cracks of the ground's rubble, his throat rolling violently as he swallowed the sweet, metallic taste of blood. His injuries showed no signs of improvement. Even with Old Man Yun's life-saving trump card, the 2 life-preserving pills he had treasured for years, the shadow of death lingering in Yun Zishi's heart remained undiminished. The unbearable pain spread to every cell in his body, and his vision began to flicker black intermittently. To survive, he knelt down. This once mighty young master, whose life had been smooth sailing since birth, lacking money, resources, and power, could never have imagined that one day he would kneel like those he had previously humiliated simply because he kicked a piece of iron. Feeling the Wolf Fang Club in Su Li's hand, covered in spikes and wrapped in chains, just its presence sent chills down his spine. Yun Zishi couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like if that club hit him. His half-dead and severely injured body couldn't withstand even one strike from Old Man Yin. Would he be directly obliterated by a single hit? Chapter 142. The sharp whistle of the metal club slicing through the air made all the onlookers' pupils constrict in unison. The neon lights of the night market flickered violently in the black and gold light cast by the club, resembling a collapsing circuit board. The club solidly struck Yun Zishi, and the tremendous impact crushed his body into a shrimp-like shape. There was a sickening crack as Yun Zishi's spine gave way, the third lumbar vertebra bulging out like a burst gummy bear, and his eyes bulged from the increased intracranial pressure, blood gushing out from his facial features. Ah. The wretched cries erupted from Yun Zishi's mouth, the intense pain disorienting him as he felt like a ball being tossed around by Su Li. Su Li aimed for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, swinging the club to send Yun Zishi crashing into the car. Crash! Yun Zishi slammed heavily against the car, the hood of the Rolls-Royce caving in, and all the windows shattered. Glass shards flew everywhere, with many piercing into Yun Zishi's wounds, causing secondary injuries. The two drinking companions who had been in the car were already paralyzed with fear, seeing Yun Zishi come crashing down, their faces pale, unable to react in time. Chapter 143. Yun Yuan? Who is Yun Yuan? Su Li's mind momentarily stalled, having suppressed too many people that he couldn't immediately connect the name. After a few seconds of thought, Su Li's expression cleared up. It turned out to be something that happened the night after his martial arts examination when Li Changlong and his group dragged him to celebrate. At that time, he was waiting for the elevator downstairs at the Monbois Hotel when a wasteful young master came out, having no previous interaction with him. Yet upon seeing him for the first time, he went crazy. He complained that Su Li looked shabby and polluted his eyes, even demanding Su Li to kneel and apologize. Therefore, this fool and his two female companions were swiftly dealt with by Su Li. The entire hotel lobby was left in a mess by him. Su Li pulled back his thoughts, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He remembered Yun Yuan shouting something about having the backing of the Yun family in Beijing, and now here came another Yun Zishi. If he wasn't mistaken, there were also 4 expendables that night who wanted to take him out on the highway, but they were crushed by his modified ghost battle car. It seemed that, regardless of the incident, the shadow of the Yun family in Beijing could be seen, and one could even say that these events were all orchestrated by the Yun family. Chapter 144. Su Li glanced at the miserable group of people, his eyes searching for something. After scanning the entire area, his gaze landed in a corner. Found it. His figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly speeding off, returning in a blink of an eye. In his hands were 2 half-dead figures. The 2 figures looked pitiful, with at least 20 fractures all over their bodies, their teeth shattered by Su Li's fists, and even the slightest movement made them grimace in pain. It was thanks to the power of the 10,000 souls coffin that they had retained their lives. These 2 were none other than Zhou Chunhua and Xiao Guiqiang, who had initially boasted in front of him. Su Li looked at them with the eyes of someone looking at dead men, rolling his eyes. Even in their current situation, this middle-aged couple still refused to let go of a large stack of red bills in their hands, gripping them tightly. It was only a few seconds ago that their identity tokens had lit up, and even though they knew the weight of the being standing in front of them, the greed in Zhou Chunhua and Xiao Guiqiang's eyes still lingered. In contemporary times, one could say they were like old fools. Their essay saying, "It's not that old people turn bad, but rather bad people grow old." Chapter 145. Su Li's voice rang out loud and clear, directly striking the group into silence. They knew exactly what they were doing. They just weren't willing to admit it. One person might feel guilty about doing this, but when a majority of people engage in the same act, it becomes something entirely different. They relied on the approval of the majority to alleviate their guilt. Su Li had seen such rotten theatrics many times in his previous life. The boss is blatantly withholding wages, delaying project payments, dismissing people for no reason, and acting arrogantly. There are also a whole bunch of so-called experts who can say things like the poor indulge in pleasure while the rich suffer. Aren't they all just trying to compensate for their own deep-seated guilt? In the end, who gets hurt? It's still the ordinary people. Someone weakly speaks up. Even so, isn't it fine for us to just focus on ourselves? Fine? Su Li couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean fine? You don't dare to take responsibility simply because Yun Zishi has a big background and many tricks and you're afraid of suffering. So you want to harm others to save yourselves. What about me? Don't I have an even bigger background? You're afraid of that arrogant young master, but not afraid of me. Suli? Chapter 146. The next day, as the sun rises. In the capital city, at the Guizhou mansion, a large pile of documents has accumulated on the desk. Zhang Hongyuan's face looks somewhat stiff as he glances at the old butler beside him, seeking an explanation. He has just returned from Jiangnan, so why are there so many documents? As a Guizhou, why does he feel like he is becoming more like a beast of burden? The old butler shakes his head with a bitter smile and slowly speaks. The sender is Su Li. You should take a look. Huh? Zhang Hongyuan roughly flips through them and finds they are all written by the young man. The signatures are clearly marked, and most are battle reports sent from the Law Enforcement Bureau. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly. It has only been a day since resolving the beast goddess phantom and killing countless monsters. What has Su Li done now? If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother looking, but since it's Su Li, he has to take a look. Zhang Hongyuan casually picks up a report and begins to read. The first page leaves him stunned. On the handling guidelines for the two guests from the Holy Temple, Cecilia and Lucien, he is a bit confused. What is going on? Did Su Li go to old Fang's place? Did he run there so quickly? So, when he said he was going to help Fang Wujing yesterday, he was told that the matter had been resolved. It turned out Su Li was the one who helped. Chapter 147. Su Li smiles faintly and drinks the tea in his hand. Under the observation of the eye of causality, he can clearly see what Zhang Hongyuan is thinking. He swears he really didn't think too much about it. He just said what came to mind. When has he ever given anyone face? But seeing the old man grinning, he doesn't point it out. Putting down the teacup, Su Li speaks. All right, let us get to the point. Old man, you call me over in such a hurry right after finishing with the beast goddess phantom. What do you want? Zhang Hongyuan is taken aback. The Yin family? Are you really starting the cleanup plan so soon? He wants to ask Su Li which universe he came from, how he is always so efficient and never seems tired. Remembering that he just wanted to slack off because of those documents, he feels a bit ashamed. No, as a veteran martial god, Zhang Hongyuan keenly senses a subtle emotional fluctuation from Su Li. Coupled with the recent events involving the Yun family, he hesitates to ask, did they provoke you? Su Li shrugs nonchalantly and quickly recounts the actions of the Yun family. Chapter 148. In the Pacific Ocean, the coast of the beautiful country. The beach is covered in blood, and pristine feathers are scattered everywhere. The smell of blood in the air is so strong it's nauseating. Golden blood soaks the damaged wings, and torn flesh falls onto the beach, covered in mud and looking shocking. They're all dead. Kexis' body trembles wildly, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled state, his clarity gone. The once full angel squad now has only him left alive. His intact tail wings tremble slightly in fear. The 12 pairs of beautiful wings shaking in the sea breeze, contrasting sharply with the mutilated corpses of his comrades on the beach. In front of Kexis stand a figure. The root cause of all this, the proud son of Buddha. After experiencing a battle that was almost a crushing defeat, Kexis no longer has any will to fight against the devil before him. He, who has always been strong-willed, is submitting to the enemy for the first time. Even though the control of his body now belongs to the rational personality within him, and his current strength is much greater than usual, he still doesn't feel he has any chance of winning. Not even a fraction. Chapter 149. In the Void Turbulence, the original beast domain. Unlike the beast god-s domain filled with a bloody and murderous atmosphere, this beast domain looks more like a thriving, harmonious cultivation holy land. Two beautiful figures are tightly bound, their postures extremely stiff, and even the slightest movement is exceedingly difficult. If one were to look closely, they would find that the hands and feet of both are covered in obscure and incomprehensible incantations. Yu Amlin surveys her surroundings, although their current situation is not optimistic. She can't help but exclaim that the environment here is simply unique. Not only is the spiritual energy several times denser than the outside world, but even the comprehension and cultivation of laws seem to have a faint enhancement here. Time seems to stand still. Yu Amlin retracts her gaze and checks her body with her consciousness. In this environment, the injuries she sustained earlier have nearly healed. She once again circulates her true essence to try to break the strange ropes binding her. Unfortunately, the furrow in her brow already signals the outcome of yet another failure. Still not working. The two are now bound by a bright rope, as if all their strength has been drained, and they can't mobilize any of their true energy. Chapter 150. Whose beggar is this? Get out of the way. The middle-aged man's face is furious, his words merciless, and his actions ruthless as he raises a foot to kick the small girl in front of him. His rat-like eyes are filled with disgust. The little girl can't dodge in time and is solidly stamped on the chest by his foot, crying out in pain as her body rolls several meters before finally stopping. How unlucky to run into a beggar right before the new year. I do feel dirty just kicking you. The scar on the middle-aged man's face twitches, and his body shakes as he walks, openly showing his disdain. Beside him is a well-dressed woman with heavy makeup, who nudges the middle-aged man, teasingly saying, "Oh, come on. Dear, look at her weak and fragile appearance. What if you accidentally kick her to death? I would want to lose you. What is that about? My little beauty? She's just a beggar. If she dies, so be it. Who would care? But you, after not seeing me for days, actually still care about your husband. Looks like absence makes the heart grow fonder. That saying is really true. Chapter 151. The hand of Kexis, turned into a puppet. Pressed against the Sanskrit staff, and countless Sanskrit characters soared into the sky, sketching a massive picture in midair. As Kexis released his grip, the scene froze on the image of two sisters huddling together in the wind and snow, no longer moving. Young friend, do you recognize these two people in the picture? I recognize your mother. The smile on the face of the proud, heavenly Buddha child froze. Su Li's brows were lowered, as cold as ever. He twisted his neck, producing a crackling sound, and looked at the proud, heavenly Buddha child, said, "You Amlin, you wanting your father not only knows who these two people are, but your father also knows that you talk too much." Su Li's figure gradually stepped into the air, the vast blood energy of a peak martial god rolling, stirring up gusts of wind that caused the surrounding waves to surge continuously. "Bald donkey, my patience is limited. There are some things I only ask once. If you don't want to be hammered in the mud by me, it's best to speak human language and not play Tai Chi with me. I have no interest in their past. You just need to tell me where you took these two and how you changed the timeline." The boy's gaze was deep like an abyss, carrying a dangerous meaning, as if he would tear the proud heavenly Buddha child to pieces in the next moment. Chapter 152. The splashes of water exploding on the sea surface had yet to dissipate when Su Li's footsteps thundered over the beach. With each step he took, a black gold aura wildly spread from the soles of his shoes, scorching the fine sand of the entire bay into a glass-like crystal. Su Li felt no surprise at the proud heavenly Buddha child's rising aura. A genuine saint, the means they controlled, and the numerical crushing brought by the gap in realms were not to be underestimated. If he would be beaten from start to finish like this, dying so miserably, he had no interest in continuing to waste time. Sensing the opponent's momentum rising, Su Li glanced thoughtfully at the sky, where thick clouds had accumulated at some point, seemingly hiding some great terror behind them. The world was filled with hidden murderous intent. Su Li raised his brows lightly, black energy swirling around him as he casually formed seals with his hands and swept them over himself. A piece of armor radiating intense heat appeared on his black robe, bright red in color. Heavenly grade, top-tier treasure, blood dragon, fire-bathing armor. Then he extended his fingers, crossing them like a sword, and an ethereal cry of a kite rang out in the field, causing one's heart to tremble. A completely ice-blue, transparent sword, bursting with cold air, suddenly cut through the sky, coming straight at him. Chapter 153. Watching the young man remove the armor from his body and retract the sword in his hand, the proud heavenly Buddha child's face showed even more smug confidence. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Su Li, you know you cannot resist, so you're giving up struggling? Have you seen the gap between us? Just obediently accept your death. Boom. At the moment they clashed, a sharp explosion sounded, and the shockwave of the collision spread for thousands of miles. Dust rose, and the sea surface, previously frozen by the icy sword energy, was shattered by this wave of impact, causing towering waves to surge once more. The wind howled in rage, and the clouds echoed with rumbling thunder. The proud heavenly Buddha child was also directly blown away by this shockwave, his shiny bald head crashing against nearby rocks, worsening his already serious injuries. He's dead, definitely dead. Feeling the heart-pounding sensation brought by the shockwave, he struggled to crawl onto the rocks from the sea, his face filled with ecstatic delight. This Su Li, absolutely dead. Even though he was coughing blood now, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, cough, 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 ha ha. Su Li, cough, cough, come and fight me again. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 154. Sister, don't cry, I'm here. Yuanning tightly held her baby sister Yuanlin, her small figure limping through the wind and snow. Her heart raced with tension, pounding wildly. She clutched 3 red bills tightly in her hand, not daring to relax for a moment, as if once she loosened her grip, the $300 would sprout legs and run away. Her sudden plan had succeeded. Yuanning's lips curved upward slightly. Although her clothes were torn and ragged, they couldn't hide the sparkle in her eyes. She was not a member of the underworld, nor was she a spy sent by the middle-aged man's enemies to set him up. A faint blue glow shone in her eyes as she skillfully wiped away the warm blood from her nose, hiding a few traces of glee in her gaze. She had never told anyone that she had a special ability. This ability allowed her to read part of a person's memories and all their current thoughts through their eyes. It was akin to a form of telepathy. Ever since her sister opened her eyes, Yuanning suddenly discovered she possessed this ability, which could also resonate with Yuanlin. Chapter 155, Who Are You? Yuanning stared blankly at the elegantly dressed woman before her. Her face flushed, and, after a long pause, managed to squeeze out a sentence. Are you me from the future? Upon hearing this, Yin Shiyu's expression was calm, and although there was little emotion on her face, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. Other avatars, upon seeing her, either desired this or that or treated her like Aladdin's magic lamp. Even those with relatively good living environments were full of worldly desires in their words. The things she wanted to cultivate were undoubtedly absent in the other 3 avatars. Sighing at this thought, Yin Shiyu couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh in her heart. In fact, calling them avatars was less accurate than saying she was cultivating her Tao body. When Yin Shiyu's spirit encountered a backlash from an unknown force while breaking through to the divine spirit realm in the upper realm, not only did her cultivation regress to the 6th level of the saint realm, but she was also cursed to be unable to reconstruct her body through heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This meant she could only pursue some extreme methods, such as slicing her spirit, enduring pain, and using these slices to cultivate avatars in the lower realm, hoping to cultivate a Tao body that could perfectly match her spirit. Chapter 156. The proud heavenly Buddha child's withered fingers dug deeply into the crevices of the rocks, his knuckles turning pale from excessive force. He stared at the approaching figure in a black robe on the sea surface, a roar mixed with blood foam escaping his throat. The sound was coarse, like it had been ground by sandpaper, yet carried a mad desperation. I cannot fail here. Yin, Shurtian Palace. Cough, cough. Your Majesty the Heavenly Maiden. He coughed violently, blood foam spreading like dark red flowers on the rocks, and the blood-stained monk robe had long lost its original golden thread patterns. As Suli raised his hand, 3 strange, shadowy tentacles burst forth from the boy's shadow, directly penetrating his shattered body. Beefich, beefich, beefich. Blood spurted wildly once more, each chain producing a sickening grinding sound as he struggled. It was as if mocking this once glorious ancient Buddha sect master, who now needed to rely on the rocks to stand in such a ridiculous posture. The last drop of blood foam slid from the corner of the mouth, and the murky pupils of the proud heaven Buddha child suddenly contracted violently. He trembled as he raised his right hand, and 3 holy patterns buzzed in response, once again outlining a complex Sanskrit array in the void. At the center of the array floated the pale puppet head of Kexis, which was supposed to be a treasure offered to the Empress of Heaven to nourish her spirit, but at this moment it became his only trump card. Chapter 157. The sharp screech of metal friction pierced the sky, and the terrifying high temperature stirred up gusts of hot wind. Suli seemed to be stunned, standing still in place. The pressure of the dual holy bodies materialized into 2 burning suns, slowly rotating behind Kexis. Through the extreme means of the proud heaven Buddha child, Kexis' cultivation had now reached the peak of the 5th stage saint, and the dual holy body was no longer constrained by the limits of cultivation. The 2 personalities transformed into suns, radiating brilliantly. The broken wings of Kexis appeared in the left sun, while the distorted skull of the proud heaven Buddha child was reflected in the right sun. At the moment the 2 golden suns overlapped, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared in space. The full force of the peak 5th stage saint unleashed a deafening roar as the power of the laws compressed together, erupting into a series of thunderous booms. The continuous explosions nearly shattered the clouds for hundreds of miles. TSK. Suli clicked his tongue impatiently. At such a high temperature, The black robe he had just created was likely to be damaged again. First, he needed to cool down this idiot with a talisman. The chaotic energy surged in his hand, and Su Li quickly learned various talisman knowledge from the memories of the proud Heaven Buddha child. The talent of the chaos evil god body activated, and the mastery of all weapons began to provide buffs. Chapter 158. All arrows were precisely eliminated before they even approached the boy. Kexis reluctantly raised his hands, constantly controlling the trajectory of the arrows, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Move, pierce through this bug. The puppet body, which had already been refined to near completion, could hardly withstand such a consumption of true energy. Soon, blood tears began to flow from Kexis' eyes, yet his arm still did not lower, and the true energy within him continued to be recklessly overdrawn. He was unwilling. As long as I can hit one arrow. As long as Su Li gets hit by an arrow, then I can grasp the victory. However, despite Kexis' efforts, it was still of no use. No matter how he inputted true energy to control the trajectory of the arrows, every time they were accurately predicted and dodged by the boy, from all directions. As long as that chain swung, his arrows would only be obediently intercepted, truly domineering. With every swing of the chain, a large number of arrows extinguished in holy flames, falling to the ground with no further reaction. Kexis' eyes were filled with terror. That bizarre black energy could directly sever the connection of divine consciousness he had attached to these arrows. Chapter 159. Detected the angelic cultivator Kexis at the peak of the 5th stage saint, Pseudo, with a shattered Tao heart, evil value 60,000. Detected the angelic cultivator Kexis at the peak of the 5th stage saint, Pseudo, severely injured, with a seriously damaged martial foundation, evil value 70,000. The system's prompt sounded in Su Li's ears, and a deeper smile appeared on his face. The slow, crunching sound as he chewed echoed clearly on the silent beach. Su Li deliberately slowed his movements, letting his teeth crush the crispy bone membrane on the wings, producing a fine cracking sound, mixed with blood plasma that dripped from the corner of his mouth, eroding small holes in the sandy ground. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally clear, making one's teeth ache. Kexis' body twitched violently, shaking madly. In his terrified gaze, one could clearly see the remnants of the wings entangled by the tentacle-like shadows, rapidly dissolving between Su Li's lips and teeth. It twisted and deformed like wax meeting fire, while the frequency of the other party's atoms apple rolling grew faster, as if savoring some delicacy. What are you? Seeing a monster taste its own body parts up close, with an expression of enjoyment, combined with the intense pain. Chapter 160. The proud Heaven Buddha child is dead. Yunshiyu looked at the message returned by the Saint Master Haithwai with a calm expression, showing no significant change. She had already learned of the intelligence regarding their collusion days ago. Although the proud Heaven Buddha child was her most loyal subordinate, she would not spare her attention on such a humble bug. It was merely one-sided affection. Accepting your kindness does not mean I accept you as a person. Yunshiyu thought with righteous indignation, her eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. However, she did not expect that Haithwai, who was often praised by outsiders for treating her subordinates like confidants, would actually sell the entire angelic regiment's combat power to the proud Heaven Buddha child. Moreover, it was the angelic General Kexis, who had achieved remarkable feats, willingly offered as a blood sacrifice for her to restore her cultivation. Although the proud Heaven Buddha child was her most loyal messenger, being so straightforward could be said to reflect the grandeur of Saint Master. But Yunshiyu preferred to cooperate with such people, a purely beneficial relationship with no extra emotions, which was good for both parties. Moreover, she had long promised Haithwai that before the matter was accomplished, there was no need to worry about being backstabbed. Chapter 161. The lines at the corners of Yunshiyu's eyes trembled violently, as if countless tiny bugs were crawling beneath her scales. Why? Anger spread in her heart as she felt her hypocrisy being exposed, and she became somewhat irritated. What a bold claim. Clearly, it was her own divine soul avatar, entangled with her own karma. Even if it was subjected to the karma of suffering, what of it? Who is she? She is Yunshiyu, the former decision-maker of the Yunshur Heavenly Palace, an existence that looks down on all living beings, one of the 5 great prodigies of the Yunshur Academy. What is wrong with a mere lower realm cultivator suffering a bit more? To be able to establish a connection with a heavenly prodigy like me is the lifelong dream of countless cultivators. Suddenly, she threw back her head and let out a sharp laugh, her voice like rusty blades scraping against bones, filled with rage. My little wanting is really good at joking. The thick true energy at the peak of the martial god slammed into the ground, stirring up a stench-filled mud. What flows within you is my source Tao rhyme. Without the karmic mark I planted, you don't even have the qualification to speak. She manipulated her soul body, approaching fish-wanting sea of consciousness, her pupils narrowing to needle points. Back then, when you were kicked and had broken ribs and damaged organs, if it weren't for my pity for your incomplete soul. Chapter 162. If you give face but don't want it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yun Shiyu's sharp scream was no longer a mere transmission of thought, but exploded in the depths of the shared sea of consciousness, transforming into a substantial soul storm filled with overwhelming resentment and violent power. The unwillingness she had accumulated over 100 years, the humiliation of being bitten back by ants, and the anxiety of the last deadline to reclaim the Tao body were all completely ignited at this moment, with no reservations left. The originally gentle golden thread that entwined Yu Wanting's consciousness instantly shed its disguise, becoming taut and shimmering with a chilling cold light. It was like billions of icy steel needles, filled with deadly poison, viciously stabbing at the already dim and shattered core of Yu Wanting's soul. At the same time, a stream of blood-colored energy, thick like substance and far surpassing before, surged out from the depths of the cloud stone fish's soul. With a suffocating weight and a burning sensation capable of incinerating souls, it violently crushed every corner of the sea of consciousness, intending to completely extinguish, crush, and dissolve that faint glimmer of resistance. Ugh! Yu Wanting's soul emitted a silent, mournful groan, her already fragile spirit swaying even more precariously. It felt as if her entire consciousness had been thrown into a boiling lava hell, yet was repeatedly crushed by a mountain of immense weight. Chapter 163, Upper Realm. Southern Region. Deep within the cloud-stone heavenly palace, in the forbidden land of 10,000 corpses, just standing at the entrance of the Cloudstone Academy, one could see a thick, heavy mist, filled with spiritual essence, yet carrying a decayed aura, perpetually shrouding the forbidden land of 10,000 corpses. This is the place where the bones of disciples who committed grave crimes and powerful demonic beasts are buried, filled with a chilling atmosphere and chaotic spiritual power. Ordinary disciples would feel their minds shaken if they approached within 100 jong. In their eyes, this place is regarded as an absolute forbidden zone. However, at this moment, in the shadow of a peculiar altar at the core of the forbidden land, there emanated an incongruous heat and allure. The altar was made of a dark, blood-like jade, its surface covered in twisted runes, emitting a faint, unsettling glow. Upon this stone platform, which symbolizes punishment and death, two bodies were entangled in a nearly blasphemous manner. The woman had her garments half undone, a thin veil as light as a cicada's wings slipping off her shoulder, revealing large areas of skin as fair as frost and snow, like an otherworldly white lotus blooming suddenly in the darkness. Her lotus-like arms wrapped around the neck of an elderly man beneath her, whose hair and beard were completely white, but whose physique was exceptionally robust. Her red lips exhaling a hot and sweet breath, intentionally gasping. Chapter 164. You keep calling, I'm really being nice to you. Su Li's cold voice, like a tangible cold current, instantly froze the turbulent energy ripples in the sea of consciousness. His solid black-robed figure quietly hovered before Yu Wanting's brilliantly golden core, like an ancient, unchanging black peak, completely isolating all blood-colored torrents and destructive breaths. It's you. The sharp, breaking scream nearly tore the entire sea of consciousness apart. The cloudstone fish transformed into a massive blood-colored dragon head, its enormous skull suddenly twisting, its dragon eyes burning with dark golden flames locking onto Su Li. That black robe, that vague yet deeply hated aura. It must be him. This little thief who showed his head and tail indirectly destroyed her physical body, causing her century-long plans to come to naught, reducing her to a state of competing for a remnant body with a mere derivative. The furious blood-colored storm swept in an instant. She could clearly perceive the overwhelming, condensed, and boundless aura radiating from him, unmistakably symbolizing the peak of martial gods. Same rank? A younger generation who hid his head and tail, plotted against her from behind, actually stood at the same height as her. Chapter 165. The Cloudstone fish let out an unprecedented, piercing wail, a terrifying force on a purely physical level, capable of crushing stars, was unleashed without reservation upon the dragon head formed from her soul core. There was no dazzling energy clash, only the most primitive, most brutal violent destruction. The enormous dragon head was forcibly pressed down, caving in. Countless blood dragon scales, composed of pure soul power and more resilient than divine gold, emitted unbearable groans under the overwhelming force, fracturing and exploding inch by inch. They transformed into a shower of scarlet light. The massive body of the blood dragon was trampled by this irresistible immense force, like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably crashing down towards the ground of the sea of consciousness. Bang! The entire sea of consciousness violently trembled. It was as if a star had fallen. The shockwave visibly spread, completely shattering the remaining spatial structure within the sea of consciousness. And that's not all. The force of Su Li's stomp even penetrated the barriers of the sea of consciousness, directly transmitting to the external reality of the shared spiritual body container. The weak spiritual body suspended in the mysterious space suddenly spewed out a rich, almost tangible golden-red blood mist. Chapter 166. Detected that you have slain the peak of the 9th level of martial arts, the former true fate daughter of the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace, Cloudstone Fish. Evil value 100,000. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Suli was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the battle power of a peak martial god at the same level would only yield a few tens of thousands, but unexpectedly, it gave him 100,000. However, he quickly realized that it should be due to the other party's significant background, high status, and strong influence. That was reasonable. He rushed out of the already shattered formation with the two women, glancing back at the ash that had turned into dust. He saw that the mournful cries of the shattered space had not completely ceased, as chaotic currents, like a weary giant beast, still rolled with the last remnants in the void. The once vast primordial beast domain now only had floating wreckage and slowly descending energy powder, forming a scene of desolation after an apocalypse. A bit of pity. Such a large area would have been great for himself to play with. Who would have thought it was so fragile, exploding after just 2 hits? With this thought, Suli felt no regret at all, even thinking that this thing was a bit trashy. On the other side, the spiritual light spheres of Yu Wanting and Yu Anlin rapidly solidified and took shape under the nourishment of Su Li's chaotic energy. Chapter 167. The chaotic airflow flowed slowly around Su Li, as if time had solidified. The Liuli Ichan floated above his fingertips, flowing with a dreamy and fragile halo. Every flicker of light seemed like a silent countdown, pulling at traces of the past and possibilities of the future. Hurry up, whether to use it or not. Just one word. This bland urging still buzzed in Yu Wanting and Yu Anlin's minds. The initial shock receded like a tide, leaving behind a cold and heavy reality. Yu Wanting instinctively bit her lip. She felt that her body at this moment was no longer the illusory feeling that could dissipate at any moment, but a real warm touch of flesh and blood passing from her fingertips to her heart. A surging vitality flowed through her meridians, purer and stronger than in their prime. All thanks to the unfathomable young man before her. Reconstructing their physical bodies, this was already a gift of rebirth they had never dared to imagine. But when it came to whether to restore the sisters' existence in this world, Yu Wanting was still somewhat hesitant. After all, the two had crawled from being beggars who could barely fill their stomachs to becoming the presidents of 2 top martial arts universities, achieving countless fame and status. And all those brilliant accomplishments were the result of their countless sweat. Chapter 168. Saint Fish Anlin murmured these 2 words, feeling an unprecedented sense of grandeur rising in her chest, completely dispersing any lingering attachment to the past. Her gaze became as firm, bright, and filled with infinite longing for the future as her sisters. Yes, ascend, become a saint. This is the path we should take. Let that past little fish and shrimp principle disappear. We are already new selves. The sisters' hands clasped tightly together, as if silently making a solemn vow regarding their future. Their hearts communicated, with no hesitation remaining. They turned to face Su Li once more. This time, their eyes held no shock or fear, only immense gratitude and a determination akin to breaking free from a cocoon. Yuan stepped forward, deeply and solemnly bowing to Su Li, followed closely by Yuanlin. Have you made up your minds? Su Li's tone was calm, as if he had already guessed their choice. Senior Su. Yuan's voice was clear and strong, filled with utmost sincerity. The grace of your saving life, shaping the body, and stabilizing the foundation of the Tao, Wanting and my sister Anlin will remember it for life. This grace is akin to being reborn, a great virtue that is hard to repay. Chapter 169. The glow of the communication jade talisman flickered at Su Li's fingertips, and a deep, penetrating voice pierced through the array barrier, carrying the calmness of someone who had long held power. Su Xiaoyu, suddenly contacting me with a secret message. Have you discovered something or encountered something? Someone has set up a causal trap. Su Li directly interrupted the customary pleasantries of Zhang Hongyuan, the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. His tone is flat, as if stating the weather. Two people with deep ties to you have had their existence completely erased. Aside from me, you will not remember they ever existed. The other end of the jade talisman fell silent. In the inner palace's imperial study, a purple clay teacup hung, suspended in midair. Zhang Hongyuan, dressed in dark robes with dragon patterns, sat upright behind the desk, his temples frosted but his back as straight as a gun. At this moment, his brow tightened, and the fingers gripping the cup were slightly tense. Warm tea creating tiny ripples against the precious purple clay wall. The direct approach right after the call indeed suited the youth's character, but it was a heavy psychological blow for an old man like him. Causal erasure? He slowly repeated these 4 words, each syllable like chewing on a branding iron. What kind of power could touch such a taboo? Zhang Hongyuan's mind flashed through countless terrifying possibilities. An ultimate curse from an alien evil? The residual poison of a lost ancient god? Or perhaps the projection of something untouchable from the upper realm? Chapter 170. Yunyu Shirtian Palace? Zhang Hongyuan's lips trembled. These words felt like a searing branding iron, burning him to the point where he could hardly speak. The calmness and depth in his eyes were instantly shattered by an indescribable horror, collapsing, dominating the southern region of the upper realm. Overlooking the rise and fall of all worlds, the disciples of the palace were all formidable beings. And the palace master was said to be able to pluck stars and seize the moon. What an unparalleled holy land. Yunyu Shirtian Palace. And the true, fated heavenly maiden. What kind of existence was that? The sovereign of the future above billions of beings, blessed by the entire palace's fortune. A figure destined to prove the Tao and reign over the heavens. And you just killed her? The true, fated heavenly maiden. Zhang Hongyuan felt as if his throat had been suddenly constricted, his voice sharp and distorted. A saint? You just killed a genuine saint. He suddenly sprang up from the wide purple sandalwood chair, the heavy throne sliding back half a step from the impact, the chair legs scraping against the golden bricks with a piercing sound. This pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, who remained unflinching in the face of calamity, completely lost his composure at this moment. Su Li, you seem to have misunderstood something. The heavenly maiden of Yunyu Shirtian Palace has just revived. Although she possesses saintly means, her cultivation is only at the peak of martial god, not a true saint. Chapter 171. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Melee Country, Peanut Stew, Black Palace. The core of the land known as the Free Lighthouse was being swept by an unprecedented storm. In the depths of the Black Palace, in the Peanut Stew Special Zone, the War Room, codenamed Resolute, was brightly lit, yet the air was as solid as lead. A massive curved screen displayed satellite images from different angles, with only one core content. That once picturesque border beach now resembled the entrance to a purgatory. The images had been sharpened and enhanced to the highest level, clearly showcasing the shocking scene. Holy wings were tattered and scattered across the charred beach, golden blood showing bizarre low-temperature remnants under infrared imaging. Originally dozens of reefs, standing 30 to 40 meters high, had been shattered from violent impacts. Most terrifying of all was the enormous, bottomless circular pit in the center of the image. It looked like the terrifying aftermath of 2 immensely powerful attacks colliding. The edges of the pit bore purple-black energy scorch marks, and, at the bottom, a massive shadowy imprint could be vaguely seen. However, the body of the involved party had vanished without a trace, seemingly evaporated to ashes. Chapter 172. He glanced around at the high-ranking officials sitting in silence, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. For so many years, we have infiltrated the holy temple, turned a blind eye to their activities. They wanted land to build secret bases. We gave it. They needed resources for those damned rituals. We acquiesced. Even their angels' little schemes behind the scenes. As long as they didn't touch our core interests, we tolerated. What for? Wasn't it for their promise that once successful, Melee country could overpower the Dragon Kingdom and become the true dominator of this planet? Thorn slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud bang. We didn't directly participate in their bloody sacrifices. We didn't offer souls like those fanatics. But we provided the most precious territory. We offered the most critical stage. No credit. Surely we deserve some recognition for our hard work. But now, their plans are ruined. Completely ruined. They've caused a huge mess, attracting a terrifying existence that can easily crush saints right onto our territory. And what now? They don't even send a word. Cutting off all contact, slipping away like mice without a trace. Leaving all of Melee country completely exposed in front of this demon, letting us fend for ourselves. Chapter 173. The young Aide's panic scream pierced through the suffocating silence of the war room like an ice pick. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the edge of the satellite image he was pointing to. It was not a clear image, but rather a chaotic shadow, constantly twisting and devouring light, racing inland along the coastline at a speed beyond physical comprehension. Each flicker left a heart-stopping coordinate jump direction on the map, heading straight for the capital. The target speed was unmeasurable. The path was a straight line. The destination was the Black Palace. The aide's voice carried a sob, the last 3 words nearly exhausting all his strength. Prime Minister Thorn of the Black Palace murmured, repeating, his hollow gaze filled for the first time with pure, primal fear. All the luck, all the self-comfort shattered into pieces in front of this cold path prediction, leaving not a single fragment behind. The existence, that monster that crushes saints like ants, is either just passing by or coming directly for their highest power center. Negotiation. Prepare the highest level contact plan immediately. Use all channels, all languages, to express the highest level of sincere peace. Connect to global live broadcast. The Minister of Foreign Affairs almost shouted, his voice sharp and distorted. Chapter 174. Target locked. Saturated coverage. All evasion paths calculated and sealed off. In the underground command center, the operator's voice was high-pitched with excitement, as countless light points on the screen rapidly converged towards the red point representing Su Li. General Johnson fixed his gaze on the screen, his fist cracking from tension, bloodshot eyes full of fury. Crush him. Let this arrogant monster know the cost of offending the Eagle Nation. Ants? He nearly shouted. Ants can also take down elephants. Fire. Keep firing. Do not stop the firepower. Saturated coverage. Saturated coverage. Emily Watson's face turned pale, her lips pressed into a straight line. She didn't look at the screen, but stared intensely at another split screen. The screen displayed real-time energy readings from the Insight Detection Array deployed on the edge of the urban area, boasting ultra-high precision and multiple spectral analysis capabilities. The energy reaction of the light point representing Su Li remained stable, firmly situated in the peak area of a martial god, with no fluctuations. This abnormal calm made her heart feel as if it were gripped by a cold hand. Something's wrong, even at the peak of a martial god. Facing a saturated strike capable of threatening high-level demigods, the energy field would inevitably produce severe fluctuations. Chapter 175. Have you thought it through? As Thorn and Emily deactivated their optical, cloaking 100 meters away, slowly revealing their figures, Su Li did not turn around, but simply asked indifferently. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated the external speakers of their armor, directly reaching the ears of the two, carrying a sense of indifference that looked down on the dust. The high-altitude winds over the Pacific Ocean could tear steel apart, yet at this moment, it became a trivial noise amidst the clamor. Above the clouds, Prime Minister Thorn's silver-white hair was whipped into a mess by the violent airflow. The carefully maintained leader's demeanor shattered. Beside him, CIA Director Emily Watson stood like a cold, hard alloy sculpture, her streamlined armor shimmering with a chilling metallic luster. The complex energy circuits humming low, gathering her immense power as a martial god. What a rich blood energy! Looking at the data detected from within the armor, both of their pupils constricted suddenly. Even more shocking was Su Li's appearance. So young, around 20, handsome, with deep calm eyes and smooth skin, showing no signs of age. Ridiculous. Thorn was about to speak, but upon seeing the other person's face, his heart sank even deeper. Chapter 176, Emily. Thorn's roar echoed in the shattered space, filled with shock, rage, and bone-deep fear, but the trailing sound was abruptly cut off by a more pure form of destruction. Su Li's fist, without any flamboyance or even a hint of wind-up, abruptly and brutally struck the massive and imposing armor of Thorn's mech. Boom! The brilliant black and gold splendor engulfed the entire mech, erupting with explosive sounds, like a train rushing along the tracks, crushing countless running animals, producing the sound of breaking bones. It was excruciatingly unbearable. The mech that the beautiful nation was proud of claimed to withstand impacts from small meteors. Could not even withstand a single punch. Within a billionth of a second of contact, it displayed a bizarre distortion that surpassed physical limits. Like a piece of tin foil casually crumpled by an invisible giant hand, it instantly lost all structural strength. As it turned out, excessively boasting about one's military products only led to embarrassment for one's own people, with no benefits whatsoever. Creak! The ear-piercing metallic groans and breaking sounds exploded simultaneously. Chapter 177. It projected directly from the storage compartment of Thorn's cockpit, hovering above the damaged mech. The rough and simple patterns on the box were now covered by an indescribable, strange light that hovered between dark blue and blazing gold, illuminating it. The light was not glaring, but carried a peculiar sense of density, as if it were solidified liquid energy. The quality was quite good. It could still be used even after being dismantled. Su Li casually evaluated it in his mind, then looked at the glowing Kunlun version treasure box. Emily, come help me. Hearing the Prime Minister's urging, Emily gritted her teeth against the pain in her waist and got up to approach the treasure box. Under their urging, the space around the box began to twist and fold, and light underwent strange refraction, forming a visibly fluctuating geometric energy field. Within the force field, the flow of time seemed to become viscous and sluggish. A vast, ancient, yet somewhat unstable pressure, like an impending overload explosion, surged like an invisible tide, spreading in all directions. Below, the surface of the Pacific Ocean, under the invisible pressure of this strange force field, bizarrely calmed, forming a smooth, mirror-like, suffocatingly tranquil surface. Chapter 178. Su Li's figure blended into the ripples of space, disappearing without a trace. At the same moment, inside the Black Palace, the atmosphere was dead silent, like a giant ice cellar. Next door to the Oval Office, the so-called Underground Strategic Command Center with the world's top-level protection now felt as if all the air had been sucked out, suffocating. On the massive holographic screen, what had just been live footage of the fierce battle over the Pacific was now reduced to a blinding array of snowflakes and piercing alarm sounds. God, what kind of monster is that? The National Security Advisor of the beautiful nation suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him with a loud crash. His hands pressed against the cold alloy control panel, knuckles white from the pressure, his body trembling uncontrollably. Thorn's mech is at the highest level. The Kunlun treasure box is our last trump card excavated from ancient ruins. It is said to be an artifact capable of resisting saints. It has protected our country for a century. Why? Why can't I even hold off for a moment? Data. I want all the data. Energy readings. Spatial disturbance parameters. Anything that can analyze the source of his power. The chief scientific advisor rushed to a pile of instruments, frantically tapping on the control panel. Chapter 179. A female officer responsible for communications monitoring suddenly let out a short scream. Her face turning pale as she pointed at another screen flashing with a red dot and a piercing alert sound. The still operational detection system had just captured an ultra-high-intensity spatial locking signal. The endpoint coordinates are right here. The Black Palace. What? Mei Chuan's face turned ashen, his legs nearly buckling. He's coming. He's about to arrive. Quick, activate the highest defense. All security forces. All air defense systems. Activate all. Highest alert. Johnson, who temporarily took command, shouted hoarsely, his voice pitchy due to extreme fear. However, the orders issued were too weak and pale. All external defense systems had already collapsed when we lost satellite connection. A technician's voice trembled as he spoke. The remaining electromagnetic barriers and particle shields would probably not hold up against that level of energy. Let people go up. Secret Service, Black Palace Guard, everyone who can move. Use your lives to buy me time. Chapter 180 with a crash. Everyone was in position within a second, without a hint of hesitation. Their efficiency was so high that Su Li felt a bit lost. Ironically, the one who seemed the most resolute was the fastest to kneel. They knelt quickly, but unfortunately, they still could not survive. Su Li smiled faintly, and the temperature in the entire room suddenly began to drop sharply. He hated spineless people the most. No, Mr. Su Li, wait, please wait. Johnson seemed to be pricked by a poisonous needle, suddenly bouncing up from the ground, almost falling again due to his weak legs. He waved his hands wildly, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying on his face. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It was Thorn. That madman Thorn acted on his own. We were forced into this. He crawled to Su Li's feet. We are willing to pay any price. Any conditions. Money? Resources? Technology? Just say the word. The resources of the entire country can serve you. Just give us 5 minutes. Su Li interrupted his incessant pleas for mercy, his tone unchanged, his eyes too lazy to linger on him, as if looking at an annoying fly. Chapter 181. Su Li's actions in wiping out the high-ranking officials of the beautiful country were unmasked. After he left, the tragic ruins of the Black Palace were immediately spread by the media. The news hit like a super bomb, crashing into the power heart of the cherry blossom country. The Heavenly Palace Grand Shrine, from across the ocean in a very short time. Not only had their financial backer died, but even their envoy, Meichuan Kucha, had also been killed, and he died a gruesome death. According to the incomplete footage that was last transmitted back, he was torn into blood mist and metal shrapnel by an invisible force, leaving not even a whole corpse. But this was not the most deadly news. What followed was enough to freeze the souls of all high-ranking officials in the cherry blossom country. The high-ranking officials of the beautiful country, from the president, vice president, chief of staff, cabinet members to core security forces, were nearly exterminated under that mysterious dragon kingdom person. The Black Palace, symbolizing world hegemony, along with the countless lives and supreme power within it, was stomped into a huge, smoking pit of rubble. According to Su Li's indication, Zhang Honyuan and others had not hidden any personal information since the moment he reached the peak of the martial god. Chapter 182. Yurujiro's chest heaved violently as he surveyed the silent crowd, his eyes filled with extreme fear and a near-manic determination. In a hoarse but exceptionally clear voice, he spoke slowly, shouting, struggling. Is it useful? Yamamoto-kun, can your self-defense forces withstand even a single finger of that Su Li? Minister Tanaka, can your diplomatic eloquence persuade that devil, who sees human life as grass, to show mercy? Minister Koizumi, can your financial methods buy back our crushed heads? With each question, the person named turned paler, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. No one could answer. The answer was cruel and obvious. Look at us now. Yasurujiro's voice carried a sense of desolation and self-mockery, like a group of quails scared out of their wits. In the face of absolute power, all our calculations, all our strength, all our pride, are as fragile as a joke. Meichuan Kuin's death, the beautiful country's downfall, is that not enough to demonstrate the problem? The Dragon Kingdom has shown its fangs, revealing a monster we cannot comprehend. If we keep arguing, when Su Li remembers that there is an island nation to the east, all of us, along with the entire cherry blossom country, will turn into dust and flesh in the next Black Palace pit. Chapter 183. Bang. The heavy doors of the Heavenly Palace Grand Shrine closed behind him, isolating the Prime Minister's desperate roar and the oppressive air, but leaving a larger shadow imprinted on Yamamoto Kazuo's heart. He had no time to fear, nor the luxury to hesitate. The efficiency of the Ministry of Defense was pushed to its limits, and a special team composed of 8 8th-tier demigods assembled in half an hour. Set off at full speed. 20 minutes later, inside the Cheongshir volcano. Hold on, we are almost there. Yamamoto Kazuo glanced at a few teammates who had been roasted like sweet potatoes, his face grim. Baka. He felt as if his military uniform had just been pulled out of water, clinging tightly to his back, unable to tell whether it was sweat or the pervasive, sticky humidity of the volcano. The name Cheongshir volcano was indeed fitting. The last stubborn stone of a country at the end of the road, what lay buried inside. Hope, or deeper despair. Behind him, The originally 8 carefully selected elites had now dwindled to 2. One was the intelligence department's ghost shadow Sato, his figure flickering, looking almost as pale as a corpse. One side of his body was charred black, having just been grazed by a sudden eruption of geothermal flames. The protective aura of an 8th-tier demigod was like tissue paper. Chapter 184, Absolutely No Second Thoughts? The left head spoke, its voice tinged with a hint of playful amusement. Little guy, your tone is quite big. It paused, and the 3 heads exchanged an indescribable gaze, as if communicating silently. Finally, the middle black-eyed head spoke again, its voice returning to the monotonous sound of rock grinding. But with an undeniable determination, I need power. I have slept too long, and my essence is depleted. Awaken me, and the cost of driving me will naturally fall on you. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yamamoto's heart, and he quickly asked, what does my lord need? Spiritual medicine? Rare treasures? Living beings? The strength of the entire nation will certainly. No, the middle head interrupted him, its voice not loud but resolute. Those are too slow. Too messy. It slightly raised its chin, 3 pairs of vertical pupils like 6 cold stars locking onto Yamamoto. What I want is pure essence. The foundation on which this island nation relies for survival. I want a national fortune. Yamamoto was stunned. National fortune? My lord, this. 80%. The right head with the ghostly green vertical pupil impatiently added, its voice sharp, extracted immediately. 80% of the national fortune. Chapter 185, Cherry Blossom Country, the capital. The originally clear sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds pressing down without warning. Thick as unbreakable ink. It heavily bore down on the Prime Minister's office and the National Diet Building, swallowing the afternoon light almost entirely. The air in the island nation suddenly became thick, each breath feeling like swallowing lead. All the sounds in the city, traffic, chatter, the hum of machinery, were extinguished in an instant by an invisible force. Absolute silence descended. The bulletproof windows on the top floor of the Prime Minister's office silently filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Inside the hall, Prime Minister Yashiro was anxiously pacing, his fingers nervously intertwined. Did Yamamoto and the others succeed? When would that person arrive? Every second felt like a century. Suddenly, his body froze. A cold fear, originating from deep within his soul, gripped him as if an invisible giant hand had tightly squeezed his heart, nearly stopping its beat. Thump, thump. All the guards, officials, and aides in the hall turned pale as paper, their legs weakening uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground one after another. Some covered their mouths tightly, yet stifled sobs escaped through their fingers, while others trembled with chattering teeth. Chapter 186, You Might As Well Die. As Su Li's last word fell, he didn't leave any room for hesitation. In the moment when Yashiro's pupils shrank to pinpoints from sheer terror, and his brain was completely frozen by the coldness of death, bang. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Sully didn't even take a proper stance. He simply threw a punch at the entire grand and solid national security building, at the land symbolizing the highest power of the Sakura nation. With a simple motion, direct and straightforward, a blinding light burst forth, creating a violent shockwave that crazily spread from the point of Su Li's punch. The incredibly hard alloy floor, the composite walls capable of withstanding missile attacks, and the complex load-bearing structures. These top-rated buildings were like low-quality paper tossed into a furnace, instantly turning to dust under an irresistible immense force. The entire national security building, symbolizing the dignity of the Sakura nation, began to crumble from its foundation, accompanied by a horrifying crunching sound. Amaterasu, Prime Minister, run, hurry and escape. The desperate screams and cries of despair were instantly drowned out by the thunderous roar of the building's destruction. Chapter 187, Boom. Orochimaru felt an invisible and immense force tightly restraining him, as if countless invisible hands were squeezing from all directions, trying to crush him. That terrifying force field was like a tangible cage, trapping him within, unable to move. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. The painful cries echoed in the air, sending chills down one's spine. Sully hovered in midair, dressed in a black robe, exuding a cold aura, like a killing god emerging from hell. He coldly looked at Orochimaru, trapped in the force field. Though he said nothing, the mockery in his gaze was clear. Trash! Orochimaru glared at Sully in anger, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. He struggled with all his might to break free from the terrifying force field. But his body felt nailed to the spot, every muscle twitching accompanied by excruciating pain. Impossible, impossible. As a peak martial god, why was the gap in strength so vast? This defied the principles of martial arts. This insignificant human race should be crushed by his noble eight-headed serpent lineage. What kind of monstrous technique did you use? Chapter 188. Do you think this can defeat me? I am the eight-headed serpent, master of the volcanic primal power. Orochimaru's voice was filled with madness and determination, as his remaining snake heads simultaneously spewed forth blazing flames, which gathered together to form a massive fire pillar. The fire pillar roared and surged, sweeping towards Su Li in the next moment. With a destructive momentum, wherever it passed, the ground was charred black and debris was reduced to ashes. This strike was enough to severely injure all martial gods. It would make you, Su Li, pay a painful price. Su Li looked at the surging fire pillar, his expression showing no panic. He slowly extended his hand, and with a crisp cry of a kite, a long sword radiating a cold aura appeared in his palm. The heavenly grade supreme artifact, the cold kite sword. Fool! Su Li coldly uttered 2 words, then gently waved the cold kite sword in his hand, sending a slow-moving sword energy slicing towards the fire pillar. Ha ha! Such a weak sword energy. How dare you bring it out to embarrass yourself? This kind of sword energy, how could it? Orochimaru's words were not finished when his pupils suddenly constricted. The sword energy was expanding in the air, growing from several dozen meters to several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Chapter 189. Su Li, enveloped in a black robe that seemed to absorb all light, steadily rose from the ground amidst the dazed, broken, and resentful gazes of countless citizens of the Sakura nation. The cries, curses, and desperate prayers from below formed a chaotic noise background. He seemed to be oblivious, his gaze piercing through the thin blood mist, directed towards the heavy lead-gray clouds above. There, the conclusion he had long prepared was brewing. Prepare to embrace your death, Su Li whispered, his voice low yet cutting through all the clamor below like cold metal scraping. As his thoughts stirred, the lead-gray sea of clouds that covered the entire sky suddenly began to boil. There was no thunder, no lightning. The clouds were being wildly stirred, stretched, and torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Thick cloud masses rolled, compressed, and disintegrated, only to reassemble under some unimaginable great power. The sky was no longer the sky, but transformed into a chaotic, surging vortex. An indescribable heaviness pressed down on the souls of every living being. On the island below, whether mortals or the remaining low-level cultivators, in an instant, it was as if their spines were pulled out, collapsing in droves onto the ground. Chapter 190. After the catastrophic aftermath, the true despair was just beginning. Ding! A crisp sound of tearing fabric rang out. The gunpoint was aimed at Tokyo Bay. Boom! The deafening explosion, accompanied by a dazzling light bright enough to blind, erupted completely, drowning countless lives in this wave of sound. Upon contact, that area, along with all the material above it, was directly transformed into the purest void. An absolute black sphere of nothingness, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, was born at the gunpoint. And with the continuous downward pressure of the gun, it crazily expanded outward. A black dot of light condensed. Thus, a miniature black hole, defying all physical laws, appeared directly within the planet at this moment. In the distance, a little girl in white suddenly changed her expression. Su Li, Su Li. Su Li let out a faint hum, not turning his head. He was still admiring the annihilation spectacle brought about by that black sphere. The land of the island nation, like paper thrown into a furnace, began to disappear, vaporize, and return to silence at a speed surpassing hundreds of times the speed of light from the contact point. The massive tectonic plates were torn and compressed by an irresistible force, and in the next second, they were swallowed by that annihilating black sphere. Chapter 191. A cold, vast, an ancient aura filled this hall, which had been silent for countless epochs. Su Li awoke once again from the throne. Countless tentacles writhed on the walls, and pairs of colorful eyes stared at the long-awaited visitor. A group of unknown creatures with goat heads were dancing around a cross, on which was tied a long-haired man, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Su Li's arrival, a few goat-headed beings formed a line and politely saluted the throne. The long-haired man on the cross spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, the person seated on the throne seemed to have not noticed this scene, nor did he see the battered man. Sully let out a long breath, gazing at the still bizarre palace before him, feeling a stir of excitement in his heart. After many days, he had finally re-entered this place. As for his own self, he was currently sitting cross-legged on an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean, using it as a temporary resting place. Adding points to his abilities felt like a long-lost activity. It had been a week since he last added points to his skills. Over the past few days, he had hardly slept, fighting from dawn till dusk and from dusk till dawn. He was either in a fight or on his way to one. Chapter 192. You focus your mind and begin to communicate the two sacred tier inheritances, fragmented stars of the universe and fading shadow step. The vast mysteries of the supreme sacred text surge into your sea of consciousness. The fragments of the original laws imprinted by the old gods, along with the countless insights left behind by the fallen powerhouses of the old god era, serve as beacons cutting through the fog, reaching the core essence of your techniques. Your comprehension, forged through countless battles, has long since undergone a transformation, reaching an incredible realm. Under the guidance of the original legacy left by the old gods and the insights of powerful beings, understanding the profound intricacies of these two supreme sacred texts flows as smoothly as water. First, max out the fragmented stars of the universe. At points, Sully silently chanted in his heart, ruthlessly driving the enormous reserve of evil points. Ding! After consuming 350,000 evil points, an endless surge of evil primordial energy descends from the void, like a black torrent, instantly infusing your limbs and bones. This energy is pure and domineering, carrying the aura of chaotic destruction, but under your extraordinary comprehension, you quickly adapt to it perfectly. Sacred tier, supreme technique, fragmented stars of the universe, entering the threshold. After consuming 650,000 evil points, a silver light suddenly ignites in your eyes. Chapter 193. The moment the powers of the two sacred tier techniques completely fused within Sully, with just a fraction of his consciousness. This terrifying aura swept across the entire planet like a tsunami. Boom! It was as if the first great sound of the universe's birth exploded deep within the souls of all living beings on Earth. A pillar of energy, indescribable by words, wrapped in shattered starry illusions, shot up from that nameless island. It instantly pierced through the atmosphere, directly shooting into the cold depths of the universe. The sky dimmed completely within a fraction of a second, all light consumed by the terrifying energy that erupted. Following closely was the oppressive weight that felt almost tangible, heavy enough to induce despair. It mercilessly crushed the entire planet, regardless of where you were, whether awake or asleep, whether a mortal or a cultivator. Thud! Across the globe. Except for a few who had reached the martial god realm and could barely stand, cultivators below the martial god level mostly knelt to the ground. Yet, those standing cultivators also turned pale, their blood surging, each feeling as if they were carrying a mountain, their bones groaning under the unbearable weight. This was an absolute suppression from the level of life, an infinite fear faced by ants before the vast starry sky. Chapter 194. In the Dragon Kingdom. A temporary global affairs coordination center had been established. National Pillar Zhang Honyuan was overwhelmed, dealing with the huge power vacuum and chaotic situation left by the beautiful country. Countless documents and intelligence flooded in like snowflakes, and the supercomputer was operating at overload. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Even now, he had not fully digested the news that Sully single-handedly slaughtered all high-ranking officials of the beautiful country along with their strongest mecha forces in less than an hour. His hand trembled as he picked up his teacup. Those two ninth-tier martial god level presidents and the director of intelligence, equipped with advanced mecha capable of giving even peak martial gods headaches, had crumbled before Sully like paper, unable to mount any effective resistance. This was no exaggeration. It was simply absurd. Although Sully had always displayed strength far beyond ordinary expectations, the impact of such a global upheaval, causing a top-tier nation to collapse in an instant, was overwhelmingly strong, enough that even this seasoned martial god needed time to catch his breath. It was like a long-time, evenly matched opponent suddenly being crushed by Ultraman. It was truly impossible to blame him. Teacher, Something big has happened. Chapter 195. Inside the Nordic royal palace, discussions among a group of confidants continued. Sif's expression shifted slightly, her tone softening. What do you think we should do? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cunning. My suggestion is to surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted in the conference hall. After all that talk, are we still going to surrender? What a waste of time. I thought you had some brilliant idea. Sif's eyes also showed displeasure. Yi Chen, what kind of trick are you playing? Yi Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, still wearing a confident smile. Everyone, I mean a feigned surrender. We can actively propose to hand over all military and economic sovereignty, appearing extremely compliant, even more than any other country. And then? Are we going to be Dragon Kingdom's dogs? An old confidant mocked. No, Yi Chen shook his head. We can propose a condition requiring Su Li to personally come to the Nordic royal palace for a friendly meeting to show Dragon Kingdom's respect for the Nordic countries. As long as he comes, Yi Chen made a throat-cutting gesture. The conference hall fell silent immediately. Sif stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. You want to assassinate Su Li? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 196. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center, in Zhang Hongyuan's office. The national pillar had just finished dealing with a mountain of documents and was tiredly rubbing his temples. Finally, he could catch his breath. Zhang Hongyuan muttered to himself, reaching for the teacup on the table, facing the overwhelming pressure from above and a mountain of documents behind him. This old man, just as his fingers were about to touch the cup's handle, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the room. How is the situation being handled? Zhang Hongyuan jolted, nearly jumping out of his chair. He was horrified to find a black-clad youth sitting in the chair opposite his previously empty desk. Su Li. Zhang Hongyuan clutched his chest, feeling his heart might leap out. Can you not appear and disappear like a ghost? My old bones can't handle this kind of shock. To him, the other party was now like a walking nuclear bomb, the kind that could blow up half a blue star. It's no wonder he was easily frightened by such a sudden appearance. Su Li looked at him expressionlessly, his 16-year-old face showing a maturity far beyond his years. Oh. Zhang Hongyuan took a few deep breaths to calm his heartbeat. Chapter 197. Northern Europe. Are you sure you want to do this? Sif gazed at the endless sea before her tone laced with doubt. Beside her, Yi Chen smiled slightly. My Majesty, what are you worried about? Is the strength of the Dragon King Palace not impressive enough for you? It's not that. Sif hesitated. What if that Su Li truly is a martial arts genius never seen in ages? We can't possibly. Yi Chen interrupted directly. Absolutely impossible. To be honest, My Majesty, I once received a legacy from an ancient powerhouse, and in that legacy, I saw the most prosperous era of the cultivation age on Blue Star. Even now, with higher realms of proving the Tao, I have never heard of anyone reaching the 9th stage martial god at 16. Moreover what? Sif instinctively asked. You must be curious why I think Su Li was elevated to this status, right? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. In fact, I have long investigated this Su Li. How so? This 16-year-old, Su Li, was just a useless person who hadn't even reached the first stage of a martial artist 3 weeks ago, when he was still a first-year high school student. Chapter 198. Su Li finally lifted his head, a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes. He didn't stand up, merely raised his right hand and made a snapping gesture towards the destructive energy beam. Whoosh! It sounded as if a balloon had been popped. The terrifying energy that could destroy a city vanished into thin air as soon as it touched Su Li's fingertip, leaving not even a ripple. What? Yi Chen's eyes almost popped out. Impossible. The 10 martial gods all changed color. Their combined attack was so easily neutralized. Garbage. Su Li finally stood up, like a mayfly shaking a tree, completely unaware of his own insignificance. His entire body resonated with roaring blood and energy. The transformation brought about by the 2 perfected Holy Grade Supreme techniques began to show. He stepped forward. Boom! The entire palace shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Those peak masters forming the formation all spat blood and flew backwards. The formation shattered instantly. With another step, 20 demigod powerhouses were like being hit by an invisible giant hammer, all kneeling on the ground, the sound of their kneecaps shattering clearly audible. They were horrified to find they couldn't even move a finger. Yi Chen and the 10 martial god powerhouses struggled against this pressure with all their might. It still found it hard to breathe, as if the entire sky was pressing down on them. Chapter 199. In the ruins of the Northern European palace, sunlight shone down, illuminating the chaos below. After Su Li cleared out the bystanders, the 10 or so survivors of the Dragon King Palace, mainly a few martial god elders and a handful of demigod corps members, were now cowering on the ground like frightened quails, not daring to lift their heads. As for the more than 100 people below demigod level, they had all been thrown inside to serve as food for a few octopus heads. Over 100 martial arts masters were enough to feed those ravenous evil god embryos. He could also sense that many bodies were wrapped in chaotic energy, turned into reserve food. The corner of Su Li's mouth twitched. It seemed he understood that such a grand feast was rare, and sometimes he would compete with them for food, giving these octopus heads a sense of crisis. Understandable. As for the people kneeling before him, Su Li stood in front of them, his figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, enveloping them. Please spare us, Lord Su. The leader was the Grand Elder of the Dragon King Palace, a once imposing 5-stage martial god, now trembling like a sieve, his words jumbled. He barely raised his head, his face covered in a mix of dust and blood, tears streaming down. We were deceived by that Yi Chun. He kept telling us that you were a worthless martial god, which is why we dared. Chapter 200. The spatial rift behind slowly closed, completely isolating the light and sound from the outside. Su Li steadied himself and looked around, and the view opened up before him. Even with his extensive experience, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at that moment. This secret realm space was far more vast than he had anticipated. Roughly estimating, it was at least the size of 15 standard playgrounds, giving an impression of boundlessness. The ceiling was not the sky, but a swirling chaotic halo that emitted soft light, illuminating the entire space. The ground was soft spiritual soil, with rolling mountains in the distance and meandering streams flowing nearby, the sound of water crisp and clear. The air was filled with rich spiritual energy, at least several times purer than the outside world, making one feel refreshed with each breath. No wonder the Dragon King Palace's people could thrive here. Su Li nodded to himself. In such a place, even slow cultivation would be difficult. Staying here for a few decades, even a mindless pig could probably start talking. His gaze was quickly attracted to the central area of the space. There was a piece of land shrouded in light mist, which was not simple water vapor, but condensed from pure spiritual energy, looking ethereal. Chapter 201. Su Li no longer paid attention to the sobbing little realm spirit and began to search carefully in this space. According to common sense, such a self-contained secret realm must have a core hub. It could be some special stone tablet, crystal, or a formation hidden within the spatial nodes. As long as he found and refined it, he could completely control this space and make it his own. His figure flickered, appearing at the top of the mountains at the edge of the space, his consciousness spreading like mercury, carefully sensing every inch of land. However, after a thorough investigation, he found nothing. The mountains were ordinary spiritual mountains. The water was an ordinary spiritual spring, and even the spiritual soil beneath his feet was only of very high quality, with nothing resembling a control core discovered. Strange, Su Li frowned slightly. Could it be hidden so deeply? He closed his eyes, preparing to directly use the eye of causality to forcibly glimpse the origin of this space, with his current strength and control over the power of causality. Although it would take some time, finding the core should not be difficult. Just as invisible ripples were about to surface in his eyes, a timid voice sounded beside him. Are you looking for the core hub of the space? Chapter 202. No. Lord Su, spare us. We are willing to work like oxen and horses. We are still useful. We know the other secrets of the Dragon King Hall. The cries for mercy and wails abruptly ceased. Su Li casually raised his hand in their direction and gently pressed down. Boom! In the air, a colossal translucent hand formed entirely from chaotic energy appeared out of nowhere. It blocked out the sun, carrying a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the soul, mercilessly crushing down. The few martial god elders and demigod elites didn't even have time to scream before their bodies, under this irresistible force, exploded like watermelons thrown into a hydraulic press. Blood mist filled the air. Several dazzling red splatters burst open on the ruins, then were crushed into finer dust by the pressure from the giant hand. Not even a shard of bone remained. The already ruined foundation of the palace sank another half-meter under this press, leaving a clear outline of a gigantic handprint, its edges terrifyingly neat. A gentle breeze blew, dispersing some of the bloody scent, leaving only the enormous handprint behind, a testament to the existence of several once-living powerful figures. Chapter 203. Review Chapters 111-112 in the Upper Realm at Yinshur Academy. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The inner courtyard of Yinshur Academy, which had been somewhat quiet due to the seclusion of the young man in green, was particularly lively today. The stone door of the cave slowly opened, and a figure stepped out, still dressed in green, but at this moment, there was no trace of the previous despair and madness on him. The man stood tall, his features handsome, and his eyes sharp like lightning. His aura was profound and majestic, reaching the peak of the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. 2 weeks ago, he had been on the verge of death due to a shattered Tao heart and damaged origin, like a stray dog. But now, not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation had also broken through 2 minor realms, leaping directly from the peak of the 6th layer of the Saint Realm to the peak of the 8th layer. After receiving help from that woman in the Chi Pao, he successfully acquired his own name, Qingming. His fate was once again in his own hands, and he had completely transformed. This remarkable change instantly attracted the attention of all passing disciples. Look, it's senior brother Qingming who has emerged from seclusion. God, this aura is the peak of the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. I must not be sensing it wrong. Chapter 204 Above the 9 Heavens. In a dimension that ordinary cultivators could not perceive, the woman in the Chi Pao, who was an embodiment of the heavenly Tao of the upper realm, was coldly overlooking the rise and fall of countless worlds below. She played with a branch emitting a faint golden light in her hand. This branch was closely related to the fortune of Yichun in the lower realm, originally meant to monitor and guide that pawn. Suddenly, the golden branch at her fingertip withered at a visible speed. Ultimately, it turned into a handful of lifeless ashes, falling through her fingers. The woman in the Chi Pao furrowed her brows slightly, her stunning face showing no expression, only a cold whisper, truly a waste. Yichun, this pawn, was a casual move she had made years ago. The secret realm with its own world spirit was also a small fragment of a broken domain she had detached and transformed years ago. The intention was to place it in the relatively barren lower realm, to cultivate a destined child who would completely obey her, serving as an eye to infiltrate or even control the lower realm in the future. Unexpectedly, Yichun proved to be so useless, not only failing to grow, but even the secret realm was taken away by that young man named Su Li. She snorted coldly, her dislike for Su Li intensifying. Chapter 205 The black and gold stream of light transformed by Su Li moved swiftly, and before long, it landed steadily outside the hidden courtyard with a national pillar. Zhang Hongyuan worked in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as he landed, the courtyard door opened automatically. Inside were Zhang Hongyuan, the deputy director of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Changlong, and the bureau chief, Fang Wuji, all waiting there. From their expressions, it seemed they had sensed his aura long ago. "You're back," Zhang Hongyuan said with a smile, though his eyes reflected a more complex sentiment. "How long has it been? From dealing with the affairs of the beautiful nation and the cherry blossom nation to handling the issues in Northern Europe." It had taken less than a day for the round trip. This efficiency was simply astonishing. "Yes, the matters are all settled." Su Li nodded, walked in, casually pulled out a chair to sit down, his movements as natural as if he were at home. "Everything over there is taken care of. I've dealt with the Dragon King Hall as well, so there shouldn't be any messy side forces causing trouble in the future." Li Changlong and Fang Wuji exchanged glances, both seeing the same expression on each other's faces, shock mixed with a hint of helpless numbness. What others might struggle to accomplish with the strength of an entire nation was as simple as going out to buy groceries in the hands of this young martial god. Chapter 206 Young friend Su, please come this way. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at a super-large military base on the outskirts of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. This place was spacious enough, surrounded by protective barriers, so they needn't worry about making too much noise to alarm the civilians. The soldiers and staff in the base stood tall when they saw the national pillar and the 2 heads of the Law Enforcement Bureau personally accompanying a young man. Their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Although they might not have seen Su Li in person, with his atmosphere and his age, they could guess who had arrived. A 16-year-old martial god prodigy. This news had already spread throughout the entire military district, and coupled with Su Li's domineering deeds, everyone looked at him with deep respect and admiration. Under the gazes of thousands of eyes filled with intense affection, even Su Li felt a bit uneasy, especially the gazes from the female soldiers. which were particularly affectionate. Su had no doubt that without military regulations and his own formidable strength, they would have gathered around him in a crowd. Seeing this situation, the imposing aura of the three immediately became less restrained, swiftly driving those gazes back. Soon, the group arrived directly in the center of the massive training ground. Chapter 207. After leaving the military base, Su arrived at the headquarters building of the Law Enforcement Bureau in the capital. With ascension imminent, he remembered that there were still a dozen medicinal material exchange cards lying unused in his Law Enforcement Bureau app account. Although they were all over 1,000 years old and had little effect on him now, he decided not to waste them and exchange them casually. Familiar with the surroundings, he walked into the headquarters hall and headed straight to the exchange desk. The front desk girl on duty today looked somewhat familiar. He had exchanged medicinal materials through her on 2 previous occasions. This girl had an impressively deep impression of Su. After all, this young man was the super boss ranked first in merit points within the Law Enforcement Bureau's internal system. His merit points exceeded even those of a national pillar. Although he had only visited a few times, each time he exchanged for top-tier materials, and the quantity was significant. He looked so young, yet he acts more lavishly than those old law enforcers who have been in the game for decades. Coupled with Su's top-notch appearance at the age of 16. His face is handsome and refined. Due to his training, his physique is well-proportioned and tall, with smooth and subtle muscle lines. Yet, there's a hint of restrained, explosive power about him, making the contrast between his youthful demeanor and formidable strength hard to overlook. Chapter 208. System Open Personal Panel. As Su settled at the peak of the snow mountain, a blue panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Su, Cultivation, Peak of 9th Stage Martial God. Evil Value, 10,800. 000. Physique, Chaos Evil God Body, Rapid Healing. Mastery in all martial arts, Spatial Jump. Talent, Chaos Spiritual Root. Quality, Weapons, Annihilation Divine Spear, Holy Great Supreme. Recognized Master, Cold Kite, Heaven Great Supreme. Recognized Master, Blood Dragon Fire Armor, Heaven Great Supreme. Recognized Master, Ghost Emperor Blood Scythe, Heaven Great Supreme. Recognized Master, Sun God Arrow, Heaven Grade Low Quality. Recognized Master, Techniques, Universe Shattering Finger, Holy Great Supreme. Shadow Flow Step, Holy Great Supreme. Chaos Ghost Emperor Seal, Heaven Great Supreme. Advanced, Chaos Profound Ice True Dragon Technique, Heaven Great Supreme. Advanced, Profound Ice Ghost Emperor Dual Strike, Growth Type Fusion Technique. Chaos Comprehension Level, Beginner, Chaos Life Skill, Return to Ruins, Little Realm Spirit. The medicinal herbs are ripe, right? Hearing Su's words, the Little Realm Spirit nodded, swinging her 2 braids, obediently taking out the ripe medicinal herbs from the spiritual field and handing them to Su. Well done. Chapter 209. Above the 9 heavens, the beautiful face of the woman in the Chong Sam showed cracks for the first time, filled with disbelief and shock. Breaking through to the sage level that afternoon, her heart trembled, nearly shouting in surprise. According to common sense, the leap from peak martial god to sage is a massive chasm. For those with ordinary talent, it takes at least a decade of preparation. For those with better talent, it still requires 2 to 3 years to solidify their foundation. Even the most monstrous geniuses she knew would need at least 7 to 8 months of accumulation from sensing the opportunity to ascend to truly triggering the heavenly tribulation. But what about this Su? She had watched this kid rocket from a mere first-stage martial artist to peak 9th-stage martial god in just 1 month. Though she was extremely reluctant to believe it, the facts were right there, making it impossible for her to doubt. Because of this, she predicted that Su would ascend in as little as a day, at most 2 days. This was already the boldest prediction she could make based on Su's outrageous performance. She thought that Su would need at least a little time to adjust his state and adapt to his surging power upon reaching the peak of the snow mountain. Never did she expect that this guy saved even that little time, landed, took medicine, and then directly charged at the sage bottleneck. Chapter 210. Consciousness slowly withdrew from a state of chaos. Su suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. The ceiling was somewhat yellowed, with a small patch of mildew left by rain in the corner. He sat up and looked around. The narrow rental room was cluttered with clothes piled on a chair, the computer screen still showing last night's game interface. And the air was filled with the smell of instant noodles and dust. Is this Earth? He instinctively touched his body. The extraordinary black robe he had worn in the other world was gone, replaced by a cheap, faded t-shirt and shorts. The vast, true energy in his body, the unmatched sage cultivation, had also disappeared without a trace, leaving only a long-lost sense of weakness and ordinariness. Was everything just a dream? Sully frowned, a huge sense of absurdity surging in his heart. Crushing countries, ascending, and the experiences of leveling up felt so real and unforgettable. Yet now, they seemed like a fleeting illusion. He picked up the old phone on the bedside table with a cracked screen and turned it on. The time displayed was just past 5 in the afternoon. The date was after the day he remembered delivering takeout and seemingly had a minor car accident. Chapter 2:11. Su Li's figure transformed into a black lightning that tore through the void, carrying an overwhelming killing intent, instantly arriving before the woman in the Cheongsam. Without any words, he directly threw a punch. The punch's wind was plain and unadorned, yet contained a terrifying force capable of shattering stars. The pale puppets trying to rush up to protect their master crumbled like paper, disappearing in droves without even having time to scream. The woman in the Cheongsam's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Su Li to attack so suddenly, and with such speed and overwhelming power. In a hurry, her jade hand moved rapidly, invoking the remaining heavenly Tao laws of this illusory space, setting up layers of light shields in front of her. Boom! Su Li's fist slammed down on the light shield, erupting with a deafening roar. The layers of light shields cracked like glass struck by a heavy hammer, and then shattered. The terrifying fist force penetrated the defense and struck harshly at the woman in the Cheongsam. Poof! She could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of golden blood, her body flying back like a kite with a broken string, her stunning face filled with pain and horror. She felt her heavenly Tao origin trembling under this punch. Chapter 2:12. Facing the woman's aura soaring wildly. As if merging with the entire upper realm, Su Li's eyes moved slightly, but showed no fear. He grinned, revealing an excited smile. The opponent's aura had become as deep as the abyss. Was this aura divine, a true person, or the immortal supreme mentioned by her? But no matter what, this heavenly Tao pressure was still far beyond Su Li's imagination. It felt as if the weight of the entire universe pressed down on him, making his bones groan under the unbearable burden. This was the first time he felt such a huge, almost desperate power gap since coming to this world. The heavenly Tao of one upper realm, its fundamental power, could be called the strongest in this realm. According to martial arts common sense, he, who had just ascended to sage, could not possibly compete. Do you feel it? Aunt. The woman in the Cheongsam floated in the shattered void, surrounded by laws, radiating brilliant light. She looked at Su Li, her face filled with vengeful pleasure and condescending disdain. This was her true power. Kneel, bow and admit your mistakes. Perhaps I can consider giving you a quick end. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of revenge about to be realized. Recalling the humiliation Su Li had just inflicted on her, the woman in the Cheongsam was engulfed in a sea of rage. Chapter 2:13. Buzz! An indescribable sense of heat suddenly descended, as if it could ignite the soul and burn all rules. Su Li abruptly raised his head, gazing into the absolutely still void. There, at some point, a flame had appeared. Where his gaze fell, a gigantic, constantly churning and roaring plasma mass stood silently, like a plasma sphere radiating intense light. It initially resembles a supercharged version of the sun's Promax. From a distance, one can see its surface flowing with dazzling white and dark red light, akin to the core of a living star. Countless black spots flicker on its surface, and fiery columnar structures erupt, swirling around it and emitting an intense heat that could make one's soul shudder. Detected intervention from higher dimensional existence. Link confirmed. The Great Old One Thugga, active flame, is observing. Su Li's pupils constricted suddenly. Thugga? This is the true form of the second Great Old One. Just seeing it caused a sharp warning from the chaotic laws deep within his soul, filling him with a primal fear. Chapter 2:14. Su Li shook his wrist, the joints cracking loudly. He looked at the flag-dressed woman lying in a puddle of mud on the ground, a more sinister arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Can't stand it anymore. What happened to that arrogance just now? He stepped forward, not giving her a chance to breathe, swinging his right leg like a battle axe, slamming it hard into the woman's waist. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking echoed. Ugh! The flag dress woman was kicked away like a rag doll, leaving a line of blood in the air as she crashed heavily against a piece of solidified spatial debris in the distance. She curled up, retching black blood, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Without the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, her once proud immortal body became pitifully weak. Now no different from an ordinary high-level cultivator, perhaps even worse off. Su Li walked over leisurely, each step feeling like he was stepping on the flag dress woman's heart, which was on the verge of collapse. Aren't you fond of calling people bastards? Su Li leaned down, grabbing her hair and lifting her bloodied head, forcing her to look at him. I was wrong. I'm the bastard. I'm the bastard. Chapter 215. Su Li's figure solidified like a ghost at the peak of the snow mountain. Almost the moment he appeared, the bigwigs around the globe who had been closely monitoring his movements collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In the command center of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the national pillar, Zhang Honyuan, slowly sat back in his chair, realizing his palms were covered in cold sweat. The satellite feed had suddenly cut off, and that area was enveloped in terrifying energy turbulence, which had scared him quite a bit. If something happened to Su Li, who had just ascended and was seen as the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, the loss would be too great. In an ancient manor somewhere in Northern Europe, several people responsible for handling Northern European affairs had already been invited into Sif's manor. Inside the manor, Jiangxi gently set down her teacup, letting out a barely audible sigh of relief. The most excited was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao from the lower realm, that little girl in white. She flashed in front of Su Li, her small face filled with urgency. Su Li, are you okay? That woman she... Halfway through her words, she suddenly choked, her pair of lively big eyes wide open, staring at Su Li as if she had seen a ghost. Early stage of the 6th level of the Saint Realm. This overwhelmingly powerful and solid aura is definitely not fake. Chapter 216. Upper Realm, Cloudstone Arena. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire Cloudstone Academy was already in an uproar. The decade-long Cloudstone Grand Competition is a major event for the Academy and the entire Upper Realm's southern region. The large martial arts arena was already crowded, with cheers echoing throughout. Various streams of light shot from afar. Those were the elders, distinguished guests, and more disciples coming to witness the event. In the center of the martial arts arena, 10 giant platforms floated, their runes flickering, clearly set with powerful protective formations. On the high platform, directly in front, the Academy's higher-ups and important guests had already taken their seats, their aura deep and their gazes sharp. All participating disciples were now concentrated in a specific area on one side of the martial arts arena. Hundreds of prodigies gathered here, each with extraordinary auras, their spirits soaring, their gazes clashing with sparks flying. Qing Ming, dressed in blue, stood at the forefront of the crowd, particularly eye-catching. He stood tall, his expression stern, with the aura of the peak of the 8th level of the Saint Realm not holding back, like a drawn sword, sharp and glaring. Many disciples around looked at him with awe and envy. Look, that's senior brother Qing Ming. 2 weeks of closed-door cultivation, breaking through 2 realms. He is simply a model for our generation. Chapter 217, with a command from the white-haired elder. Hundreds of participating disciples leaped onto the 10 floating giant platforms like arrows released from a bow. Each platform could accommodate dozens of people, but now it became crowded in an instant. The competition was divided into 3 main parts. The first part was a chaotic battle in the preliminaries, with simple and brutal rules. Within the time of an incense stick, the fewer people left on the platform, the better. Ultimately, each platform could only retain 2, totaling 20 advancing. The second part was for those 20 to draw lots for 3 spots. As for the third part, it was to test the participant spiritual root qualifications on the spot, ensuring their own strength was not fabricated. Some might ask, since they're fighting, how can there still be faking? This is because it was rumored that there was a boy with poor qualifications, but he had an old man and a ring on his finger. During the competition, the old man directly possessed the boy, allowing him to knock everyone out. This was a serious cheating act, a 1,000-year stain on such grand events, and it must not happen again. At the same time, this also facilitates the cultivation of prodigies, allowing them to choose more suitable sex within the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace. Back to the main topic. Almost the moment they stepped onto the platform, a chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 218, the first match, the number 1 sign duel. The white-haired elder announced loudly. On the number 1 platform, 2 disciples quickly engaged in battle. Those who could advance to the second round were not weaklings. In a moment, spiritual power surged, and techniques flew, eliciting cheers from the audience. In the end, a disciple wielding a spear narrowly won by half a move, forcing his opponent off the platform. The second match, the number 2 sign duel. Soon it was Qingming's and Zhang Rulin's turn. They leaped onto the central largest main platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Junior brother Qingming, please guide me. Zhang Rulin took a deep breath, suppressing her distracting thoughts, and with a shake of her fiery long whip, it danced like a spiritual serpent emerging from its hole, generating waves of scorching heat. Qingming stood with his hands behind his back. Dun dun dao. Zhang's senior sister, please. Before his words fell, Zhang Rulin had already made her move. She knew Qingming's strength was formidable and had to seize the initiative. Blazing flames engulfed the sky. The long whip danced, creating countless whip shadows, each entwined with fiery flames, enveloping Qingming like a net. The temperature in the arena suddenly rose. Even the protective light barrier at the edge of the platform slightly rippled. A gasp arose from the audience. Senior sister Zhang immediately used her ultimate skill. It seems she intends to fight desperately. Facing this violent offensive, Qingming, however, did not dodge or evade, a hint of disdain even flashing in his eyes. Chapter 219. During the intermission, the atmosphere around the arena was somewhat subtle. Qingming sat alone in the corner, his expression dark enough to drip water. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it. The shallow sword scar on his arm healed at a visibly rapid pace, but the frustration in his heart remained. The blind swordsman stood quietly to the side, holding a rusty sword, his face covered by a cloth showing no emotions. Yin Xiyu was still meditating with her eyes closed, as if all the disturbances had nothing to do with her. On the high platform, several big shots were chatting. It seems that the top 3 spots are no longer suspenseful, said the elder of the Xiantian sect with a smile. However, the ranking might still have some discussion. The burly man from the Beast Mountain said loudly, that blind kid's swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Qingming didn't lose unjustly. But I think if it really comes down to a fight, Qingming might not necessarily lose. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley's gaze lingered on the white-skirted figure, feeling that the others were not worth betting on at all. Yuan Shiyu's disciple had yet to take action, and her strength was unfathomable. In my opinion, the first place still belongs to her. The old monster of Yinshi stroked his beard and chuckled, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. The younger generation each has their own fate. How it ultimately turns out will depend on their fortunes. Chapter 220. Su Li landed steadily on the ascension platform, the black and gold chaotic aura around him gradually receding. However, the imposing aura that looked down on the world did not diminish at all. He took a deep breath, feeling the much more abundant and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the upper realm compared to the lower realm. And the smile on his lips grew more pronounced. Not bad. He stretched his muscles and bones, the sound of cracking joints echoing. His cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of the Saint Realm had been thoroughly stabilized. Current evil value, 4,000,000, with over 4 million evil points. This was a backup plan Su Li had left for himself. Initially, he thought there would be a group of people blocking his starting point, planning to kill a wave quickly. But now it seemed he was being overly cautious. As for the earth-shattering ascension noise, just now, it was naturally intentional. Since he had come, he wanted everyone to know that he, Su Li, had arrived. He was itching for someone to come looking for trouble, just right to test his newly enhanced strength and conveniently harvest some evil points. Su Li scanned the surroundings. This was a desolate valley, clearly designated for the ascension of lower realm ascenders, and, at this moment, apart from him, it was completely empty. System. Scan the surrounding environment and mark areas with strong energy reactions and potential dangers, Su Li silently thought. Chapter 221. The light transformed from the old monster of Yinshi moved swiftly, reaching the desolate Ascension Valley in no time. He concealed his aura and quietly landed 100 feet away from Su Li, his gaze sharp as he carefully observed the young man who had just caused a tremendous disturbance. The other party was dressed in black robes, standing tall, with a handsome face but an indescribable aura of evil. A mysterious energy circulated around him, and although he had just ascended to the Saint Realm, he gave this divine practitioner a sense of depth that was hard to gauge. Truly extraordinary. The old monster of Yinshi felt a chill in his heart, but he maintained a warm smile taking a step forward and cupping his hands in greeting. This young friend, greetings. Su Li had already sensed the other party's approach and slowly opened his eyes, his black and gold pupils coldly scanning the newcomer, still sitting on the ground, showing no intention of standing up. Do I know you to be so polite? Su Li's voice carried an unmistakable impatience. The smile on the old monster's face stiffened. As the master of the Yinshi Heavenly Palace, he was a prominent figure in the southern domain of the upper realm. When had he ever been treated so rudely by a junior? However, he was very deep-minded and suppressed his displeasure, maintaining his smile. Chapter 222. The cloud energy slowly descended into the center of the martial arts arena, and all eyes were focused on Su Li. The old monster of Yinshi cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, this is Su Li, who has just ascended from the lower realm. At my invitation, he will temporarily participate in this Yinshi grand competition." The crowd erupted in an uproar. Temporarily participating? Isn't that against the rules? Is the master making an exception? Su Li paid no attention to the discussions around him, his gaze sweeping across the arena until it quickly locked onto Qingming's position. "Found you." A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qingming felt that gaze and involuntarily trembled. At that moment, Su Li deliberately released his aura. The peak of the 6th level of the Saint Realm was fully displayed, and a powerful aura swept around, stirring up a fierce wind in the arena. What? Peak of the 6th level? Just ascended and already at the late stage of the Saint Realm? How is that possible? The crowd was in an uproar. The disciples were all dumbfounded, and even the elders on the high platform showed shocked expressions. Where on earth did this monster come from? Who ascends to the late stage of the Saint Realm right after flying up? The hand of the old monster of Yinshi, who had just picked up his teacup, shook violently, and the look in his eyes as he glanced at Su Li turned to one of astonishment. Chapter 223. Just as the Azure Dragon was about to devour Su Li, the atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena reached a peak of tension. The disciples below held their breath, not daring to blink. Several timid female disciples even covered their eyes, afraid to witness the bloody scene that was about to unfold. It's over. This senior brother Su is likely to be in serious trouble. The Azure Dragon Seal is a mid-grade saint artifact. What a pity, such a handsome young man. At this critical moment, a hint of disdain flashed in Su Li's eyes. All show, no substance. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and a tiny black hole appeared in the palm of his hand. The black hole seemed unremarkable, but emitted a chilling, swallowing power. What kind of technique is that? I've never heard of it. The disciples below discussed among themselves. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Azure Dragon, which could repel those at the early stage of divine insight, was completely devoured as soon as it made contact with the black hole, as if it had sunk into the sea. What the hell is going on? Senior brother Qingming's Azure Dragon Seal was swallowed. How is that possible? The entire arena erupted in chaos. The disciples were all wide-eyed, hardly believing their eyes. Chapter 224. Yinshi crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. Her protective chi shattered in an instant. She covered her swollen cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You dare." Su Li shook his hand, looking disgusted. "What a thick skin, you made my hand hurt. I'll kill you." Yinshi was completely enraged, and her half-step divine insight cultivation erupted completely. The entire martial arts arena was swept by a fierce wind, causing the disciples with lower cultivation to kneel to the ground under this aura. Is this half-step divine insight? It's terrifying. Senior sister Yinshi is getting serious. The spiritual energy around Yinshi surged wildly, forming a massive white phoenix phantom behind her. The phoenix let out a long cry that shook the entire arena violently. This was the ancient inheritance Yinshi obtained from the Forbidden Area, the phoenix bloodline. Su Li died. The white phoenix, carrying destructive energy, dove towards Su Li. Wherever it passed, the space was torn apart, leaving fine black cracks. If it weren't for the protective array of Yinshi Academy itself, along with the numerous restrictions set up in advance around the arena, the area within 100 meters would have been completely shattered by this strike. On the high platform, the elder of Xintian's sect had a grave expression. Chapter 225. Dust slowly settled, revealing Su Li's unscathed figure. He hadn't even moved an inch, only surrounded by a faint golden halo. Is this it? He raised an eyebrow at the ashen-faced Yinshi. Unable to break my protective aura and still dare to call yourself a genius? Yinshi staggered back, her lips trembling. Impossible. The blood demon puppet is equivalent to the initial stage of godhood. Sully couldn't be bothered to explain and casually waved his right hand. The faint golden screen suddenly transformed into thousands of tiny golden needles, shooting towards the blood demon puppet like a torrential rain. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The golden needles pierced through the blood-colored body, leaving countless holes. The puppet let out a piercing scream, and its blood-colored body began to disintegrate, ultimately turning into a pool of foul-smelling blood. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths. The arena fell silent. The old monster of Yinshur turned pale. He finally realized the severity of the situation. Sully's strength was far from what it appeared. "You retreat," he shouted sternly, while simultaneously forming hand seals, with spiritual energy surging wildly around him. Yinshur Great Array, activate. Suddenly, the ground of the martial arts arena illuminated with complex array patterns, and countless chains of spiritual energy burst forth from the ground, wrapping around Sully like living creatures. Chapter 226. The smile on the old monster's face instantly froze. He could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say?" Sully couldn't be bothered to repeat himself and continued to walk forward. "Stupid? Stupid. Ha ha ha." The old monster of Yinshur was completely furious, his face turning a pig liver color. Good, good, good. Since you insist on destroying yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless." He suddenly slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood transformed into a strange symbol mid-air, instantly sinking into the ground. Boom! The entire Yinshur Academy began to shake violently. It was over 10 times stronger than before. 8 towering stone pillars rose around the martial arts arena, each inscribed with ancient runes. The sky darkened with thick clouds, and lightning danced wildly, a terrifying aura far more formidable than before enveloping the entire area. This was the complete form of the protective array. An elder exclaimed in shock. The palace master actually used his ultimate trump card. The old monster of Yinshur's face twisted in rage. "Sully, this is the protective array left by the ancestor of Yinshur. When fully activated, it can kill those at the peak of godhood. Since you refuse to back down and insist on attacking me, even if it means the destruction of Yinshur Academy, I will ensure you accompany me in death today." Chapter 227. Just as the old monster of Yinshur transformed into blood mist, the entire Yinshur heavenly palace suddenly shook violently. Boom! This tremor far exceeded the commotion when the previous array was activated, as if the entire world was quaking. The mountains roared, and the palace swayed. Countless disciples stumbled and fell to the ground. An indescribable, terrifying aura awakened from the depths of the Yinshur heavenly palace, like a sleeping giant dragon opening its eyes. This aura surpassed the saints, transcended godhood, and approached the legendary, true immortal realm. The roar echoed through the sky. In the air, a towering phantom over 1,000 feet tall slowly coalesced. An elderly man with white hair emerged. Looking up, the old man had an ancient face, his eyes like 2 bright moons, surrounded by an unsettling aura of Tao. He simply stood there, causing the space within 1,000 miles to freeze. A true immortal. A genuine true immortal. This was the Yinshur true immortal. The elder of Xintian's sect gasped in shock and quickly bowed in respect. The burly man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain even knelt on one knee, trembling. Junior pays respects to the true immortal. In the entire martial arts arena, whether the injured disciples or the observing guests, everyone knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads even slightly. Chapter 228. The towering phantom of the Yinshur true immortal paused slightly. His expression was somewhat unpleasant. In his eyes, which overlooked all living beings like observing the floating dust at the bottom of a well, a hint of coldness and amusement surfaced. He had lived for nearly 1,000 years, dominating a region, and had seen countless geniuses rise and fall. But this was the first time he had seen such an ignorant junior who dared to stand upright under his pressure and even speak arrogantly. Interesting, truly interesting. The voice of the Yinshur true immortal slowly rang out, no longer ethereal and grand, but rather carrying a playful mockery like a cat playing with a mouse. Every word seemed to carry immense weight, pressing down on everyone's heart. "It seems you're determined to seek your own demise." Before his words fell, the color of the heavens changed. The oppressive aura that originally enveloped the surroundings began to condense and compress frantically, turning into visible dark golden shackles. These shackles were as thick as a child's arm, flowing with obscure runes, radiating a terrifying power that could crush souls and bind true essence. They slithered towards Su Li from all directions like vicious giant pythons. Crack! Boom! The martial arts arena's hard ground could no longer bear the pressure, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from where Su Li stood, instantly covering an area of 1,000 feet. Chapter 229, Under the Countless Horrified Gazes. The soul-devouring chains capable of swallowing those at the peak of godhood and infused with 300 years of the Yunshi true immortal's Tao rhythm. Upon contact with Su Li's fist, shattered like fragile glass. Glass crashing against divine iron let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, then broke apart inch by inch in the eyes of everyone's disbelief. This is impossible. For the first time, intense shock appeared on the Yunshi true immortal's calm face, and his pupils suddenly contracted, disregarding the astonishment of the Yunshi true immortal. Su Li shattered dozens of chains with a single punch, his momentum unyielding. He left a series of clear afterimages in the air, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, directly crashing into the dense network of chains. Boom, 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 boom. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees transformed into the most terrifying human-shaped weapons. Each strike was simple and direct, yet contained the most extreme aesthetic of violence. Chains of runes and lightning shattered and exploded before him, and he was like an unyielding machine of destruction, carving a vacuum path through the storm of lightning. The power of all laws, all devouring attributes, seemed to lose their effect as they approached his flesh, directly crushed by the incomprehensible force within him. Chapter 230. At the moment the spear was thrust, it erupted with a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. A black demon dragon, entirely formed of chaotic energy and the will of destruction, roared out from the spear tip. Wherever the demon dragon passed, the space collapsed layer by layer, and all things returned to nothingness. No, the real Yunshi let out a desperate howl, his thousand-zhong phantom burning wildly, trying to gather its last strength to resist. However, it was all in vain. The black demon dragon directly pierced through all defenses with overwhelming force. Puffed, like a red-hot iron inserted into ice and snow. The spear easily pierced through the phantom's chest, creating a hole through it. Crack! Boom! The thousand-zhong phantom shattered like broken glass, starting from the chest. Inch by inch, cracking apart. Countless fissures instantly spread throughout its body, and a massive form exploded into countless points of light with a deafening roar. In the distant northern region, the real Yunshi's main body sat cross-legged deep within a cave filled with prohibitions. A few fox demon-like maidservants were attending to him. His main body suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, his breath instantly wilting. Su Li, he let out a vengeful roar, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 231. The next morning, in the conference hall of the Xintian sect, the 5 major forces of the southern region gathered together. Representatives from different factions sat on either side, and the atmosphere was so tense it could squeeze water out. After receiving news that the master of the Yunshi heavenly palace was destroyed, the goddess was killed, and even the real avatar of the ancestral master of the heavenly palace was forcibly slain, who could still sit still. A real avatar was enough to look down upon the entire southern region. It was killed before so many eyes? What kind of power did the murderer possess? Almost everyone set off immediately, rushing to the Xintian sect overnight. There was no doubt that this matter concerned the safety of all forces in the southern region, and no one could stand by. The sect master of Xintian sect, real person Xianming, looked around at everyone and was the first to break the silence. Everyone, I believe you have all heard about the matter of the Yunshi heavenly palace. I have called you here today to discuss this matter. The mad warrior of the 10,000 Beast Mountains spoke solemnly. I witnessed this matter with my own eyes. That Senior Su's strength is unfathomable, far beyond what we can contend with. In my opinion, we should take the initiative to show goodwill and not provoke him. Show goodwill? A cold voice rang out, and everyone turned to see the newly appointed Valley Master of the 100 Flowers Valley, Hua Qianmei, slowly raising her gaze. Chapter 232. After everyone left, the expression of the Xintian ancestor gradually softened, replaced by a serious look. He made a gesture to Xianming, and the two went to the side hall. Xianming, on the day of the competition, did you notice the aura of the demon path? The ancestor spoke straightforwardly, his voice extremely low. Real person Xianming was initially taken aback, then suddenly realized, now that you mention it, I do remember. Yun Qiyu did indeed use a blood-red talisman to summon a blood demon puppet, just as I thought. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the Xiantian ancestor, but soon he adopted a look of deep sorrow. As a heavenly maiden of the heavenly palace, Yun Qiyu actually dared to collude with the demon path. This is truly unforgivable. Real person Xianming was startled by the ancestor's sudden anger. To be honest, he rarely saw the ancestor express emotions so openly. However, considering that this matter involved the demon path, it seemed understandable. Ancestor. Just now Xianming did not recall this matter and did not inform the various forces in the hall. Should we notify the other forces? Real person Xianming asked cautiously. The Xintian ancestor did not respond. He connected to the live broadcast precisely because he sensed that aura of the demon path, but he had not paid much attention to other matters. Chapter 233. After leaving the Xintian sect, Hua Qianmei transformed into a streak of light flying towards the southeast. However, she soon sensed two familiar auras trailing behind her. A cold smile appeared on her lips as she intentionally slowed her speed. Sure enough, after a moment, Blood Weo and Jian Wuxin appeared beside her. Where's the Valley Master headed? Blood Weo asked with a fake smile. I remember the 100 Flowers Valley doesn't seem to be in this direction. Jian Wuxin chimed in sarcastically. Could it be that the Valley Master wants to visit the Yunshi Heavenly Palace as a guest? Hua Qianmei stopped and coldly looked at the two. Why pretend? Since we've come this far, we must have a mutual understanding. Blood Weo and Jian Wuxin exchanged glances, each seeing greed in the other's eyes. The Valley Master is straightforward. Blood Weo chuckled. Since that is the case, let us speak frankly. You want revenge, and we want benefits. How about we cooperate? A flicker of disgust passed through Hua Qianmei's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by hatred. All right. As long as you help me kill Su Li, the 1,000 years of accumulation in the 100 Flowers Valley will be yours to divide. Chapter 234. Inside the main hall of the Yunshi Heavenly Palace, Su Li boredly flipped through the cultivation manuals he had scavenged for various places. Yunshi Heart Sutra, Heavenly Palace Secret Record, God Communication Essentials. He casually tossed a few ancient texts aside, his face filled with disdain. These are all low-grade holy class trash, not a single top-tier one among them. Still feeling unsatisfied, he raised his foot and kicked all the scattered manuals away. Damn it, the largest force in the southern region, and this is basically a slum. Not only the manuals, but the treasures were the same. The best were only of low-grade holy class. He was truly speechless. He thought the greatest force in the southern region would have some good stuff. It seems that top-tier items are equally rare whether in the lower realm or the upper realm. Forget it. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Su Li turned to look at the center of the hall, and his mood improved somewhat. There, 3 small mountains of spirit stones were neatly piled up, emitting a faint glow in the dim hall. This must be the currency circulating in the upper realm. As a fan of foreign novels, Su Li was quite knowledgeable about such things. It's just a pity that he had just thought of trying to cultivate using the spiritual energy contained in these spirit stones, like the protagonist in the novels. Chapter 235. In the side hall of the Yunshi Heavenly Palace, real person Xianming walked slowly around, his brows furrowing tighter. The arrangement of Yun Shiyu's residence was quite elaborate. It seemed simple and elegant, but was actually filled with hidden extravagance. On a dressing table carved from white jade, a few boxes of rouge were casually placed. Upon closer inspection, real person Xianming discovered that this was actually the invaluable Phoenix Blood Rouge, worth more than a decade of cultivation for an ordinary cultivator. In the wardrobe, made of agarwood, hung with dresses woven from 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk. Each piece exudes a faint aura. This heavenly maiden certainly knows how to enjoy herself. Master Xianming murmured to himself, his fingers brushing over an ice silkworm silk dress, feeling the cold and smooth texture. However, what puzzled him was that after searching for more than half an hour, he found no clues related to the demon clan. The books on the shelves were all orthodox techniques like Cloudstone Heart Law and Heavenly Palace records. And the jewelry in the dressing table were ordinary treasures that enhanced cultivation. Not a single suspicious talisman was found. How strange, Master Xianming stroked his chin in thought. With the status of Cloudstone Jade, how could there be no trace left while secretly colluding with the demon clan? Chapter 236. Not good. Dark red blood surged like a living thing, coalescing into several thick blood-colored tentacles, rushing towards Master Xuanming's face with a pungent, bloody wind. Master Xianming was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. His cultivation at the God communication realm erupted with full force, establishing layers of protective energy in front of him. With a hiss, the blood tentacles collided with the protective energy, producing a corrosive sound. Master Xianming was horrified to discover that his protective energy was actually dissolving at a visible speed. "Ancestor, this blood pool is strange," he exclaimed while retreating hastily. A hurried voice came from the communication jade talisman. "Be careful. This is the autonomous defense mechanism of the blood pool. Use pure yang true energy to counter it." Upon hearing this, Master Xianming immediately activated the sect's foundational technique, 9 Yang True Art. The scorching pure yang true energy burst forth, forming a golden light shield around him. Indeed, as the blood tentacles made contact with the pure yang true energy, they melted away rapidly like ice and snow meeting the sun, emitting a heart-rending shriek. However, the blood pool's assault did not stop. More blood surged up, coalescing in the air into twisted human forms. These blood shadows emitted chilling wails, clawing and biting as they pounced toward Master Xianming. Chapter 237. Master Xianming felt his back drenched in cold sweat in an instant, and he forced a smile. "Senior, you jest. They are really just some worthless trinkets." Suli approached slowly, each step quickening Master Xuanming's heartbeat. Those deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything, making Master Xianming feel that all his secrets were laid bare. "Is that so?" Suli stopped in front of Master Xianming, a half-smile on his face. "But I smell a very special aura, a bloody scent mixed with demonic energy. Could it be that the Master of the Cloudstone sect has an interest in demonic items?" Master Xuanming's face changed drastically, and he instinctively took a half-step back. However, hearing the implication in Su Li's words, he instead felt a surge of confidence. The Cloud Heaven sect had been established for 1,000 years, always taking on the responsibility of eradicating demons. This was a fact recognized throughout the southern region. "Senior, you are mistaken." Master Xianming straightened his back, his voice carrying a hint of righteousness. "Our Cloud Heaven sect has always been tasked with slaying demons. How could we collude with the demon clan? We came to investigate precisely to uncover evidence of Cloudstone Jade's dealings with the demon clan." Suli looked at him with interest. "Oh? Then why are you secretly investigating without informing me? If I hadn't happened to pass by, I fear I would still be unaware that the Cloud Heaven sect cares so much about this matter." Chapter 238. At the edge of the southern region, the Qiyin sect. The sect master, Master Qiyin, was pacing anxiously in the main hall. After the news of the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace's destruction arrived, he was restless, fearing that this turmoil would affect his own sect. "Sect Master, the Master of the 100-Flower Valley requests an audience," a disciple hurriedly reported. Master Qiyin was taken aback. "What does she want? Quickly, invite her in." Hua Qianmei entered the hall slowly, her face carrying just the right amount of sorrow. "Sect Master Qiyin, I apologize for my abrupt visit, and I hope for your understanding. Please accept my condolences, Master Hua." Master Qiyin hurriedly returned the gesture, unsure of the purpose of Master Hua's visit. Hua Qianmei's eyes shimmered with tears. "My sister was brutally killed by that Su Li. This enmity is irreconcilable. I have come today to seek the Qiyin sect's assistance." Master Qiyin showed a difficult expression. "Master Hua, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but that Su Li's strength is unfathomable. Even the Cloud Heaven sect." "The Cloud Heaven sect?" Hua Qianmei sneered. "Does Master Qiyin really think the Cloud Heaven sect would go to great lengths for a newly ascended kid?" She repeated what she had said earlier to Shui Wuyo and the others, adding at the end, "As long as the Qiyin sect is willing to take action. After the deed is done, the 100-Flower Valley is willing to offer 3 holy grade treasures and 100,000-year-old spear herbs." Chapter 239. Meanwhile, inside the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace, Suli was leisurely sitting on the throne in the main hall, reviewing a large string of jade slips in his hand. They contained detailed information about various sects in the southern region. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can fight 100 battles and win them all. To be cautious, it is necessary to analyze the strength distribution of the major forces in the southern region. Currently, there are 5 large forces, 23 medium forces, and 128 small forces in the southern region. There are a total of 38 powerful beings at the God communication realm, among which 3 are at the peak and 9 are in the late stage. Su Li looked at the data, curling his lips. It's just SOSO. He slowly stood up, his gaze turning toward the distance. Nearly 40 God communication realm masters. Such a lineup could be considered luxurious in the southern region. But it's a pity there are basically no true masters. He was still thinking about bringing a few true masters to practice against, but then again, the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace, as the largest force in the southern region, had only a single true master stationed, and that was just a phantom. How could the other sects in the southern region possibly have true masters stationed? Even so, with nearly 40 God communication realm masters and close to 128 forces, relying solely on his peak 6th level of the Saint realm seemed rather lacking. Chapter 240. At the center of the southern region, Tiannan City. Tiannan City is located in the heart of the southern region and is one of the most prosperous cities in the upper realm. The broad and clean streets paved with bluestone can accommodate 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Shops line both sides of the street, with intricately carved buildings standing in rows. As the largest trading center in the southern region, Tiannan City swallows a massive flow of people and goods every day. Occasionally, luxurious flying boats pass overhead, where cultivators and mortals from various regions converge, creating a unique and prosperous scene. However, despite the gathering of cultivators in Tiannan City, private fighting is strictly prohibited. This is the city lord's iron rule. Anyone who violates it will face severe punishment, ensuring that the city remains orderly and commerce thrives. Merchants from all directions sell a variety of goods here, from ordinary daily necessities to precious cultivation resources. Everything is available. As soon as Kong Linger appeared on the streets of Tiannan City, she excitedly swung her 2 braided pigtails, looking around in wonder. The curious light in her big, bright eyes seemed to want to take in all the novel things on the street. Master, look quickly. That windmill is spinning. She pointed at a small stall by the roadside, where colorful windmills were happily spinning in the gentle breeze. Chapter 241. Su Li held the small hand of Kong Linger and had just stepped over the threshold of the drunken immortal residence when the scene inside came into view. In the center of the hall stood a young woman dressed in a goose-yellow silk skirt, adorned with pearls and jade, hands on her hips. Her willow-like eyebrows raised in anger, exuding an air of arrogance. Behind her were 2 flamboyantly dressed female companions, who were currently covering their mouths and giggling mockingly. This girl in yellow was none other than Fong Rong, the only daughter of Fong Tianxiong, the lord of Tiannan City. I see you're all alone and have decent looks, so I kindly wanted to befriend you and exchange communication tokens, yet you dare to refuse? Fong Rong's voice was sharp, nearly piercing the roof. Do you know who I am? In this Tiannan City, no one dares to disrespect me. Fong Rong. The target of her scolding was the blind swordsman sitting at the table with a rusty sword in his arms. His face was ashen, lips tightly pressed, and the damp hair on his forehead clung to his skin, reeking of alcohol. He had clearly just been splashed with wine. His blind eyes slightly turned towards Fong Rong, and the fingers gripping the sword sheath turned pale from the force, but he ultimately did not make any further moves. Miss, I'm used to being solitary, the blind swordsman said in a low voice, infused with suppressed anger. I have no habit of exchanging communication tokens with others, so I ask you to be respectful. Chapter 242. Su Li then turned his gaze towards her, his expression indifferent, as if he were looking at something unimportant. Who you want to reprimand has nothing to do with me, but your voice has disturbed the enjoyment of me and my linger. You. Fong Rong's face turned red with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this in Tiannan City. Do you know who I am? My father is the Lord Fong Tianxiong. My uncle is an elder of the Blood Knife sect. She habitually brought up her powerful connections. However, Su Li's reaction left her stunned. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth in a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Oh, the Lord's mansion? The Blood Knife sect? He paused, and when Fong Rong thought he finally understood fear, he casually continued. So eager to show off your wild dog den. Are you asking me to reward you with a rabies vaccine? The entire drunken, immortal residence fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone looked at Su Li as if he were a madman. A wild dog den? This kid had never heard of the Lord's Mansion and the Blood Knife sect? How dare he speak so disrespectfully? This person was either insane or deliberately looking for trouble. Fong Rong was nearly choked by his words, pointing at Su Li, her finger trembling. Chapter 243. Su Li's fist, seemingly plain and unadorned, made Fang Tianxiong feel an unprecedented sense of life-threatening danger. He endured the excruciating pain of his shattered right wrist, hurriedly blocking with his left hand, as the true energy of a peak saint surged wildly within him, forming layers of defensive light screens in front of him. Boom! The fist collided with the light screen, producing a deafening roar. That defensive light screen, capable of withstanding several fierce attacks from opponents of the same level, shattered like paper in front of Su Li's fist, crumbling instantly. The fist did not lose momentum and struck heavily against Fang Tianxiong's blocking left arm. Crack! Another bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache. Fang Tianxiong's left arm bent at an unnatural angle, bones piercing through flesh, exposed to the air. He was once again sent flying, crashing through several load-bearing pillars of the tavern, buried under a pile of bricks and rubble. Spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, he struggled to raise his head from the ruins, his breath instantly weakening. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, the Peak Saint Lord was left with both arms crippled and gravely injured. All the guards stood frozen in place, their hands trembling violently around their weapons. Not a single one daring to step forward. Chapter 244. After leaving the drunken immortal residence, Su Li, along with Kong Linger and the blind swordsman, headed straight for the most famous restaurant in Tiannan City, the 100 Flavors Restaurant. This establishment was renowned in the southern region for creating exquisite desserts infused with spiritual energy. Upon arriving at the entrance, the waiter warmly welcomed them. However, before he could speak, Su Li flicked his fingers. A high-quality spiritual stone, exuding rich spiritual energy, landed precisely in the waiter's hand. Clear the room. Su Li's tone was calm and unquestionable. The waiter's pupils constricted as he felt the astonishing weight and quality of the spiritual stone in his hand. Recalling the earlier commotion in the city, as well as the faint lingering smell of blood on the 3 of them, he shivered, instantly understanding the situation, and hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, please, esteemed guests. Right this way, I will take care of it. In just a moment, the normally packed 100 Flavors restaurant was emptied, leaving only Su Li and the others seated at a window-side elegant table. The shopkeeper personally served their signature 7-colored spirit fruit soup, along with several exquisite tea snacks, his attitude humble. Kong Linger looked at the 7-colored spirit fruit soup that exuded an enticing sweet fragrance, her big eyes sparkling. She picked up a small spoon and cautiously took a sip, instantly closing her eyes in happiness. Chapter 245. The Poison Resistance Charging Station. The battle is fierce. Come charge. The message from Xue Wuyo was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of tension in the underground power network of the southern region. In the Flower Valley, Hua Qianmei held the slightly warm communication jade talisman, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her meticulously drawn dark eyebrows knitted tightly, her beautiful face showing a mix of emotions. 2 moves to crush a peak saint? She repeated softly the information relayed by Xue Wuyo, her heart sinking uncontrollably. This completely exceeded her expectations. She had firmly believed that Su Li was merely a puppet pushed forward by the Zenian Gong. The so-called ability to fight above his rank was nothing but a fabricated lie. Yet the news from Xue Wuyo felt like a loud slap to her face, harshly awakening her. Could it be that her sister was truly killed based on strength? A thought she had always been reluctant to entertain slithered into her mind like a venomous snake, sending chills down her spine. But in the next moment, overwhelming hatred drowned out this chill. No, impossible. The flames of madness reignited in Hua Qianmei's eyes. It must have been some despicable means, or perhaps the Zenian Gong secretly provided him with some one-time forbidden treasure. Chapter 246. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, when a morning light tore through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the land of the southern region. The site of the former Yinshi Heavenly Palace was already filled with crowds. Looking around, it was a sea of heads, dark and densely packed. Flags fluttered and robes billowed. Almost all the prominent sects, families, and rogue cultivators of the southern region were present. The scale was immense, and the scene was spectacular, unprecedented in 1,000 years. However, in stark contrast to the bustling scene, there lay a shocking wasteland, once towering and symbolizing the top power of the southern region. The main hall of the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace now stood as a mere ruin. Huge stones were haphazardly piled up, and charred marks were visible everywhere. Deep, bottomless ravines crisscrossed the area, as if it had been ruthlessly trampled by an invisible giant beast. In the air, traces of the violent energy waves and a faint smell of blood left by the earth-shattering battle lingered. Hiss! All who beheld this wasteland for the first time couldn't help but gasp in shock, their minds shaken. Is this what was left after that battle? It's terrifying. This couldn't have been done by human hands, right? Look at that sword mark. It extends from the mountain gate all the way to the ruins of the main hall. Over 1,000 meters long. What kind of terrifying sword intent was needed for this? Chapter 247, the plain 5-word from Su Li were like ice beads dropping on a jade plate, striking at the hearts of everyone present. The square fell into silence, with no one daring to respond. Everyone was intimidated by that invisible aura, not even daring to breathe. At this moment, the Xianming true man slowly opened his eyes and stood up, slightly cupping his hands towards the high platform. Palace Master Su. The prominent forces of the southern region have mostly arrived. His tone was calm, and his posture was quite humble, giving Su Li due respect. Su Li's gaze swept over the Xianming true man, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He could naturally sense the subtle strangeness hidden beneath the old Taoist calm demeanor. But he didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, all calculations were futile. Since everyone had arrived, Su Li spoke again, his voice spreading across the area. Then let us begin. He casually waved his sleeve. A streak of flowing light flew out from his sleeve and landed on the open ground in front of the high platform. As the light dissipated, a stone tablet, 3 zhang tall and entirely black, was revealed. The tablet had an ancient shape, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. Countless intricate runes could be faintly seen flowing within, emanating an ancient and desolate aura. This was the spirit testing tablet. Su Li's voice rang out, clarifying for everyone that it could test cultivation aptitude, divided into 5 levels. Chapter 248, the name called out was that of a small sect on the far left. Named Qingmu Sect. The sect master, Qing Songjinren, turned pale. Under Su Li's indifferent gaze, he couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. The Qingmu sect stepped forward to test. Qing Songjinren's voice was dry as he, along with dozens of disciples from his sect, cautiously approached the black spirit testing tablet. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. 3 days ago, when Jian Wuhan visited, he shouldn't have been deceived by the rhetoric against the tyranny of the Xiantian sect. All eyes were focused on them. The first disciple stepped forward and placed his hand on the tablet. The tablet's surface flickered with a faint light, revealing a dim white color. White mortal quality. A former steward of the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace, who had appeared by Su Li's side unbeknownst to anyone, trembled as he reported. The disciple's face turned ashen as he stepped back. Then came the second, third, and several more disciples, yet none exceeded the white quality. Qing Songjinren's heart sank to the bottom. Finally, a young female disciple stepped forward, placing her palm on the tablet, which lit up with a soft green glow. Green. Good quality. Qing Songjinren breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a total disaster. However, in the subsequent tests, several more whites appeared. Chapter 249, Protect the Palace Master. The remnants of the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace were in a panic, trying to form a defensive formation. But it was of no use. The Xianming true man suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing. The opportunity had come. He moved as if to assist Su Li, but in reality, he secretly locked onto Su Li's aura, preparing to seize the blood demon crystal at the right moment. Faced with this sudden ambush, Su Li on the high platform merely sighed lightly. Why bother? He slowly stood up, protecting Kong Linger behind him, watching the terrifying attacks coming from all directions. Su Li's expression remained calm. His index and middle fingers came together, and an indescribable, terrifying aura began to gather at his fingertips. A power approaching the origin began to condense there. The air around his fingertips began to twist, emitting a buzzing sound from the unbearable pressure. Fragments of electric arcs appeared out of nowhere, only to vanish instantly. The universe fragment Starfinger. Su Li lightly uttered 5 words, his tone plain, yet carrying the majesty of judgment over all beings. In the next moment, he gently pointed at the overwhelming torrent of attacks rushing toward him. There was no earth-shattering explosion. A grayish finger strike, seemingly composed of countless shattered stars, shot out from his fingertip. Chapter 250, you can test. Shui Wuyo was the first to break down, his voice tinged with a sob. Senior Su can test whatever he wants. The Blood Knife sect will not object. Jian Wuhan hurriedly echoed. The myriad sword sect will leave it to Senior Su to handle. Only Hua Qianmei still bit her lip, her eyes full of resentment, but ultimately dared not say anything further. Su Li didn't even glance at them, pondering for a moment. He then turned his gaze to the silent leaders of the forces below. Who else had attacked just now? His voice was soft, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spines. After a brief silence, the crowd below knelt in droves. Senior Su, spare us. We were momentarily confused. It was Hua Qianmei who instigated us. We are willing to offer all our sect's resources just to seek our lives. The 7 or 8 godly transformation realm experts who had attacked earlier were now bowing their heads like garlic, with not a shred of their previous authority left. Su Li looked at them expressionlessly. Self-dismantling cultivation is acceptable. Just 5 short words made the leaders' faces turn ashen. Self-dismantling cultivation? That would be more painful than killing them. An old man with white hair trembled as he pleaded. Senior Su, I have cultivated for 500 years to reach the godly transformation realm. If I self-dismantle my cultivation, what is the difference from death? I beg you, spare me. Chapter 251. The subsequent testing proceeded at an astonishing speed, with no one daring to delay or question. Various sects lined up to test, and the disciples cautiously placed their hands on the spirit testing tablet. Those with white qualities looked ashen, while those with green qualities secretly celebrated, and those who occasionally appeared with blue qualities were nearly brought to tears of joy. Throughout this process, Su Li seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed, yet his consciousness enveloped the entire area, observing everyone's reactions. Soon, it was the turn of several top powers in the southern region. The Xintian sect stepped forward to test. The steward's voice carried a tone of reverence. Xianming Trueman took a deep breath and led his disciples forward. As a first-rate sect in the southern region, the Xintian sect qualities were indeed remarkable. Most of the inner disciples had green qualities, and several core disciples even showed blue qualities. There was also a direct disciple who measured a dazzling golden light. Golden, top-tier talent. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was the first golden talent of the day. Su Li didn't even raise an eyebrow, only responding with a faint HM. Master Xianming smiled wryly in his heart. It seemed that in this person's eyes, golden talent was nothing special. The testing continued, and the final results of the Xintian sect were 1 person with golden talent, 7 with blue, over 30 with green, and only a little over 10 with white. Chapter 252. Bang. With a dull sound, the cold woman was sent flying by this punch. Her veil shattered instantly, revealing a stunning face, but at this moment, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, making her look quite disheveled. The Saintess! The 2 guardians exclaimed in shock, quickly stabilizing themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected Su Li would actually dare to attack the Saintess of the Jiutian Xuan Zone. Moreover, he did it in such a humiliating manner. You dare! The heroic guardian was so enraged that his whole body trembled. His finger pointing at Su Li shook. Su Li flicked his wrist, his tone icy. Dig or not dig. He walked step by step towards the Saintess, who had just gotten up from the ground, his gaze as if looking at a dead person. Jiutian Xuan Zone? Is it really that impressive? Sending 3 juniors over, not even a decent elder. Do you really think I'm Su Li made of mud? The Saintess wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes finally revealing anger. Su Li, do you know the consequences of offending the Jiutian Xuan Zone? Consequences? Su Li laughed, his smile filled with undisguised ridicule. With you 3 useless ones, are you even qualified to talk to me about consequences? Is red talent really that impressive? Chapter 253. Su Li casually flicked the blood droplets from his hand, his gaze falling on the heroic guardian who was crumpled on the ground. I said, I will dig out your dog eyes and chop you to pieces. His voice was terrifyingly calm, as if he was stating the most ordinary of matters. I, Su Li, always keep my word. Before his words fell, countless dark golden lights coalesced in his shape. A long knife, surrounded by a chilling aura, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blind swordsman's eyes widened. Senior Su, you even know the way of the knife? This knife intent was not inferior to that of his master. No, Su Li, stop. The Saintess Shun Qinglian struggled to stand up, enduring the intense pain inside, trying to make a last-ditch effort to stop him. Over the years, she had acted arrogantly and ruthlessly, making numerous enemies. A large part of her trump cards came from her 2 guardians, with 2 peak 5th level cultivators and her own peak 7th level cultivation. She could walk sideways among the younger generation in the sect. If her guardians died, she would definitely be targeted by various factions within the sect. At best, she would fall from her high position as the saintess. But at worst, she might end up with a miserable fate of being dismembered. She absolutely could not let her guardians die. Chapter 254. The gentle guardian stiffened. The act of bowing suddenly halted, a chilling fear instantly freezing her blood. No, senior. Her words were cut off, because Su Li's hand had already reached out like a ghost. His index and middle fingers curled into hooks, directly probing towards her terrified eyes. Another shrill scream, more inhuman than before, tore through the frozen air above the Yunshur heavenly palace. The sound was so tragic, much worse than when the heroic guardian was attacked. It clearly reached the ears of everyone present, chilling them to the bone, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Some cultivators with weaker minds even collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way as foul odors emanated from their pants. Su Li expressionlessly pinched the warm eyeballs, casually discarding them, letting them roll into the dust. The gentle guardian covered her face with her hands, blood flowing like a stream between her fingers, writhing in agony on the ground, emitting desperate whimpers. Su Li slowly straightened up, his gaze like a cold blade, sweeping over the crowd once more. Everyone bowed their heads, silent as if facing a chilling silence. Only then did he turn away satisfied, calmly instructing the already terrified steward beside him. Drag these 3 useless ones away and keep a good watch. Wait for Jiutian Xuanzong to come and redeem them. Chapter 255. Just as the bloody testing of the Yunshur heavenly palace was nearing its end, far away, tens of thousands of miles away at the Jiutian Xuanzong, it was a scene of celestial beauty. Between the misty mountains, ethereal palaces appeared and disappeared, with cranes soaring and spiritual springs bubbling. Here, it seemed like 2 different worlds compared to the outside chaos. Inside the main hall of the main peak, several deeply profound elders were discussing while sipping tea. Calculating the time, Qinglian's girl should have finished testing and be on her way back by now. An elder with white beard gently stroked his beard, smiling. With Qinglian's talent, a red top grade is a foregone conclusion. This is a good opportunity to show those country bumpkins in the southern region a thing or two. Another cold-faced, middle-aged woman said disdainfully, her tone filled with undisguised pride. What new master of Yunshur heavenly palace? Just a lucky brat from the lower realms. A red-faced elder snorted dismissively. If it weren't for the sect master wanting to see this kid's true abilities, why would our Jiutian Xuanzong lower itself to come here? Sending Qinglian with 2 guardians is already giving him enough face. Indeed, Qinglian is now at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Connection realm. And with the 2 peak 5th level guardians, she has the strength to fight even against the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm. Chapter 256. Using a knife to kill someone? The woman in yellow gasped, then hesitated, wondering if this would bring a wolf into the house. After all, Su Li was an outsider. What if he is an outsider? The woman in blue said coldly, as long as we can eliminate Shun Qinglian, I'm willing to conspire with a tiger. That's right. The young man in blue stood up excitedly. Shun Qinglian has a massive influence within the sect. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to bring her down. But this Su Li is said to act recklessly. Since he doesn't even care about the old monster of Yunshur, he might really dare to act against Shun Qinglian. But how do we contact him? The woman in yellow still had some concerns. I know a senior brother in the outer sect steward hall. He often handles communication with the outside. The young man in blue revealed a mysterious smile. As long as we offer sufficient benefits and let him secretly send a message, it should be no problem. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they could already see Shun Qinglian's tragic fate. If that Su Li can really severely injure Shun Qinglian. The young man in blue made a gesture across his neck. Then the quota for the Saint Lord's inheritance ceremony will be vacant. Chapter 257. Just as the young man in blue was preparing to find senior brother Wang with 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, suddenly, report. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Jiutian Xuanzong. A bloodied and ragged messenger rolled into the main hall of the peak, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Elder Chong, something terrible has happened. The saintess she. The messenger was clearly in great distress, speaking incoherently. Not only was his face pale as paper, but his whole body trembled like a leaf. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The old man with white beard suddenly stood up, explained clearly, What happened to the saintess? The stern woman's expression also darkened. What on earth has happened? Under the pressure of so many powerful figures. The messenger was even more terrified, his lips quivering, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. It's that Su Li. He is useless. The red-faced elder, known for his fiery temper, directly grabbed the messenger, saying, since you can't explain, then let me see for myself. With that, he unleashed a soul-searching technique, his powerful consciousness violently invading the messenger's sea of consciousness. Chapter 258, just as the internal turmoil stirred within the Jiutian Xuan zone. The spirit-testing ceremony at the Yunshi Heavenly Palace was also nearing its end. Su Li sat high on a white jade chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. His indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd below who were as silent as the grave. The testing is over. From today onwards, all sects in the southern region must follow the orders of my Yunshi Heavenly Palace. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. Anyone who plays the hypocrite. Su Li's lips curled into a cold arc. You all saw what happened to those few earlier. The crowd shivered in unison, quickly bowing and responding. We will strictly obey the orders of Palace Master Su. Hua Qianmei, mixed among the crowd, lowered her head, her nails digging deep into her palm. She felt a mix of fear and resentment. But more than that, it was a wariness of Su Li's strength. This madman dared to offend even the Jiutian Xuan zone to such an extent. What was there that he would not dare to do? You can disperse now. Su Li waved his hand casually. In 3 days, the sect masters should bring their sect's records and resource lists to report to the Yunshi Heavenly Palace. Yes. The crowd felt as if they had received a great reprieve, quickly bowing and retreating, fearing that any delay would bring about death. Chapter 259, just as everyone was at a loss for words, an old and dignified voice suddenly echoed throughout the Jiutian Xuan zone. What is causing such despair? This voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some profound truth of heaven and earth, shaking everyone to their core. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. The elders were both shocked and delighted. Shun Kanglin stood up directly, bowing to the void. We welcome the ancestor out of seclusion. A vague figure slowly coalesced in the hall, eventually transforming into an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He appeared ordinary, but his eyes were deep like the starry sky, as if they could see through all things in the world. He was none other than the Jiutian Xuanzong's anchor, the Nine Xian Elder, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the true person realm, a top cultivator of the southern region. Speak. What matter requires the activation of the protective array? The Nine Xian Elder asked Danan. Shun Kanglin did not dare to be negligent, and quickly reported the details of the situation, replaying the memory light screen. When he saw the image of Shun Qinglian being trampled underfoot by Su Li, the Nine Xian Elder's gaze slightly narrowed. Interesting. He not only did not get angry, but instead showed a hint of interest, sensing that with Su Li's peak saint-level cultivation, capable of overpowering late-stage godly realm cultivators, there must be great secrets about this child. Chapter 260. Not long after Su Li left, footsteps were heard outside the dungeon. Su Li had brought the blind swordsman. This fellow was directionally challenged, and since the dungeon's switch was relatively concealed and protected by a small formation, it was normal for him not to find it. The blind swordsman, holding an ancient long sword, walked in slowly, coming to check on the condition of the two as per Su Li's instructions. He walked calmly, his hollow eyes gazing peacefully into the depths of the cell. It's you. Shun Qinglian's previously furious gaze froze upon seeing the visitor's face, her voice trembling with disbelief. She stared intensely at the blind swordsman's chiseled face, as if trying to engrave it into her very bones. The blind swordsman stood expressionless outside the cell door, ignoring Shun Qinglian's exclamation. What? Do you know him? Su Li, who then entered the dungeon, raised an eyebrow, curiously surveying the two with a hint of playful amusement at the corners of his mouth. Shun Qinglian's breathing suddenly became rapid, memories flooding back like a tide. She widened her eyes and shouted sharply, It's you? The wretched slave who injured my snow spirit fox. The blind swordsman tightened his grip on the sword slightly, his knuckles turning white, yet his face still showed no emotion. Chapter 261. Within the Jiutian Xuan zone. The Nine Xian Elder stood with a gloomy expression at the peak of the main mountain. Behind him, 10 godly realm elders stood in formation, each exuding a fierce aura. Half a day has passed. The 9 elder's voice was cold. Let us depart. A streak of light shot into the sky as the protective array opened a gap, and everyone transformed into a dazzling rainbow shooting southward. Where they passed, the clouds churned, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled. In the depths of the 100 Flowers Valley, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and spiritual butterflies danced gracefully. Ancient trees, 1,000 years old, twisted and turned, their canopies shading the sun. Below the trees, a pool of spiritual spring flowed continuously, with petals from various spiritual flowers floating on the surface, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Hua Qianmei stood alone in front of a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, gently caressing its petals, her eyes lost in thought. This snow lotus was her sister's favorite spiritual plant during her lifetime. Now it bloomed as before, yet the person was already gone. "Sister," she murmured softly, her fingertips trembling slightly. She turned to see her disciples busily counting the resources in the sect's treasury, the hatred in her eyes nearly solidifying into substance. "Valley Master, should we also take this 5,000-year-old, 9-turned soul returning grass?" An elder asked cautiously. "Take it. Take everything." Hua Qianmei nearly gritted her teeth as she said this. That madman demanded all sect records and resource lists. Who would dare to hide anything? Chapter 262, the ancestor of Jiutian Xuanzong, 9 elder, the master of Jiutian Xuanzong, Shun Kanglin, the master of Xiantian sect, Xianming true person, the ancestor of Xiantian sect, Xiantian old ancestor. The sky over the southern region was fearfully gloomy. Heavy dark clouds hanging low, as if they were about to crush the entire world at any moment. The spiritual energy was restlessly stirring. Even the tiniest specks of dust were suspended in midair, not daring to fall. The 11 members of Jiutian Xuanzong hovered over the ruins of the Yunshi Heavenly Palace, their aura immense. At the forefront, the 9 elder had an ancient appearance, his dark robe fluttering without wind. The pressure of a peak true person realm cultivator caused all living beings within 100 miles to hold their breath. Behind him, 10 elders stood on either side, the lowest being a 5th-level law enforcement elder in the godly realm, and the highest being the Sword Pavilion's headmaster at the 9th level. Such a lineup was enough to shake the entire southern region. In the center of the ruins, the white jade throne remained intact. Su Li leaned lazily against his seat, propping his chin up with one hand while the other tapped rhythmically on the armrest. A few visitors from afar, he spoke lazily. "You can't be here just to admire this wasteland, can you? I wonder what brings you here." The 9 elder's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Su Li closely. Chapter 263. Su Li's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow in the void, so fast that even divine senses struggled to capture it. Shun Kanglin's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively wanted to retreat, only to find that the space around him seemed to have solidified. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Shun Kanglin's face, shattering his nasal bone and splattering blood. The master of the 9 heavens, Xuanzong, flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ruins. "Is this all you've got?" Su Li's figure appeared above him, stomping on his face. "Your daughter was also trampled underfoot by me back then. How does it feel?" Shun Kanglin's eyes were about to burst with rage. He wanted to struggle, but found Su Li's foot as heavy as a mountain. "Su Li, I will tear your body into pieces," he roared, his spiritual energy surging wildly around him. "Tear you into pieces?" Su Li pressed down hard, grinding his face into the rubble. "You, a waste who can't even discipline your own daughter?" He leaned down, his voice cold. "Your precious daughter has been rampaging outside, and as her father, you cannot escape blame. Since you can't teach her, let me do it. Stop." The headmaster of the Sword Pavilion finally couldn't hold back and struck, his sword transforming into a brilliant beam aimed straight at Su Li's back. Chapter 264. At the moment of the clash between fist and sword, the entire world seemed to freeze. The sword light of the Jiutian sword collided fiercely with the black golden glow on Su Li's fist, erupting in dazzling brilliance. A terrifying shockwave of energy expanded outward from the two, flattening the already ruined Cloudstone Heavenly Palace ruins by several feet. Boom! After the deafening sound, everyone was horrified to discover that Su Li had actually caught the sword with his bare hands. His fist met the sword's edge, producing a grating metallic friction sound. "How is this possible?" an elder exclaimed in disbelief. catching the Zhuxian sword with bare hands? The nine Xian elders' eyes also flashed with a hint of shock, but he soon snorted coldly, seeking death. The Zhuxian sword suddenly burst forth with even more dazzling light, the ancient runes on the sword illuminating one by one, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. The power of this sword was several times stronger than before. Su Li felt the terrifying power coming from a sword. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into an excited arc. The black golden glow around him surged, and within that light, countless fine runes could be faintly seen swirling madly. These runes were completely different from those on the Zhuxian sword, exuding an even older and more bizarre aura. Chapter 265. Just as Su Li was being worshipped by everyone, a sudden change occurred. The previously weak nine Xian elders' eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Taking advantage of Su Li's moment of turning, he sprang up, darting toward Su Li's waist like lightning. There hung the demon clan's supreme treasure, the blood demon crystal. Not good. The sword-blind man sensed it first, but it was too late to stop him. With a tearing sound, the blood demon crystal, radiating a strange red light, was yanked off by the nine Xian elder and shoved straight into his mouth. "You're seeking death." Su Li roared in fury, slapping out with his palm. However, the nine Xian elder was already prepared. His body twisted bizarrely, narrowly avoiding the palm strike. He laughed madly, his previously weak aura starting to surge wildly. "Ha ha ha, Junior. Do you really think I would submit to you?" The nine Xian elder's face twisted in a grimace as a thick blood-red mist began to envelop him. "This blood demon crystal has long been coveted by my nine-heaven Xuanzong." Su Li's eyes turned icy. "Old dog, you are seeking your own death." "Seeking your own death?" The nine Xian elder laughed maniacally. "Once I refine the blood demon crystal, the first thing I will do is tear you to pieces." Chapter 266. The moment the blood demon crystal fell into Su Li's palm, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The originally blood-red mist covering the Cloudstone Heavenly Palace ruins surged outward like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire sky of the southern region. The scarlet light was so bright that even those in the other three regions, hundreds of thousands of miles away, could see it clearly. "System, assist me in refining." Su Li thought. Ding. Detected that the host is refining the demon clan's supreme treasure, blood demon crystal. The chaos physique talent is activated. The talent of mastering all martial arts is synchronously activated, beginning to analyze the origin of the demon clan's bloodline. The projection of the ancient palace descends. Time-space laws are applied, refining efficiency increased by 1,000. The blood demon crystal in Su Li's hand instantly transformed into a blood-red stream of light, directly entering his chest. A power that was millions of times more terrifying than what the nine Xian elder had absorbed exploded forth. Boom! Black golden lightning surged wildly within the scarlet clouds, with every flicker causing the entire upper realm space to tremble. The ground of the southern region began to crack. Countless mountains collapsed with a roar, rivers flowed backward, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Eastern region. What is this aura? Deep in the East Sea, in a life-restricted zone, the slumbering Merfolk Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, filled with horror in his golden pupils. Chapter 267. Impossible. This is impossible. The nine Xian elder lay in a pool of blood, the hole in his chest still bleeding. But he seemed to feel no pain, only staring dazedly at the demonic figure behind Su Li. This is the projection of an ancient demon king. How could he summon such an existence? Hidden within the clouds, Xintian old ancestor and Hua Qianmei were in a state of utter despair. Bang! Bang! With two loud sounds. The two were directly slammed into the ground by the terrifying pressure, creating two deep pits. Xintian old ancestor struggled to rise. As a hidden elder of the demon clan, he understood better than anyone what Su Li's displayed bloodline meant. His demon bloodline was boiling, in fear, surrendering to that supreme existence. Damn it, fear is one thing, but this is straight-up submission. This must be the bloodline of a demon king. Damn it, why would a human, a newly ascended lower realm cultivator, possess such a terrifying demon bloodline? Why? Xintian old ancestor was acting like a madman, both crying and laughing. He suddenly remembered something, and his face turned even more horrified. No way. Even if it were the bloodline of a demon king, it shouldn't possess such might. Chapter 268. Su Li's words were like the final judgment, instantly plunging the law enforcement elders and others into an abyss of despair. No, Demon Lord, you have already planted a restriction. Our lives are in your hands. Why must you kill us all? Shun Kanglin's eyes were about to burst with rage, desperately howling, trying to make a final struggle. Now he couldn't care less about his daughter. Provoking such an existence was her own fault. It was her fate. Now he only wanted to live. Su Li slowly turned around, his blood-red eyes showing no ripples, only an extreme indifference, as if looking down on ants. A restriction? The corners of his lips curled slightly. That smile was wicked and cruel. Who told you that planting a restriction was to spare your lives? He paused for a moment, looking at Shun Kanglin and the twisted faces of the elders due to extreme fear, and continued leisurely. Perhaps. I just want to ensure that you have no chance to self-detonate your souls and take a few down with you. After all, cleaning up trash should be thorough. This statement completely shattered everyone's last glimmer of hope. Run. It was unclear who shouted, but the remaining elders and disciples, like startled birds, instantly transformed into streams of light, fleeing in different directions. Chapter 269. The Xiantian sect has been rooted in the southern region for over 1,000 years. How could the ancestor of the Xiantian sect be a pawn of the demon clan? What a serious level of infiltration this must be. However, as everyone looked at Su Li, surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy, as if the demon lord had descended, their expressions became extremely strange. No matter how you looked at it, you seemed more like a supreme demon, accusing others of being spies for the demon clan. This scene was a bit shocking. The Xiantian ancestor, whose identity had been exposed, was horrified and instinctively defended himself. You're talking nonsense. I am a righteous human cultivator. Is that so? Su Li chuckled lightly, flicking his finger, and a wisp of pure demonic energy instantly entered the body of the Xiantian ancestor. Ugh! The Xiantian ancestor let out a painful howl, as dark demonic patterns uncontrollably emerged beneath his skin, and the rich and pure demonic aura could no longer be concealed. This ironclad fact left all onlookers without any doubts. He was indeed a spy. The Jotian Xuanzong had been infiltrated to such an extent by the demon clan. No wonder their actions had become increasingly bizarre. Countless thoughts in the southern region and other places communicated, showing no sympathy for the downfall of the Jotian Xuanzong. Chapter 270. Inside the Chaos Demon Palace. The scene was far more magnificent and shocking than what was seen outside. Upon entering the main hall, the first thing that caught the eye was 18 towering giant pillars. Neither metal nor jade, entirely black, with naturally flowing chaos demonic patterns, as if recording the secrets of the universe's initial opening. The dome above was not solid, but a deep starry sky illusion, with countless blood-red demon flames dotted among them, casting a hazy yet majestic glow. The ground was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the scene above. Walking on it felt like strolling between stars. The dense demonic energy was almost tangible, yet not murky, instead carrying a primitive sense of purity. With each breath, the inner spiritual power spontaneously circulated, advancing at a speed far exceeding the outside. Along the corridors, one could occasionally see demonic spirit guards formed from pure demonic energy. They were clad in armor, standing silently, their eyes flickering with the fire of souls, showing absolute reverence towards Su Li as he passed by. Wow, Master, this place is so beautiful. It's at least 10,000 times better than that broken Yunshi Tiangong. Konglinger's big eyes were filled with stars, excitedly looking around. Although the sore blind man could not see, his powerful divine sense clearly perceived every detail within the demon palace. Chapter 271. Just as the panic at the mountain gate spread like a plague. In a relatively secluded courtyard on the side of the main peak, a few sideline disciples who were discussing were also startled by the sudden, terrifying pressure. What happened? The woman in yellow turned pale, the jade comb in her hand dropping to the ground with a clatter. The young man in blue, Shun Lingfeng, dashed to the courtyard entrance, extending his divine sense outward. When his divine sense swept over the gray figure outside the mountain gate, holding a broken sword with eyes covered in white haze, he suddenly trembled all over as if struck by lightning. Cousin, he exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. What cousin? The woman in yellow, Zhao Qian, was astonished. It's the sore blind man, cousin. He is not dead. He is back. Shun Lingfeng's voice trembled with excitement, But then, an even greater fear surged in his heart. And he is with that demon, Su Li, who destroyed the sect. The few people in the courtyard turned pale with horror. How is this possible? The woman in blue, Lin Wan, covered her mouth. Shun Lingfeng abruptly withdrew his divine sense, his heart racing, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Fear, shock, and a hint of indescribable excitement and hope. Chapter 272. Under the guidance of Shun Lingfeng and others, Su Li and his group entered the core area of the Jiutian Shuan Zone, as if in a no-man's land. The first thing that came into view was the sect's treasure vault located in the belly of the main peak. The giant black iron door was tightly closed, with flowing runes emitting a powerful wave of restrictions. This was where the Jiutian Shuan Zone's ancient foundation was accumulated. Cousin, Demon Lord Senior, this is the sect's main treasure vault. Shun Lingfeng said respectfully. The door's restrictions required the sect master and 3 core elders to simultaneously perform special incantations to open. Forcing it open would trigger a self-destruction array, obliterating most of the treasures inside. Some distant core elders who dared not express their anger revealed a cold smile at his words. Even if you find it, what can you do? Without the incantations, can you still? Su Li glanced at the black iron door, a hint of disdain flashing in his blood-red eyes. He focused his thoughts, activating the Eye of Causality. The originally stable, flowing runes suddenly flickered violently, as if encountering a nemesis, twisting and emitting a mournful cry under unbearable strain. Crack! Boom! Just 3 breaths later, under the astonished gaze of the Jiutian Shuan Zone members, that indestructible black iron door, along with its complex restrictions, crumbled into pieces like weathered sand sculptures, turning into powder. Chapter 273. Su Li stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sect's ruins that he had already hollowed out and destroyed spiritually, with no ripples in his blood-red eyes. This matter is done. Let's go back. His tone was flat, as if erasing the ancestral hall and devouring a life-risking strike was merely brushing off some dust. However, just as his voice fell, a hum, an indescribable, terrifying tremor came from above the Jiutian. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and the entire firmament began to boil. It was as if a ferocious beast that had been asleep for eons opened its cold, blood-red eyes deep within the clouds. What is that? A Jiutian Shuan Zone disciple pointed at the sky in terror. Among the rolling and boiling clouds, a massive spear shadow, too enormous to be described in words, slowly protruded a fierce corner. Just this corner was enough to block out the sun. The shadow cast covered the entire Jiutian Shuan Zone ruins, along with dozens of surrounding peaks. The sunlight was completely blocked, plunging the world into a heart-pounding darkness. Subsequently, an even more terrifying sight appeared. A substantial giant spear manifested. The gun body is made of an unknown material, flowing with a chaotic black gold light, and countless intricate, ancient magic runes flicker on its surface, containing the essence of destruction. Chapter 274. Su Li stepped forward, and the space shifted. In the next moment, he had returned to the Chaos Demon Palace with everyone. As soon as he entered the palace, Su Li's vast aura connected with the palace's origin, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The blood-colored demon fire in the dome danced joyfully, and the chaotic magic runes on the columns accelerated their flow, as if welcoming the master's return. Shun Lingfeng, Zhao Qian, and Lin Wan stumbled into the main hall of the palace. When they raised their heads and saw the scene before them, they instantly froze in place, like 3 puppets whose souls had been extracted. The experiences they had just endured at the Nine-Heaven Shuan Zone, his cousin's return, the plundering of the treasury, the destruction of the ancestral hall, and the shock and fear brought by that world-destroying shot had not yet settled. And now they were shattered by the grandeur and severity that far exceeded their imagination. What kind of miracle is this? 18 towering pillars support the starry dome, and the blood-colored demon fire burns like eternal stars, illuminating the hall in a brilliant yet eerie glow. The dense magic aura, thick enough to turn into liquid, slowly flows through the air. With every breath, they feel their cultivation stirring with excitement. Compared to this place, the so-called celestial atmosphere of the Nine-Heaven Shuan Zone, which they had grown up in and was known as the most prosperous hidden sect in the southern region, seemed as crude as a rural thatched cottage. Chapter 275. Shun Qinglian's vicious curse still hung in the air, But from the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of three figures behind Su Li. The familiar silhouette of their robes, even dust-covered, was still vaguely recognizable, stabbing into her eyes like three ice picks. The twisted delight on her face instantly froze. Her resentful gaze shrank sharply, and her voice stopped abruptly, leaving only an incredulous dryness. Shun Lingfeng? Zhao Qian? Lin Wan? How? How could you be here? She stared at the three, as if witnessing the most absurd thing in the world. These three were all outstanding figures from the branches of the Nine-Heaven Xuanzong and were once her subordinates, whom she could summon and dismiss at will. How could they appear in this demon palace dungeon? Following her enemy, Su Li, Zhao Qian was the first to scoff, her eyes filled with undisguised mockery. What? Is the holy maiden blind? Can't even recognize us? She deliberately paused, her gaze sweeping over Shun Qinglian's empty sleeves, her tone growing harsher. Oh no. You've lost both arms, haven to you? When you were bullying and beating your subordinates in the sect, did you ever expect to end up like this? Chapter 276. Su Li snapped his fingers, and the two shadowy tentacles instantly vanished, as if they had never appeared. In the dungeon, only Shun Qinglian and the Guardian sat on the ground, their expressions vacant, faces ashen, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, it can't be true." Their proud sect, their ancestors in whom they had placed all their hopes, had truly been destroyed, and it was destroyed by Su Li, whom they had always looked down upon and hated. This overwhelming blow nearly shattered their spirits. Su Li turned to look at Shun Lingfeng and the others behind him, a playful smile curving his lips, his tone casual. So, what do you think I should do with this barking holy maiden and her loyal guard dog? Shun Lingfeng and the others were momentarily stunned. Then their faces lit up with wild joy. They instantly understood that Su Li intended to hand over the power of disposal to them. After years of enduring the oppression from Shun Qinglian and her guardian, they finally had a chance for revenge. How could they not be excited? Zhao Qian was the first to speak, her eyes sparkling with delight. Senior Su, wasn't she just barking fiercely? Something about extracting souls and refining spirits, lighting soul lamps, and even skinning Miss Linger to make a human skin drum. Why not do as she suggested? Chapter 277. In the dungeon, as Su Li departed, the invisible pressure dissipated, but the despair and coldness in the air grew heavier. Shun Lingfeng, Zhao Qian, and Lin Wan slowly approached the transparent cage, holding Shun Qinglian, looking at the disheveled, unconscious holy maiden inside, and the trembling blind guardian beside her. There was no trace of pity in their eyes, only the pleasure of revenge. Wake him up first, Shun Lingfeng said coldly, a wisp of cold magic energy flicking from his fingertips, piercing into Shun Qinglian's brow like a fine needle. Ah! Shun Qinglian let out a piercing scream, jolting awake from her stupor, the intense pain causing her to curl up. Zhao Qian then flicked her fingers at the blind guardian, sending a forceful wave of soul-stinging energy into his body. The guardian immediately groaned, his body shaking violently. Holy maiden, guardian, stop playing dead. Lin Wan's voice dripped with mockery. Senior Su has given orders. Before sending you to the Five Elements pawn shop in Tianan City, you must first enjoy the treatment you proposed. Upon hearing this, fear instantly overwhelmed Shun Qinglian. She struggled to rise, disregarding her image, and prostrated herself, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 278. Just as Shun Lingfeng and the others were escorting Shun Qinglian to the Five Elements pawn shop in Tianan City, Su Li's decree for a 3-day submission period loomed over all forces in the southern region like a sword, entering its final countdown. Outside the Chaos Demon Palace, the once desolate ruins were now bustling with activity, with spirit boats, flying chariots, and fleeing lights streaming in from all directions of the southern region. The leaders of various sects, family heads, and dynasty rulers arrived, bringing with them their clan or sect most precious heirlooms and accumulated cultivation resources. With feelings of anxiety, reluctance, fear, and even a hint of humiliation, they came to pay homage to this newly established demon palace and pledge their loyalty. In front of the palace, a vast square had been flattened by an invisible force. All arriving forces needed to queue here, entering the main hall of the demon palace in turn to complete the ceremony. The master of the Liang sect stood in line with several core elders, watching the towering chaos demon palace, which loomed high and emitted a chilling pressure even from a distance. Their expressions were very grim. Master, are we really going to sign that soul contract? That would mean completely entrusting our lives and fortunes to someone else. An elder transmitted, his tone filled with reluctance. Chapter 279. Once all the submissive forces had departed, only Su Li and a self-proclaimed emperor from the Great Yin dynasty remained in the Grand Main Hall. Su Li's blood-red eyes calmly regarded the other party. Earlier, among the many forces, this person had also offered resources, a jade seal containing a trace of dragon energy, medium-grade holy rank, and several spirit stone materials. However, the restrained yet profound aura emanating from him was distinctly different from the other leaders. It was not an ordinary divine realm, but a true human realm. Moreover, it was at least the second level of the true human realm. What Su Li found even more concerning was that the name of the Great Yin dynasty had never been heard of in the historical records of the southern region. A force with a true human realm presence could not possibly be unknown. Let's talk about your Great Yin dynasty. Su Li's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable majesty, as if he had seen through everything. The Great Yin Emperor's body trembled slightly, initially wanting to conceal his feelings. But under Su Li's blood-red gaze that seemed to penetrate the soul, he knew that any attempt to hide was futile. He let out a bitter laugh, allowing his previously restrained aura to surge forth. A heavy and overwhelming pressure filled with scorching dragon might emanating from him. Chapter 280. Just as the dark currents surged in the southern region, with ancient forces and the Chaos Demon Palace subtly forming a confrontation. At the edge of the southern region, the exceptionally prosperous city of Tian Nan maintained its usual hustle and order. In the west of the city, there was a street called Wanbao Alley, a place where all sorts of rare treasures and black market information converged. At the deepest part of the alley stood a seemingly unremarkable shop, yet one that countless powerful figures in the southern region and surrounding areas dared not speak of: Wuxing Pawn Shop. The shop's facade was not ostentatious. An ancient black sandalwood door hung with a dark golden plaque. Inscribed on it were the 4 ancient seal characters for Wuxing Pawn Shop, written with a fluid and mysterious rhythm. On either side of the door stood a statue of a strange beast, neither stone nor jade, resembling a lion, yet not quite. A qilin, yet not quite, with unknown gemstones embedded in their eyes, emanating a faint glow as if they could see through the essence of visitors. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the interior was vastly different from the exterior simplicity. The space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, clearly utilizing a sophisticated spatial expansion formation. The hall was softly lit, illuminated by countless night pearls embedded in the dome and warm jade that glowed from the walls. Chapter 281. Just as the mysterious woman from Wuxing Pawn Shop took a strong interest in Su Li, the master of the Chaos Demon Palace had already turned his gaze toward the northern sea, covered by eternal profound ice. In the main hall of the Demon Palace, Su Li stood with his hands behind his back, his aura seamlessly merging with the palace. The Great Yin Emperor, Lai Yang, stood respectfully below, reporting detailed information about the Northern Sea's profound ice palace. Master, the profound ice palace has occupied the depths of the Northern Sea for countless years. Its master, Bing Li, is estimated to be at least at the peak of the 3rd level of the true person realm, and may even have touched the threshold of the 4th level. The technique she practices, the profound ice great Tao, is a top-tier ice system cultivation method from ancient times, greatly enhanced by the Northern Sea's profound ice environment. There are also several elders at the early stage of the true person realm within the palace, and a set of ancient ice-extinguishing formations with formidable power. The Great Yin Emperor's tone was grave. From what I know, the profound ice palace has a high opinion of itself, considering itself the leader of the righteous path, and has always been hostile to practitioners of the demonic path. With your supreme bloodline and dominion over the southern region, they will likely not sit idly by. In Su Li's blood-red eyes, there was no ripple, as if he had only heard an inconsequential piece of news. His fingertips gently rubbed together. A stream of chaotic energy danced around him like a clever spirit. Chapter 282. Su Li's figure tore through space, stepping into the air above the profound ice palace. The vast chaotic demonic might felt substantial, contending with the chilling aura of the ice-extinguishing formations rising from below, dyeing the leaden clouds above with a strange black-red hue. However, when the people of the profound ice palace, especially the Master Bing Li and several core elders, clearly sensed the unmasked fluctuations of Su Li's cultivation level, The previously tense atmosphere turned into one of absurdity and hilarity. Peak of the Saint Realm. That clear, unmistakable aura of spiritual power belonging to the Saint Realm was dazzling to their senses, which were at least at the God communication realm, with most being at the true person realm, almost like a firefly in the night. After a brief silence, a deafening roar of laughter erupted from the profound ice palace. Ha 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 ha. A hot-tempered elder with a red face laughed until he doubled over, pointing at Su Li in the sky, almost in tears. Peak of the Saint Realm? Am I not sensing this wrong? A junior at the peak of the Saint Realm dares to barge into my profound ice palace? And even puts on such a grand display? You're killing me with laughter. Another tall, thin elder twisted his beard, his face filled with mockery and disdain. Chapter 283. Above the profound ice palace, the lead clouds hung low, and the cold wind was like a knife. The red-faced elder's sinister smile froze on his face. Before he could retract his outstretched finger, Su Li's figure suddenly blurred, completely disappearing. In the next moment, a malevolent wind that suffocated even his true person realm second-level cultivation rushed toward him. Su Li stood right in front of him, less than a foot away. Those blood-red eyes were calm and unperturbed, as if looking at a dead object. The red-faced elder's heart sank, and his protective ice energy instinctively erupted, instantly covering his entire body with a thick blue ice armor, symbols swirling, emanating a chilling aura. Crack! Boom! The moment his fist made contact with the ice armor, which could withstand attacks from practitioners of the same level, it couldn't even hold for half a breath. Shattering like glass struck by a giant hammer, letting out a mournful cry as it exploded. Ice crystal fragments shot out in all directions like a blue ice rain. The impact struck his ribs hard, the sound of bones cracking like popping beans. The red-faced elder spat blood wildly, and his entire body flew backward, crashing through 7 side halls before finally embedding into a distant ice mountain, his life or death unknown. Detected that you have publicly injured a true person realm second-level cultivator. Evil value, 200,000. Chapter 284. The enormous ice palm, containing the lifelong cultivation and blood essence of Master Bing Li, first showed countless spider web-like cracks in the palm under Su Li's unadorned punch, which then quickly spread to the entire palm and arm. Ultimately, in the despairing gaze of Master Bing Li, it collapsed with a loud bang, along with her still-forming law avatar, disintegrating into the purest ice elemental energy, nourishing the heavens and earth. No! Master Bing Li let out a piercing scream. Her avatar shattered, and the backlash she suffered was far beyond before. Blood sprayed from her mouth as if it were free, her aura plummeting to the bottom, her figure swaying unsteadily. Meanwhile, Su Li's figure had already penetrated through the dissipating energy storm, appearing before her like a ghost. Master Bing Li's pupils reflected Su Li's cold face. She wanted to struggle, gathering her last bit of strength to strike out with the palm. Su Li casually raised his hand, grasping her delicate wrist, and the ice energy capable of freezing gold and iron melted instantly upon touching his palm. Like snow meeting the scorching sun. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Her wrist was crushed. She let out a pained groan, and with her other hand, she pointed like a sword, aiming for Su Li's brow in a final act of resistance. Chapter 285. Within the void passage. Su Li walked with his hands behind his back, his steps steady. The chaotic, demonic energy flowed gently around him, retracting its sharpness, yet appearing even deeper. The great Yin Emperor silently followed behind, his head lowered, not daring to breathe. In his mind, scenes that had just shaken his soul replayed uncontrollably. Su Li effortlessly crushing the giant sword of Xianbing. A single punch dispersing the ice prison's descent and the dominance of the Xianbing Dharma form. The cold ruthlessness of crushing the wrist of the ice glass palace lord, breaking her fingers and kneeing her in the abdomen, and finally stepping on the high and mighty ancient palace lord with an air of utmost humiliation. Each image was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly striking at his heart's defenses. He prided himself as the ancient emperor, a cultivator of the true person realm. Having witnessed countless storms, yet never before had he felt such profound fear and awe toward a single person. It was a feeling that transcended the gap in realms, stemming from a sense of oppression based on life levels and absolute power. His hand was still trembling slightly at this moment. The terrifying dominance of the youth made his mind tremble. He tried to operate his imperial cultivation method to calm his emotions, but found that the normally gentle true essence was now somewhat sluggish, as if it too was afraid of the invisible pressure emanating from that figure ahead. Chapter 286, Tiannan City. In the depths of the Five Elements pawn shop, in a quiet room filled with a strange fragrance, Hu Mingyang lounged lazily on a soft couch covered with snow-white bee skins, her long jade-like fingers toying with a communication jade talisman. The images recorded within the talisman were fragments captured from afar by her trusted subordinate lurking on the edge of the North Sea, using secret methods to document Su Li's overwhelming dominance over the Ice Glass Palace. Though incomplete, the images of him shattering the giant sword with bare hands, breaking the Dharma form with a punch, and finally stepping on the Ice Glass Palace Lord were shocking enough. The playful expression in her captivating phoenix eyes slightly retracted. However, a layer of lingering laziness still shrouded her brow, as if nothing in the world could truly pique her interest. TSK. Her actions were indeed ruthless and merciless. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice carrying a unique hoarse magnetism, as if evaluating an amusing story unrelated to herself. The Ice Glass Palace, though its name sounded imposing and was a relic of the ancients, was merely second-rate among the truly awakened ancient powers. Compared to the hard-nosed figures from the eastern and western realms, as well as the real old monsters from the central region, it was far from impressive. She gently shook her head, a strand of green silk slipping from her forehead, adding a touch of charm and mystery. That demon Lord Su Li. If he thought that merely crushing an ice glass palace would deter all those coveting the southern region or cast doubt on his sudden rise with the demon palace. Chapter 287, Underground Auction House. Above the dome, the soft glow of the night pearl spilled like mercury, illuminating the underground auction house as if it were broad daylight. The ground paved with warm sunstone exuded a gentle warmth, intermingling with the calming fragrance from the agarwood chairs surrounding it, creating a unique atmosphere that was both luxurious and tranquil. There was still some time before the highly anticipated auction officially began, yet the venue was already bustling with people. The low murmur of conversations converged into a buzzing sound. If one listened closely, they would find that a name was repeatedly mentioned within the noisy crowd, lingering in everyone's hearts like a spell. Su Li. Have you heard? The Jiuqian Xuanzong and Yinshi Tiangong, such colossal entities, were utterly destroyed in a matter of days. This newly emerged demon lord is truly a harbinger of doom, unfathomable. A clan leader from a small family in the western region looked pale with fear. His companion nodded repeatedly, adding, not just that, I heard he ascended to the upper realm only a few days ago, and has already broken through to the late saint stage from a mere lower realm cultivator, like a hot knife through butter. Such a shocking cultivation speed is simply beyond common sense. Chapter 288, boom. This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears, causing countless individuals to jump from their seats, their faces filled with extreme shock and disbelief. They exchanged terrified glances, as if they had heard the most absurd legend in the world. Even Yu Wuying, who had always maintained a cool demeanor, couldn't help but widen her beautiful autumn water-like eyes, her unparalleled beauty displaying clear signs of fluctuation for the first time. She instinctively clenched her jade hand, her delicate knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The strength of the Ice Glass Palace was something she, as the eldest daughter of the Yu family, was naturally aware of. Even with her family's substantial strength, attempting to take down the Ice Glass Palace would undoubtedly require a significant price and a brutal battle. That Su Li could completely annihilate it with his own strength, or rather with the power of the Chaos Demon Palace, in such a short time. Meanwhile, Song Shi, who had been boasting earlier, suddenly changed his expression, turning pale and looking quite unpleasant. However, he was prideful and would not easily show weakness in front of Yu Wuying, especially not in such a public setting. He forced himself to calm down, letting out a disdainful sneer from his throat, attempting to drown out the commotion in the venue with a louder voice. Chapter 289, Western Region, Yu Family Mansion. The Yu Family Mansion is situated atop the most spiritually endowed peak of the Haoyuan mountain range in the Western region. With pavilions and towers hidden among the clouds and spiritual trees, their flying eaves and brackets shimmering with a moonlight-like glow, showcasing the heritage and elegance of an ancient family. Today, however, the atmosphere in the core area of the mansion, the Lanhua Hall, was tinged with subtle politeness and distance. The head of the Yu family, Yu Mingxiao, sat at the main seat, his demeanor refined, dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with silver moon patterns, exuding a depth like the ocean. He was indeed a mid-stage, true-person realm powerhouse. Beside him sat his wife, Yin Wani, still possessing grace and poise, with a perfectly measured smile on her lips. In the guest seats, Song Qing, the head of the Tsang family from the eastern region, sat somewhat awkwardly. He was tall, with a face somewhat resembling Song Shi, but lacking the Sun's frivolity, carrying more authority from long tenure and an undeniable weariness. Yet, this authority seemed somewhat diminished in the depths of the Yu family mansion. Behind him stood several attendants holding heavy gift boxes. In the center of the hall lay several opened, exquisite jade boxes and treasure chests filled with the betrothal gifts brought by the Tsang family this time. Chapter 290. He stared intently at Yu Mingxiao, his chest slightly heaving, clearly emotionally stirred. The smile on Yu Mingxiao's face faded. He slowly stood up, walked to the dragon blood Bodhi vine, and gently brushed his fingertips over the lush green leaves, speaking in a calm and unruffled tone. Brother Tsang, your sincerity has been noted by my Yu family. These betrothal gifts are indeed precious. He paused, turned around, and looked steadily at Song Qing, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the heart. However, some matters cannot be determined merely by sincerity and gifts. Wu Ying's future is tied to the Yu family's future. Her partner must be someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her, or even lead her to higher realms. He still did not explicitly state that Song Shi was unworthy, but the meaning behind his words was crystal clear. Song Qing's body swayed slightly, his face turning pale. He understood. He comprehended completely. Yu family simply looks down on the Tsangmu family and does not think highly of his son. The so-called politeness is just a facade. The act of accepting the betrothal gifts without making a statement is merely a way to avoid offending anyone while not wanting to agree to the marriage. Just to keep them hanging. A wave of indescribable shame and powerlessness swept over him. Chapter 291. Deep inside the Chaos Demon Palace, Su Li stood by the window with his hands behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of space, landing in the distant direction of Tiannan City. The magic aura surrounding him was like still water in a deep pool, undisturbed, yet even more profound. The Sun King stood not far behind him, hands at his sides, with a hesitant expression, as if wanting to say something but holding back. He took a deep breath but could not suppress the worry in his heart. He stepped forward cautiously, carefully weighing his words. The Demon Lord's visit to the Tiannan City 5 Elements pawnshop will gather various forces, a mix of fish and dragons. Especially the Tsangmu family from the east and the Yu family from the west have sent their talented members here. It is inevitable that there will be some blind individuals. Demon Lord, your reputation shakes the southern region and is well known. If you go in your true form, wouldn't it be too eye-catching? You might attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives, adding some trouble. He paused, observing Su Li's expression, and tentatively added, perhaps a little disguise and hiding your traces would make things easier? Su Li did not turn around. His blood-red eyes still gazed into the distance. He calmly retorted, are you worried that I can't handle those people? Chapter 292. 5 Elements Pawnshop, Underground Auction House. The dome's night pearl emitted a warm glow, illuminating the large venue as if it were daytime. The warm stone floor rose with misty heat, intertwined with the calming fragrance of sandalwood chairs. It did nothing to soothe the undercurrent of restlessness within the venue. Discussions about Su Li and the Xianbing Palace were temporarily suppressed due to the appearance of Hu Meinyang. On the high platform, an elderly man dressed in a dark gold robe and looking sprightly took Hu Meinyang's place. He was the auctioneer for the night. The old man's eyes flashed like lightning, sweeping across the audience. Without much small talk, he lightly clapped his hands and said loudly, thank you all for your presence. Without further ado, the auction at the 5 Elements Pawnshop begins now. The first item up for bid is the Millennium Snow Spirit Pearl. A beautiful maid stepped onto the stage, holding a jade plate. In the plate lay a pearl the size of a longan, pure white and emitting wisps of cold mist, quietly resting on the brocade. The chilling aura was so pure that several cultivators near the high platform couldn't help but shiver. This pearl was born beneath 10,000 feet of profound ice and contained the essence of extreme cold, making it a rare treasure for friends cultivating ice and water techniques. Chapter 293. The entire auction house was silent as a pin dropping. All eyes were focused on the two figures at the entrance, with an atmosphere of shock, curiosity, and indescribable tension in the air. Sweat beads trickled down the Sun King's forehead, barely visible under the light of the night pearl. He slightly bent forward, adopting a very low posture, which further highlighted the extraordinary presence of a young man in black ahead. Su Li seemed oblivious to the hundreds of gazes on him, his blood-red eyes calmly scanning the venue, finally resting on the treasure-seeking spirit weasel on the high platform. The auctioneer, having seen many storms, quickly recovered from his brief astonishment. He cleared his throat, his voice tinged with a hint of unnoticeable respect. This young master bids 60,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there any other friend who wishes to bid? His gaze instinctively turned towards Sangshi, who had just been intent on winning. Sangshi's facial muscles twitched, under everyone's watchful eyes, especially in front of Yu Wuying, being overshadowed by this suddenly appearing person, who was suspected to be Su Li, made him feel a burning sensation on his face. A strong sense of humiliation intertwined with his desire to perform well in front of the beauty, instantly collapsing his rationality. 65,000. Sangshi suddenly stood up, his voice sharp with excitement. Chapter 294. Everyone was stunned. He actually dared to question Hu Meinyang's decision, right here in the Five Elements pawn shop, in front of Hu Meinyang. Even the two shadowy figures paused, seemingly waiting for their master's further instructions. On the high platform, Hu Meinyang's frozen phoenix eyes finally turned to Su Li. The corner of her mouth, hidden beneath the gauze, seemed to curl into an elusive arc. She did not speak. Meanwhile, Sangshi, trapped by an invisible force and overwhelmed with fear, heard Su Li's words as if grasping at a last straw. Boss Hu, you saw it. It's him. He's relentless. He doesn't even regard you. You should deal with such an evil subordinate. This statement was like a spark thrown into hot oil. Those who already harbored jealousy or dissatisfaction towards Su Li, especially those who had been incited by Sangshi before, and some cultivators from the east and west regions who could not stand Su Li's arrogance, now seemed to have a Meinyang backing them and boldly spoke up. That's right. Although young Master Tsang has made mistakes, he has already been punished. This person even dares to openly provoke the rules of the Five Elements pawn shop. A mere saint realm, not knowing what kind of luck he has, does he really think he is invincible? Chapter 295. The entire auction house fell into a deathly silence. A heavy smell of blood filled the air, forming a strange contrast to the previously calming sandalwood fragrance. Although there were no corpses on the ground, the still wet dark red bloodstains and the almost unrecognizable Tsang family young master under Su Li's feet all indicated the horrific slaughter that had just occurred. All eyes nervously shifted back and forth between Su Li and Hu Meinyang on the high platform. He actually really killed several people right in the Five Elements pawn shop, in front of Hu Meinyang, and even tortured the young master of the Tsang family to this extent. This was no longer just a provocation. The auctioneer's gavel came down. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist. This unique artwork belongs to you. The Scar Man stood up and cupped his hands towards the stage. However, his gaze passed over the auctioneer and shot straight towards Su Li's direction, filled with a hint of reverence and gratitude. He had once been an elder of a small sect, which was destroyed by Shun Qinglian and her followers. Today, being able to collect the enemy in this manner was indeed a great relief. Su Li was indifferent to this. The 250,000 high-grade spirit stones, after deducting 30%, still left him with 170,000, which was a nice profit, just enough to fill his own wallet, with the last item of the auction falling under the hammer. This tumultuous auction finally came to an end. The crowd rose with various thoughts in mind, their eyes involuntarily glancing towards the calm black-clad youth. Chapter 297. Su Li and the Sun Emperor quietly returned from the Five Elements pawn shop, using spatial movement, silent and unnoticed. The Chaos Demon Palace stood majestically above the ruins of the southern region, its demonic aura thick, as if it had never moved. The Sore Blind Man, the Ethereal Girl, and Shun Lingfeng, who remained in the palace, were unaware of the bloody storm that had erupted during their absence, thus saving Su Li some trouble. Deep within the main hall of the Demon Palace, on a specially cleared vast platform, Su Li stood with his hands behind his back, playing with several storage rings of different styles at his fingertips. His divine sense probed into them, obtained from killing Tsangshi and his minions. Most of it was just ordinary spirit stones and materials, which are no different from garbage to him. Only a few jade bottles found in Sangshi's ring contained pills radiating an extraordinary aura, which were still usable. Though not top grade, they were better than nothing. He casually tossed aside the useless rings, keeping only the jade bottles with the pills. It was time to break through. He walked to the center of the platform. His mind moved slightly and instructed the Sun Emperor standing beside him. I am preparing to break through and need to enter seclusion for a while. You shall guard here and must not allow anyone to disturb me. Upon hearing this, the Sun Emperor's body shook violently, and an expression of disbelief erupted in his eyes. Chapter 298. Although the entire process was shocking, it maintained an unusual stability under the combined support of the Chaos spiritual root and the Chaos evil god body. Showing no signs of losing control, the Sun Emperor watched in horror, yet could only admire. Such a violent influx of medicinal power would have caused anyone else to explode and die long ago. Yet the palace master handled it with ease, truly unfathomable. Time passed slowly amidst the silence and inner rumbling. After an unknown period, when all the medicinal power was completely absorbed and refined, the boiling aura around Su Li gradually approached a state of extreme calm at a critical point. He moved his mind. System, add points. Ding. Beginning to consume evil value. Continuously enhancing your martial arts level. Consuming 180,000 points of evil value. Invoking the source power of the Chaos Demon Palace to bless yourself. Your divine soul briefly merges with the will of the palace, and your spiritual sea undergoes a qualitative leap in an instant, greatly increasing your coverage of divine sense and perception. Now, with just a slight movement of your mind, you can encompass a radius of thousands of miles, perceiving everything in minute detail. Your ability to sense and manipulate the laws of heaven and earth has greatly increased, allowing you to invoke even greater heavenly might with every gesture. Chapter 299. Just 3 days after the auction at the Five Elements pawn shop concluded, a bloody message swept through the various sects and families of the eastern region like a hurricane. The first to bring the news back to the eastern region were several cultivators from the Tsangmu family's branch, who had been fortunate enough not to participate in mocking Su Li and had witnessed everything from a corner. They rushed out of the pawn shop without stopping to rest, and when they entered the Tsangmu family gates, their voices were so hoarse they could hardly be understood. Head of the family, something terrible has happened. The young master, he is in trouble. At that moment, Song Qing was sitting in his study, looking at the recently delivered intelligence from the western region, his brow furrowed deeply. Ever since the last failed marriage proposal from the Yu family, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. And upon hearing that his son had clashed with the master of the Chaos Demon Palace at the auction, he was increasingly anxious. Upon hearing this, he suddenly slammed the table and rushed out of the study. What happened to Shi? Did he provoke Su Li? Speak quickly. The cultivators, with terrified expressions and trembling bodies, recounted the scenes from the auction one after another. From Sangshi's failed bidding and public humiliation of Su Li, to being suppressed by Fox Charm, and finally Su Li flipping out and slaughtering the mockers, to ultimately torturing Sangshi, every detail was made clear. Chapter 300. In the western region at the Diamond Temple. Inside the main hall, the scent of sandalwood wafted and the sound of chanting echoed softly. The golden Buddha statue appeared solemn, looking down at the dozen or so monks seated in the hall. These monks were the core of the Diamond Temple, and each one was capable of shaking the surrounding area if unleashed. However, the atmosphere in the hall was not peaceful. Instead, it carried a heavy sense of impending doom. The head of the Tsangmu family, Song Qing, had sent a secret envoy with a blood letter, pleading for our temple to take action to avenge his son Sangshi by killing the master of the Chaos Demon Palace, Su Li. The current abbot of the Diamond Temple, Master Xuanzi, slowly spoke from his seat. He had a thin face, calm and serene eyes, and his voice clearly reached the ears of every elder. His aura was harmonious and restrained, having reached the peak of the 6th level of the true person realm, just one step away from a higher level. At the lower seat, an elder with a gaunt face but sharp eyes like an eagle, Master Xuanku, snorted coldly. Humph. Song Qing is a poor teacher, indulging his son to act arrogantly and provoke powerful enemies. Now that he has kicked a metal plate and lost his life, it is self-inflicted. How dare he come to our diamond temple for help? Another slightly plump elder, Master Shinbei, twirled the prayer beads, speaking slowly. Chapter 301. He ran to him, slightly out of breath, her little face flushed from running, adding a touch of charm. She looked up at Jing Yan with admiration in her big eyes. Senior brother, I heard there was a meeting in the main hall. Is it about that big demon, Su Li from the eastern region? A hint of unusual color flashed in Jing Yan's eyes, but quickly returned to normal. He gently brushed a bamboo leaf off the tip of Qing He's hair, his actions natural and affectionate. Junior sister, you heard about it too? Qing He nodded vigorously, showing a bit of fear on her face. Yes. I heard from the senior brothers coming down the mountain that Su Li is terrifying, having killed many people at the auction, and even cruelly killed the young master of the Tsangmu family. Senior brother, will our Diamond Temple deal with him? Will you go? Is there any danger? Seeing the genuine worry in Qing He's eyes, Jing Yan felt a flicker of pride in his heart, but maintained a gentle demeanor, lightly patting her shoulder and reassuring her. Junior sister need not worry. The master and the elders have already made a decision. Our temple will not intervene in this matter. Really? That's great. Qing He immediately sighed in relief, patting her chest, her face breaking into a sweet smile again. Chapter 302. Southern Region, Chaos Demon Palace. Wait outside. Don't let anyone in. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the Sun Emperor felt the space around him twist and the scenery before him blurred. In the next moment, he found himself standing before the heavy, massive door engraved with countless demonic patterns outside the main hall platform. The terrifying aura emanating from within, which made his soul tremble, was mostly blocked, but there was still a residual power seeping through the door cracks, making it hard for him to breathe. Not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, he straightened his body immediately, like the most loyal guard, concentrating all his attention on vigilance around him. The commotion caused by the Palace Master's breakthrough was too shocking, and it was hard to ensure that no reckless spies would come snooping. At this moment, being a protector was his only mission. Inside the platform, silence had already returned. Something, stemming from the essence of power, began to quietly manifest. Su Li stood alone at the center of the platform, the rushing demonic energy and the soaring beam of light gradually converging into his body. All rivers returned to the sea, absorbed into himself. Infinite great power settled as a deeper foundation. He slightly moved his fingers, and the joints produced a sound like metal clashing, causing the surrounding space to ripple, stable, yet carrying a hint of fragile wailing. Chapter 303. The realm had already broken through, and the new life skill had been comprehended. It was time to consider external armaments. After all, although the World Destruction Divine Spear was powerful, having a single method was somewhat boring. Moreover, in terms of defense, while the physical body was strong, constantly bleeding was not a comfortable thing. With this thought in mind, Su Li no longer hesitated. His consciousness condensed, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, sending out circles of invisible ripples. In the next moment, his vision had left the platform of the Chaos Demon Palace and appeared in a mysterious space filled with endless chaotic air currents, ancient and vast. The old God Palace. It was still that familiar feeling. Endless emptiness, colossal pillars supporting the heavens and earth, the primal and ancient aura permeating every inch of space. In the distance, the throne symbolizing supreme authority and power stood quietly, exuding a pressure that made one want to worship. However, this time, something unexpected happened. He did not wake up on the throne, but instead randomly generated in a small corner. A few headless beings resembling Xingtian were roasting something in the corner. A barbecue rack holding a spirit beast captured from an unknown world. Just as they were happily roasting, Su Li suddenly appeared out of thin air, knocking over their barbecue rack. Chapter 304. Su Li was stunned. Even with his current mindset, he felt a moment of bewilderment. He almost thought he was seeing things, or that the old God Palace had some kind of bug that had brought in props from sci-fi film. But the overwhelming wave tightly fused with the spear body, along with the terrifying energy contained within the dragon pattern, told him that this was no ordinary sniper rifle. Ding! Detected a holy grade supreme attack type magical treasure. The silent dragon roar, in an unknown state, can be recognized as a master. Silent dragon roar, what a good name. Su Li suppressed the surprise in his heart and carefully sensed the information about this peculiar magical treasure. As his mind focused, detailed information about the silent dragon roar flooded into his consciousness. This treasure was forged by the old god during his travels through the myriad realms, collecting otherworldly laws and divine metals, and merging with the primordial dragon's soul essence, crafted with supreme divine power. It abandons the traditional methods of controlling magical treasures. Its core rules consist of only two extreme principles: penetration and destruction. Characteristic 1, Law Penetration. The bullets fired are composed of highly condensed destructive energy, containing a hint of true meaning that breaks laws. They can ignore the vast majority of energy shields, physical defenses, and spatial barriers, directly inflicting real damage to the target's body. Chapter 305, Chaos Demon Palace, Main Hall Side Room. Suli sat high upon the black jade throne, draped in a blue sea dragon king robe, his aura calm as water. Below, Jian Xiezi, Shun Lingfeng, and Kong Linger were reporting in turn about the integration progress in the southern region. Jian Xiezi clasped his fists, his voice clear: Palace Master, within the southern region. There are a total of 375 sects and families, including the former Jiutian Xuanzong and Xining Palace, all registered. Currently, over 90% have formally submitted their allegiance blood contracts, and their resource lists and core personnel lists are being compiled urgently. Shun Lingfeng added, the remaining unresponsive parties are mostly located in remote areas with limited communication. After my subordinates conveyed the decree of the Chaos Demon Palace, some have also expressed intentions to submit in the past few days. At the latest, within 3 days, there will be no public opposition in the southern region. Suli nodded slightly, not surprised by this outcome. In the face of absolute military power, unless there is a backing of the same level, so-called hardbones are merely jokes. Well done. After the integration, order must be established, and rules must be clear. You and Liang should discuss the specific details and report back to me. Yes, Palace Master. Jian Xiezi and Shun Lingfeng replied in unison. Chapter 306, a moment later. A middle-aged monk dressed in a yellow robe, with a fair complexion and a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, entered the side room under the guidance of the Sun Emperor. He was Huiming. Huiming joined his hands together, performing a standard Buddhist greeting. The action seemed respectful, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth and a fleeting gaze of scrutiny revealed an indescribable hypocrisy. Amitabha, I am the poor monk Huiming, sent by Master Xianshur of the Vajra Temple to pay a visit to the master of the Chaos Demon Palace, Palace Master Suli. His gaze quickly swept across the entire side room, and a trace of undeniable shock flashed in his eyes. The magnificence and ancientness of the Chaos Demon Palace far exceeded his imagination, and the formations and Tao rhythms flowing within were even more unfathomable. But he soon sneered inwardly. This must be a lucky fellow who unknowingly stumbled upon some enormous opportunity left behind by an ancient, powerful being, a muddy-legged person from the lower realm. What qualifications does he have to occupy such a blessed land? Just a lucky nouveau riche, nothing to fear. With his thought, the little bit of awe in his heart instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of superiority based on his background. Chapter 307. The slight curve at the corner of Su Li's mouth also completely disappeared. It seemed that the fools from the upper realm were not fewer than those from the lower realm. Huiming was still there, stiffening his neck and shouting, Su Li, do not be too proud of your words, defaming my Vajra temple and slandering Master Jingyan. This matter will not end here. If you admit your mistake now, perhaps. His words abruptly stopped, because Suli had already stood up from the black jade throne, simply standing up, but the moment he straightened his body, a heavy pressure like an ancient divine mountain enveloped the entire side room, as if it were tangible. Boom! The anger and arrogance on Huiming's face were instantly replaced by boundless fear. He felt as if he had been thrown into an abyss, with terrifying pressure coming from all directions, threatening to grind every bone and every bit of flesh in his body into dust. His protective Buddha light couldn't even hold on for a breath, shattering and dissipating like foam. With a thud, his knees softened and he knelt heavily on the ground. He wanted to use his cultivation to resist, but his first level of the divine realm was as insignificant in the face of this pressure as a firefly compared to the bright moon. Unable to even mobilize a trace of spiritual power, is the divine realm really at the 8th level? Chapter 308. Chaos Demon Palace, side hall of the main hall. 2 guards in black armor from the Demon Palace were silently and efficiently cleaning up the scene. Their movements were quick and their expressions solemn, accustomed to handling such situations. The The Sunlight Emperor stood by, supervising the cleanup work. His gaze swept over the pool of blood, his eyes complex. The monk named Hui Ming had arrived with such arrogance. His words filled with the superiority of disciples from the great sects of the western regions. Now, however, he had become the filth that needed to be cleaned up. His awe for the young palace lord on the throne deepened further. Suli had already returned to sit on the black jade throne. Draped in a blue Haitian Dragon King robe, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest, producing a regular soft sound. He closed his eyes, seemingly taking a nap, yet also seemingly deep in thought. Palace Lord, the Sunlight Emperor, stepped forward as the cleanup neared its end. Bowing to ask how the remains of the monk should be disposed of, Suli stopped tapping the armrest, eyes still closed, and spoke flatly. Chop off the head and put it in a box. As for the body, he paused, his tone showing no fluctuations. Feed it to the beasts in the back mountain. Use everything to its fullest. Chapter 309. This alchemy room was temporarily cleared out. It is located deep within the side hall of the Demon Palace. The surrounding walls were built with fire-resistant Qinggang stone, and the ground was inscribed with complex patterns to draw out the earth fire. In the center of the room stood a bronze Dan furnace, half a person high. The furnace body was carved with simple cloud patterns, ancient in style, looking somewhat aged. It was scavenged from the treasury of a subservient sect of low grade, barely usable. Below the furnace, a deep blue flame quietly burned at the earth fire outlet, emitting scorching heat waves. The temperature in the entire alchemy room was significantly higher than outside. Suli stood in front of the Dan furnace. The blue Haitian Dragon King robe he wore remained motionless in the heat waves, spotless. On the ground before him were neatly arranged dozens of jade boxes and wooden cases containing the fresh herbs just harvested by Kong Linger from the medicinal field. The century-old red fruit gleamed enticingly. The dew on the petals of the Ninglu flower still retained the morning's moisture. The tranquil heart lotus was about to bloom, exuding a delicate fragrance. Each plant was full of spiritual energy and of excellent quality. Kong Linger, the sword-blind man, Shun Lingfeng, and even the Sunlight Emperor stood quietly near the entrance of the alchemy room. Each of them craned their necks, their faces filled with curiosity and tension. Chapter 3:10. Outside the Chaos Demon Palace, 100 miles away, in the depths of a toxic swamp that never dissipates. Here resided a relatively well-known sect in the southern region, the Poison Sect. The architectural style of the sect was bizarre, mostly built with beast bones and black rocks, and the air was filled with a faint sweet smell. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Poison Sect, the sect master, Poison Ancestor, was sitting cross-legged on a mat made of countless toxic insect heads. He was thin, with an unhealthy bluish-black complexion, long and sharp nails that glimmered with a ghostly light. Surrounding him was a dark green, poisonous mist, in which the phantoms of toxic insects occasionally vanished. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes burst open, his nostrils flaring a few times. A terrifying gleam erupted from his cold, triangular eyes. This fragrance. He suddenly stood up from the mat, his figure flashing to the entrance of the hall, greedily inhaling deeply towards the direction of the Chaos Demon Palace. An extremely faint yet pure Dan fragrance crossed 100 miles, wafting into his nostrils. Merely smelling this fragrance caused the previously stagnant poison power within him to stir slightly. The long-stagnant bottleneck also sensed something. Chapter 3:11. Outside the Chaos Demon Palace. The protective array's light curtain resembled an inverted giant bowl, swirling with obscure runes, enveloping the mountain gate square beneath the towering palace. At this moment, above the square, the dark green, poisonous mist rolled, blocking out the sun. Within the poisonous mist, dozens of figures could be seen standing in midair. At the forefront was the Poison Ancestor. His thin body was wrapped in a loose, dark green robe, hand behind his back, chin slightly raised. His bluish-black face displayed unabashed arrogance and greed. Behind him stood 5 elders of the Poison Sect, lined up in a row. Each exuded a cold aura, their eyes scanning the demon palace below with malice. The rich Dan fragrance became clearer here, causing the greed in the Poison Ancestor's eyes to almost overflow. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a good place, truly a good place. The Poison Ancestor spoke in a strange tone, his voice like sandpaper scraping. Palace Lord Su Li certainly knows how to enjoy himself, occupying such a treasure. However, he shifted his tone, his voice turning chilling. If there are good things, it would be bad to monopolize them. Aren't you afraid of choking? His voice was not loud, but it strangely penetrated the protective array's light curtain, clearly spreading throughout the entire mountain gate area of the Demon Palace. Chapter 312. The Sunlight Emperor stepped out. The overwhelming aura of the real person realm was no longer concealed, erupting like a dormant volcano, fiery, domineering, carrying the terrifying pressure that could burn everything. Instantly dispersing the rolling dark green, poisonous mist ahead, the skies seemed to ignite. Invisible waves of energy swept outward from him as the center. The combined pressure released by the 5 elders of the poison sect in the divine realm was fragile as paper in the face of this real person realm's momentum, collapsing in an instant. Thud! Ugh! The 5 elders groaned in unison, their faces pale, their bodies uncontrollably staggering backward, filled with shock and disbelief. A real person? The elder with a face full of boils screamed, his voice changing pitch. Sunlight, when did you break through to the real person realm? The one-eyed elder's pupils shrank suddenly, fear written all over his single eye. Their greatest reliance in coming to provoke was that the Sunlight Emperor was in the same divine realm as their ancestor. Although the Sunlight Emperor was half a step into the real person realm, the poison sect with its cunning poison was not without the ability to fight. But now, a real person, the opponent had actually kept a hand during their slumber? How we fight now? Chapter 313, the moment that plain voice sounded. It was as if the world had been muted. All the noise, arguments, and the hissing of poisonous mist disappeared. The expression of the poison ancestor, who was about to continue his earnest teachings, froze on his face. He abruptly turned his head, looking deep into the Chaos Demon Palace. The Sun Lord, the blind swordsman, and Shun Ling Feng all perked up, showing respectful expressions as they slightly bowed. Palace Master. Under everyone's gaze, a figure silently appeared at the entrance of the Demon Palace, right in front of the Sun Lord. Dressed in a flawless azure robe, his appearance was excessively youthful. His gaze was calm, like an ancient and unchanging deep pool. It was Su Li. He stood there casually, not leaking any powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. However, the moment he appeared, he seemed to become the absolute center of this world. The poison ancestor's pupils slightly constricted as he sized up Su Li. You are Su Li? His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Transcending God realm? He clearly sensed the cultivation fluctuations emanating from Su Li. Indeed, it was the transcending God realm. Moreover, it seemed to be quite high. How could this be possible? According to the information he received, this kid had only ascended to the upper realm a few days ago. Chapter 314. Outside the Chaos Demon Palace at the Mountain Gate. A gust of wind blew, carrying a faint, bloody smell and an indescribable burnt scent. Just now, Su Li's punch seemed to have knocked something out of the old man's insides, leaving a strange odor in the air, mixed together, not pleasant at all. Whose old jar? The Sun Lord looked at the half-collapsed, desolate mountain in the distance, then glanced down at the ground beneath his feet, which was a mess of poisonous blood and shattered flesh, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch a couple of times. He raised his hand to wave, trying to disperse the somewhat overwhelming smell. Palace Master, this cleanup is a bit troublesome. He turned to the azure figure beside him, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Su Li was bowing his head, leisurely wiping the fist that had just killed the poison ancestor with a piece of snow-white silk that seemed to have come from nowhere. In fact, it was very clean, without a speck of dust. But he was wiping it very seriously. Hearing the Sun Lord's words, he didn't even lift his head. Troublesome? Then don't clean it. The Sun Lord was taken aback. Huh? Not cleaning it? Just leaving these things lying around? Isn't that a bit too stimulating for the visual effect? Chapter 315. Inside a solemn and majestic hall. Several elders with white hair and red kasayas were discussing temple affairs. At the forefront was the head of the Discipline Institute, Master Xian Ku, the old monk with white eyebrows who had previously advocated for a tough stance against Su Li during the meeting in the hall. A guest monk rushed into the hall, pale and incoherent. Head, elders, something bad has happened. A big problem. Master Xian Ku raised his white eyebrows, displeased. What else with the panic? Is the sky falling? No, it's not the sky falling. It's Brother Huiming's head that has been sent back, right outside the mountain gate. What? Master Xian Ku suddenly stood up from the mat, his red kasaya fluttering without wind. The other elders also changed color, all standing up. The head of Huiming? Are you sure you saw it clearly? Absolutely. The disciples saw it with their own eyes. Brothers Huijing and Huiyan also saw it. Master Xian Ku's face darkened to the point of dripping water. Without saying another word, he flickered and was already out of the hall, transforming into a golden light shooting towards a mountain gate. The other elders quickly followed. Chapter 316. Inside the Diamond Temple in the conference hall. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip with water. The once solemn hall was now filled with an invisible anger and a murderous aura. In the center of the hall, the head of Hui Ming, which had been roughly processed but still retained the horrified expression from before death, was placed on a tray covered with white satin, presented before the monks. It was like a silent accusation, stimulating the nerves of every high-ranking member of the Diamond Temple present. Master Xian Ku stood at the forefront, his chest still slightly heaving with anger, the red kasaya resembling burning flames. Beside him stood Master Xian Nan, whose face was ashen, having just kicked a stone pillar to pieces. On the other side stood Master Xian Bei, with a serious expression, who had always advocated for watching the situation, and Master Xian Ci, who looked kind but was now deeply frowning. The four core elders represented different voices and powers within the Diamond Temple, gathered here. Other heads, deacons from various courts, stood alongside them, each with a heavy aura, at least at the late stage of the transcending god realm. Everyone's gaze focused on that head, filled with anger, fear, or contemplation. Everyone saw it. Chapter 317. The leader of the Diamond Temple slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and profound, as if it could encompass everything. It also seemed capable of seeing through all illusions. He first glanced at the head on the tray, a fleeting hint of compassion flashing in his eyes, then swept his gaze across the agitated crowd, finally landing on Xian Ku and Xian Nan. Shuang Ku, Shuang Nao. The voice of Master Xian Ji was calm, but held an undeniable authority. Your anger, the old monk understands. The dignity of the Diamond Temple indeed cannot be insulted. He paused slightly, his tone still steady. However, what Xian Bei said is not without reason. What? Master Xian Ku frowned tightly. Master, are we really going to swallow this anger? Master Xian Ji slightly shook his head. It is not about enduring. It is about weighing the options. His gaze sharpened, as if it could penetrate the void and see far away in the southern domain. That Su Li, the combat power he displayed indeed exceeds normal reasoning. Ascending for only a few days, yet able to slay a transcending god. Such a person either bears an astonishing inheritance or it does not belong to the realm of norms. Dealing with such a person is not about fear. Chapter 318. Behind the Diamond Temple, at the Cliff of Reflection. Here, what is called a cliff is actually a secluded valley isolated by a formation. The lush trees provide shade, the streams babble, and the birds sing amidst the fragrant flowers. Besides not being able to leave at will, the concentration of spiritual energy here is even more abundant than in some ordinary disciples' residences outside. Rather than being a place for reflection, it is more like a different location for closed-door cultivation. Jing Yin stood on a smooth blue stone in the valley, standing with his hands behind his back. The panic and embarrassment he had in the hall were long gone from his face. Instead, a gloomy indifference had taken their place. He recalled the scene in the Great Hall just now, those questioning gazes, the disappointment of his Master Xuan Ku, the disdain of his Master Xuanan, and the seemingly calm, yet scrutinizing and warning gaze of his Master Zhongmin. A surge of anger burned his chest. Su Li, Chaos Demon Palace. He whispered the two names, his teeth grinding together. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I be so embarrassed? If it weren't for you, that fool Huiming wouldn't have died. If it weren't for you, how could I have been punished to face the wall on this back mountain? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist down on the nearby rock. Bang! Chapter 319. Chaos Demon Palace, Alchemy Room. If before it was only a bit too warm with a strong herbal fragrance, now it felt as if it had just been washed by a storm of alchemical clouds. The dense and rich alchemical aura seemed to have solidified into substance, colorful and slowly flowing in the room. Just taking a breath felt like a subtle increase in his cultivation. On the ground, the originally neatly arranged jade boxes and wooden cases were already empty. Instead, there were countless alchemical pills piled haphazardly together. Yes, piled up, like a small mountain. Each pill was the size of a longan, round and transparent, emitting a radiant luster. The lowest quality was at least 6th grade top tier. The clear patterns of clouds on them, 1, 2, or even 3, dazzled the eyes. And more were those that emitted even more powerful energy fluctuations, as if the pill bodies themselves were evolving with radiant light. Those were 7th grade. Moreover, they were all 7th grade top tier. Hundreds of top-tier alchemical pills were piled on the ground like candy. The intertwining brilliance and mixed herbal fragrance formed a terrifying energy field that was both intoxicating and alarming. The 4 of them, Emperor Liang, Blind Sword, Shun Lingfeng, and Kong Linger, stood before this small mountain of pills. Chapter 320, Poisonous Sect. Although it couldn't be considered a top sect in the southern region back in the day, it still occupied a place in this land due to its strange poison techniques and the cultivation of its ancestors. When disciples went out, others had to give them some face and didn't dare to provoke them easily. However, at this moment, the entire poisonous sect was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, filled with anxiety and fear. The mountain gate was crooked, with no one to repair it. The protective formation's light was so dim it was almost invisible, and the energy supply was intermittent. The once pungent and sweet-smelling poison mist had become thin and chaotic, as if even the mist had lost its backbone. Inside the sect, people were sparse. The practice area was empty, and occasionally a few disciples hurried by, heads down, their faces filled with fear, moving quickly as if being chased by a ghost. Have you heard? Another batch has run away. It's Brother Wong and the others. Last night, taking advantage of the night watch, they snatched a few non-core poison scriptures from the scripture pavilion and went down the mountain. In a remote corner, 2 disciples dressed in poisonous sect attire huddled together, whispering and constantly glancing around, afraid of being overheard. Sigh, let them run. Everyone who can run has run. Who dares to stay in this cursed place? Chapter 321. Above the poisonous sect mountain gate. The space rippled slightly like water. A figure in a blue robe quietly appeared. It was Su Li. He still held the menacing-looking weapon, the silent dragon roar, entwined with a ghostly green dragon. At the muzzle, a chilling light was slowly condensing, emitting a destructive energy fluctuation. His original plan was simple, to directly shoot from a distance and erase the mountain gate of the poisonous sect, along with any possible resistance inside from this world. Save time, save effort. He could also test the limits of this new toy. As he began to gather power, his gaze casually swept over the poisonous sect below. Then his finger poised to pull the trigger hesitated slightly. The condensing ghostly light at the muzzle flickered twice before quietly dissipating. Su Li's brow furrowed as he looked at the scene below, a strange expression appearing on his face. What was going on? Even with Su Li's extensive experience, he was a bit confused at this moment. Where was the expected state of high alert? Where was the anticipated stubborn resistance? Where was the expected wailing and fleeing? None of it was there. Outside the broken mountain gate below, however, there was a neat row of people kneeling. Chapter 322. The smile on the great elder's face froze, becoming more unsightly than crying. He raised his head, looking at Su Li with fear in his eyes, his lips trembling. What will the palace master do with us, the remaining old fools? His voice trembled, filled with the last glimmer of hope. As long as the palace master spares our lives and allows our sect to keep a sliver of incense, we are willing to accept any punishment. He bowed his head again, lowering his posture significantly. The group of old relics behind him followed suit, bowing as if they were wheat waves blown by the wind. Please, Palace Master, show mercy. Su Li looked at them with indifference. It's simple. You and all remaining disciples of the poisonous sect will seal your cultivation and go to the Chaos Demon Palace to serve as slaves for 100 years. During this 100 years, work diligently. If there are any rebellious thoughts, your souls will be extinguished. After 100 years, if you behave yourselves, you may regain your freedom, and the name of the poisonous sect may be preserved. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that clearly reached everyone's ears. Serve as slaves for 100 years. Seal your cultivation. The great elder and the others trembled violently, their faces drained of color. For cultivators used to being high and mighty, this was a humiliation worse than death. Chapter 323. The sound of the wind seemed to come to a halt. In front of the poisonous sect mountain gate, the thick smell of blood mixed with the stench from the short, stout young man who had lost control, creating a nauseating, complex odor. 3 corpses lay on the ground in different states of horror, silently telling the fate of the provocateurs. Su Li stood amidst the chaos. His blue How-High Dragon King robe still spotless, as if the violent slaughter just now had nothing to do with him. He slowly retracted his foot, moving gracefully. His calm gaze swept over the three gradually cooling corpses. Warm-up is over, he murmured to himself, his tone revealing no emotional fluctuations. Su Li casually glanced at the change in his background evil value points. 3 early-stage divine connection cultivators added up to only 15,000 points. This amount was truly pitiful. He felt a bit helpless. The peak cultivation of the Tongshan realm is indeed a dimensional crushing existence in the southern region. As his current realm rises, killing figures who would be considered powerful in other territories no longer yields decent rewards. It seems that he should set his sights on cultivators starting from the real person realm, at least those at the peak of Tongshan. It looks like he should start planning his itinerary after leaving the southern region. Chapter 324, Chaos Demon Palace, Main Hall Side Room. The Sun Emperor looked at the mountain of resource lists in front of him and felt his eyes blur a bit. He rubbed his temples and picked up another jade slip specifically for recording the number of spirit stones. As his divine sense sank in, he read aloud the 2 numbers, 800,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, adding in the elixirs the palace lord refined earlier. If everything sells smoothly, he tried to calculate the total resources the Chaos Demon Palace could currently mobilize. After calculating for a long time, he gave up. His brain was a bit overloaded. Anyway, he knew that the current wealth of the Demon Palace was frighteningly substantial. Not to mention supporting the current number of people, even if they expanded tenfold, it would still be enough to squander for a while. Old lie. What are you dazed about? Shen Lingfeng walked in from outside and saw the Sun Emperor staring blankly at the jade slip, casually asking. The Sun Emperor raised his head, handed the jade slip to him, and wore a complex expression mixed with excitement and numbness. You take a look for yourself. The palace lord went to the poison sect and conveniently copied their assets. Chapter 325, Southern Region, Tiannan City. 5 Elements Pawn Shop, top floor elegant room. The arrangement here remained extremely luxurious and mysterious. The floor was covered with the soft fur of unknown demon beasts, and the walls were embedded with luminous pearls. Emitting a soft glow, the air was filled with a faint aroma that calmed the mind and spirit. Fox Mignon lazily leaned against a soft couch draped with snow-white fox fur. Today, she wore a form-fitting scarlet long dress that outlined her breathtaking curves. Her slender fingers held a crystal-clear glass cup, inside which amber-colored spirit wine swayed. She slightly narrowed her captivating fox eyes, looking at the middle-aged man sitting opposite her, who appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy. This man wore a blue-patterned brocade robe unique to the Tsangmu family, and his face bore a vague resemblance to the deceased Sangshi. But he appeared more imposing, with a veil of unshakable sorrow and gloom in his brow. He was none other than the head of the Tsangmu family, Sanqing. On the table in front of him was also a cup of spirit tea, which he hadn't touched. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the warm cup wall, revealing his inner turmoil. Fox Clan Master, Sanqing took a deep breath, breaking the silence, his voice carrying a hint of deliberately suppressed heaviness. Chapter 326, 5 Elements Pawn Shop, top floor elegant room. Sanqing left almost staggering. His back no longer held the deliberately maintained authority of a family head, only the embarrassment of being seen through and a deep, unfathomable despair and dejection. The door to the elegant room closed silently, isolating the outside world. Fox Mignon remained lazily leaning on the soft couch, her scarlet dress resembling a blooming poppy, both dangerous and enchanting. She lightly tapped the edge of the glass cup with her fingertips, producing a crisp sound. Sangmu family, she murmured softly to herself, her tone carrying a subtle sense of having seen something dirty. What a good old power in the eastern region, with ancestors who were quite wealthy. How did it come to this generation, producing such a pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks? She shook her head, feeling a bit amused yet speechless. Recalling the glorious deeds of the Tsangmu family over the past few years, even she, Fox Mignon, who had seen much, had to say, I've opened my eyes. Truly a case of a small knife cutting the buttocks. I've opened my eyes. First, there was that precious son, Sangshi. Fox Mignon counted with her slender fingers, beginning to enumerate. The cultivation talent was mediocre, but the ability to stir up trouble was top-notch. Chapter 327, Transaction? She raised her meticulously drawn eyebrows. What could the newly established Chaos Demon Palace possibly have that would catch her Five Elements pawnshop's eye for a transaction? Could it be that they copied the assets of the poison sect and brought some junk to exchange for spirit stones? She put down the wine pot, adjusted her skirt, and resumed her lazy yet composed posture. Let them in. Her voice remained soft and slightly casual. The door to the elegant room was pushed open silently once more. The old steward stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. Then, Fox Mignon saw the Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng walking in one after the other. Both wore expressions that seemed to be trying hard to appear calm, but deep in their eyes, a hint of excitement and tension was concealed. This expression was familiar to Fox Mignon. It was usually seen on those who had obtained some treasure and wanted to sell it at a good price while fearing being cheated. What surprised her was that neither of them was holding any storage rings or small boxes. Instead, they were huffing and puffing, carrying several large boxes that looked particularly heavy. Yes, carrying. The Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng, one in the real person realm and the other at the peak of the Tongshan realm, were actually doing manual labor themselves, each carrying one side of a seemingly extraordinary large box. Chapter 328. Fox Mignon felt that her ears might have a problem. Her captivating fox eyes blinked and blinked again, as if trying to find even a trace of a joke on the faces of these two. There is none. Only a sincere expression of my palace lord is that impressive. Hurry up and praise him. 100%? 100% success rate for pill formation? Or 100% success rate for 7th grade top-tier pills? Fox Mignon took a deep breath, only to breathe in pure pill energy that nearly made her roll her eyes in ecstasy. Having lived for so many years and operated the Five Elements pawnshop while encountering countless rare treasures, she considered herself quite unflappable. But the amount of information today was truly overwhelming. She needed a moment to collect herself. Fox Mignon silently turned around, walked to the window, and faced away from the Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng, looking at the bustling crowd and the noisy world of Tiannan City below. She needed to use this familiar earthly scene to confirm that she was not dreaming or trapped in some high-level illusion. After a few breaths, Fox Mignon slowly turned around. The uncontrolled expression on her face had been forcibly suppressed, replaced with her trademark lazy yet shrewd smile. However, that smile seemed just a tad stiffer than before. Chapter 329, Eastern Region, Sangmu Family. Unlike the luxury of the Five Elements pawnshop and the eerie atmosphere of the Chaos Demon Palace, the main residence of the Sangmu family was permeated with an indescribable sense of decay. Although it still had pavilions and towers, with intricate carvings and painted beams. Upon closer inspection, many areas had peeling paint, and the flowers and plants in the spiritual garden appeared wilted and neglected. The servants walked with their heads down, hurriedly, afraid to make noise, and the entire family was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. In the master's study, Song Qing sat alone behind a large desk made of precious 10,000-year ironwood, which was empty except for a cup of long cold spiritual tea. He supported his forehead with one hand, his fingers pressing hard on his throbbing temples, his face unable to hide the fatigue. The scene of his son's tragic death replayed in his mind like a nightmare. The merciless mockery of Fox Mignon pierced his heart like poisonous thorns. How to take revenge, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and filled with helplessness. The family's resources had been nearly exhausted by him and his son over the years. Formerly friendly forces, upon learning that he had offended the killing god of the Chaos Demon Palace, now avoided him like the plague, remaining deaf and mute. Chapter 330. Senior brother Jingyan is really something. Qing he crouched low, like a kitten ready to steal fish, stealthily sneaking to the entrance of the valley. She peeked outside, confirming that no one was paying attention here, and she patted her small chest and sighed in relief. She muttered softly, pouting. After bringing him so much information, he still thought it wasn't detailed enough. He had to say that hearing is false, seeing is believing. That Su Li was just a small demon in the southern region. After all, how powerful could he be? Those who spread the news must have exaggerated. She recalled the intelligence scrolls she had secretly read. They described Su Li as if he were something extraordinary, breaking through to the divine connection realm after just a few days of ascension, punching the poisonous ancestor to pieces, slaughtering the messenger of the Diamond Temple. It was written so fantastically, almost godlike. Ching, he pouted, clearly unconvinced. They should at least write a draft before boasting. Is the divine connection realm like a cabbage by the roadside? To say you break through and you break through, and punching through the realization realm? Why not say he can punch through the moon? In her heart, senior brother Jingyan was the most powerful among the younger generation. A peak in the 5th level of the divine connection at just 200 years old. Chapter 331. The carriage swayed along a remote path leading to the Chaos Demon Palace. The scenery around gradually changed from the farmland and houses on the outskirts of the city to desolate hills and sparse woodlands. The sky also turned gloomy, with the wind rustling through the treetops, adding a sense of foreboding. Ching-He leaned against the carriage window, her initial excitement slowly fading as the surrounding desolation settled in. A hint of unease began to rise. Was this road too remote? She lifted the curtain and looked at the driver in front. Hey, how much longer until we get there? The driver didn't turn his head, replying in a muffled voice, It's soon. Don't worry, miss. We're taking a shortcut. We'll definitely arrive before dark. Ching-He responded with an O, lowered the curtain, and sat back down. Yet the unease in her heart lingered. She touched the storage bracelet on her wrist, which contained a few attack and defense talismans given to her by her uncle Xin Ci for protection. No need to be afraid, she encouraged herself. I'm from the Diamond Temple. We're a few little thieves to me. Just then, whoa, the driver suddenly yanked the reins. The spirit horse pulling the carriage neighed loudly, rearing up, and the carriage jolted violently before coming to a sudden stop. Chapter 332. The talisman instantly ignited, transforming into an incredibly condensed golden Buddha palm that slammed toward the tall, thin man. The tall man's face changed dramatically, and he couldn't dodge in time. Big brother, save me. He could only desperately cross his arms over his chest, channeling all his spiritual power for defense. Boom! The golden Buddha palm struck him squarely. Puff! The tall man flew back like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His arms bent at unnatural angles, clearly broken. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling a few times but unable to get up for the moment. The power of a single strike was terrifying. The leading burly man and the short fat one were startled, not expecting this little girl to have such a trump card. Damn woman, looking for death. The leading burly man, shocked and angry, stopped watching and took action himself. His figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Ching-He, throwing a punch. The wind from the punch howled, carrying the stench of blood and death, clearly stained with countless lives. Ching-He had just used her trump card. Her internal spiritual power nearly depleted, and faced with this thunderous punch, she had no strength to resist. She could only barely turn sideways and slap the last defense talisman onto herself. Chapter 333. Chaos Demon Palace, the ruins of the alchemy room. Indeed, it was a ruin. The previously barely usable bronze alchemy furnace finally collapsed under the burden of Su Li's attempt to handcraft higher-grade pills, completely declaring it scrapped. Along with it, a good portion of the alchemy room was blown into the air by the uncontrollable pill fire and turbulent pill energy. At this moment, Su Li stood amidst the wreckage. Beneath his feet lay melted azure stone and twisted metal debris. Above him, he could see the dark clouds, flashing lightning, and roaring thunder in the sky. There was also a black dragon shadow that weaved in and out of the clouds, faintly visible. He held a pill the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, exhibiting a profound chaotic hue. The surface of the pill bore no cloud patterns. Instead, countless fine natural Tao patterns, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, flowed like a galaxy, containing unspeakable mysteries. Even more strangely, the space around the pill was slightly distorted, as if it couldn't bear its internal power. The earth-shattering phenomena just now were caused by this thing. SOSO. Su Li assessed the pill in his hand. The materials were too poor, and the furnace was rubbish. It could barely reach the threshold of an 8th-grade upper tier. Chapter 334. In the pouring rain, the muddy mountain road was particularly slippery. Every breath carried the scent of blood and a chest-crushing pain. The price of burning one's essence was enormous. Ching-He's speed was visibly slowing down. Her vision grew blurrier, and all she could hear was her heavy heartbeat and the footsteps behind her growing ever closer. You little bitch. Let us see where you run to. The leading burly man's mocking voice was almost right behind her. A gust of malicious wind swept in. Ching-He didn't have time to look back, only able to instinctively leap to the side. Bang! A blood-red palm print grazed her shoulder, shattering a rock where she had just been standing into pieces. Fragments mixed with mud splashed all over her. She rolled on the ground a few times in a disheveled manner, getting covered in mud. Her originally delicate face was now as pale as paper, mixed with rainwater, blood, and dirt, looking utterly tragic. Run. Why aren't you running? The short and stout man chased after her, flanking her with the leading burly man on either side. Blocking her escape, the tall and thin man, holding his arm, followed behind with a dark expression, wishing he could tear her apart. He struggled to get up, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. The spiritual energy within her was completely exhausted. Chapter 335. He was stunned by the sudden vulgar words. She widened her eyes. You insult me? She could hardly believe her ears. Growing up in the Diamond Temple, who had not cherished her. Even Master Xian had never spoken a harsh word to her. Brother Yin had always spoken to her gently. This Su Li actually insulted her for being sick? Insult you? Su Li released her chin, as if he had touched something dirty, casually brushing his hand in the rainwater beside him. He stood up, looking down at Qing He, who was sprawled in the mud, with undisguised disdain. I saved you. He pointed at the 3 corpses on the ground. They were the ones who wanted to insult you and cripple your cultivation. And then you question me. Why didn't I come sooner? You blame me for coming late, causing your cultivation to be wasted. He walked slowly around Qing He, the rainwater automatically avoiding him. I want to ask you, what are you? Am I your father? Your mother? Or your bodyguard hired by the Diamond Temple? Why should I care about your life or death? Why should I come to save you on time? Chapter 336. The rain continued to fall. Qing He knelt in the mud, feeling time passing particularly slowly. Every second felt as long as a year. Her knees were painfully bruised by the sharp stones, and the cold rain kept hitting her swollen face, bringing waves of stinging pain. But she dare not move. Although Su Li had left, that threat of if you don't kneel, I'll kill you still echoed in her mind. She was afraid that if she moved, that demon would suddenly appear from some corner and really kill her. She didn't know how long it had been. The rain gradually lessened. 2 disciples dressed in the attire of the Chaos Demon Palace approached leisurely, using a water-repelling technique. When they saw Qing He kneeling in the mud, they exchanged glances, unimpressed. The 2 were originally disciples of a second-rate force in the southern region, but after submitting to the Demon Palace, they became servants. Although the word submit doesn't sound pleasant, the benefits of the Demon Palace were truly appealing. You wouldn't understand the feeling of being protected by a big shot, so they were quite familiar with someone like Qing He, who had come to pick a fight. Simply ungrateful. Hey, new girl. One of the taller disciples kicked a nearby stone, his tone impatient. Qing He raised her head, her swollen eyes straining to see the newcomers clearly. Chapter 337. Diamond Temple. The main hall of the sect. The atmosphere was so oppressive it could squeeze out water. Master Xian sat in the first seat, his old face looking terrifyingly gloomy. Below him were the few remaining elders of the Diamond Temple who were still in seclusion, each a genuine strongman at the true realm. They had been forcibly awakened from their meditation by Xian. Here's what happened. Xian briefly recounted Qing He's disappearance and the possibility of her falling into the hands of the Chaos Demon Palace. Nonsense. Elder Xian, who had the worst temper, slammed the armrest, the hard chair made of 10,000-year ironwood groaning under the pressure. A mere new demonic force from the southern region. A pinnacle holy son dares to detain our Diamond Temple's disciple. This is a slap in our face. Another elder, the emaciated Elder Xianbei, although not speaking, had a dangerous glint in his half-open and half-closed eyes. The Diamond Temple had held the leading position in the western region for thousands of years. When had they ever faced such provocation? If word got out, where would the reputation of the #1 sect in the western region go? Brother Xian, this matter needs no further discussion. Elder Xian stood up, his true realm pressure uncontrollably leaking out, warping the air in the entire hall. Chapter 338. Su Li's light words were like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. It exploded. The entire sky, the 3 suns shining upon all things, trembled violently. Insolence. Elder Xian, whose temper was the most explosive, erupted in rage, his roar turning into thunder, causing the mountains below to collapse once more. Where did these sneaky rats come from? Dare to speak wildly in front of me. His true realm pressure intensified, the golden light almost becoming tangible, filling the air with a burning, anxious atmosphere. out here and die. Shun Lingfeng felt an abrupt increase in pressure on his shoulders. The sounds of his bones creaking louder, almost being crushed into meat paste. Junior brother Xiannan, the leading Xian CI, finally spoke, not turning around. But Elder Xiannan's surging aura paused. He lowered his eyelids, looking down at the chaotic ruins of the palace below, his voice calm, yet filled with penetrating power. Are you Su Li? Since you are awake, why not show yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, from the alchemy room that had been reduced to only a few crumbling walls, came the sound of a chair being moved. Chapter 339. Facing that golden giant palm that obscured the sunlight, seemingly capable of crushing the entire mountain range into powder, Su Li finally put away his lazy demeanor. He moved his neck, making a few cracking sounds. Then, he raised his right arm, clenched his fist. His entire body mobilized its blood energy. A fierce wind arose. Su Li focused and punched towards a descending golden sky. His fist went up. Boom! The chaotic-colored airflow flashed past his fist, almost negligible. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing this, Xiannan let out a disdainful roar. Xian Ci and Xian Bei remained unfazed. To them, this was merely a dying struggle. However, the next moment, that tiny fist collided with the vast, golden giant palm. Time mysteriously froze for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. Dense cracks spread wildly on the golden giant palm, centered around Su Li's fist. The Dragon King of the vast CS robe was shrouded in mist, nourishing his body, allowing the young boy before him to withstand all the pressure with just his physical form. No, it's impossible. The sinister smile on Xiannan's face froze. He watched in disbelief as his proud, strongest strike, the mighty golden palm capable of suppressing experts of the same level, was covered in countless cracks. Chapter 340. The deafening sound that shook the heavens and earth had not completely dissipated. The terrifying shockwave transformed into visible ripples, rapidly spreading in all directions. In the back mountain of the Chaos Demon Palace, there was a vast mine, forcibly excavated, dark and damp, with the air filled with the acrid smell of rock dust and sweat. Clang! Clang! The crude pickaxe struck the hard black iron ore, sparking and producing a harsh sound. Move faster. Haven't you eaten? A burly man covered in meat and tattooed with fierce scorpions kicked a weak disciple in the butt. The disciple stumbled, bit the dust, but only dared to get up submissively and swing the pickaxe harder. This was the labor camp of the Chaos Demon Palace. Most of those imprisoned here were sect disciples who had previously opposed the Chaos Demon Palace but were not guilty enough to be sentenced to death. The remnants of the poisoned sect accounted for a large portion. In the furthest corner of the mine, an incongruous figure was awkwardly swinging a pickaxe thicker than her arm. It was Qing He. Her originally pristine monk robe was now covered in mud and dust, with several tears. Chapter 341. A punch, right in the face. With a loud bang, Xiannan's face, twisted with rage, collapsed inward and exploded outward like a watermelon struck by an invisible hammer, centered around Su Li's fist. The sound of bones shattering was completely drowned out by the dull thud of flesh bursting. Golden Buddhist blood mixed with pale brain matter and shattered teeth formed a fan-shaped blood mist that splattered into the air. Ugh! Xiannan let out an unintelligible grunt from his throat, his bloodshot eyes bulging out under the immense impact, then bursting apart. His entire body flew backward faster than it came. Boom! His body crashed into a distant 1,000-meter-high peak, not slowing down, smashing through 7 or 8 mountaintops, finally embedding deep into the belly of a mountain range, tracing a tragic golden parabola in the sky. Life had been extinguished the moment that punch landed. Along with his life, the embryonic form of the Vajra Demon Suppression Array was also extinguished. Detected that you have publicly exceeded the realm of killing a martial arts level true realm, second peak. Evil value 220,000. Chapter 342. The Earth mourned. The terrifying impact caused the entire main peak of the Chaos Demon Palace to shrink by half. Clouds of dust rolled across the sky, obscuring everything. The Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng struggled to get up from the ground, their bones feeling like they were about to shatter, yet they felt no pain at all. Both of their minds were blank. What did they just see? 3 elders of the true realm from the Golden Buddha Temple in the western regions, whose auras were as profound as the sea, powerful enough to instill despair. One was blasted apart by a single punch. One was treated as a sandbag and beaten into mush. The last one, the strongest true realm second level, was hammered into the ground. The entire process flowed like water, so fast it felt unreal. Is it over? Just like that? Those were 3 true realms. They exchanged glances, seeing extreme shock and confusion reflected on each other's faces. In the midst of this deathly silence, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the direction of the back mountain mine. A disheveled figure stumbled out from the swirling dust. It was Ching-He. She was filthy, her hair disheveled, her once delicate face smeared with dust and tear stains. But at this moment, she wore a sickly excitement and resentment. Chapter 343. Su Li's words rang like thunder in the minds of all the labor disciples. Prison term halved. Those 5 words held unparalleled magic. For those who have been sentenced to decades, or even centuries of hard labor, this was more enticing than any elixir or divine weapon. In an instant, at the mine's exit, the dozens of figures that had been petrified with fear moved in unison. Everyone's gaze focused on the limp Ching-He. Greed, fanaticism, and unabashed malice appeared on the faces of these former poison path cultivators. Hey. The burly scorpion man was the first to react. He twisted his thick neck, making a chilling cracking sound. He looked at Ching-He, his face, which was once frozen in fear, now twisted into a grotesque smile. He took step after step toward Ching-He, each footfall crunching the ground beneath him. Others, seeing this, felt tempted but were ultimately a step too slow, only able to watch enviously and warily at the scorpion man's back. Shun Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. The 9 Heaven Xian sect had done such things in the past. Chapter 344. Go to the western regions? Go to the Golden Buddha Temple? The Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng exchanged glances, their heads buzzing, completely unable to understand Su Li's reasoning. That was the ruler of the Western region's Buddhist sect, an immortal holy land with a history spanning tens of thousands of years. Their depth of foundation was something the Southern Domain sects could not compare to. The other side also had the support of incense and wishes, allowing a true realm 5th level expert to unleash strength comparable to a 7th level under such support. Not to mention that there were at least 7 or 8 true realms within the sect. Actively going to their door was no different from voluntarily placing one's head under the guillotine. Su Li was too lazy to explain another word. With a thought, boom, an immense torrent of chaotic, demonic energy surged from his body, soaring into the sky, crazily gathering, twisting, and shaping. The air was filled with a piercing friction sound. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a menacing warship, entirely made of stark white bones and black demonic flames, materialized out of thin air. The warship was pitch black, its hull covered with strange demonic patterns, and at the bow was a gigantic and twisted demon head, with 2 ghostly green flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. An ancient and eerie aura enveloped everything. Qinghao let out a short, sharp scream as she stared at the ghostly magic boat that was only recorded in demonic texts, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Chapter 345. Eastern Region, Samu Family. Inside the secret chamber, Song Qing stared intently at the communication jade talisman in his palm that had finally lit up, breathing heavily. The message was very short. There were only 3 words. Kill her. Below was a line of small text as a supplement. Leave no trace. Song Qing was first taken aback, and then a chill surged from his soles straight to the crown of his head. He understood. Jing Yan wanted him to send someone to the chaotic demon palace to directly eliminate his little junior sister, Qinghe, who had run away on her own. How ruthless. Truly ruthless. She was his fellow disciple, a talented girl cherished by the Buddhist sect of the Western region, just because she might leak the secret of his clandestine contacts. She was to be eliminated without hesitation. This decisiveness and cruelty made Song Qing, who prided himself on being a hero, feel a pang of fear. But soon after, a morbid ecstasy surged in his heart. This Jing Yan was more terrifying than he had imagined, and even more worthy of cooperation. So-called Buddhist monks, so-called compassion, are all nonsense. Deep down, they're all the same kind. Song Qing suppressed his excitement and shouted sharply. 2 ghostly black shadows silently appeared behind him. Master. Chapter 346. What is that thing? The Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng, who was hiding in the shadows, felt their brains crash once again. They widened their eyes, staring intently at the bizarre, completely black, elongated object in Su Li's hand. It didn't resemble a knife, It had no blade. It didn't resemble a sword. It had no edge. It was even less like a spear, lacking a sharp tip. It looked like a carefully crafted fire stick from the Nine Netherhell. Wrapping around the stick's body was a fierce ghost dragon, its head raised high, with its hollow mouth facing the towering ancient Buddha ahead, lifelike, as if it would come alive at any moment and devour a person. A cold aura emanating from death and annihilation spread from that fire stick. This aura even overshadowed the inherent evil of the ghostly magic boat, making the fierce winds on the boat even more intense. Is this a magical treasure? Shun Lingfeng swallowed hard. He had heard from Kong Linger that Su Li had once used a coffin as a magical treasure in the lower realm. Although he didn't know why the coffin's appearances had noticeably decreased afterward, it must have been for his own considerations. But Master Su indeed turned a coffin into a fearsome magical treasure. Chapter 347. Crack. A pitch-black crack spread wildly across the entire Buddha's palm, centered on the ghostly green projectile. 1 transforms into 10. 10 transforms into hundreds, hundreds into thousands. In the blink of an eye, that supreme Buddha's palm, formed by the will of countless monks and the essence of 5 true Buddhas, was covered with countless black cracks. The grim and furious expressions on Abbot Xianshan and the 4 elders instantly froze. How could this be? Boom! In the next moment, the towering Buddha's palm exploded. The ghostly green dragon shadow, after obliterating the Buddha's palm, maintained its might and charged fiercely into the chest of the towering ancient Buddha. No! Abbot Xianshan let out a desperate roar. It was too late. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, and the solemn visage in the sky shattered completely at that moment. Boom, 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 boom! The ancient Buddha phantom, which gathered the foundation and faith of tens of thousands of years from the entire Diamond Temple, broke apart inch by inch under the horrified gaze of all the monks, collapsing piece by piece. Finally, it transformed into a golden storm that swept across heaven and earth, exploding violently. PFF. Chapter 348. Boom. Another punch. The mountains shook and the earth moved. The entire head of the Pudu old monk was no longer recognizable as a human form. That face, which should have been solemn and revered by all, had turned into a puddle of flesh mixed with shattered bones and golden blood. Detected that you have publicly injured the pinnacle of the 8th level of the true realm, the Pudu Abbot. Evil value 350,000. Su Li held it by the neck, intrigued. So much flesh, and still injured. How is he not dead? He had long heard that those in the late stage of the true realm could touch the laws of life. Though shallow, they could still comprehend a bit. Now seeing it, he indeed lived up to his reputation. The Pudu old monk's throat was already leaking air, unable to scream fully. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He, Pudu, the sea god of the Diamond Temple, a living fossil who had closed himself for 1,000 years, looking down on the rise and fall of the Western region. Today, however, he was being pummeled like a sandbag by a junior in the divine realm in front of all his disciples. Each punch not only struck his flesh, but also trampled fiercely on his pride built over thousands of years. On the ghostly magic boat, the Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng had completely gone numb. Chapter 349. Rip. A crisp sound of fabric tearing echoed through the sky. Under the incredulous gaze of all the Diamond Temple monks below, Su Li really tore off the resplendent and abnormally defensive Sea Dragon King robe from his body. That holy-grade supreme magical treasure, which could make any true realm powerhouse go mad with jealousy, simply floated down onto the deck of the ghostly magic boat. He has gone mad. Shun Lingfeng felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. That was a terrifying robe that could withstand the sect's thousands of years of killing formations. It was just taken off. In the ruins, those Diamond Temple disciples, who had been heartbroken, suddenly erupted with fervent hope upon seeing this scene. He took it off. He really took it off. Fool! How could there be such an arrogant fool in the world? Ancestor, kill him. Quickly kill him. Even Qinghe, whose hollow eyes were already bleeding tears at this moment, fixed her gaze on the lean figure in mid-air with his upper body bare. Opportunity. This is the only opportunity. Good. Seeing this, the Pudu old monk did not get angry, but instead smiled, his recently restored old face filled with madness and ferocity. Chapter 350. As Su Li's voice fell, the entire ruins fell silent. The faces covered in dust and blood were filled with deep-seated fear, no longer holding even a fraction of the previous fervor and clamoring. Step forward? Who dares to step forward? Even the Pu-Du ancestor, who was burning his essence and was just a step away from attaining the holy realm, was treated like a broken sack and smashed in a meat paste by him. These disciples are not even at the level of real beings. What can they do when they stand out? Are they just going to die? It's meaningless. Su Li pouted, appearing somewhat impatient. The mass of rotten mud beneath his feet wriggled slightly, and the last spark of the primordial ancestor's soul, Pu-Du, was completely extinguished. Detected that you have completely killed the primordial ancestor of the Golden Buddha Temple, Pu-Du. Evil value 300,000. Current evil value 2,650,000. Su Li paid no attention to the prompt sound ringing in his mind, slowly raising his right hand. Buzz! The void trembled. A long spear, entirely black, with countless chaotic lightning coiling around its body, appeared out of thin air in his palm. A saint-grade supreme treasure, the Chaos Annihilation Spear. The moment the spear tip appeared, a destructive aura capable of freezing souls instantly enveloped the entire Golden Buddha Temple. No, Chapter 351 time was infinitely stretched at this moment. Above the ruins, every particle of dust's movement became clear and audible. Jing Yin was frozen in place, the blood drained from his handsome, ethereal face. Soul-severing, self-mutilation of both arms. That meant he would fall from the clouds to the dust, from the most revered prodigy of the western regions to a complete waste. All his decades of hard cultivation, all his pride and glory would turn into bubbles. Soul-severing did not physically cut off his arms, but violated his survival instinct, forcibly amputating himself mentally. Once the soul-severing was completed, those two arms would no longer have any sensation, and the process of recovery would be 10 times more difficult than physical amputation. Just the required rare medicines and spirit stones would be an astronomical figure. The entire process would be excruciating. On the ghostly demon boat, Qing He's face, stained with blood and tears, was bursting with an almost sickly light. All her mind was focused on the moon-white figure below. Her breathing was rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. Jing Yin, he will agree. He will definitely agree. He once vowed to the Moon Alliance that he would give everything for her. This is the moment he proves his vow. Chapter 352, Kill Her. The 3 words entered the ears of everyone present. Jing Yin froze. He knelt on the rubble and scorched earth, maintaining a prostrating position, motionless. Let him kill Qing He? He looked up at the young man holding the demon spear in the sky, trying to find a trace of jest on that excessively young face. There was none, only pure amusement. He instinctively cast his gaze toward the distant, ghostly demon boat. On the deck, that white figure lay there, motionless, unaware of her fate. A chill rushed to his head. Just now, to save his own life, he had pushed all the blame onto Qing He, using the most malicious words to tear apart her last hope. Now, this demon wanted him to personally end her life. How? Unwilling? Su Li lightly tapped the spear shaft against his shoulder, producing a dull metallic clash. Getting these so-called prodigies to explode their mentality like this. And the points gained were quite numerous. Fame and backlash are proportional. Now, there was no worry about points in the short term. I say it's strange. Weren't you just cursing her as a wretched person, the root of all evil, wishing for her death? Chapter 353. The golden Buddha palm printed unimpeded on Qing He's chest. There was no earth-shattering sound as imagined, only a painful sound of flesh being pierced. Qing He's already shaky body was instantly penetrated by this violent force. Her back arched violently, and she was slammed against the white-boned ship's side, producing a dull thud. A conspicuous blood hole appeared in her chest. The golden Buddha energy frantically slaughtered within her body, churning her internal organs into a pulp. Blood flowed down her already tattered monk robes, staining the deck beneath her. That face, adorned with a sorrowful smile, completely froze at that moment. All the madness, all the mockery, all the despair were captured in the last moment of life. Jing Yin stood there rigidly, his right hand still in a forward-pushing position. Warm liquid dripped slowly through his fingers. It was Qing He's blood. He killed her. He personally killed the junior sister who had once looked at him with love and hope. I did it. Jing Yin's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he suddenly retracted his hand as if he had touched something scalding hot. Chapter 354, Ding. detected the Buddhist sect's powerful celestial-level cultivation technique. The Zen intent of life and death 18 techniques. Incomplete. Suli weighed the plain black wooden box in his hand. Celestial level? Good lad. There's an unexpected joy. I thought this realm was capped at Saint grade, but I didn't expect a celestial level inheritance to pop up now. However, Zen intent of life and death. Buddhist sect? These words together sound awkward. It has a hypocritical yet lewd taste. The thing he hates most is these bald monks who preach about saving all beings, but do the dirtiest deeds behind the scenes. Now they even come up with a killing technique. If you want to kill, just kill. Why drag Zen intent into it? Pretending to be a big shot. Trash. Suli pouted, exerted his fingers, and prepared to crush this thing along with the box into powder. No matter what celestial level it is, if it looks unpleasant, then destroy it. Ding! It is not recommended for the host to destroy it. In his mind, the system's prompt tone took on a sharp urgency for the first time, vividly portraying a sense of fear that Suli would treat this extraordinary treasure as garbage. Suli's movement paused. Speak quickly. This thing is not the kind of garbage you think it is. Chapter 355 Genius. Suli gave his evaluation. To be able to talk about world destruction in such a fresh and refined manner while packaging it as great compassion. This old monk named Tufo is indeed a rare talent. It's a pity he died too early. If he could live a few thousand years longer, maybe he could share a drink with me. Suli casually discarded the piece of Bodhi leaf that had turned into a common item and then leisurely looked around this treasure vault that had been emptied of more than half. The Spirit Stone Mountain was gone. The celestial level technique was in hand. The rest were all inferior items. Saint-grade weapons, Earth-grade techniques, and a bunch of jars of medicinal pills. Better than nothing. Suli waved his hand, and an invisible force swept over, instantly clearing all the jade racks. All items were roughly stuffed into Kong Lingner's small world. Even in a pile of garbage, one could always find something useful. After finishing all this, he clapped his hands and turned to leave the underground space that had been searched clean. Above the ruins, the ghostly demon ship quietly floated. The Sun Monarch and Shun Lingfeng were still twitching in the corner, foaming at the mouth, clearly terrified by the one-sided massacre feast that had just occurred. Chapter 356. Bones as boats, demon flames as sails. Just its appearance made the laws of the entire world moan in sorrow and retreat. Ugh! A painful groan escaped the throat of a servant from the Tsangmu family. That oppressive force made every bone in his body emit cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure. The true energy within him, the violent power forcibly boosted by pills, now curled up in the depths of his dantian like a mouse that had seen a cat, trembling. He couldn't move, not even a finger. Fear turned into tangible ice spikes, piercing through his internal organs. He wanted to raise his head, to see the full appearance of that demon ship, to understand what kind of terrifying existence it was. But he couldn't. His neck was stiff, unable to do anything but maintain a forward position, staring blankly at the sword-blind man on the ground. However, the sword-blind man was completely different from him. At the moment that oppressive force that made all things submit descended, the already exhausted body of the sword-blind man not only did not collapse under the pressure, but instead stood even straighter. A familiar heat flowed through his limbs and bones. Excitement. It was the most instinctive thrill of a follower upon seeing their faith. Master Su has returned. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, the once silent sword heart began to beat violently once more. Chapter 357. Genius. Suli held a high opinion of that old monk. His Buddhist teachings mixed with elements originating from chaos indeed had some depth worthy of his attention. As for the sword-blind man, Suli patted his shoulder, a gentle demonic aura flowing over, as a reward for his loyalty and ability. Do well, and there will be benefits for you in the future. After saying this, he no longer paid attention and turned towards his main hall. Kong Lingner followed closely behind, her small figure appearing particularly cute against the backdrop of the enormous demon hall. The sword-blind man stood still, feeling the meridians within him being restored anew, even faintly improving. Remaining silent for a long time, he deeply bowed in the direction Suli had gone. This bow was not for grace, but for the true sword path he had sought for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, in the East region, at the Tsangmu family mansion, in a heavily guarded secret chamber, the head of the Tsangmu family, Tsang Qing, was staring intently at the two soul jade pieces placed on the jade platform in front of him. The soul jades gleamed dimly, covered in cracks. These were the inkpe of the two third realm servants he had sent to the Chaos Demon Palace. Since half an hour ago, These two soul jades had shown abnormal signs. Chapter 358, Demon Palace Main Hall. Suli sat cross-legged on the floor, paved with 10,000-year-cold jade, playing with a dark red Bodhi leaf that had lost all its anomalies. Ding! The inherent talent of the evil god Chaos Body has automatically completed the immortal level skill Zen Intent of Life and Death 18 techniques for you. The skill has been re-evaluated. Its quality is now low-grade, immortal level skill. If applied properly and its mysteries comprehended, it can unleash power comparable to mid-grade immortal level skills. Zen Intent of Life and Death 18 techniques. The eye of causality slowly turned, and the more Suli looked at this skill, the more satisfied he became. He was just about to concentrate and study this immortal level skill, considering whether to invest some evil points to upgrade it. A delicate red shadow, carrying a faint fragrance, floated in. It was a blood-colored paper crane made from talisman paper. The paper crane circled in the air and accurately landed in Suli's palm. Although its wings appeared somewhat damaged, Suli raised an eyebrow. The Demon Palace's great formation had sensed this object earlier, if it weren't for Shunling Feng, who went to check after sensing no killing intent. This thing would have likely been stopped at the first restriction. Chapter 359, Your Excellency. Song Qing turned around with difficulty, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. All misunderstandings are misunderstandings. My son's death was due to his own lack of skill. He brought it upon himself. My Tsangmu family is willing to offer all our family wealth, just to ask Your Excellency to leave us a trace of bloodline. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his forehead heavily knocking on the cold floor. The family members behind him, all still conscious, imitated him, desperately bowing, their bodies shaking like chaff. The sounds of pleading and sobbing mixed together. Suli clicked his tongue in amazement and snapped his fingers. Amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, a black golden spear tip capable of blocking out the sky broke through the clouds. Thunder rumbled like the end of the world. In the east region, at Linhai City, inside the noisiest listening wind tower in the city, all kinds of people mixed together, the smell of alcohol mingling with the aroma of various spiritual materials. As cultivators talked loudly, saliva flying. Have you heard? Something big happened in the west region. A bald man with a face full of flesh excitedly stepped on a bench. The Diamond Temple, that holy land of Buddhism that has dominated the west region for tens of thousands of years, is gone. He spat out saliva, looking proud as if this news was explosive. Chapter 360, Chaos Demon Palace. Suli sat cross-legged, browsing through the spoils obtained from such movements in his mind. Although the Bodhi leaf, symbolizing immortal-level Buddhist teachings, had vanished, the immortal-level skill contained within had already been imprinted deep in his mind. Zen Intent of Life and Death 18 techniques. A skill that bizarrely fused the Zen intent of Buddhism with the supreme path of killing. The old monk who created this method was indeed a genius. Unfortunately, he could not control it himself, ultimately being backlashed by the skill and trapped by his inner demons. But such problems did not exist for Suli. Any skill, as long as it was recorded by the system, could be modified and enhanced at will, becoming cold data. What inner demons? What backlash? As long as the evil points were sufficient, even immortal techniques could be treated as basic breathing techniques to practice. In the central region, Suli's fingertips lightly tapped on the cold jade floor. The message from Fox Main Yang and the escape route of the Tsangmu family pointed to the most core and mysterious area of the upper realm. A place that could make a true realm powerhouse like Fox Main Yang feel apprehensive, requiring careful concealment of identity. A colossal entity with a complete royal system. Strong figures abound, and possibly even a pseudo-immortal station there. Although he can easily crush the so-called top sacred site, the Golden Buddha Temple, Chapter 361, Chaos Demon Palace. Suli sat cross-legged, the newly acquired power flowing quietly through his limbs and bones. His thoughts stirred slightly, and his consciousness sank into the Dantianchi Sea. The ancient and enduring old divine palace quietly floated at the center of chaos. He opened his eyes, already seated on a throne forged of bones. It was time to see the surprise left by Nyarlathotep. Suli stood up and stepped into the treasure pavilion deep within the palace. There, at the center of the empty hall, a single item floated quietly. A key. It was pitch black, covered in incomprehensible and bizarre patterns. At the top of the key was a twisted, eye-shaped hollow. It had a certain aesthetic reminiscent of Western grotesque literature. Suli communicated with his thoughts, and the description appeared. Key of all realms, Schrodinger's door. Gift to the god of 1,000 faces, a key that can open the doors to random worlds. Insert it into the keyhole of any door to reopen it, and the world behind the door will be redefined in the myriad realms. Removing the key will restore the door to its original state. When returning, simply hold the key and silently recite in your heart. Note, the re-anchored world behind the door is utterly unrestricted. You may end up in the Nine Heavens ghost prison or the Great Emperor's sect. You might even arrive in a different world of swords and magic. Chapter 362, boom. A deafening roar. The massive Buddha staff, swirling with black and gold light, did not directly smash into the young man in blue. At the last moment, his figure flickered strangely and managed to evade the direct impact of the staff. The staff grazed the young man's ear and heavily struck the ground beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth mourned, centered on the point where the staff landed. The ground within 100 feet instantly collapsed. Dense and terrifying cracks spread wildly in all directions, revealing the surging crimson earth fire below. The destructive shockwave formed a ring of energy that directly reduced countless nearby tombstones to powder. The young man was lifted into the air by the residual force, his bones broken beyond count, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments gushing out. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the cracked ground, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, every part of him in excruciating pain. Even moving a finger became a luxury. The golden talisman in his hand quickly dimmed, turning into a worthless piece of paper in just a few seconds. If he hadn't just activated this trump card, he would have been torn apart by now. He looked in terror at the extraordinary presence not far away. Chapter 363. The blood-colored long sword trembled lightly in Su Li's hand, buzzing incessantly. This sudden change excited the weapon spirit of the blood-colored long sword immensely. Yes, just like that. As expected of the descendant of the Yi family, eliminate this demon. Ye's sword, carrying his last madness and determination, rushed straight for Su Li's throat. The 3-foot azure edge, cold light flickering, moved as swiftly as a startled swan. Yet Su Li didn't even lift an eyelid. He extended 2 fingers and casually pinched. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long sword infused with all of Ye's energy was firmly pinched, unable to move at all. The sword tip was merely half an inch from his skin. Ye's eyes were bloodshot, desperately pressing down on his wrist, but the sword's edge seemed welded in place. Not budging an inch. With a smile, Su Li exerted a slight force with his fingertips. The finely forged, long sword emitted a groan under the unbearable weight. And starting from the tip, it began to shatter inch by inch, turning into a pile of cold, iron filings. Yi staggered back, his face devoid of color. You destroyed my foundation, took my treasure. He let out a beast-like low roar from his throat, his voice filled with despair. This enmity cannot coexist. Su Li's gaze finally landed on that twisted face, expressionless, indifferent to the boy's tragic fate. Chapter 364. The wind from the punch tore through the air, emitting a sharp roar. Yi Weo's weathered old face first showed an emotion named horror. He wanted to dodge, but Su Li's fist locked down all the space around him, sealing off all his escape routes. A corner dog will jump over the wall. How dare you, boy? Yi Weo let out a furious roar, the remaining power of the Holy Realm coalescing in front of him into a heavy barrier of sword energy. However, it was of no use. The next moment, Su Li's fist violently struck that barrier. Boom! In just an instant, this barrier capable of withstanding a peak Holy Realm cultivator shattered explosively. Su Li's fist drove straight in, heavily striking Yi Weo's illusory chest. Yi Weo's figure twisted violently, pure soul power rapidly escaping from his body. The black gold light shone across the world, causing him to suffer heavy damage to his soul essence, unable to coalesce again. This signified that he had suffered permanent damage, irreversible. Yi Weo's entire body flew backward, crashing through dozens of towering tombstones behind him, barely stabilizing his nearly transparent form. He looked down at the massive hollow in his chest, his soul body rapidly dissipating. Chapter 365. In the western regions, the Moon family. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the majestic and continuous Moon family mansion in a tranquil atmosphere. Only the core courtyard where the family head resided was brightly lit, as bright as day. In an extremely luxurious bathing hall, steam hung in the air, warm scents wafting about. The walls of the pool were lined with sun flame stones that could generate heat on their own, causing the pool, filled with rare, spiritual liquid, to steam with swirling mist. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of mixed flower dew and calming spiritual herbs. And just one breath was enough to wash away a mortal's fatigue for an entire year. Yu Wuying had just finished a whole day of cultivation. She stepped out of the warm pool, her snow-white, delicate skin, under the moisture of the steam, emanating an alluring pink sheen, resembling the finest mutton fat jade. She casually draped a thin cicada wing gauze over her body, her feet bare and as white as jade, walking slowly on the cool, smooth obsidian floor. Water droplets slid down her long, black hair like a waterfall, following the elegant curve of her back downward, finally gathering at her waist before quietly dripping, creating a small splash on the ground. In the bedroom, the light was soft. She approached the dressing table, the copper mirror reflecting her stunningly beautiful face, one that could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. Her brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, jade nose and cherry lips. Every feature was exquisite, every detail perfect. Chapter 366. Nonsense. Yu Mingxiao's voice exploded in the courtyard, shaking the air. His entire face turned red, his trembling finger pointing at Yu Wuying. Do you even realize what crazy talk you're saying? The foundation of the Yu family has lasted for 1,000 years. When will it be your turn, a girl, to speak up? As the head of the Yu family, his authority had never been so challenged, and the challenger was his most valued daughter. Yu Wuying's expression was emotionless as her gaze swept over the so-called elders of the family in front of her. I know better than any of you what I'm doing. We are paving the way for you. An elder pounded his chest, looking heartbroken, planning for the future of the family. Who is Su Li? The peak of the 8th level of the divine connection. Right now, he is just a wounded beast. If we don't lend a helping hand now, when he recovers, my Yu family won't even have the qualifications to send him gifts. Yes, Wuying. Her mother, Yin Wani, looked anxious and quickly stepped forward to grab Yu Wuying's hand. We are helping you. Your beauty, your talent are a perfect match for that, Master Su. Seize this opportunity, and the entire Tianyuan continent will be your stage in the future. Chapter 367. In the western region, Yu family mansion. In the courtyard, Yu Mingxiao slowly woke up. Several healing holy pills, treasured by the elders for many years, were hurriedly shoved into his mouth. The pills melted instantly, turning into a warm current that flowed through his limbs. His face, pale from spitting blood, finally regained a hint of color. Yu Mingxiao stared blankly at the night sky where his daughter had vanished, her words echoing repeatedly in his mind. Yu Wuying's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing him to the core. He took a deep breath. Over the years, the resources from the Tsangmu family in the eastern region had allowed the family to flourish, rising from an obscure small family to a powerful family in the western region. Now that the King Kong temple had been destroyed, the Yu family was even more in the limelight. Such a magical turn of events was bound to make people proud and complacent. Fortunately, he was now more than half awake. He had placed too much importance on his identity as the overlord of the western region and had overestimated the foundation built over thousands of years by the Yu family. Foolishly thinking he could use the same tactics he used with the Tsangmu family to scheme against a terrifying existence capable of crushing the entire southern region with bare hands. His daughter was right. A dying camel is bigger than a horse. To calculate against Su Li in such a blatant manner was simply seeking death. A different approach must be taken. Chapter 368. Inside the Great Hall of the Four Extremes sect, it was a mess. Ji Heng lay on the ground, like a puddle of melted fat, with black blood mixed with internal organs continually oozing from his mouth. He glared at Yu Mingxiao, his small eyes squeezed into slits by fat, filled with resentment and fear. Yu Mingxiao was frozen in place, his mind buzzing. He was scared silly. A strong practitioner at the second level of the true person realm, merely attempting to deduce Su Li's origins, ended up in such a half-dead state. The indifferent eyes in the blood cloud had merely glanced at him, yet it had made his soul feel like it was about to shatter, and even now, his legs were still trembling at the thought. What kind of monster is Su Li? You, Ming, Xiao, you owe me back my cultivation, my foundation. Yu Mingxiao jolted awake, finally regaining his senses. Looking at Ji Heng's miserable state, he felt not a shred of sympathy, but rather an uncontrollable panic. Even Ji Heng, an old monster specializing in celestial deductions, had met such a fate. The little schemes of his Yu family, in front of Su Li, probably weren't even worth a laugh. Wu Ying, his daughter, she had gone alone to the southern region, really planning to be Su Li's fastest knife. Chapter 369. In the Chaos Demon Palace. Su Li's figure emerged from the void. The black gold key in his hand that opened the dimensional passageway had already dimmed. Cooling time, 1 week. This meant he could only use this key to travel to other dimensions once a week. The wait was indeed quite long. Before returning, he sensed countless streams of light rushing in from the distant horizon, likely to investigate the cause of the intense upheaval in the ancient sword domain. He wondered how those people would feel upon seeing the ancient sword domain reduced to rubble. Su Li didn't care. After returning, he discovered through the eye of causality that a very faint green causal line had appeared on him. This should be that so-called causal line belonging to Qing. Once she attains the status of Empress, she will tear apart the dimensions to seek revenge on him. However, judging by the current blurry state of this causal line, it seems that waiting for that day will take a long time. Not a significant figure, if it really comes down to a fight. Although the probability of that is very low, he has the great Cthulhu family backing him. Whatever Emperor nonsense, he could just call for external help to deal with it. Chapter 370. Su Li coldly spoke. A few hours ago, I sensed a probing presence. Someone was calculating my fate. He looked at Yu Mingxiao, who was kneeling on the ground with a half-smile. This action must be closely related to the head of the Yu family, right? Boom! Yu Mingxiao's mind completely exploded into a blank. He could actually sense others calculating his fate. How is this possible? He had never heard of a divine connection practitioner possessing such terrifying perception. This shouldn't be something only an immortal supreme could do, right? Ji Heng was merely deducing and was half dead from backlash, while Su Li himself could accurately locate the source of the probing from thousands of miles away. This had exceeded Yu Mingxiao's entire understanding of the cultivation system. Fear, unprecedented fear, surged into his heart like a flood, making it incredibly difficult for him to breathe. Yu Wuying, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. What does this mean? During her urgent rush to the southern region, her father had actually sent someone to investigate Master Su's background? She looked at her father, trembling on the ground, and then at Su Li, who remained expressionless in the sky. A surge of indescribable shame and despair filled her heart. Chapter 371. She couldn't do it. Yu Wuying's hand trembled violently. The hand that her father had tightly grasped now wanted to end his life with her own hands. She looked at her father's resolute yet tragic face, feeling desolate within. Su Li watched this farce, his patience completely exhausted. So indecisive. You say you want to be my knife, yet you don't even have the courage to draw it for yourself. What kind of knife are you? This statement became the last straw that broke Yu Wuying's defenses. She suddenly closed her eyes, and in that moment when tears fell, a short sword formed from gathered spiritual energy appeared in her hand. Puffed. The sharp sword pierced through his chest. The familiar aura surged into her body, shattering her meridians, causing Yu Mingxiao's body to stiffen abruptly. He looked incredulously at the sword hilt embedded in his chest, then slowly fell down. Yu Wuying, drained of strength, collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Su Li's gaze swept over the fallen Yu Mingxiao without saying much. The corners of his mouth curled into a malicious arc. You are so power-hungry that you can even turn against your own biological father. Your character is clearly extremely opportunistic. If I encounter any problems in the future, wouldn't you be the first to betray me? What use do I have for someone like you who wants to be a blade? Chapter 372. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming true energy surged wildly, the terrifying physical strength firmly suppressing Yu Mingxiao in place. This over 300-year-old head of the Yu family finally could no longer suppress the excruciating pain as his meridians were nearly severed under the extreme violence. And he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The deep foundation of the third level of the true person realm had no room to exert itself in front of this palace master of the demon palace. Yu Mingxiao still wanted to plead for mercy, but Su Li didn't give him the chance to speak at all. The black-haired, golden-eyed youth pressed down on his crown, and an overwhelming force surged in like a landslide and tsunami. Boom, 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 instantly refining. Crack! Yu Mingxiao's head, along with his soul, exploded with a loud bang, turning into a pool of blood mist in the atmosphere of despair. He was dead beyond recovery. He pointed once more at the unconscious Yu Wuying. The black and gold light, wrapped in a heart-stopping aura of extinction, instantly entered the girl's head. The 5 declines of heaven and man. Just 5 breaths later, this most renowned prodigy of the Western regions, who topped the prodigy rankings, had completely lost all vitality, with not a trace of life remaining. Detected that you publicly killed the head of the Yu family, Yu Mingxiao, who is at the initial stage of the 4th level of the true person realm, evil value 120,000. Chapter 373. High in the sky, the wind howled, and a sinister, anxious aura permeated the thin air. The ground trembled continuously at an imperceptible frequency, as the life of this planet was being violently extracted by an invisible force. Ji Hung floated at the center of this turmoil, his plump body unmoving in the raging wind. He looked at the 3 uninvited guests before him with great interest. One was dressed in a white qipao, with a slender figure and a cold expression. Though she tried to maintain her composure, the panic in her brows was hard to conceal. The other 2 were elderly men with gray hair. Their bodies appeared robust, but under his divine senses scanned in the true person realm, their meager cultivation was as insignificant as a candle in the wind. Peak of the 9th level of the martial god. Is this the strongest in this world of diminished laws? Compared to the environment he had come from, where martial gods and saints were everywhere, it was truly pitiful and laughable. Ji Hung laughed, his plump face contorting into a comical expression. He spoke mockingly. Little girl, you shouldn't speak carelessly. I am merely here to take something that is ownerless. How dare you 3 ants question me? Chapter 374. A grand momentum. A brilliant energy sphere shot toward the 3 like a falling disaster star, carrying the destructive laws capable of obliterating all life. Zhang Hongyuan and Li Changlong. The 2 elderly men reflected that desperate light in their eyes. The vast mountains and rivers they had protected for a lifetime, along with billions of compatriots, seemed at that moment to turn to ashes. It's over. They had exhausted their lives, yet they ultimately could not shield this land from its impending doom. How could they face the martyrs beneath the 9 springs with such old faces? Jiang Xie bit down hard on her crimson lips, her cold fingertips already touching the warm jade token, but her heart felt as if pierced by countless steel needles. Struggle surged, and unwillingness lingered. She had awakened her bloodline with all her might, tirelessly chasing after him. Yet would she still only be a burden to that person? Using this final trump card meant admitting that she could only hide under his wings forever, remaining a child who would never grow up. This shattering of self-esteem was more painful than death. Boom! The energy sphere approached, the breath of death looming large. Just as Jiang Xie was about to crush the token, an unexpected change occurred. Rumble! A purple golden divine thunder tore apart the boundary between reality and the void, falling from the 9 heavens with an ancient will of judgment. Chapter 375. At the critical moment, the power accumulated at Jiang Xie's fingertips erupted violently, and the warm jade token shattered with a sound. Buzz! An indescribable mysterious wave spread from the broken jade token, instantly filling the entire space. That terrifying suction capable of tearing apart the will of heaven and earth vanished into nothingness in the face of this wave. It would have been better if it had been done earlier, dragging things out. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Do you know how tiring it is to walk over here? As the voice fell in the clear sky above, the space seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand, and a deep, heart-pounding crack appeared out of nowhere. A tall figure stepped out slowly from within. He wore a black and gold long robe, its azure embellishments fluttering in the chaotic currents of the void. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, moving without wind, and his black gold eyes coldly scanned everything below. He merely stood there, doing nothing, yet the overwhelming aura of blood and energy around him had already stirred the heavens. Centered on him, the sky above was madly gathering a blood-colored vortex, forming a gigantic whirlpool that covered the horizon, with thunder racing through it, emitting a dull roar. Chapter 376. A transmigrator? This unfamiliar term was like a thunderclap in Su Li's mind above the clouds. A trace of undetectable fluctuation finally appeared in his indifferent golden eyes. Could it be? Su Li maintained a one-handed grasping posture, overlooking the writhing, struggling mass below. He was silent for a moment. An absurd guess emerged in his heart. You came from Earth? As the words fell, the scene fell into dead silence. Below, Jiang Xie, Zhang Hongyuan, Li Changlong, and even the ethereal figure of the little girl representing the way of heaven were all stunned. Earth? What Earth? What ball? Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong exchanged bewildered glances, countless speculations flashing rapidly through their minds. Was that some hidden sect from a higher realm, or a powerful ancient family from which Su Li originated? They felt the layer of mist surrounding Su Li, which was already unfathomable, becoming even thicker at this moment. Looking around, it was as if separated by countless worlds. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. She captured the unusual tone in Su Li's words more keenly than the two elderly men. This term drew an invisible chasm between her and Su Li, making her feel an unprecedented sense of alienation. Chapter 377. Su Li's gaze withdrew from the void that had been swallowed, calmly landing on the three people below. He gently waved his hand. A gentle force appeared out of nowhere, lifting Jiang Xia, Zhang Honyuan, and Li Changlong, and safely placing them on the ground. All right, it's okay now. Su Li's voice was soft, and his words were understated, yet they sent a shock through the hearts of the three below. Feeling this familiar power, the few of them couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. The boy's realm was like a chasm compared to theirs. How could he not see what they were thinking? This implicit response undoubtedly indicated his own stance. The boy was still the same boy, and his attitude towards his hometown had never changed. The few of them felt deeply moved. What had he experienced in the upper realm over the past month? Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong exchanged glances, each reflecting complex emotions that were hard to articulate. Jiang Xia looked up at the figure slowly descending from the high heavens, ultimately asking nothing. The little girl transformed from the Tao of heaven had become extremely ethereal. She looked deeply at Su Li, her eyes filled with endless emotion. This guy has become so much stronger again. Chapter 378. Su Li's question caused the bodies of the three present to stiffen. Change. It was more than just change. What had happened in this month was more magnificent than everything they had experienced in the past few decades. Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong exchanged glances, and it was the former who stepped forward, a hint of pride on his face as he pointed to Jiang Xia beside him. Su, after you left, this child Xia had a great opportunity. He cleared his throat, tried to narrate this miraculous event in plain language. About half a month ago, while comprehending the profound ice mountain you left behind, Xia had an epiphany and entered a state of profound realization. Li Changlong added from the side at that time. There were various phenomena. A huge whale phantom appeared over the entire capital, lasting a full day and night. We all thought there was an external enemy invading and almost sounded the highest alarm. Later, we discovered that the source of that immense power was actually Xia, who was in seclusion. Zhang Honyuan took over, his tones still filled with excitement. By the time she emerged from seclusion, she had already awakened her bloodline. An ancient whale bloodline that only exists in the oldest texts of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 379. Has he passed away? Sully felt a bit dazed. Fang Wujia. Is he dead? That old guy who always seemed indifferent would actually die due to a backlash from Heart Demon while breaking through? It sounded like a fairy tale. When facing the powerful enemy in Jiangnan, the first thing he thought of was to let Su Li escape quickly. How could someone like him be so reckless in cultivation that he fell into a devil's trap? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Li's mind, ultimately turning into a silent sigh. Human hearts are indeed the most difficult things to see through in the world. Perhaps beneath that unorthodox mask lay an unknown heart that was dedicated to reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. He shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. No amount of thinking will help. Where's his grave? Su Li's voice was very calm. Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong snapped back to reality from their sadness and quickly stood up. In the Martyrs' Cemetery in the west suburbs of the capital. We'll take you there right away, Li Changlong said respectfully. Su Li waved his hand and stood up. No need, just give me the address. After obtaining the specific location of the cemetery from Zhang Honyuan, Su Li did not linger. With a flash of his figure, he directly disappeared from the reception room. Chapter 380. Su Li's figure appeared above the clouds in the nine heavens, his black golden pupils scanning the void, as if he were a deity overlooking the mortal world. Come out, he said. The surroundings were silent, only the gale at high altitude blowing through the clouds, causing them to continuously surge and change shape. Su Li's patience seemed to be rapidly depleting. His expression was emotionless, but his gaze had grown a bit colder as he spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of evident impatience. I'll say it again, come out. Do you want me to crush this broken world along with your essence before you're willing to show yourself? The threat was blatant and also the most effective. Just as his words fell, the clouds ahead surged violently, and a phantom-like little girl, looking only about 7 or 8 years old, appeared out of thin air. She hugged her knees, curling up in midair, her almost transparent face filled with vigilance and a trace of barely perceptible grievance, like a frightened little beast. "We want." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, sounding weak, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. This couldn't be blamed on her. In the battle against Ji Hung, she had summoned the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, nearly exhausting her last source of power. Now she was like a flickering candle, on the verge of being extinguished, as if she could vanish between heaven and earth at any moment. Chapter 381. In the capital city, the Law Enforcement Bureau. In the reception room, the tea had long since gone cold. Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong were still immersed in the sorrow and shock of Feng Wujia's passing, while Jiang Xia hung her head, her shoulders slightly trembling. Clearly still not having emerged from that emotional state. A slight ripple appeared in the space. Su Li's figure appeared, without warning, in his original seat, as if he had never left. The three of them froze in their actions. The air felt thick. Zhang Honyuan and Li Changlong stiffly raised their heads, staring at that excessively calm face, momentarily at a loss for words. He has returned. From a west suburban cemetery to here, it had only taken a few minutes. The boy's style of doing things was still as swift as ever. I know about Feng Wujia's matter. Su Li picked up the cup of cold tea and drank it in one go, his movements showing no hint of delay. Everyone has their own aspirations. His choice is neither right nor wrong. He gently placed the teacup down. We'll discuss this matter later. There are more important things now. This statement effectively shut down Zhang Honyuan, who wanted to say something. The two old men exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's reaction. More important things? What could be more important than the fall of the guardian martial god, or the shocking plot of the Blue Star's Tao of Heaven? Chapter 382. Do you have anything to say? The three martial gods fell into silence once again. The resources were provided by the boy. The formations were constructed by the boy, and even the opportunity to glimpse the appearance of Blue Star from the atmosphere was made possible through the boy's hands. Was there really need to ask for their opinions? Over the years, there had been martial artists who ascended to the upper realm from Blue Star, but most had left their hometown behind without a second thought, not even returning for a glance. Those who occasionally came back did so only to take care of their own families. How could anyone have the boy's heart that cares for the world? Su Li's handling style, which was entirely managed by him, made them feel extremely honored and was a great fortune for Long Country. Even if they were kneel a few times right then and there would be no objections. Su Li slightly condensed his divine sense, faintly listening to the thoughts of the people around him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that no one had any objections, he waved his hand again. In the next moment, Zhang Honyuan and the others felt a flash in front of them, and a solid sensation returned beneath their feet. The dead silence of the starry sky disappeared, replaced by the familiar reception room of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The mountain of spirit stones still lay quietly there, emanating a terrifying energy that distorted the air. Chapter 383. On the African continent, in a hidden corner unknown to many. Here, yellow sand filled the sky, and the air was permeated with bareness and heat. Yet deep within the sea of sand, an ancient temple built of massive stones was concealed. Inside the temple, dozens of devotees clad in dark red robes were fervently kneeling and chanting obscure scriptures. In the center of the temple, a massive magic array composed of intricate blood-red patterns was slowly operating, exuding an ominous aura. Capel, the auspicious time has come, we can begin. A seemingly young devotee whispered to the elder at the forefront. The elder, named Capel, was the highest leader of the Shiva sect on Blue Star. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of murky yet shrewd eyes. Not yet. Capel waved his hand, stopping the actions of his subordinates. He turned to look at a burly man beside him, whose face was covered in fierce tattoos. Ramon, are you sure you have thoroughly investigated the situation on the Long Countryside? The burly man, named Ramon, grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His voice deep and resonant. Rest assured, elder, I have everything figured out. The guardian martial god of Long Country, Feng Wujia, just fell a few days ago, and now their internal situation is one of chaos and grief. Chapter 384. Beside them, Ramon and Vic looked in shock at the spatial fluctuations in front of the statue of the high priest. This was originally the connection passage to the tribal temple, but it was now violently distorted, faintly echoing panicked shouts. The high priest's divine sense has been severely injured by an unknown creature. Quickly sound the tribal alarm. Before the words were finished, the passage was abruptly severed with a loud bang. The high priest? Ramon and Vic exchanged glances with Capel, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Which high priest? Is it the one from the Holy Hall? Vic trembled as he spoke. Impossible. The Holy Hall has the protection of our Lord's statue, and his divine consciousness is connected to the divine. In such a barren place as Blue Star, who could harm him? Although their tribe and the high priest's Holy Hall both worshipped Shiva, they were from different factions, one responsible for the main rituals, and the other for protection and expansion. The strength of the high priest's divine consciousness was unfathomable to them. How could it suddenly be severely injured? On the other side, Puff, the high priest, who was hosting the ceremony, suddenly bent over, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer of stars that severely impacted his soul. And a mouthful of foul black blood gushed out. His aged face instantly twisted, filled with disbelief and horror. Chapter 385. After observing for a few minutes, Suli withdrew his divine sense. He felt no fluctuation in his heart regarding this so-called Shiva sect. They were merely a group of fungi active in the sewers, surviving by stealing the world's essence. Their methods were crude, their inheritance mixed, and they didn't even qualify for him to take a serious look at them. He casually eliminated the divine consciousness that descended into this world and wiped away all traces of them on Blue Star for the young man. It was simply clearing away some rubbish at his feet. The real trouble was the filth left behind by these rubbish. His attention returned to the contaminated dragon vein node below. That strange black network, even after losing its source of energy supply, stubbornly clung to the dragon vein, continuously emitting a scent of corruption. A giant dog skin plaster. At this intensity, ordinary martial artists in this realm would need to spend decades of painstaking effort to clean it up, using their own pure energy to gradually neutralize and wash it away. But unfortunately, standing before you is the inheritor of the ancient god palace of the chaotic evil god chaos body, with a chaotic spiritual root at the peak of the 5th level, who has killed 2 martial gods in one go, freezing all candidates in Jiangnan province into popsicles, and has single-handedly crushed the Western mechanical technology in a month, directly ascending to the peak of martial gods, and then annihilating 2 major forces in the southern region, constructing the Chaos Demon Palace out of thin air to unify 1328 forces in the southern region, and then destroying the leading Golden Temple of the western region and the old family of the eastern region, the Tsangmu family, Suli. Chapter 386. After Suli had left for a long time, there was finally some movement in the scorched earth that had been flattened. Beneath an inconspicuous sand dune, a few fragments of stone moved without wind, trembling slightly. After several seconds, these fragments were pushed aside by a pair of trembling hands, revealing a dark pit. The disheveled Capel crawled out of the pit, his whole body shaking like a sieve, unable to stand firm, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. Damn those family members. Soon after, Vic and Ramon also crawled out, rolling on the ground. All 3 were covered in a layer of dim, spiritual light. Clearly, they had used some kind of life-saving trump card to narrowly escape from the devastating aftermath just now. They raised their heads, staring blankly into the distance. Where the Holy Hall should have been, there was now only an endless giant pit. At a glance, it was bottomless, the pit walls smooth as a mirror, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. Feeling the martial aura of a mountain collapse and a tsunami, the 3 devotees could not speak, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. The Holy Hall is gone. After a long time, Capel finally trembled out a few words. Chapter 387. In the capital city, the highest specification reception room. The space slightly twisted, and Su Li's figure appeared out of thin air. Zhang Honyuan, Li Changlong, and Jiang Xia were sitting upright, their expressions still lingering with the shock from the recent global geological upheaval. The terrifying power that nearly tore the planet apart made these so-called peak figures of Blue Star feel their own insignificance for the first time. Upon seeing Su Li return, the 3 stood up abruptly. Su Xiaoyu just now. Zhang Honyuan was about to finish his sentence when Su Li raised his hand to interrupt him. A small commotion, no problem. Sully did not intend to explain. This kind of thing was one matter when he was not present and another when he was. Telling them too much would only increase their psychological pressure. For matters he could resolve himself, it was enough to inform them after the fact. With this in mind, he waved a hand in the air. Buzz. In the next moment, brilliant golden light poured into the room like mercury. An incredibly complex and mysterious three-dimensional formation blueprint instantly unfolded in the center of the conference room. Billions of golden lines dance and intertwine, layer upon layer. Just a glance is enough to make one dizzy, as if their soul is about to be drawn in. The precision of its structure far exceeds the cognitive limits of technology and martial arts on Blue Star. Chapter 388. Sully looked at the three people who had been blown away by his aura, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Sorry. I couldn't hold back. In his heart, he silently apologized. He had forgotten how weak they were. The aura emanating from the array blueprint he had simply upgraded felt to him like a gentle spring breeze. But for Zhang Hongyuan and the others, it was likely akin to being hit head-on by 100 dump trucks. If it weren't for their divine bodies, ordinary cultivators would have already fallen asleep on the spot. He casually pointed, and 3 streams of soft black golden energy silently flowed into the 3 of them. As the warm current passed, their surging vital energy instantly calmed down. Even their somewhat unstable martial foundation was unknowingly solidified, becoming more condensed and robust. Zhang Hongyuan and Li Changlong, the 2 old fellows, slid down from the wall, and instead of feeling any discomfort, they felt refreshed and almost groaned in comfort. This power seems to have loosened my bottleneck. Li Changlong felt the smooth flow of internal energy within him, his face filled with disbelief. If that's the case, please let him soar even more. Chapter 389. After Jiang Xie left the conference room, she immediately activated the entire country's intelligence and propaganda system with the highest authority. An emergency announcement. Within 3 minutes. Push the following information as a top-level alert to all terminal devices within the borders of Longhua. Her command was clear and urgent, with no hesitation. The content was, a global joint military exercise is about to begin, duration indefinite. During the exercise, there may be geological disturbances, strong light, magnetic field disruptions, and other phenomena worldwide, all of which are normal training subjects within a controllable range. Citizens are advised to remain calm and not panic. After issuing the order, she immediately connected to the heads of other global powers. I am Jiang Xie, the martial god of Longhua. We will initiate a global super project in 10 minutes, which will trigger unpredictable global disturbances. I am not consulting with you. I am merely informing you. Any attempts to investigate or interfere will be regarded as a direct provocation against Longhua. With that, she decisively hung up the communication. Clean and ruthless. In just a few minutes, a red emergency announcement window forcibly appeared on the phones, computers, televisions, and even outdoor billboards of 5 billion people in Longhua and nearly 1 billion people worldwide. Chapter 390. The moment the second-level sword formation appeared, the night fell suddenly. 1 second it was clear skies, and the next, the entire Blue Star was engulfed in boundless darkness, with not a single star in sight. An unprecedented night enveloped the entire Blue Star. Nearly 10 billion people around the globe fell into a deep night simultaneously. What is going on? Why is it so dark? Oh no, it's dark on my end too. No way. Is the whole world synchronously dark? Is this part of the exercise? The sudden change threw the crowd, who had just been marveling at the divine phenomenon, into a new round of panic and chaos. Countless cities' emergency lighting systems activated after a brief delay, with points of artificial light illuminating the boundless darkness, providing some psychological comfort to the citizens. In the Longhua Defense Astronomy Department, alarms blared throughout the command center. Report. All optical observation equipment has failed. Report. Global satellite signals are interrupted. We have lost contact with the outside world. What is going on? Everyone was thrown into chaos, with only the commander staring intently at the screen that could barely transmit a picture. On the screen was only an unfathomable darkness. Chapter 391. The moment the fourfold planetary-level formation was fully formed, the boundless darkness covering the globe suddenly receded. The sky light returned, and the blue planet regained its original colors. Everything fell silent. The golden rune array covering the surface vanished without a trace, and the sword formations, elemental formations, and reflective halos surrounding the starry sky also disappeared, as if they had never existed. If it weren't for the billions of posts, videos, and live recordings still remaining on the global internet, people would almost think that the magnificent and world-destroying scene they had just witnessed was merely a collective illusion. Su Li floated in the starry sky, taking one last look at his masterpiece. Not bad. Although it can't compare to the protective formations of the upper realm that can cover entire star domains. In this beginner village called Blue Star, it's already top tier. Fully functional. Both offensive and defensive, with a bit of personal flair. Not bad, very perfect. He nodded in satisfaction, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. In the capital city, Su Li's figure suddenly appeared, sitting back on the original sofa in the reception room. The room was in disarray. Zhang Hanyuan, Li Changlong, and Jiang Xie were still in the dazed state they had been in moments before, standing there in a stupor. Chapter 392. Jiang Xie was completely frozen. That light, an area, was purely an instinctive reaction. Where to? The upper realm? No way, what a joke. She was very clear about her own level. On the surface, she was at the peak of the martial god realm, but her foundation was weak, forcibly raised with countless precious medicines from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Not to mention triggering the heavenly tribulation for ascension, she was still exploring how to stabilize her current realm. Going to the upper realm now was no different from actively seeking reincarnation. The first bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation would probably char her to a crisp. Seeing her dazed expression, Su Li knew what she was thinking. What you think of as ascension is enduring the heavenly tribulation and breaking through the void. He said lightly, a single sentence piercing through all of Jiang Xie's concerns. What I mean by going up is taking the back door. Taking the back door? Can ascension still take the back door? Isn't crossing the tribulation for ascension the iron rule of the world? Wouldn't this blatant backdoor approach get smacked away by the heavenly Tao? Everyone recalled the half-dead appearance of that little girl in white and understood in their hearts. Forget I said anything. Your bloodline is very special. It is the ancient whale bloodline. Su Li explained to himself, this ancient relic, remaining in a place like Blue Star with thin spiritual energy, is purely a waste. Chapter 393. Upper Realm, Northern Region. In the main hall of the Luo clan, the intricately carved and brilliantly decorated hall was spacious and majestic, capable of accommodating 1,000 people. Yet at this moment, there were only 2 people. With every breath, the light twisted under the heavy pressure. 9 golden dragon pillars stood majestically in the hall, each crafted from rare deep-sea gold. The dragon eyes were inlaid with millennia-old spirit crystals, lifelike and seemingly gazing down at the people in the hall. A middle-aged man, dressed in a dark dragon-patterned robe, sat on the main seat with a dignified expression that commanded respect without anger. He lightly tapped the armrest carved from a solid piece of soul-guarding divine wood. Each tap resonated as if it aligned with some profound truth of heaven and earth, producing a deep and powerful echo. The sound waves spread out, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. He looked at his daughter, who stood gracefully below, dressed in black that surpassed snow, her demeanor cold and frosty. He slowly spoke. Ning Shuang, the meeting of the 10 great families will be next month. This concerns the future fortune of our Luo family for the next 1,000 years, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Regarding the opening of that millennia-old secret realm, our Luo family must secure at least 30% of the shares. Only in this way can our Luo family maintain its dominance over other families in the resource competition for the next 1,000 years. Chapter 394. Hearing this, Luo Ning Shuang's cold and beautiful face remained expressionless, but a trace of disdain surged in her heart. As expected, this was a barbaric land. For 500 years of Tao age, reaching the peak of the 8th level of divine connection was decent, but to her, it was nothing much. Such trash cultivation could actually claim dominance in one area and be specifically mentioned by her father? It was simply laughable. After over 200 years, she had already reached the realm of true immortals and was invincible among her peers in the sword path. Even when facing mid-stage true immortals, she had the strength to fight. If this Su Li were in the northern region, he would witness the great power she possessed. She couldn't be bothered to express any opinions about this person. Discussing such a character was a waste of her time and tarnished her Tao heart. Her life's trajectory was destined to soar toward the central region, toward the vast sea of stars, and this Su Li was merely a self-important loach in some remote pond, not even worthy of her glance. Her father's teachings were clear. Luo Ningxuang slightly lowered her head, signaling the end of this topic. Luo Tianchun noticed his daughter's disdain, but did not say much. He brought up this matter on a whim, intending to subtly remind his daughter that there are greater powers beyond their own. Chapter 395, boom. A crisp sound echoed as the massive sky-seeking water mirror, after bearing the extreme golden light and the wails of despair, finally could not withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud bang. Countless fragments containing magical power shot out in all directions, but when they approached the 3 feet in front of Luo Tianchen and Luo Ningxuang, they were dissipated by an invisible wall of air. Inside the great hall, silence returned once more. Luo Ningxuang maintained her raised hand position, her entire being frozen in place. Cracks appeared on her ice-like beautiful face that had remained unchanged for millennia. The formation had been broken. The servants were dead. A toy she casually set up had, in a way she never anticipated, declared its own destruction in the most intense and thorough manner. Interesting. Luo Tianxin's calm voice broke the silence as he looked at his daughter's rare display of disarray, a hint of amusement appearing on his dignified face. This power was pure, domineering, containing a trace of the supreme truth of the laws, far beyond what could be produced in the lower realms. Ningxuang, it seems a remarkable figure has intruded into your backyard. Luo Ningxuang slowly lowered her hand and clenched her fist. Chapter 396. In the southern region, Tiannan City. Inside the elegant room on the 3rd floor of the Five Elements pawn shop, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, mingling with a faint aura of tranquility. Tea mist rose and formed a delicate, elegant painting in the air. Outside the intricately carved window, the sun was setting, casting golden rays at an angle into the already ancient and graceful room, adding a touch more serenity. By the round table, the Sun Emperor wore a dark python robe, his aura solid as a mountain. Shun Lingfeng, dressed in a simple blue shirt, appeared refined, his expression exuding calmness as if he held wisdom in his grasp. Since entering the Demon Palace, the old and young had become ever more youthful. The owner of the Five Elements pawn shop, Hu Meinyang, wore a scarlet long dress, her posture lazy yet alluring, every frown and smile exuding countless charms that invited contemplation. The three sat separately, appearing to chat casually, but in reality, currents of intrigue flowed beneath, as they were all core figures of the southern region's storm. It had been nearly a week since the leader Su Li left the Blue Star and ascended to the upper realm. However, time flowed differently in the upper realm. Only a few days had passed here. The Chaos Demon sect had not fallen into silence due to the leader's temporary absence. Instead, under the meticulous management of the Sun Emperor and Shun Lingfeng, they gradually transformed the vast resources left by the leader into real and formidable power and immense wealth. Chapter 397. She paused, her tone growing heavier, her gaze deep and filled with worry. To put it bluntly, your actions are akin to cutting off everyone's financial lifeline. This is not alarmism, but an inevitable trend. In recent days, I have vaguely sensed that many malicious eyes, like venomous snakes, are closely watching my small pawn shop. I believe that your Chaos Demon Palace will not be peaceful either. There are likely undercurrents and hidden dangers. Hu Meinyang's concerns were not unfounded. She knew the value of these pills well enough to attract the attention of those immortal supreme-level families that had existed for millennia in the upper realm. She was merely at the late stage of true immortals, and while she could handle some minor troubles for the Chaos Demon sect, if it came to facing such deeply rooted, powerful behemoths, she would be like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect herself, let alone safeguard the pawn shop. A hint of weariness arose in her heart. Such overwhelming wealth was indeed hot to handle. The Sun Emperor, however, merely laughed heartily, his voice shaking the room, carelessly waving his hand as if Hu Meinyang's words were nothing but trivial concerns. Boss Hu, you're overthinking it. Chapter 398. Bang. A deafening sound echoed as the door of the elegant room, meticulously carved from a century-old ironwood, instantly splintered into pieces, with countless tiny wood chips mixed with dust flying in the light. Following that, a blood-soaked figure burst in, almost rolling in with a desperate posture. He was a disciple of a once low-tier force in the southern region, now a mere nominal disciple of the Chaos Demon sect. Yet at this moment, he looked as if he had just crawled out of blood-pool hell. The black robe that represented the glory of the sect was already soaked in blood, becoming sticky and heavy. His aura was utterly depleted, like a candle flickering in the wind. The flame of his soul, which symbolized the essence of life, was dimming at a visible rate, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. His body was covered in numerous intersecting and horrific wounds, with a gaping hole the size of a bowl burned black in his chest. Inside the elegant room, the atmosphere that had just been relaxed and joyful due to discussions about the leader's grand achievements was completely torn apart in an instant. Emperor, Protector Shun, quickly returned to the sect. The disciple used the last of his strength, and as soon as his words fell, the last glimmer of light in his wide-open eyes vanished completely, his head drooping weakly, and he lost all signs of life. Chapter 399 Pooh. The protective divine light around him shattered with a deafening sound, and a mouthful of boiling hot blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed out, painting a tragic blood-red arc in the air. His towering figure, as sturdy as a mountain, was struck down like a scarecrow hit by a giant hammer, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the last remaining 1,000-jong peak behind him, buried under countless falling boulders, leaving his life in uncertainty. A blow at light speed. In just one strike, the perfected true person realm, the blazing sun monarch who could rampage through the southern region, was gravely injured and on the brink of death. The monarch, just arriving and preparing to organize a counterattack, Shun Lingfeng saw this scene, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Filled with fury, the blazing sun, Hu Mainyang also let out a shrill cry, her delicate face turning pale as paper, devoid of color. On the deck of the Year Xingjian, Luo Xinghe witnessed everything. Oh, a few bugs finally crawled back to make some noise? Luo Xinghe's voice, amplified by the formation, spread clearly across the battlefield. With a mocking tone, listen well, ants. This young master, Luo family, Luo Xinghe, under the command of my cousin Ning Xuan, I have come to flatten your so-called Chaos Demon Palace. Chapter 400. This time, the targets of the Luo family shadow guards were no longer those reckless and fearless demon soldiers, who were ultimately just puppets. The moment Luo Xinghe's command was issued, their figures transformed into hundreds of black lightning bolts that tore through the sky, rushing straight toward the ethereal girl floating in the air. Hundreds of powerful beings at the divine communication realm, each capable of establishing a sect in a region, now converged like a pack of sharks sensing blood. Surrounding her from all directions, the exquisite little face of the ethereal girl tightened instantly, her blood color fading, resembling a snow lotus ready to bloom. Trembling uncontrollably in the piercingly cold, murderous intent, she could clearly feel that every inch of space around her was filled with a viscous pressure as heavy as mercury. The breath released without reservation by hundreds of divine communication realm experts, amplified by some ancient battle formation's secret method, wove into an invisible net that aimed to completely lock her, this fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. The thin, cicada wing-like silver light screen around her dimmed visibly, seeming as if it would completely shatter at any moment. Chapter 401. That silence, capable of silencing all things, descended from the void, forcibly freezing the time and space of the entire battlefield. The wind stopped, the fire extinguished, and the sounds of battle and shouts were choked in their throats. Whether it was the demon sect disciples fighting bloodily on the ground or the arrogant Luo family shadow guards, everyone's actions were forcibly frozen at that moment, maintaining the posture of the previous second, unable to move. On the deck of the Year Xingjian, Luo Xinghe's hand, which was about to touch the ethereal girl's clothing, also froze in midair. The sickly fanaticism and greed on his face suddenly solidified. What happened? This was the only thought swirling in the minds of all living beings present who could still think. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone, the space in front of the central Xingjian began to twist violently, transforming into a bottomless black vortex. A tall figure stepped out from within. The newcomer wore an exquisite black robe, with crystal blue brilliance swirling around, long black hair cascading down, a handsome face, and black golden eyes devoid of fluctuation. Su Li's expression was emotionless. In just one breath, the pressure in the entire world suddenly soared to a terrifying level. Even the three enormous, menacing Year Xingjian, which contained supreme power, could not bear the weight of this pressure, emitting a sharp, mournful wail. Chapter 402. Amidst the muffled explosion, Luo Xinghe's head, forcibly stuffed into his chest cavity, completely exploded. Viscous scarlet mixed with pale brain matter splattered out from the torn ribcage, splattering half of Su Li's body. Su Li gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Detected that you publicly killed the peak of the divine communication realm, Luo Xinghe. Evil value, 80,000. Everyone stared blankly as the boy emotionlessly pulled his blood-stained right fist slowly out from the already unrecognizable flesh. On the Li Xinjian, the two Luo family elders in charge of command were now completely blank-minded. They watched Luo Xinghe being brutally killed, yet because of fear of repercussions, they did not even dare to fire the main cannon. Now it's done. He is dead, and died so thoroughly, so ugly. Fear instantly overshadowed their thoughts like a shadow. It's over. How will they explain to the family head when they return? How will they explain to the Lady Ning Shuang, who regarded Luo Xinghe as a younger brother? Young master. One elder's lips trembled as he let out a mosquito-like whisper. After fear came a boundless rage and humiliation that could burn reason. Chapter 403. Su Li's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Elder Zhang. Then, with a turn, he compressed his true energy downward, his right leg whipping up a violent wind, delivering a terrifying kick to that massive body. The overwhelming power erupted violently on Elder Zhang's body. Boom! Elder Zhang's leg bone, capable of supporting a divine mountain, snapped in response, and the 100-zhang giant could no longer maintain his balance, crashing to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, Su Li stepped onto his shoulder, looking down from a height at the three faces filled with fear and pleading. You can't kill me. I am from the Luo family. You may not know what the Luo family is, so let me tell you, the Luo family has 3 true supreme beings. We are one of the top families in the northern region. If you kill me, the Luo family will definitely not let you go. The wrath of the supreme. You cannot imagine or bear. Elder Zhang was fierce in appearance, but timid in heart, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. For thousands of years, anyone smart enough to hear the name of the Luo family in the northern region should at least show some respect. And Su Li, being so fearless, might not know the name of the Luo family. Chapter 404. The third sun ultimately did not rise. The devastating energy storm had just swept over the third of the Xinjiang when it was forcibly interrupted by an even more violent force. The remaining Lia Xinjiang bridge was already in chaos. Run. Run fast. The space blockade cannot be broken. Then ram into it. Use the self-destruct program. Let us perish together. The final commander let out a hysterical roar, his reason completely burned away by fear and despair. The last Xinjiang turned its bow, and all its secondary cannons unleashed firepower recklessly, while the ship itself ignited a desperate blood-red flame, transforming into a meteor of mutual destruction, charging fiercely toward the figure standing at the center of the destructive storm. This was its last and most tragic attack. Below, on the ruins of the Chaos Demon Palace, everyone was horrified by this apocalyptic scene, their hearts trembling in fear. Few have ever imagined that war could be so devastating. 3 Starbreaker ships, capable of flattening an immortal sect, were destroyed in a matter of moments by a single individual using the most primitive methods. Chapter 405. Northern Region, Mount Luoshan. The mist swirled like an ocean, churning between sheer cliffs. At the peak of the main mountain, in the suspended Grand Hall, symbolizing the highest power of the northern region, the aroma of wine filled the air, accompanied by the pleasant sounds of silk and bamboo. Several dancers, dressed in thin gauze and with enchanting figures, twirled gracefully in the center of the hall, their long sleeves wafting fragrant breezes. The head of the Luo family, Luo Tianshun, lounged lazily on a purple-gold dragon chair, one foot resting on the edge, playing with a crystal-clear wine cup filled with amber liquid that rippled slightly with his movements. Opposite him, seated as a guest, was a middle-aged fat man in luxurious attire. He squinted, greedily staring at the thighs of the dancers, nearly dropping his wine cup. This man was none other than Wang Chong, the head of the Wang family in the northern region. Wang Chong gulped down his drink, making a loud smacking sound, and then his chubby face broke into a fawning smile as he clasped his hands toward Luo Tianchen. Brother Luo, this is authentic Taoist wine from the central region. This small cup is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Today, to entertain me, Brother Luo has truly spent a fortune. Chapter 406. Luo Tianqian fixed his gaze and realized that this disheveled elder was actually the usually dignified elder in charge of guarding the family's soul tablets. An ominous premonition surged within him, and Luo Tianqian suddenly stood up, shouting sternly, "What is the panic? What kind of manners are these? Don't you see I have esteemed guests? Wipe that mournful look off your face." Wang Cheng also set down his cup, surprised by the scene. He knew well that the Luo family had strict rules, and this elder would never act so out of line unless something catastrophic had happened. The elder knelt on the ground, trembling violently, holding a pile of shattered jade pieces high above his head. The family master's soul tablet is shattered, completely shattered. Luo Tianqian's gaze fell on the pile of jade pieces, his pupils suddenly constricting to the size of pinpoints. The life soul tablet. Moreover, judging by the remaining aura, one of the most crystal-clear pieces was unmistakably significant. Luo Tianqian felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. He swung his sleeve violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that overturned the white jade table before him, sending fine wines and delicacies spilling everywhere. Chapter 407. Boom! The sky collapsed. A massive shadow obscured the cold moon of the northern region, and flames brighter than the sun consumed everything. The wreckage of the 3 Starbreaker ships, carrying enough energy to annihilate half a planet, crashed into the proud 9 heavens and 10 earths dragon-locking formation of Mount Luoshan. The formation's light shield barely held for less than half a breath before being torn to shreds under absolute violence. The formation was broken, and the sacred mountain was in grave danger. No, countless shrill screams erupted, only to be completely drowned out by the deafening explosion. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the peak of the northern region's most sacred mountain, and a violent shockwave swept in all directions, instantly reducing the suspended Grand Hall, a symbol of the highest power in the northern region, to fragments. Countless exquisite jade pillars, carved beams, and the dancers and attendants who had managed to escape turned into flying powder in that moment. The raging flames consumed everything. The entire Mount Luoshan wailed as the mountainside collapsed, boulders tumbled, and the once fairy-like sea of clouds was evaporated by the intense heat. Hundreds of miles away, a plump figure was frantically fleeing while riding a beam of light. Chapter 408. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The true essence within Luo Tianqian surged wildly, a terrifying aura erupting from his body, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust. Boom! The might of the Supreme, a mountain-shaking tsunami. You killed my son and destroyed my fleet, and now you dare to barge into my Luo family's base alone. Luo Tianqian's eyes turned crimson as he stepped closer to Su Li, each footfall cracking the ground beneath him. Do you really think that destroying a few ships will allow you to act wildly in front of my Luo family? Do you really think that my mid-stage immortal sovereign cultivation is just for show? Boom! Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Su Li felt only a gentle breeze. His hair slightly disheveled. His extraordinary physique and the foundation granted by the system had long allowed the young man's body to reach an incredible strength. Now, even facing a mid-stage immortal sovereign, he felt no pressure at all. Su Li shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his heart. This pressure doesn't seem impressive at all. From what I can see, Luo Tianqian, you and your useless son are no different. Your pressure is weak to this extent. You're all trash. Chapter 409. Die. Luo Tianqian's arms suddenly spread wide, and the remaining spiritual energy over the ruins was forcibly drawn out, converging into a gigantic purple hand that overshadowed the sky, aimed directly at Su Li. Purple extreme, overarching hand. A supreme strike that changed the color of heaven and earth. The power of this sacred tier top-grade technique, amplified by the cultivation of the immortal sovereign, was unleashed to a terrifying degree. Feeling the holy tier might contained in this move, Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He tightened his right fist and hurled it towards the overshadowing purple hand. Boom! Su Li's seemingly tiny fist contained the absolute violence capable of shattering stars, charging forward without hesitation. A brilliant black-gold light exploded, illuminating the rivers. The purple giant hand shattered under this tiny fist, transforming into a rain of purple light that was completely torn apart by Su Li's fist wind in just a few breaths. Luo Tianxian froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He appeared deranged, his hands wildly forming seals. The Supreme Foundation's power was fully unleashed. Spell after spell was hurled at Su Li as if they were free. Chapter 410. The young man before him remained indifferent. The winds howled, chains ground flesh. All that remained in his hands was a pile of blurred flesh and blood. With a thought, the myriad chains retracted into the palace. As the breeze passed, they turned to ash and dissipated. You have publicly killed Luo Tianxian, the mid-stage immortal sovereign head of the Luo family, gaining 700,000 evil points. Detected that you have slain an important peace set by the Nine Heavens Faith-S Shiva sect in the upper realm, gaining 200,000 evil points. Reminder, you have formed a mortal enmity with the Nine Heavens Faith-S Shiva sect. I'm sorry, the wind was too strong just now. Su Li turned his head to look at the few blurry figures, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I suggest you bark a little louder next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell into silence. The few majestic and overwhelming divine thoughts that spanned the horizon now showed violent fluctuations, like a candle flame swayed by a gale, about to extinguish at any moment. The few people looked for a long time, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Luo Tianxian, a genuine mid-stage, immortal supreme powerhouse, the pillar of the North region. Just like that, in front of them, he was crushed into a pile of flesh and blood by that junior in the divine connection realm. Chapter 411. The entrance to the Luo family's treasury suddenly collapsed inward, and rubble and dust were pushed aside by an invisible wave of energy. Su Li stepped in slowly, a dazzling sea of light, purely composed of spiritual energy. The source of the light was two enormous mountains that almost reached the dome of the treasury. The mountain on the left emitted a rich white light, with each stone being a standard high-grade spirit stone, the spiritual energy so dense that it turned into a tangible mist swirling around the mountain. A rough glance revealed at least 70 to 80 million. The mountain on the right was slightly smaller, but the light it emitted was even more dazzling, a pure golden color. Each stone contained terrifying energy, with the spiritual energy already liquefied, gathering at the foot of the mountain into a shallow golden pond. Top-grade spirit stones. 50 million, if not more. No wonder the North region's overlord, with a heritage of thousands of years, had such substantial resources. Su Li walked straight through the passage between the spirit stone mountains, heading deeper into the treasury. Rows of shelves made of 1,000-year-old cold jade were neatly arranged, displaying various jade slips, ancient books, and animal skin scrolls that sparkled with treasure light. This was the cultivation method collection area of the Luo family. On the outermost shelves, there were only heavenly tier cultivation methods, which Su Li had no interest in even glancing at, and he headed straight for the core area. Chapter 412. Consciousness floated up from endless darkness. Jiangxia felt like a drowning person, struggling suddenly, but found her body heavy and unresponsive. If she had to describe it, it felt more like being bloated. She felt like an angry puffer fish. It was a feeling of being thoroughly soaked from the inside out by some extremely pure energy, unprecedented. She tried to breathe. Taking a deep breath, a torrent of rich, nearly liquid energy surged into her lungs. Boom! The ancient whale bloodline within her seemed to have been thrown into a sun, boiling instantly. The bottleneck of years of cultivation showed signs of loosening at that moment. Where's this place? Jiangxia suddenly opened her eyes. What she saw was an indescribable fairyland. The sky was a soft golden color, without a sun. Yet everywhere was filled with brilliance. Beneath her feet was lush, dripping grass, every blade flowing with faint spiritual light. Not far away, a clear-bottomed stream flowed gently, and swimming in the water were not ordinary fish, but spirit fish that were crystal clear and had double fins. In the air, a refreshing fragrance wafted, and just a whiff made her feel her spirit clear up a bit. Chapter 413, South Region. Chaos Demon Palace. When Su Li's figure stepped out from the crack in the void, he was momentarily stunned. The scene of a sect completely reduced to ruins, as he had envisioned, did not appear. The main hall square, originally bombarded into a deep pit by the main cannon of the star-splitting ship, was now surprisingly filled in to a large extent, with countless remnants cleared away and piled in corners. Although it was still a ruin, it was clear that someone was working on repairs. Shunling Feng, the Sun Emperor, the Blind Sword Master, and others were organizing the surviving disciples, moving giant stones, try to rebuild the mountain gate. However, everyone looked gloomy, and the atmosphere was heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. In a corner of the ruins, a small mountain formed by corpses was piled up, thick with the smell of blood and death rising into the sky. The appearance of Su Li instantly attracted everyone's attention. Palace Master, Shunling Feng, and the others immediately stopped their work and quickly approached, each face filled with the excitement of surviving a catastrophe and sincere reverence. Su Li did not pay attention to them. All his focus was on the two unfamiliar figures in the center of the ruins. They were two women. One wore a plain white long dress, her demeanor cold, her beauty stunning, holding an ancient long sword in its sheath. Chapter 414. So you were staying here to help fix the house? Su Li found it somewhat amusing. Just a small effort. Qin Wan's voice was very gentle. Although we are not people of the demon path, we cannot tolerate the tyrannical actions of the Luo family. This little girl holds the regional treasure of the North region, the astrology mirror, and has some understanding of divination and calculations. Saying this, Qin Wan took out a uniquely shaped purple disc. The disc was adorned with 10 beads of different colors, sparkling and arranged in a beautiful pattern. In the center of the beads was a small round mirror, locking in the sun, moon, and stars. This item is the astrology mirror, a regional treasure specially made by my master based on the long-term distribution of forces in the North region, with each bead representing a family, used to investigate where any changes have occurred among the 10 great families. Now the bead belonging to the Luo family has extinguished, and Palace Master Su is acting for heaven's will, eliminating the Luo family, which my master and I greatly admire. Su Li rubbed his nose. Admire? Such a word always feels strange coming from someone else's mouth. He killed people simply because others provoked him. That's all. Unfortunately, the disciple of the Chaos Demon Palace, Qin Wan, glanced at the nearby mountain of corpses and sighed softly, her words filled with regret. Chapter 415. As Su Li's two words fell, the great power that forcibly twisted the laws of heaven and earth gradually dissipated. The thousands of bodies lying in the ruins trembled in unison. The first to respond was a young disciple closest to Su Li. His eyelids struggled to open, revealing a pair of confused eyes. Where am I? He mumbled to himself, instinctively trying to prop himself up, but touched a warm, sticky surface. Looking down, his chest was intact, and his heart was beating strongly. But he clearly remembered that he had been pierced through the heart by a spear of the Luo family shadow guards and died on the spot. Am I alive? He suddenly turned his head and saw his fellow disciples lying nearby. The senior brother, who had half his head sliced off, now had his head intact, breathing steadily. The senior sister, who had been blasted in two by a treasure, had a smooth waist and abdomen, without a single scar left. Everyone was still alive. 1, 2, 10, 100. More and more disciples awakened, looking around in confusion, checking their bodies, their expressions shifting from dazed to puzzled, then to unbelievable joy. Alive again. We are all alive again. Chapter 416. What a question you ask. Su Li glanced at her. The system is his biggest secret. How could he possibly tell them? Besides, he didn't even know where this thing came from. It might have been brought from some life restriction zone. He casually pointed to the alluring figure not far away. Humain Yang's expression stiffened. It was exchanged from her. The 5 Elements pawn shop accepts everything and sells everything. It's just a little gadget that can revive thousands of people, not a rare item at all. In an instant, all eyes focused on Humain Yang. Shunling Feng and the others gasped in shock. The 5 Elements pawn shop actually has such a heaven-defying item for sale? That is a treasure that can reverse life and death. This usually calculating and graceful proprietress probably has a background and foundation far beyond everyone's imagination. Humain Yang stood there, completely stunned. Bushage men, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean it was exchanged for me? Why has my little 5 Elements pawn shop ever had such a taboo item that could poke a hole in the sky? And a little gadget. You're trying to roast me over a fire. Chapter 417. Northern Domain. Qingzhou Villa. The handsome man in a brocade robe looked at the 2 uninvited guests in front of him, his expression perplexed. How come I seem to remember that the tea house is not open today? I wonder what brings the 2 family heads to my Qingzhou Villa without notice. I have not prepared proper tea. It seems that I, as the villa master, am a bit lacking in etiquette. The brocade-robed man, Xiao Ran, is the owner of Qingzhou Villa. He held a small silver scissor in his hand, leisurely trimming a bunch of tender shoots of purple bamboo. His movements were neither rushed nor slow. Calmly facing the standing Wang family head Wang Chong and the newly risen Sun family head Sun Qian. A smile that was uglier than crying squeezed out from Wang Chong's face as he clasped his hands. Villa Master Xiao, you jest. It is we who are presumptuous and abrupt. Beside him, Sun Qian, a burly middle-aged man with a stern face, currently had no trace of the family head's authority. Sweat beads trickled from his forehead, and his lips moved a few times but could not utter a single word. Xiao Ran snipped off the last unnecessary branch and casually placed the silver scissors on the stone table beside him, producing a crisp sound. This light sound made the hearts of Wang Chong and Sun Qian jump in unison. Chapter 4:18. The two, filled with questions and fears, followed Xiao Ran step by step into the thatched cottage. The furnishings inside the cottage were extremely simple: a wooden bed, a wooden table, and nothing else. It looked like a beggar's den. Wang Chong and Sun Qian were puzzled when they saw Xiao Ran walk to the center of the thatched cottage. He lifted his foot and gently stomped 3 times on the ordinary bluestone floor. Dong, dong, dong. A series of intermittent mechanical grinding sounds arose. The ground beneath their feet slowly slid open to one side, revealing a bottomless dark hole. A gust of cold wind mixed with dust and an unknown decaying smell rushed out from the hole, causing their clothes to flutter and sending a chill down their spines. Please, 2 family heads. Xiao Ran stood at the edge of the hole, gesturing for them to enter, still wearing that gentle smile. Wang Chong swallowed hard, looking at the darkness that seemed to swallow all light, his legs feeling a bit weak. Sun Qian instinctively took half a step back, his burly body tense like a stone. Villa Master Xiao, what is down there? Chapter 4:19. After sending off the 2 family heads, Xiao Ran stood alone, looking at the empty basement, silent. He continued to move forward, passing through 2 large doors, 3 formations, and a blue walkway. Xiao Ran arrived at a tranquil stone chamber. Blue star grass surrounded 6 circles, growing vigorously, and in the center, a crystal pavilion quietly stood there. Xiao Ran stepped forward, gazing through the transparent cover at the peaceful, sleeping face of the girl inside. 1,000 words ultimately turned into a sigh. He wanted to express how satisfying it was to execute the clan members, wanted to speak about today's transaction of selling their physical bodies. But he didn't know how to start when the words reached his lips. It had been 2,000 years. Even this hard-won vitality was about to quietly slip away. Now, no matter how much star grass he planted, it was useless. The upper realm was ultimately too limited, unable to find anything that could reverse life and death. Now that an opportunity was in front of him, he had to seize it well. If this opportunity was fleeting, then he would use the 3/10 foundation and treasures contributed by the Wang and Sun families to venture into the central domain. Even if it was a dragoness den or a tigeress lair, for the woman he loved, he, Xiao Ran, would dare to step in. Chapter 4:20. Shun Lingfeng received the order, deeply bowing to Su Li, his figure turning into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. On the pavilion, only the sound of the wind remained, along with the curling tea smoke rising. Qin Wan looked at the girl from the lower realm beside her, and saw that her previously pale cheeks now had a faint blush. The pair of originally dim eyes also rekindled a bit of brightness. This was her first time receiving encouragement from Su Li, although the method was crude and direct, devoid of warmth. It struck her proud Dao heart more than any gentle words could. Yes, so what if the starting point is low? Once in Blue Star, didn't she rise from nothing, step by step reaching a height that everyone needed to look up to? The environment has changed, the stage has become larger. But has she lost the courage to start over? Jiang Xia tightly clenched her hands, her nails almost digging into her flesh. A long-suppressed, indomitable spirit began to awaken within her ancient whale bloodline. Just as her emotions surged, a sound of something breaking through the air came. A warm jade slip was casually tossed over, hovering in front of her. Take it. Su Li's voice remained calm. He didn't even turn to look at her, merely pouring himself a cup of new tea. Chapter 4:21. Everyone, I believe the purpose of today's assembly is already very clear. Northern Domain, Li family. In an ancient hall floating deep within the sea of clouds, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like water could drip from it, as if even the air had solidified, pressing down on everyone's hearts. The long black obsidian table was as cold as iron. reflecting the splendid yet dim glazed dome above. Beyond the dome, the restless sea of clouds mirrored the turbulent emotions of those present. On the main seat, Li family head Li Tianheng sat with one arm, the empty right sleeve gently swaying in the breeze that passed through the hall, like a tattered flag. Words echoed in the grand and empty hall, carrying an uncontrollable anger. The Luo family was destroyed, and the Wang and Sun families, those spineless wastes, didn't even have the courage to fight and fled to seek refuge with that lowly figure from the southern region. Meanwhile, the number one swordsman of the northern region, Jian Wuxin, along with the young lady from the Qin family of the central region, seemed to also be heading to the southern region recently, with unclear intentions. There are not so many coincidences in the world. If the situation is truly this urgent, then the remaining 7 families of the northern region are likely in a very precarious position. Chapter 422, Peak of the 8th Layer of Communication God. They should be treated at the level of half-step supreme. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many family heads changed dramatically. It was truly shocking. The strength of his physical body has completely surpassed the realm of the immortal supreme, and any physical attack methods we currently possess theoretically cannot inflict fatal damage on him. He wields a bizarre black chain divine ability, suspected to contain a supreme law from beyond the upper realm, capable of ignoring formations and protective energies, instantly killing large numbers of communication god and half-step supreme. According to the analysis of the energy residue when the Luo family was destroyed, the strongest heavenly craft divine armor of our Gongshu family cannot withstand even 3 breaths of corrosion from this chain. He can cast a certain decaying divine ability containing the decline law, striking targets accurately from thousands of miles away, ignoring spatial barriers, directly injuring the supreme foundation and physical body of the Li family head. Gongshu Wan lightly traced her fingers across the light screen, and each line she drew made the expressions of the family heads present grow more and more grim. Damn it, so terrifying. You might as well let that ink-balled donkey say a few more pessimistic words. Everyone, Gongshu Wan looked around, her voice calm to the point of cruelty. Chapter 423, Enough, let us all say less. A calm female voice cut perfectly into the tense atmosphere. It was Gongshu Wan. She stood up from her seat, walked to the center of the hall, placing herself between Li Qianheng and Yu Qianji, physically separating the 2 men's impending clash. The enemy hasn't even shown their face, yet we're about to fight to the death among ourselves, giving that Su Gongshu a good laugh. Gongshu Wan scanned the room. Li family head, your grievances, we all see them. You family head, your concerns, we also hear them. She paused, spreading her hands, and the light screen recording Su Li's terrifying achievements lit up again, the bright red characters stabbing at everyone's nerves. But these cannot solve the problem at hand. We gathered here not to settle old scores, nor to vent emotions, but to find a way to survive. Li Qianheng let out a cold laugh full of mockery, his single arm pointing at Yu Qianji, his anger still unresolved. His so-called way of survival is to make us grovel for mercy, to have us voluntarily offer up our family fortunes, begging for that little beast's forgiveness. Gongshu Wan, does your Gongshu family's pride, passed down for thousands of years, allow you to do this? Chapter 424, Su Gongshu, do you think what shouted was wrong? The moon was bright and the stars few, as the crows flew south. 3 times around the tree, which branch can I rely on? In a pavilion of the Chaos Demon Palace, 2 figures were having a lengthy conversation under the bright moonlight. Below, the demon palace was brightly lit, and many disciples were still diligently practicing on the martial arts stage. Su Li smiled lightly. Why would the Zhuang master, Xiao, need to ask such a question? Debts must be repaid, and lives given for lives, is the natural order of the martial world. Xiao Ran's hand holding the teacup paused imperceptibly for a moment. He slowly raised his head to look at the young, yet seemingly eternal figure under the moonlight. The turbulent waves in his heart strangely calmed a bit at this moment. In fact, he was prepared to be denounced as a demon. After all, there would inevitably be innocent people among the entire clan, and the brutal deaths of his family and loved ones had nothing to do with them. But Xiao Ran understood deeply that wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will grow again with the spring wind. Their parents were guilty. He killed the parents of these children. Even if these children were innocent, he could not confirm that they would not seek revenge on him in the future. To be safe, he killed them all at once. But what burned in the soul lamp were only those guilty individuals. Chapter 425. I can understand your feelings. Su Li's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. But you have misunderstood the point. Xiao Ran suddenly looked up, a glimmer reigniting in his grayish eyes. What does the Gongzhu mean by this? Su Li turned around and looked out again. Reviving my thousands of disciples was not accomplished through my own strength. Rather, it relied on an external object. An external object that I fortuitously obtained, a broken immortal artifact. An immortal artifact? Xiao Ran exclaimed in shock. These two words seemed to carry immense weight, striking hard at his heart. An immortal artifact? That was something that only existed in legends. It transcended the holy level, contained the laws of heaven and earth, and possessed the power to destroy the world. Even a pseudo-immortal from a central region might not be able to produce a genuine immortal artifact. Moreover, there had been no reports of immortal artifacts appearing in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years. This Su Gongzhu actually possesses an immortal artifact? No wonder. No wonder he could tear apart the Supreme with his communication God realm cultivation. No wonder he could incapacitate the Li family's ancestor from thousands of miles away with a single strike. No wonder he could perform the miracle of reversing life and death. Everything suddenly made sense. Indeed. Chapter 426. After bidding farewell to the head of Qingzhou Manor, Su Li took advantage of the night to arrive at the newly established private room. Pushing open the glazed door, the room was resplendent and magnificent. Even the quilt on the bed shimmered. Su Li, the interior of this private room was not arranged by him. He had only reinforced the concealment formation and defensive measures of the room. Why the arrangement was so filled with the stench of money was something he would have to ask the fox seductresses and Jian Wuxin who had been sneaking around here a few hours ago. Su Li felt a bit of a headache. Didn't he want such a thank you gift? The jade silk warm velvet quilt, made from rare, ancient beast feathers. Such a priceless item should be used by Yin Zhu or Yi Fei in front of the screen. He sat on the warm bed and waved his hand. 100 precious herbs containing immense spiritual energy appeared before him, and high-quality pills with perfect cloud patterns were scattered across half of the floor like free candy. The peak of the 8th layer of communication God cultivation was too much of a hindrance. Some originally effective techniques could not exert their due strength. It was like the 5 declines of heaven and man. In the past 2 days, the remote attack on the head of the Li family in the northern region near the Luo family was a typical example. Chapter 427. Outside the Chaos Demon Palace. 70,000 miles away, on a magnificent flying boat, Feng Qingyan and Gongshu Wan stood side by side, overlooking the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below. Li Tianheng and the others had truly gone mad this time. With such pig teammates, it would be better to heed the suggestion of that sword path friend and come over to seek refuge with this southern domain overlord. Gongshu Wan sat quietly beside her, silent. 2 hours ago, they had connected to the communication channel of Jian Wuxin. Upon hearing that the major families in the northern region were preparing to take action against Su Li, the other party immediately exploded in anger, calling several family heads fools. After learning the purpose of the two's call, there was no further explanation, only a straightforward suggestion to stay far away from that group of fools in the northern region. It would be best if they could come to the southern region and seek refuge in the Chaos Demon Palace. Just avoid playing with idiots. Gongshu Wan let out a light sigh and took out the sound transmission jade talisman engraved with a small sword pattern from her bosom. She was about to contact Jian Wuxin to inquire about the true situation of the Chaos Demon Palace. However, just as her fingertip was about to touch the jade talisman, both of them stiffened and suddenly looked up towards the direction of the Chaos Demon Palace. They saw that the horizon there had, at some unknown time, been enveloped by a massive, ink-colored storm. Chapter 428. Continue. Su Li's will echoed like a divine decree of creation, rumbling through the system space, consuming evil value, impacting a higher martial arts realm. After consuming 400,000 points of evil value, the foundation of your internal world has been completely stabilized and has begun to expand wildly. The 3 great laws of time, space, and life and death intertwine and evolve, forming the embryonic form of your exclusive supreme domain. Your Tao body is undergoing the ultimate transformation. Every inch of flesh and blood is being reorganized. Every particle is cheering. You are transitioning from the concept of a human to a walking natural disaster. Martial arts level upgraded. You have advanced to the initial stage of the Immortal Supreme first level. Boom! If the previous breakthrough was a volcanic eruption, then, at this moment, it was the opening of the cosmic primordial chaos. The internal world within Su Li was no longer a void foundation, but had transformed into a real singularity, suddenly exploding. Chaos energy surged, and the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind wreaked havoc. The comprehended laws of space turned into an endless territory. The insightful laws of time became an unceasing river. The mastered laws of life and death also transformed into the iron law of all things reincarnating. A miniature universe, a realm completely dominated by Su Li's will, violently took shape within his Dantian Qi Si. Chapter 429. The Northern Region's Xianming Frozen Soil. The howling gale gathered ice crystals, like millions of tiny steel blades, scraping against this desolate frozen land. The mountains formed by layers of 10,000-year-old profound ice under the dim light of the sky refracted a heart-pounding, deep blue color. In the center of the ice field, dozens of young elites from the major families of the northern region gathered together, operating their transformation realm cultivation, struggling to withstand the bone-chilling cold that could freeze souls. Not far from them, a solitary and lofty figure stood alone. Luo Ningxuang, dressed in a luxurious white palace outfit, with her skirt fluttering in the wind, showed no signs of distress. Her newly advanced true person realm cultivation allowed her to walk leisurely in this desolate place. However, on her beautiful yet cold face, a layer of frost, even colder than profound ice, was forming. On the other side of the crowd, two similarly dressed, elegant women were huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. Look, that young lady from the Luo family. One of the women, wearing a dark green dress with a slightly enchanting aura, was Mo Yunxi from the Mo family. She gestured towards Luo Ningxuang not far away, her lips curling into an undisguised sneer, beginning her act of aloof pride again. Seriously, isn't she cold? This is the Xianming frozen soil. The gale can strip a person's skin, and she's dressed so thinly. Who is she showing off to? Chapter 430. Your heart is more chaotic than this Xianming wind and snow. Xia Lingwei finally spoke, her expression calm, her voice as cold as the wind and snow. Luo Ningxuang's delicate body shivered slightly as she turned her head to face this powerful figure from the central region. She dared not be the slightest bit negligent and forced a smile. I hope Elder Xie doesn't find it amusing. Not at all, Xia Lingwei replied, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate the heart. I am just reminding you. You have crushed 3 sound transmission jade talismans in a quarter of an hour. Your mind is disturbed to this extent. The frost soul jade of the 9 apertures will open if you enter with such a mindset. That jade will have nothing to do with you. Upon hearing the words 9 apertures frost soul jade, the restlessness in Luo Ningxuang's eyes slightly faded, replaced by a burning ambition. She chuckled lightly, her laughter crisp yet carrying an air of aloof pride. Elder is overestimating this group of people. She raised her delicate finger and casually gestured towards the group of young elites huddling together for warmth. A group of waste who haven't even stabilized their connection to the peak of the divine. Do they deserve to be my opponents? Elder Xia, look at them. The Feng family, the Mo family, the Gongshu family, every single one of them in my eyes is no different from ants. Chapter 431. The dazzling white light vanished at the moment it entered the ice crystal portal, and the entire Xianming frozen soil seemed to quiet for an instant. The howling wind continued, but all the noisy voices were swallowed by the secret realm along with that group of competing young elites. Xia Lingwei stood alone in the wind and snow, her simple green attire untouched by a single snowflake. She calmly gazed at the grand ice crystal portal. Beneath her feet, within a radius of 10 zhong, the profound ice silently transformed into a void of white mist, a result of her immortal supreme sword intent clashing with the natural cold of this realm. She had no interest in the opportunities within the secret realm. These things were treasures for ordinary cultivators, but in the treasury of the Star Yuan Sword Pavilion in the central region, they were merely considered ordinary reserves. As for that 9 apertures frost soul jade, which could help one break through the supreme barrier, it was even more useless to someone like her who had already experienced multiple breakthroughs through the heavenly chasm as a 6th-level supreme. She had only one purpose for coming here, to ensure that Luo Ningxuang, this true person realm elite built up with resources by her family, could safely obtain that jade and then come out alive. That was all. This was a transaction. The Luo family had paid a price that even she could not refuse to ask her to protect the path. Chapter 432. The wind and snow stagnated. That echo of this road is impassable had not yet been completely blown away by the cold wind when a figure in the black robe on the opposite side began to move. A hand emerged from the wide sleeve, slowly raised, and fell on the edge of the hood. Then, with a pull backward, the hood slipped off, revealing an excessively young face. The features were handsome but unremarkable, except for those eyes, dark and deep, like two ancient wells that swallowed all light, devoid of any ripples. All the words that Xie Lingwei had prepared were stuck in her throat the moment she saw this face. It was not any possibility she had anticipated. It was neither some reclusive, ancient monster from the northern region, nor a genius of the real-world realm from other hidden families. It was just an ordinary-looking young man. As the supreme being with immortal powers, her spiritual sense frantically swept over him. But the result was nothingness. It was like looking at a stone or a handful of flying snow. There were no traces of cultivation. Either he possessed an unparalleled treasure that could shield him from the probing of supreme beings, or he was a complete, ordinary person. However, how could an ordinary person silently cross the fierce winds of the Xianming frozen earth to arrive here? Xie Lingwei's guard did not dissipate. Instead, it gave rise to a hint of irritation, as if she had been played with.